testosterone. We cannot go further in our investigation. Whether they were born like men or some changes intervene at the later stages.
And that's what the IOC said, what we read earlier. These tests are not legitimate.
Right, but they're not saying why they're not legitimate. This is what gives me pause. When they just keep saying it's not legitimate, the ad hoc nature of the tests are not legitimate, you have to say, when you're talking about a scientific test, this is some test that's repeatable, right? So if you can test for XY chromosome versus XX chromosome, do it. Tell me what the results are. If you can test for testosterone, do it. Tell me what the results are. And if one says male, says XY, and the other one says high levels of testosterone, that's not a woman. Okay?
Sports-wise, yeah.
Sports-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The 1-2 slaps with those shoulders.
But it's like, what are we doing? Like, why do we have women's sports in the first place if you let... I mean, you could say that some people have a genetic anomaly, like that woman, she had XY, right? Mm-hmm. She was like a legitimate hermaphrodite. Testosterone levels, not XY chromosome, which is the pattern typically seen in men, are the key criteria of eligibility in Olympic events where the sport's governing body has framed in approved rules. That's interesting.
But it's the same thing with when like totally, I mean, genetical women start with steroids. That's the whole thing about women's sports is the big problem. I remember, like,
once they do it, they change their frame.
I'm not making accusations, but Chris Cyborg, I remember, was a big thing in Strikeforce, where it was the first time I saw where I was like, this is a big loophole in women's sports right now, especially combat sports, because it's about doing actually physical damage.
100%.
It's very visibly seen, the difference. It's very, in other sports where it's reaction time and whatever, tennis or whatever, you might make the argument of like, just get better at the technique, you know? Mm-hmm. But in combat, it's very visible because it's not only about the body and whatever. It's literally people who are on testosterone have been proven harder to KO because you're just ramped up.
Yeah,
Your testosterone, it's literally like the God particle in the sense of fucking sports.
They've stopped some fighters from fighting because they tested so high.
Absolutely. They're like, get out of this fucking guys. Yeah. I remember it was, who failed? I remember it was Jelson and Alistair Overeem. They used to fail tests where it was like the number, it's like, there's the rage of 18 men coming at you now.
Well, that's Vitor Belfort in his prime, right?
Oh,
the TRT Vitor days.
I only compete in Brazil. I want to be proud.
I'm sure I got a demon who would come at you. Like a demon. Yeah.
He would have those videos where he was like an elliptical machine. And
the thing about this, too, is like they're saying they're testing for testosterone levels. How often are you doing that? Because guess what? It's easy to make your testosterone levels crash. Oh. Real easy.
Well, the whole thing is always it's that testing.
Yeah.
You can. It's like pirating. They're always a step ahead. They're always.
Even all you have to do to kill your testosterone levels are drink alcohol, eat shitty food, and don't
just
get
fucking
any sleep.
Live in the mountains of Dagestan. The connection flight is a bit late. That's.
That's ultimate.
Oh, very interesting that you went to a training camp. Yeah, they're the best wrestlers. Oh, very interesting.
Well, they are the best wrestlers.
True, but
jacked.
Yeah.
So, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I would imagine that if they knew for a fact that you couldn't get to the North Pole to do a drug test, it'd be a fucking MMA camp for the North Pole.
Yeah. So I went to a camp in Thailand back in the day, and I remember over there it was like not even a secret. I go to that camp, and it's like American fighters would be there.
And everybody would know that that's what they're doing?
No, everybody would know. They would be like, fucking, they'd be like handing out shots at a bar. Who wants the syringe? You know, what are we doing? And there's not, dude, these are all retards that are just smoking joints and sparring. There's nobody doing like, we need to do, like, nah, fucking give me what you got.
And are these people like pros?
Semi-pro. You know, you live in a Honda Civic, and every once in a while you move back to your parents' place because it's
fighting's hard.
Fighting's really hard.
Yeah.
It's hard, dude.
So people don't know you. When did you start doing stand-up comedy, and when were you fighting at the same time you were doing stand-up comedy?
There was a transitionary period. And I started. Okay, so this is my martial arts history. Of course, as I mentioned, had a stepdad who was fucking crazy, right. So there was that insecurity. Mm-hmm. You know, there's that thing of like, I'm not saying that having a father who's maybe violent towards your mother is a bit better, but I think there's a bit of a more evolutionary connection that a family dynamic can have. Whereas if you're like a 12 to 13, 14-year-old boy and a new guy, you're supposed to be the man of the house, even though you're a child. Right. It's my sister and my mother, and it's our dynamic. And a new guy moves in, and this retard is now.
And he's not.
Yeah. So that creates obviously an insecurity,
sadness in the house, tension.
No, I would still not. My mom, Riff City. My mom has always been Riff City. She was always having fun throughout all the darkness in her life. We had some rough periods, you know. But in my house, it's always been fun city. It's always been my humor. I would literally I would have points where it's me and my mother on fucking, because we would just leave the house during the night, you know, we just walk towards, and my sister was a bit older, so she moved out. So we would just walk in the night towards the direction, and she would try to call all of her friends where to stay for the night, because this ape is fucking going bananas back home. And we would be on the sidewalk, you know.
So where did you start out with? What was the first martial art?
And the next day I would go to school and still be fucking happy puppy, just because, I don't know, that was how we came up, right? So then there was this program called Kick-Ass Martial Arts, and it was Chris Crubelli, this guy. Soul patch, British guy. He would travel the world. And this was at a point where Pride and UFC were happening, but in traditional martial arts were still holding on. Wing Chun was holding on. Aikido was holding on. Kung Fu was kind of going away, you know. But Chris Crubelli had a program where he would travel the world and study these ancient. There was this like dim mak, where it's like, and 7 years later you die of cancer. You know, all that shit. And as a kid, I'm like, oh, that's all I gotta do. Move to Korea for 2 weeks, study this fucking death touch, and just come back and kill somebody, you know?
Yeah.
But then I remember I saw UFC. I saw a few pride fights from Fedor Emelianenko because he was Russian. He was a big prominent figure in the martial arts community. But I remember I saw Lyoto Machida Shogun, the first one. And in my head, Machida looked like a traditional martial artist, you know, because he was half Asian or something, you know. So in my head, I'm like, why don't these people do the Chris Crubelli shit, you know? Fucking neutralize your opponent to a wrist lock. Then I started watching Pride, Wanderlei Silva. He's stomping people, holding onto the ropes, stomping. Yeah. And in my head, I'm like, why doesn't he do the dim mak? You know, hi, and you fucking. So then, I was maybe 15, 16, late, when I was doing gymnastics and I was doing a bit of weightlifting, and I saw dudes like wrestling, you know, and I started thinking like Greco-Roman. And I started like suplex, jack guys in fucking just suplexing each other. And that's where the wheels start turning of like, dude, you're not going to wrist lock this guy. You're not going to, you know, right. I'm not going to death touch this guy. This guy's going to run through me. So I joined a gym, SPG, subsidiary gym, Preet Mikkelson, shout out my man. He was a great mentor and a father figure at that time for me. And I joined his gym. And it was jiu-jitsu, MMA, we did everything together. You know? And I had my first amateur fight like 5 months into like doing it.
That's crazy. Did they make sure that the person who fought didn't have a lot of experience either?
Yes, but he was like 34.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's not fair.
And he went to war. He was like a former military, stared down a tank.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But he was still amateur rules, but still MMA gloves, fucking haymaker city, you know.
Right. Was he good?
Yeah, he choked me to sleep anytime. I tried to tap, I was too late. But
yeah, I would not recommend that. I would not recommend you getting your ass kicked by someone who has a lot more experience at 5 months in. I always think you got to give.
I think we were the same experience in martial arts, but he was a man. Dude, I'm a suburban boy.
Was he, though? Let me tell you something. If he got to be, how old? 30-something, and he went to war, that dude's had training.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not just 5 months of
yeah,
training.
yeah.
Listen, that kind of guy is done a little bit here, a little bit there. That kind of guy probably boxed a little when he was younger,
No,
did a
but
little karate.
we were it's such a small community that I still trained with him. I remember, and yeah,
Oh, wow.
that boy was fine.
That was nice to you. After choking his sleep.
No, before I mean.
Oh, you trained with him before?
Yeah,
You
it's such a
saw him?
small community, you know. So I wouldn't say the skill discrepancy was actually that big, but it was just that when you go to war and you can be in a competition, I'm having a full-on panic attack.
Yeah.
You know, I'm fucking first time in fucking hand-to-hand
You're a
combat
kid.
situation.
He's a man.
This guy's just stare down a tank.
How old were you at the time?
16.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also like a pussy 16. Not like a Pakistani 16 where it's like hair on my knuckles and I have 2 kids. Those are like the real
right.
Dude, whenever you were in those amateur circuits, whenever it's like, I don't know if Americans do that, but like if you say you're fighting an American, do you guys slip in that it's like, it's Jerome, you know, you're going to, just so you're ready, it's going to be a bit of an explosive opponent. Like in Estonia, it's like if you're fighting a Russian guy, are you fighting Ivan, who's like me? He's a Russian guy. Or are you fighting somebody whose name ends with a Mamametov? You know, it's a very different. It's still Russia.
Yeah, mountain Russia.
We say from the hills. Yeah, we always say from the hills. Like it's a bit of a different double leg that's going to connect you. Yeah,
dude. Did you see that Corey Sandhagen, Umar and Tarabinado fight?
Of course.
Ooh, so high.
I felt bad for Sandhagen. He was wrestling so well, everything correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Because everything, Sandhagen was cool. He didn't get backed up into the corner too early. He was keeping his distance. He had good knees and good jiu-jitsu. What I liked about Sandhagen in that fight, he used jiu-jitsu. He used proper jiu-jitsu. Yeah. And for the first 2 rounds, it's exactly like a Khabib thing. The first 2 rounds, you can actually not out-hustle him, but you can be explosive enough to create those moments of jiu-jitsu where you can stay safe.
Right.
But that time just keeps coming.
Train keeps coming.
It just fucking keeps coming and mean.
And you know, the difference in Umar versus Khabib is that Umar is his stand-up is so dynamic. His kicking is so dynamic. It's so dangerous and quick. You know, like he throws head kicks off the front leg quick. He throws things that are fast.
Yeah, he threw that front switch kick. Not even a switch. He just slapped it out there.
Yeah, dude, he's good. He's very good, real good. His striking was on point. Like everything was on point, and he's more threatening wrestling. It's like it was a more potent combination of the skills that Corey has as well. I mean, Sandhagen's brilliant. He's one of the best fighters in the sport, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So to see a guy like Umar beat him, you're like, wow, that's hot. And they come on strong in the 4th and the 5th. That guy's fucking good. Yeah, he's fucking good. And him versus O'Malley would be wild. Yeah, Marab. Him versus Marab would be wild too.
Well, Marab and him I want to see more because Marab is also a bully.
You know, Marab is a different. It's like he's bully different. He's made out of different stuff. They say Marab trains hard, like right up to the fight.
You can see that.
Right
you can see that.
And with a guy like that, you're always like, okay, how long can your joints help pull out?
Exactly.
How long is it going to be before your back goes? Because your will carry you through. If the human body wasn't so goddamn fragile, guys like that would never get beat.
Never get beat.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the whole thing, yeah.
Like Cain Velasquez, when his body started going.
Also, Marab's been dropped and hurt. I think it was Marlon Vera who hurt him.
Moraes.
Marlon Moraes.
Bad. Had him really bad. And then he went out and stopped him in the next round.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Moraes had that thing where,
poor bastard. I feel so bad for him because he was so good. But just, it's such a chaotic sport where a few bad fights just can have such a tremendous amount impact to your fights that the next ones. You know, it's not like the
Saruda fight, man. The first round, he was lighting everything up.
Lighting him up.
Where I was like, if this guy can keep this up for 5 rounds, Henry's going to get stopped. Henry just came on in the second round like an animal, beat the shit out of him. He closed the distance and made it up.
He had one in PFL too, with that left hook and that switch kick.
Yeah.
He KO'd Aljamain Sterling.
Oh, yeah.
Bad.
He KO'd Aljamain bad.
Went for a switch kick to the body. Aljamain shot in the knee.
But then once he lost to Henry, he started losing to a lot of folks.
A lot. And now it's
there was the Sandhagen dropped him with a wheel kick. Remember that?
Yeah. That was a bad one too. Right to the
that was a
temple.
bad one.
Right to the temple.
Yeah, that just shows the skill diversity that guy has. He can do everything. Sandhagen's so good.
Everything.
So to watch Umar beat him, God damn, Umar's the truth. He's the truth. It's like those guys in that part of the world.
Yeah. And they're so frustrating because it's not like an incredible thing that they're doing, you know. If you watch somebody like Conor McGregor who has the fucking death touch, it's such a spectacle. It's just like, oh my God, this guy just has the power.
Right.
But these guys fucking just out hustle you, out grind you, and they keep coming.
They keep coming.
Annoying and bully and mean.
But then you got guys like Islam that could do everything. And Umar. This is the difference.
Yeah,
right?
True.
Islam is scary standing up. Like in the beginning of his career, he was really good at wrestling, not as good at standing up, but now he's just as good at standing up. When you KO Volkanovski like that, you know, and then you choke out Dustin Poirier like that guy, that's the full thing, right? He can head kick you, he can strike with you and knock you. Knocked out Blaze T-Bow with one shot standing.
Yeah.
And he can knock you out, like legitimately, and he can still strike you, and he can still smother you. Like it's the perfect combination. But it's like, that is such a crazy strategy. It's like you're outmanning every guy you fight. Is out grappling him, out striking him. Most people like try to be like a specialist. Right?
Exactly. But they're like the full marauder.
The full marauder, man. I think if you wanted to like really think about like who's the most complete fighter, you say like Max Holloway, Ilia Topuria, but Islam Makhachev, you got to put him in the top. They're the most complete. He could KO you with a head kick. Well, just like John Jones. John Jones is acting.
Let's not forget the one true God.
Yeah,
John
if he's
Jones,
acting.
That's my boy.
The problem with John is
he's the most dangerous man who ever lived.
Unfortunately, that shoulder injury, and then the uncertainty about moving up into heavyweight. Like how's he going to deal with guys like Francis? Which was always the big fight. That was the big fight.
That was the fight that slipped between our fingers. It was the Fedor, Brock Lesnar, all over again. That was the big one, slipped through our fingers.
That was the fight. Because, the question is, would Francis be able to keep John off?
Exactly.
And would John be able to avoid the big strike standing?
Exactly.
There's a difference in size. That's pretty significant. So, even when John was getting big, it's a different kind of big. It's like the 265 that Francis carries around, that's a natural lean 265.
Yeah, it's like it's a cobalt mining or some shit?
No, sand mines.
Sand mines, yeah. That's a different guy.
That dude's power is extraordinary. Especially with them little gloves on, you cannot get clipped by that guy. So the question is, would John be able to get a hold of Francis? Would Francis be able to keep John off him? If Francis can keep John off him, would Francis be able to stop those leg kicks? Because John side kicks the shit out of people's knees. And it'll fucking scare you because it makes your leg hyperextend and blow your knee out. It's me.
I loved John Jones when he was me and Glover Teixeira with that overhook. Remember that overhook that he had on the shoulder?
Knee. Elbows. How about Thiago? Thiago had to get 2 knee surgeries, both knees.
Machida. As soon as he goes out
in the sleep, just dropped him. Yeah. Well, his run in the light heavyweight division was
nothing like it.
Yeah.
Literally created for human combat.
Yeah.
His body looked insane. Small torso with limbs coming out. It looked insane. If you saw it, his silhouette looks insane.
Right. And how small his calves are. Yeah. But yet, tremendous strength.
Strong.
And small, and the best guy ever at utilizing distance. Strong mentally for sure.
And clever.
Yeah, we just have to see him back. And apparently they're trying to do that thing. It's supposed to be in Madison Square Garden, right? Is that announced officially, Young Jane? John Jones versus Stipe, Madison Square Garden, November. So this is being talked about.
Also, no disrespect to Stipe, but I don't want to see that fight that badly as I want to see.
I feel like you got to give Stipe one more shot.
Okay.
I feel like the guy's been strung around for this long. If you want to respect the history and the lineage of the UFC heavyweight champion,
you're right.
He's the most accomplished UFC heavyweight of all time. He defended the title more than anybody. And, he stopped Daniel Cormier. He's a legit fucking killer. He stopped a lot of, very, very good people. He stopped Junior Dos Santos.
He also won Francis.
Yeah. He beat Francis the first time.
And he hurt him the second time.
Yeah, but
it wasn't
the second time was different Francis.
Jesus Christ.
So
one of the scariest KOs I've ever seen in my life. In the Apex?
Yeah. Dude, being there live was incredible.
Oh, you were there?
Oh, yeah. So there was 100 people in that place.
When he followed up with the hammer fist in the next area, and that thud.
Bro, that left hook was... And it was when Stipe was trying to, capitalize on a shot he landed.
It's one of those victories where me and the boys were on the couch, and it's not a woo, it's a... Just a...
Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, because also how much damage Stipe has taken in his career.
Jesus Christ. And Stipe hurts him.
There it is. He hit him with that left hook and really hurt him there.
Yeah, but Stipe also hurts him. Stipe also hurts him. Look at this. Right there. And now Stipe goes,
and he thought he had it, so he moved in. He thought he had him when he went to that right hand.
Christ. Right.
So apparently he's gained a bunch of muscle. Stipe has. He's been lifting a lot. And, he hasn't fought in 2 years. Yeah, thank God. But for me, when I look at an older fighter like Stipe, who's a legend, I say, that's kind of what I want. I want a guy to take a long time off in between a bad KO. And then, no one's more disciplined than that guy. He's a very disciplined, dedicated fighter. That's why he was the most successful UFC heavyweight champion ever. He's also 40-something years old, right?
42.
Okay, so if you just look realistically at natural athletes when they get to that age, you have concerns. How much of their performance do they have left? And it varies, but it does last longer as a heavyweight.
Absolutely.
Heavyweights, they can
because the nervous system doesn't need to be as rapid fire as in a younger
bantamweight. Yeah. 42-year-old bantamweight kind of done. But George Foreman won the heavyweight title at 45.
Absolutely.
So I just feel Bernard. I just feel like as a fan and as a person who respects the sport, you got to give Stipe a shot.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Especially when he was supposed to fight John, and then John tore his shoulder.
Me, it's just if it's a classic thing. It's a meme quote that Don King used to have. That when they asked him why he was ripping off Mike Tyson, he was like, "You got to keep the lion hungry,"
Oh God! Imagine that's your justification for stealing money.
I know. But Mike Tyson fought 6 times that year, so
that's true, right? That's true. But that is for some of those guys. That's what
not some. It's as soon as because I was a big Conor guy, SPG, the lineage. We were had that connection, And as soon as Conor started getting rich, I was as soon as John Jones got rich, all of them, I'm at home. Let me guess, never gonna see you.
I don't think that's what happened with John. With John, there was a bunch of other factors.
True. Absolutely. And that's why that Stipe fight is also exhilarating with a traditional family guy in the gym and then the other guy. Right?
The greatest psycho that's ever.
And I love it, dude. When he went to Vegas to get his Hall of Fame induction, he just disappeared into the night.
I like the Aspinall.
How many milligrams?
3s. Yeah, this is Athletic Nicotine. It's another company.
Somebody gave me an 8 milligram yesterday.
Oh, that's too much.
I was having a panic attack.
That's too ridiculous. That's too ridiculous.
Like a panic attack.
I've cut down my consumption quite a bit. I like that fight. I think John Jones and Tom Aspinall is an interesting fight because Tom is a big, fast heavyweight. He's a fucking powerhouse, man, and he's big. He's big as shit. And if you look at fights where John has had difficulty, some of them have been really elite strikers. He had some difficulty with Lyoto Machida before he got over Lyoto.
First round Machida.
He had some difficulty with Dominic Reyes.
Absolutely.
Dominic Reyes, some people even thought he lost that fight.
Absolutely. Even Thiago Silva, not Silva, or
Santos.
Santos.
That's the guy who kicked both his knees out.
Yeah.
But that was a split decision.
Yeah, and even there, even though Thiago was hectic and temperamental in his exchanges, not like a refined striker,
which is super dangerous.
it created problems for Jones.
Yeah. That fucking sledgehammer that dude has tattooed on his chest, that's for real. Like, that's how hard he hits. But dude had a sledgehammer tattooed on his tits. It's amazing. But that dude was scary.
But also with Aspinall and Jones, every time people say, dude, watching him and Cyril Gahn, and all respect to Cyril Gahn, but he never felt anything. It was a made-up guillotine, even just on the cage. He just was like, check this shit out.
Yeah, but as long as he gets a hold of your neck and he's doubling you up in that position where he can press his chest on your head, that's, with a guy like John, with his kind of squeeze, that's horrific. A guy like Cyril Gahn that's only been grappling for like 5 years, you're going to get strangled.
It's just that even with John Jones, the heavyweight division has always been a shallow division due to the reason of people being just that size of humans. There's a very small percentage,
including heavyweight boxing.
100%.
Did you see that guy Bacoli knock out Jared Anderson?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that Bacoli guy is terrible.
Holy shit.
I'd heard about him from sparring sessions.
That's the first fight he started.
Yeah, me too. I've watched a highlight reel of him on YouTube, but I'm not the biggest. Like, I don't know all the fighters that are fighting. Yeah. I know a bunch, but I know like maybe 30% of boxing, whereas compared to what I know about MMA. So I had heard about this guy from an article saying that no one wants to spar him, and I was like, how come? And then I watched him fight, and I'm like, oh, well, that's why. Jesus Christ, he's 285 pounds. He's 6'6". 285 pounds and takes a fucking tremendous shot. And a lot of people thought this kid Jared Anderson is only 24 and he's still very talented. But look at this fucking
Jesus Christ,
bro. That was round 1. Okay, he dropped him in round 1, but then he hit him with this sneaky ass uppercut late in the fight. Watch this uppercut. Look at this uppercut, dude. I mean, my God, this guy's like casually like beating the shit out of him. This guy is so big, and I heard like people are terrified to spar with this cat. They don't want to fucking spar with this dude. You bring this guy in to spar you, and he's just beating the fuck out of you, and he can take an insane shot.
He took like a 3-piece there.
It was nothing. He just moves his head a little bit when he's getting hit. He rolls it a little bit. But the really good boxers, the guys who spar, look at that uppercut, that sneaky left uppercut. He keeps hitting him with. Look at that one he hits him with.
This wasn't exactly in and out of distance, you know what I'm saying?
Just right in front of you.
And he was parallel legs, so he could hit with both arms.
He's much bigger, right? He's 40 pounds bigger than this dude. And he's fucking dangerous as shit, man.
Jesus.
Look at that right hand, man. How beautiful is it, too? But it's like skillful. It's skillful, fluid punching, but from a tank. He's that Panzer.
Skillful. Yeah, exactly.
And he's crazy knockout power, and he's a vicious body puncher too, man.
Christ.
I watched some of his highlights of some of his other fights, and I went down a rabbit hole. Vicious body puncher too.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Just walks towards you, just beats your ass. You can't hurt him.
Crazy. It's like remember Francis Ngannou and who's that South African amazing? No, it's not South African.
Are you thinking about Jairzinho Rosenstrike?
Rosenstrike.
Yeah. Remember that just stormed?
No, it was literally not even a proper punch. It was Francis just walked towards him like this.
Yeah, just winging nuclear bombs. And one of them caught him. Boom, out cold. And another one on the way down. Boom. Yeah. Well, that's the kind of power that Francis has.
It's just crazy.
It's crazy.
That's why I always love combat sports so much. It's that there's a lot of sports like tennis where a lot of money plays a big role in the sport. You know, it's a rich sport. A lot of money, a lot of business, a lot of politics enters into the sport. Soccer is like that. Basketball is like lots of politics. But like combat sports is like a dude from like a sand mine,
right?
Just somewhere in the world. Yep, just starts KOing people, and within 5. I mean, Conor McGregor, a guy who's a fucking a pipe, not an engineer, but he was some blue-collar job.
There's also people that if they do something first and then get into fighting, like there's a lot of guys that are like power lifters,
NFL
CrossFit
players.
guys, NFL players. I think a big one that's going to be that we'll see is people gymnastics. because especially guys who do the rings and things like that, like, think about how much more arm dexterity and strength those guys have. Imagine that guy getting your neck. You know, imagine a guy like that who's a black belt in jiu-jitsu with that kind of crazy strength. Be able to hold yourself over the air like that.
I did that maybe 3-4 years of gymnastics before I started.
Did it help you?
Oh, absolutely. That's when I started wrestling, because wrestlers, Greco-Roman wrestlers, do gymnastics. They all do flips and shit.
Right.
So that's when I started watching them practice, and I was doing gymnastics. And I remember when I started jiu-jitsu, I remember just even my get-ups from positions and my where I'm strong, the positions where I could be strong, were much more different than a guy who's like in the gym all the time bench pressing.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. You have much better control of your body.
Yeah.
One of the things we found out at 10th Planet was with Richie and Gio Martinez was break dancers.
Oh, absolutely. That's gymnastics.
Total.
That's gymnastics.
Total. When those guys started training, where everybody was like, whoa, and so Eddie like started learning break dancing moves. He's like, Eddie's the best. They're like, what do we got to do? What do we got to do? Let's show me how to break dance. Because like those guys can do all that crazy shit where they can spin around on one hand. Like, so they can do like a lotus in the air. They can do a handstand. Then they put their legs in the lotus position and they can stand on one hand and hop around on one hand.
Yeah.
Bananas. So that kind of control of your body and that kind of strength, like directly, those guys really got very, well, they also trained really hard, but they got very good at jiu-jitsu very quick.
Yeah. My party trick used to be a backflip at a nightclub.
No slippery shoes for you, bro.
Just whip it out.
Again, they're slippery.
Oh, yeah.
Those ones that, when I see men wear those shoes, I'm like, do you hate traction?
Dude, with my when I buy jeans, when I go to stores, the clerks will always think I'm insane because I'll practice checking for a bit. Just check a kick.
You know what you need? You need a pair of Origin jeans.
Oh, these are like stretchy ones?
The most light, stretchy.
Combat ready.
They are basically pajamas. They're basically pajamas. They feel like sweatpants.
But they look pretty good.
Yeah, let me show you. Go to the Origin website. All American made, everything, threads, everything. Manufactured in America, everything 100%. Buttons, everything. All made in America. This is Jocko Willink's company.
I have the shirts sometimes too when I feel just a nice shirt, but it's tight. What if I need to pull guard?
They look like regular pants. They look like if you need to pull guard in these, dude, you can fucking train in these. I could literally kick the bag in these, and I'm not bullshitting. I'm not bullshitting. You can throw head kicks in these. They're like pajamas. But they look like jeans.
$129. That's $110 outside of my budget.
Yeah, I'll get you a pair. Text me what your size is, and I'll get you a pair. They're the shit. There's a bunch of different companies that sell stuff like that. I really like Barbell Jeans. They do that. They sell those.
I've heard of those.
RevTown are my favorite. RevTown, it's like the best cut. Those are the ones I wore in the special. Those are RevTown jeans. But I think the special. They're super stretchy. They're like, you can stretch out of them. But by far, the most comfortable are the Origin ones. The Origins, they nailed it. Because it's the most loose. Like, you know, the other ones are like really free moving, but they're pants.
$20, that's my budget.
When I talked about that in my special, people were like, what? Chuck Norris action jeans? Like, they were a real thing.
Your legs.
They had a gusset in the crotch. Yeah, he's got the slippery shoes. Chuck didn't give a fuck about traction. Chuck wasn't worried about you. He's trying to pivot on you, son.
I used to work as a bouncer in a club where there was an outfit for the security too, and dress shoes, dress pants, red, suspenders, and like a fully what's the tuxedo shirt? Like a collar shirt, stiff. And I remember the whole time being like, I'm gonna rip these pants as soon as I even do anything.
Not only that, but someone with a collar on, if you have a collar, if you have like a shirt with a collar, that is a weapon against you that's on your neck. Like, why do you have that? That seems so crazy. If you're in a position where you think you might have to defend yourself, you should be wearing something that tears away from your body fairly easily around the upper body, and the lower body, it better give you some movement.
Yeah.
You can't have any and you better have some goddamn traction on the bottom of your soles. You can't have some slippery issue.
And the floor is a nightclub floor. Those are all fucking
slippery and beer and shit spilled everywhere.
Every fight I would see would literally be the first guy throwing the punch. Yep. And they're all on the ground.
And then people are kicking you in the head with boots on. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Yeah, fuck getting in fights. You know, that's the other thing. People always say, if I could fight, I'd fucking everybody. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. You'd be dead.
I punched one person in my lifetime working there. Just one person. Most of the time, I would grab them, try to get them in a hold. They would calm down. And one time it was so kept. This was this big fucking guy, and he opened with a front kick.
Oh no!
A well hip over. That dude, like 40 years old, but
for a legit front kick.
Yeah,
Man,
and immediately I knew I'm not gonna just grab him.
That's a crazy thing to open with.
Yeah, I get a hold of that and I throw an overhand. Immediately break my thumb. To this day,
no!
Immediately overhand straight to his temple, and I feel all my hand. It's done. It's done.
Did the guy get hurt, or did you? No,
not a dent. Not a dent. You know how he left the nightclub? He dragged his wife with by her hair. Jesus, like a. And left him into the night.
Probably go to bar, fuck a bunch of people up and drag her away. Let's go, baby. And she just rides on.
And then we went. Yeah. And then we went to court from that incident.
Oh my God! Did he get sued or did you sue them?
I think it was the nightclub suing him. Not suing, but it's a whatever settlement or. I mean, it's still people got hurt, so it's still some sort of an investigation or something.
Right.
But I had to testify in court, and he had to do like a formal apology. They do that here too, right? Where you have to like stand up in court and do a formal. And he had to. Me and the other bartenders working there. I was the only security working that night, of course. That's classic nightclub with 200 people, only guy, 19. Okay, cool. Yeah, right. With a bartender who's gay. So we have to be, and he had to apologize. He goes, gentlemen, I'm sorry. And you know how he showed up to court? He was just all swollen up. Not from that fight. This was months later. So he's just living that lifestyle.
This is how they're wrong.
Yeah, he was just showed up in court and was like, I'm sorry, gentlemen. And just goes into the day.
Maybe the cops beat his ass.
Maybe, but he just came to court. I remember all of us, Jesus Christ, this Mongoloid. This fucking...
Some dudes like to fight. That's a very unfortunate thing that you enjoy.
See, that was another thing. That when I went to all these self-defense classes, I used to get one being shown, and there would be a master who said, sparring is not real life combat. In real life combat, I hurt you, I kill you, and I'm like, interesting. But I would already go to jiu-jitsu, and I'd be in my head like, this instructor shows up, he's got a belly button and has hair in it, and it's a little floppy, and I'm like, if I'm low kick you, you're gonna feel something, and. That was a big problem, with the self-defense courses. And me and Frit, the jiu-jitsu guy, we actually used to go to a couple of youth camps where there was troublesome youth, who get into fights. And we would do demonstrations where, during the 90s in Eastern Europe, there was a rise in people getting stabbed because people would think that you take this course on, you take a course every Sunday where they teach you and somebody touch you with a knife. I remember my friend telling me, like, if you hadn't attacked me with a knife, you're more dangerous to yourself than you are to me. Because he believed in this system. And then all these retards would be in fucking Latvia or something, and you're with your girl and some crackhead comes up at you, and then you just start, here you go, baby. And you see your fucking blood on your hands. And in that, and that's always what I learned from immediately. I was like, from from working as a bouncer, is that, I'm comfortable in a sparring environment, mouth guard on, and we're friends. Even though you're trying to take my head off, I'm in a comfortable environment where I know if I go out, it's over. If I get hurt, if you hurt me with a middle kick,
you're not going to get.
But there's men out there who go to bars, they get gagged up, and they just brawl. Those are men who are comfortable in the chaos of a bar,
Also, probably not making good decisions at any stage of their life.
See, that's what I'm saying, is that even though I might be a jiu-jitsu guy, this guy's going to bite my ear. He's going to, You don't want to fight people, period. So that's when I really put together all those self-defense. And me and Pete would go to youth camps, and he would crinkle up a plastic bottle, and he would be like, okay, Ari, do all the cool moves that they all teach, like, behind the back. Grab the knife, and then he would just, I would like grab his wrist, and then he would just pull the knife away, and he's like, at that point, you have a deep cut in your arm.
You'd be fucked.
And he would look at those kids and go, so you guys think that if you see your white flesh like a rose open up in your palm, you think you're going to look at that and go, okay, fucking get the pose? No, that's a instant panic. attack survival instinct. You know, I don't want to see if it's really bad.
Is that a knife fight?
I'm a very
No. It's almost describing exactly what you're saying. Like this guy gets his leg cut really bad.
Oh, I did see that. Don't show it to me. Don't show it to me. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible.
I've seen
They're
all
beating
those
up this kid, and the kid pulls a knife out and slices his thigh open, almost through the bone, like where it opens up like a flap doing a piece of that. Let's be right back. Let's be right back. And sniffles are good. There's a feeling that when you have to pee, that like you have like 30% of your mind is available. 70% is like, don't touch your pants. Don't. And you're talking about wrist locks. I'm like, right?
I had to pee too, but I was just like, I'm gonna piss my pants on this.
We did. We held it together. Hey, thank you for being there Saturday night. It was a lot of fun. And Friday night too.
By the way, I have to say, dude, watching you do that live special is amazing. To just watch you, dude. Me and Ron White were in the green room when you were on stage, and we were like, thank God, we're just chilling. You know, in comedy,
it's scary. It's scary. Yeah.
But then again, and here's another point that I have to say, that you know how crazy it is that you have, one of the biggest podcasts in the world, but you're an actual practitioner of an art form that only 10 years ago was not even, stand-up comedy wasn't even the main form of comedy. There was sketch comedy, improv, movies. Stand-up was a subsidiary art form of comedy, like a small genre.
Right.
And that you, with now your platform and your voice, are a practitioner. You could. This is how lucky we as comedians are to have a guy who's an actual practicing comedian. You could also be like a famous guy and just live in the shadows, show up at a club every 2 months, be a superstar, because you're talented and funny enough, do a good set. You know, people go home, that was great, that was Joe Rogan, because people come out to see you, they'll have a good experience. But you're a guy, you're writing bits, you're like coming to the club, your own club, of course, you're coming to the club and you're writing, you're working on it, you're fixing it. And how lucky we are to have a guy who's an actual, you could be like a piece of shit asshole. You could. Absolutely.
Yeah, but it wouldn't work. We would never been able to do what we're doing. And what we're doing is really good for me, too. It's one of the reasons why, I think we're all benefiting greatly from that place. Dude, we're all benefiting from the vibe of it.
Nobody's benefited more than me.
Me, I benefited more than you. Yeah, we're both benefiting. Dude, it's all good, dude. It's all for everybody. We're all getting something out of it, and we're all getting something in it together, too. That's the cool part about it. We're all like, Hassan always says that. That's one of the things that door guys say. When one of them gets a gig, they say, we are.
Dude, they're so supportive. Because I auditioned for Adam. I got into the club the proper way. I wasn't some fucking guy.
Nobody knew who you were.
Yeah. And whenever I get some opportunity like this right now, they're all like so cheering for me,
It's very supportive because they also know that all the stuff that's happening to you can happen to them. All the stuff that's happening right now to William Montgomery can happen to you.
Amazing.
All the stuff that's happening to David Lucas and Cam Patterson and all these guys. Hans Kim's selling out weekends everywhere. He's killing it, and he's doing great. His act is tight.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some funny shit, man. He works at it. That kid has spreadsheets and shit. He's going over his material on fucking Google Docs.
Also, dude, every fucking week there's another guy in that club that I'm like,
yep.
This guy? And dude, Tyler Fisher.
Yep. Oh my God, he's hilarious, bro. That bit he does about being a cop to the pedos, bro. How funny is that? How funny is that bit?
I showed it to the show guys. I filmed myself behind the curtain of Fat Man having to follow Tyler. I filmed my own face and the applauses that he's getting, and me being like this. And I always riff with Tyler. I go, hey Tyler, how about we keep 5 characters today? He has a full, because he has characters.
Oh yeah.
He goes to the crowd. He jumps up. He uses the stage. Liners, jokes, anecdotes, callbacks. Everything is tight.
Yeah, it's tight, and he's got so much energy and enthusiasm. And that guy was having a hard time. He was telling a story at the podcast that he got dropped by his agent because they couldn't handle any more white, straight men. Like, you don't think, are you in the talent business? You don't see how talented that fucking guy is? But it's like this weird thing that we're all part of.
Well, I was think of my storyline. 8th of December, I'm in London, the UK. I went to London a couple of years ago, had a great time because I was doing the open circuit. But this time I went back as a headliner, wanting to maybe move up in the industry. 2 months, nothing's happened. Struggling, just because I went to New York, same thing. It was just because I didn't really have a connection. Nobody really knew me, and I'm also not a guy who's great at showing up at the bar. I don't do coke. I hang, but I only talk bits.
Right.
So, and I would go to let's say a New York, like a comedy cellar, and there's 20 guys with backpacks and tripods, all waiting to talk to the manager, And when I see that, I always feel like I'm being another asshole. Hello, I'm the guy, So I just felt like when every audition I had, when you audition in London, that's also a shout out to Adam Egan. Do you know how crazy that is? That he watches Sunday, Monday, he watches everybody. Yeah. You can be on the street, a guy, and you get to be in front of probably the most important talent scout, and he watches them, and he gives you, and if you do a good job, he'll give you a spot.
That's what he's really good at. He's really good at it. He really understands comedy.
He understands comedy. He gets it. He sees voices. He wants. He gives everybody a shot.
He was showing the co-host inside. His best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adam's awesome, and he was one of the first resources. He was the first guy that I got when I was deciding to do this. He was number one.
So I remember when Sam and then 8th of December I fly over to Austin, and 9th of December nothing's going on. Sam Talent is in town just by accident in Austin, and he came to Estonia to visit me. We only talked online before that, and he goes, "Yeah, sure, I'll get you a spot." But I didn't want to bother him, so I'm still signing up outside. And then Sam goes, "Where are you?" And Adam's looking for you. And I go, "Oh shit!" I go to the security. The Avengers are out there. I gotta be like, "Hey guys!" Yeah. And I go like, "Hey guys!" And I'll hear my accent. I go, "Yeah, you gotta get somebody." Sam comes out. I do my set, and even before my set, I see Adam Egan, and I'm like, well, "That's the Adam Egan," because I read about him in Brody Stevens in special always says Adam Egan 7 times. So I remember that name. Adam Egan trying to hold me down. This is my shot. And he would, and he's out there, and I'm like, oh shit, actually, dude, I'm 12 years into this, and to see a talent manager or scout or whatever to actually watch your set is actually rare.
Well, the story with me and Adam is Adam was, he used to work at the Tempe Improv, and that's where I met him. He was always a great guy. And then he came over to LA and started working at the Comedy Store when I had left. So I had left after the Carlos Mencia thing. I was doing it for 7 years. So I was doing Improv, I was doing Ice House, I was doing other clubs. And so then he came and met me. I think it was like 2014. 2014. So 7 years after 2007. And so come on, I'm the talent coordinator now. They got rid of the other guy. And I was like, I don't know if I want to go back. It's just like, I just felt so fucked up. The whole thing was so forced. It was so fucked up. But then Ari was doing a special there. So I knew I had to. So I had to go back. So I went back Monday night before Ari, whatever night Roast Battle was up. And I sat in the audience at Roast Battle. It was insane. Jeff Ross said this is like my first time at the club in 7 years. And like that was a cool feeling. Like to be like I felt comfortable there again. And then I watched Ari. I had to be there for Ari. I mean, this is not just Ari's first big special on Comedy Central, but it's also Ari, my friend, who I knew was a doorman. Okay, when I was on either News Radio or Fear Factor. I don't know what TV show was on at the time I met Ari. It might have been Fear Factor. But like all of a sudden I'm hanging out with this young kid just starting out, and then we become friends, and he goes on the road with me, and we work together, we do podcasts together, and then all of a sudden, all these years later, he's got his own fucking Comedy Central special, and he's got his own Comedy Central TV show. which is one of the reasons why they gave him a special. He's filming it in the fucking OR. I'm like, I have to be there. I had to be there. So then I came back. So then I was there all the time. Then I just started going like every day. I was there all the time.
We heard about it on the podcast all the time.
I just went back full on. And then Adam and I started talking. And one of the things we started talking, I was like, what do you want? You want to do? He felt, a little bit underpaid. And I go, what do you want to do? Like, what would be the ideal way to open up a club? And we start talking about what to do. We start talking about what is really important. What's really important is like a talent coordinator is a lot of times it's just the manager picking headliners to come in for the weekend.
Or some insane girlfriend of the owner.
Yeah, so this is the difference. The difference is, I think there's probably different kinds of classifications for what kind of clubs there are. Our club is a development club.
Absolutely.
It's not just a club for great headliners like when Colin Quinn is here or Dice is here. It's a club for developing. So we said, okay, how many nights a week should we have open mic night? And we said 2. Let's do Sunday and Monday. So 2 nights, full open mic night. And then it was Adam's idea to have door people audition with their act. And I was like, you know what? The door guys fucked off so much at the Comedy Store. They were so bad at doing certain things. They were scamming money and getting people to bribe them, which we've had that too. But that's normal, right? You got to.
Yeah, these are comedians, dude.
Yeah, wild people. But the door people at the Mothership are so much better than any of the door people at the Comedy Store. And I think part of it is because there is this ethic there that we're all the same thing. We're all together. Yeah. We're all the same. We all hang out together at Mitzi's Bar. We're all the exact same thing. Just some of us have been doing it 30 years. Mm-hmm. Some of us have been doing it 12 years. Some of us have been doing it 5 years. Some of us moved here because they did a few open mic nights. It's the only thing they ever loved in their life. It's the only thing they ever wanted to do in their life. They're like, God damn it, I want to be in Austin. And then they moved there. And they got a job there. And their act is what gets them the job. And if you could string together a few minutes, and you could show that you could get those sparks going and make a little campfire, okay. Let's see how much better you get at making campfires. Let's see what you can do. And that's the difference between that club and everywhere else. And it all goes all the way up to the very top. Whether it's Shane or Tony or anybody who's working on their act and working on new stuff, you see them. You see Brian Simpson constantly. Ron White, sharper than he's ever been. Assassin. He's 1,000 years old. Dude, Ron White was born before there was feet. People still had fins. He's an animal. He's better than he's ever been before.
Yeah. We were driving to your special in San Antonio. He picked me up from my house, and I'm like, I'm in the car with Ron White. Yeah. And he's just talking about DMT doing 90 miles an hour all the way sideways. He's like, all right, there's another world out there. I'm like, we're doing 90 in this one, though.
Ron's in the simulation for sure.
Dude, but also, like I was saying about you, you might think that this guy will come to the club and be a superstar. No, he comes in and works on his act, talks about bits.
Yeah, and he's hang out.
And having a panic attack just like I am.
And he loves when a bit bombs. He comes back, well, that fucking didn't work at all.
At all.
And he's like, explain those.
He comes to agree with something. He goes, that fucking sucked.
Yeah, they weren't my favorite. But he's 2 things. One, he's the reason why I moved here. Because he was the first guy. He was here before the pandemic.
But he's from Texas.
Yes. So he moved here. I was like, where have you been? Because I knew he still had his house in Beverly Hills. So I'm going to get rid of my house in Beverly Hills. I'm going to live down here in Texas. So he said it was the center of the country. You could travel anywhere. And I was like, damn, maybe. But I'm like, I can't live there. Because I was always wanting to get the fuck out of LA, but I can't leave the store. But once they shut the store down, I was like, oh, all right. Well, what the fuck am I here for? The crime? What am I here for? I'm not here for the store.
And you're not doing movies?
I don't want my youngest kids to grow up in this place. It seems like it's getting worse. And I also felt like there's better places to be. And so when we all came out here together, it's like we all, especially like when we first started talking about the developing of the club, was the whole idea was like, let's do it our way. Let's do it the right way. As opposed to doing it as a business, let's do it as like, what are you trying to do? You're just trying to make the best club possible. Okay, well then do that. And then the business stuff, put that aside. You got to stop. Don't think about maximizing profits because there's only one shareholder. So let's just do it the right way. And the right way is the comedians get most of the money.
Uh-huh.
The right way is you bring the best people in. The right way is you develop talent. The right way is you have a show like Kill Tony. It sets the tone for the entire comedy universe. Sets the tone. And then guys like you can get on that stage, crack some fucking great bits.
Yeah.
And then bam.
It's crazy.
You're off to the races.
And I kind of feel like, because I'm a big book guy, I've read everything about the comedy store, everything about the history of the industry, late night wars, David Letterman moving, Johnny Carson moving from New York to the Burbank location. I know everything. And I kind of feel like I'm living the gold rush that was in the 80s and 90s in Comedy Store. I kind of feel like I'm living that right now.
This one's crazier.
Well, yeah.
This one's crazier because this one people are doing arenas. I mean, we're doing Kill Tony this weekend in Madison Square Garden. There's 2 nights. 2 nights in New York City. Sold out Madison Square Garden. This is Tony's and Red Band's coming out party. This is the big deal.
This is the big deal.
They sold this out quick, and it's a beautiful thing to see. It's a beautiful thing to see everybody flourishing. And this idea that we had actually worked. It's actually coming to fruition.
Amazing. Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah. And to have you guys, Tony and Ron there when I was filming that thing also. So the green room was just like regular green room.
Regular ass green room.
Right? So we're used to hanging out, having fun, laughing, being fun, and just like being silly together. So we're all being silly, so I was just super loose.
But then also there was that moment where me and you were in your green room, and both of us were in our notebooks for about 20 minutes, just in silence.
Yeah.
And I remember after thinking, like, holy shit, see, this is what it's all about.
Yeah.
We're just writing bits and just...
You gotta work at it, man. And sometimes we don't. Sometimes we don't. And one of the things that really made me think a lot about this, the live things, like, first of all, I said no. When my manager called me, I said, "Do you want to do a live special?" I'm like, "Fuck that, I don't do that." And then as I got off the phone with her, I was driving. I was like, "I'm saying no. Why are you such a pussy?" Because I'm scared. I'm scared of doing it live. And I was like, "Oh, why are you scared of doing it live? Like, what is it about? Like, you do everything live. Like, you do UFC live. Podcasts are essentially they're recorded, but you're just freewheeling, right? So why can't you do that live? Like, just prepare better. Just prepare more." So I was preparing way more.
Oh yeah, watching you develop that hour was insane. You were working. Dude, also, I've never seen you off. I've seen you in the green room, maybe in a different mood than the other night. Dude, when you go on stage, it's the Rock City every fucking night. It's crazy to watch.
Well, I've just been preparing this set for quite a while. I thought I was going to do a special in August of 2020. That was the plan. Because I had done a 2018. So I did 2016, was Triggered. And then my next Netflix special was 2018. That was Strange Times. And I was going to do one in 2020 and call it Sacred Clown. Mm-hmm. And it was based on the Lakota Hayoka, was the person in the tribe that made fun of everything. Because if you couldn't make fun of anything, it was bullshit. They had like a spiritual person in their tribe. Their goal was to make fun of everything. It was a sacred clown. And so I was like, that's perfect, because that's what it is. You're just talking shit and making fun of things, and you should be able to do that about everything, and everything you can't make fun of is most likely bullshit.
Well, that's your comedy club. Dude, I love that you called your comedy rooms after the 2 nuclear bombs. But that already shows there's no rules.
There's no rules.
It's over.
And I was worried about that at first. I was like, God,
that's perfect. That's letting you know. No rules.
So you know one of the reasons why I decided to definitely call it that? Because I told it to Louis C.K. Anyway, I go, that's it. Yeah, I saw that. And also, it's part of UFO folklore. One of the main reasons why I wanted to have them, because I knew I had 2 rooms and I knew there was 2 bombs. And it was after those 2 nuclear bombs were dropped that they started. Kenneth Arnold had his sightings. Roswell, New Mexico had that big sighting. Like, all the big events of UFO folklore happened after the bomb. And the idea is that these interdimensional beings, they go, okay, these fucking crazy territorial apes have now developed nuclear bombs. This could be very dangerous. Because if these idiots arm themselves as we have right now, to the point where they can blow up the whole world like many, many times over, they might do it. Let's make sure everything's cool. And so that's when all the UFOs started. So for the Comedy Mothership, with this UFO-based thing, we kind of had to have those as the name, because that's what sends out the signal. Those bombs, Fat Man and Little Boy, those bombs, that's what, if you believe, and I love to believe. I don't 100% believe, but I kind of love to believe. I love to at least talk about it. If you believe that we were visited multiple times by alien life. A lot of it happened after 1947. Makes sense.
But yeah, if the universe is infinite and there's a higher species out there, you would look at Earth and you'd be interested.
100%. And then who knows what happened in Roswell was, so the bombs were 45, Roswell was 47. Who knows what really happened at Roswell? But they do know that whatever they did, they took that wreckage and they flew it in 2 separate jets to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, because they didn't, if one of the jets went down, they wanted to make sure they still had the wreckage. They put it in 2 different jets. That's how important this shit was, whatever the fuck it was.
Well,
Bob Lazar.
who had that crazy story. I just remember one story where he told that there were like multiple doors open, and for like it was an act because they were separated or something where he was working on, and by accident he like saw the spaceship like through the doors, and I remember being like, holy shit.
Well, he saw it when he went in to see it for the first time. It had an American flag sticker on it, and his first inclination was, "Oh, this is why people keep seeing these. These are ours." But then the way it's described now. Who knows if it's true?
Yeah, who knows?
Okay, but I love to believe it is. And the way he describes it is like they essentially brought him in and said, "Tell me what this is. Figure this out. How does this work? What is it?" And they really never did. They kind of got a working understanding of it, but it based on some element that was only theoretical at the time, now been proven by one of the particle colliders. They created this particle.
Hadron particle collider, right?
Yeah, the
one in Switzerland.
Yeah, that's where it is, right? That's the.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
creating black holes.
Yeah, that's what we're worried about. Bro. It's gonna make a black hole that
I remember I did like mushrooms for the first time. I started reading about it. I'm like, great.
Those super nerds are gonna kill us all. But they did discover that this element that Bob Lazar theorized exists. But then what I've heard is like they already knew that was going to be an element. So him saying that there's a lot of things like the Higgs boson. There's a lot of things that they knew existed, but they needed to get proof of it through the particle colliders. And so a lot of people aren't that impressed with that, but he said they had a stable isotope. They had a stable version of this element, and this is what powered this generator. And this stable version of this element would sit inside of this container, and it would be bombarded with radiation, and it would somehow or another manipulate gravity. It's the wildest story ever, the most fun story ever.
Yeah.
But he essentially said they were trying for years to try to figure out how to reproduce it. They couldn't figure out how it worked. They did a bunch of different things. One guy died apparently trying to cut into it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that was a guy before him apparently. Yeah. And then there was the wackiest thing of all is that we talked about this yesterday. They said that they had a big thing on religion. And one of the things that they said that they look at us as containers. Yeah, and it's like that religion was here so that we don't damage what's inside the container. The religion was put here to give people rules and regulations so they don't destroy their souls. So like they're just harvesting our souls.
Yeah.
And making sure our souls don't go
we
wrong.
would be just sucking and fucking and sucking.
No, imagine that. If that's what happens, that's how they trick you into downloading your brain into a computer.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the end result. They're just trying to get that soul. And then you are just trapped. And that's what hell really is.
Mm-hmm.
Just stuck on a hard drive. Nothing there. Imagine living your whole life being paralyzed, but you don't need food or water, but you're lying on the floor of an empty office building. That's you inside a computer forever.
In the void.
And they don't download anybody else onto your hard drive either, because if they have other people on that hard drive, they'll ruin the hard drive. Your code, my code makes it. Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, we're in a weird time, my brother. We're in a weird time because the reason why comedy, as you were saying earlier, is like this kind of comedy is like the most prevalent comedy, because the only one you could actually be free and do. You can't make Tropic Thunder anymore. You can't make,
There'll be a movie. It's a pendulum, Culture is always a pendulum. There'll be some dude. There'll be the new Andrew Dice Clay. There'll be the new Tropic Thunder. There'll be the new Superbad.
I hope so.
Yeah, 100%. Because as soon as something is like 51% of popular opinion, the 49% becomes cool. The rebellion comes cool.
Yeah, but it won't even be popular opinion. The popular opinion is almost 100% that they would want Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, that's true.
The real popular opinion amongst people who go to see those films. Let me say it that way. Because popular opinion amongst people who don't go see Superbad, what difference does it make? But the people that do go see those movies and do enjoy those movies would go to see one right now. Most of them.
But there's always, but yeah, and that's why I always, there's so much fun in rebellion and breaking the rules. And the more, I always think, the stronger a line is, the more power you have of crossing it, you know?
Right. Also, I just don't think the line is real. I think the line is a small, very vocal minority of people. And the majority of people know what jokes are.
Yeah,
but you can't finance these things anymore.
But then again, if it's all no rules and no like, if you don't get a reaction, then it doesn't have any power. You know, it's like when Tony, we were just talking in the green room, when Tony Hinchcliffe said faggot on Netflix at the Tom Brady roast.
Right.
That's like, if you're a culture nerd, that's like a cultural moment.
Right.
Because
Confederate fag.
Yeah. Because he's saying something that unanimously 5 years ago was the line.
Yeah.
But now
the line's moved.
It doesn't even move, but people dance around the line and it gives it power. Because if you create a line, you're going to create people who are going to dance around it, give them.
Yeah, but no, they don't. We didn't agree to the line. That's why. But the thing is, like, that line only existed in corporate-controlled media. It existed in like virtue signaling internet people.
But that's the power of the release,
right?
You
but
know?
that line didn't exist amongst friends.
Oh,
that's why.
Off the record talk.
Yeah, real shit talk. That line never existed. Retard was on the table.
Oh, retard has never left the table.
Never left the table, especially in quiet company when you're alone.
Yeah.
What's going on with your brother, dude? He's
Retarded.
fucking retarded. I can't talk to him. He doesn't listen. That's normal talk. Normal talk. We know what that means. And the idea that we're supposed to back off these words because a select minority of very vocal people who are like super sensitive and probably medicated, like, no, don't listen. Like, no, don't watch that movie. No, don't go to see that stand-up. You don't have to like everything. There's a lot I don't like that other people love. And guess what? I'm fine with that. I like it. I like the fact that there's a variety of different human beings. It's a fun part of being a human.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's the beauty of true diversity. You know, like, one of the things that's great about the club is the lineup is actually very diverse, but not because we wanted it to be diverse. We wanted people who are really good.
Killers.
And they come in all fucking sizes and shapes. They come in,
cameraman.
yeah, fat gay guys, small fucking porn addicts. They're all over the place.
They're all over the place.
Everybody's different. And that's good. That's good for everybody. And it's like, we speak this language. You're here for this art form. Everything else is fine. Like, you just be a nice person. Be nice to us. We're nice to you. We're nice to each other. We're all going to grow from this experience. We're all going to be better people because of this. We're all going to be better members of our community. We're creating a community.
Also, there are nights at the low boy because of the underpants and stuff. I'll say some stuff.
Yeah, you get a little wild.
That I know is not leaving this room.
Right.
And the release you see in the people there.
They're laughing so hard.
There's like a 40-year-old guy with his wife, and he's like, I can't believe this European fuck. He's saying this is not okay. But that's so fun. That
right,
it's not
but
okay.
there's a lot of people that are laughing really hard.
But no, that's why. He's also laughing because it's not okay.
But it is okay.
It is okay here.
But it should be okay everywhere. It's okay in private company, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Off the record. Yeah. But it should be okay. And this art form requires that you do that. It does. It doesn't require you have to do it. There's guys like, you know, Brian Regan, who are brilliant. Jim Gaffigan, brilliant. Gaffigan's brilliant. You never have to worry about him offending. Let's use Twitter. You never have to worry about him offending, right? His stuff is sweet and clean. Perfect example. Nate's genius. Brilliant. We talk about table. Squeaky clean. Yeah. Those guys have always existed, and those guys are us too. It's fine. It's like that. No one dislikes Sebastian. You know, everyone loves Sebastian. He was just in the club last night.
Yeah, I brought him up.
He's the best.
The best.
He's the nicest guy too. I love him.
Talks about his mole infestation.
And how he loves to cook. This is how cook a never get undone. He's awesome. I actually just got a message from one of my friends. They said that they saw him at the club last night. It was brilliant. But like, the point is, like, everybody's different. But that's great. That's great. Boy, girl, gay, straight, everybody. There's a bunch. All you have to do is be good. That's it. And you don't get any brownie points for your group if you're not good. Okay? If you want to come on just because you're a this or that, Guess what? There's no room for that.
Well,
You have to be good.
all the festivals, comedy festival was a big festival circle because that was where you could get up back in the day. Australia, Edinburgh, GFL, they're all falling apart because they didn't listen to the ripples of laughter.
Well, they're doing a different thing. Here's the problem. The people that are doing the festival themselves are not usually like working stand-up comedians.
Yeah.
Right? So they're people that exist in the ecosystem that aren't creating the thing. Right? So they know what they like. They might know what and they might also apply their own personal politics to their decisions about what kind of comedy they want to see.
It's also, is it their personal politics or is it the politics that they think people are going to gravitate to, you know?
I think it's both, because I think primarily in show business, people are indoctrinated into the cult of leftism. It's almost universal in show business, except for a lot of musicians that kind of keep it undercover. But a lot of actors have to keep it undercover too. Like conservative actors just keep their mouth shut, like Chris Pratt type dudes. They get in trouble every time they talk about Jesus.
John Cena talking in Chinese.
Yeah. Well, that was good. That was a little bit of an apology. It's like, I didn't do that bit, man. But the whole thing about it is that, you know, you've got to let people express themselves however they are. However, whatever you know. Tyler Fisher is very different than David Lucas, right? David Lucas is very different than Ron White. Everyone has to be able to express themselves in whatever form they find themselves in going through this life the best possible way they can. That's what we're set out to do.
But that's like that jazz thing that I was talking about, is the resonation of the feelings of the story that you're expressing that people gravitate to. And when you start putting the bullshit agenda out there, I feel it. I see it. 100%. I see it.
And that the anti-bullshit is that green room. Because the green room is so fun that you go on stage from there with those good vibes. Like I'm like sad that I have to shut my phone off. You know, I'm like sad, I gotta go, guys. And I'm sad that I have to leave our fun clubhouse.
I'm not sad that I have to go on stage.
I know, I'm sad I have to go on stage. I'm not really, but I want to continue the conversation. I know I'm going to have a great time on stage. I'm looking forward to it, but I want to continue the conversation. You know, and then having you guys in the green room with me when I filmed the special was huge, man. It was huge. Because it really was like, I always feel this like, I went camping with Brian Callen once. We went on a deer hunt. And I was like, this is going to be crazy. We're going to go to Montana. It's going to be freezing. It's going to be 5 degrees outside. We're going to be sleeping on the frozen ground. We're going to go hunt some mule deer in the mountains. So I do it. And he's like, fuck yeah. So we did it. And I was like, if you and I are together, it'll be fun about where we are. Like, Brian and I could be hanging out in some shitty motel in the middle of Saskatchewan, just laughing our asses off. Just, because we're friends. And we've been friends forever. So we can have fun together. So no matter how chaotic the situation is, when you have friends with you, it changes what the situation is. So even though that was a live show in front of who knows how many fucking people watching live on Netflix, I was hanging out with you guys. Yeah. It was normal show. So I just kept myself in normal show mind and just went on stage.
It was very cool to learn, like watch you from the side and be like, yeah, you're just doing another set. And also you were so well prepared that you were like the perfect guy to do that live special. You know,
you got to prepare in a different way. It's like, this is the thing about archery, okay? Like if you, say if you're proficient at 50 yards, you can hit a bullseye on a regular basis at 50 yards. Mm-hmm. You really should be hunting at about 25 yards. Because at 25 yards, you're shaking, you got adrenaline, there's anxiety, maybe this is a new thing, you know, there's a wild hog moving 50 yards away from you and you're drawn on, like, oh my God, is this really happening? Like, you probably shouldn't be shooting at 50 yards. Yeah. If you want to shoot at 50 yards, you should be really proficient at 100 yards. And you should have a bunch of shots already under your belt so you are accustomed to this experience. So with comedy, I was like, okay, I know I've done a bunch of live shows, but I can't just go up on stage like this is a regular live show. Like, I've done a bunch of shows in front of a live audience. This is going to be a way different pressure. And if I don't agree to that in my mind, and if I don't address that in my mind, and over-prepare, you let that tiny window of doubt open. And that the little demon of doubt will sneak in and steal your confidence and fuck with your head and give you anxiety and make you start thinking about, what if you bomb? What if you forget the jokes? What if you forget what place you're at? What if you forget the line? What if you forget the punch? What about that new punchline you're going to do? You could mind fuck yourself. or you could just super over prepare. So I super over prepare.
Yeah.
I listened to recordings, I watched videos, I wrote for like, I prepared for like 5 hours the day of the show. I never left my computer.
That's how I always feel about writing and writing during the day about comedies. People always go like, "Oh, you just write an act," and I go, to be honest, 99% of the shit I write during the day doesn't end up actually working on stage. Most bits still click on stage,
Right.
but I can't. I have to give an energy out to the universe that, listen, I'm preparing for this,
Yeah.
just so I know that I'm ready, when I go on stage. And even though you can't exactly say that I'm writing the perfect set and it's going to go as I wrote it, but the energy that I put out in the universe is that I'm preparing.
Yeah, it's not, that's not the process. The process is you write it exactly as you're going to say it, because you really need to say it in front of an audience to know how to say it.
Exactly.
And you just hear it for yourself too. And you need to actually, the whole thing is it's a framework for you being in the moment talking about that thing, right? And if you can set that framework up well on a piece of paper or on a computer screen, that's great. But then you review it and then you keep tweaking and you keep fucking with it.
But also if I don't write, I just feel like why am I not working hard at this?
Right.
And that gives me anxiety of being like, because I remember the first lesson in martial arts that I had, the first lesson in my life, we have compulsory military service in Estonia, which I didn't do. I regret it. The only reason I didn't do it is I did sports, and guys who went to do the military service, they ate shit food, their back injuries came back, and they lost a year in their athletic life. And a year, as we know, in an athletic version, that's huge.
Yeah.
So I didn't do that. I regretted that. But the first lesson I got through martial arts was that why I wasn't successful in mixed martial arts wasn't because I'm physically I wasn't talented, but the reason I wasn't successful was because I always thought about, I wanted the accolades. I wanted to be the cool guy who gets the head kick, kisses the girl,
right,
and is cool.
Dude, you didn't want to deliver.
I didn't want, during practice, during like jiu-jitsu classes, when Brit is talking about armbar defense, I'd be daydreaming about what song I'm going to come out to.
That's hilarious. You're a showman.
And I would go, this jiu-jitsu sport. I want to go spar. So I would go to Thai boxing clubs and spar and have fun with my friends. I would build a fake ring in our gym, and we would do all the cool stuff that we wanted to do. And then I remember maybe a year later, there was a nerdy guy who started same year as me. Nerdy, class, not physically good, not gifted at all. A year later, I sparred with him, and this fucking nerd is fucking me up with a jab. But that's because he had mat time.
Right.
We always call in wrestling this expression called mat time. Sure. You can be amazing and talented and a fucking beast, but if I do 400 hours and you do 22, no matter, at the end of the day, I'm gonna get you because I have mat time, and
especially with jiu-jitsu.
Especially,
but it's also how much energy are you putting towards a thing?
Exactly.
That's really what it is.
And it wasn't that, and that's what I learned about the whole thing. I was like, yeah, he was putting energy into the universe and committing to something, and putting that out there. And even though it's also you looking for a result, and he's involved in the process. You have to trust the process. And that's the process of writing. Exactly.
And this is one of the things that I tell comics all the time. They always say, I write on stage. I'm like, bro, I do too. I do too. We all do. Especially when you do bottom of the barrel. You always write on stage. You're fucking around. I fuck around all the time. It's fun. It's fun to fuck around.
Most of my bits come like this.
Sometimes they do. But also you can write.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt you to write.
It doesn't hurt you.
No. And me preparing for this live special made me really concentrate on like tightening up segues. I didn't want anything to be clunky. I wanted to like really make sure that I had it fucking polished down.
Jerry Seinfeld had a great quote where he goes like, that a comedian told him, yeah, right on stage. He said, I'll see you in 20 years.
Look, you can write on stage. There was a great article that was out. That was about Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Rock. I think it was in Fortune magazine. See if you can find it. But it was essentially they were saying that Chris Rock said this best. The guy was going, what do you do during the day? He goes, I don't do nothing, but I do open mics every night. And he said, during the day is where you make your money. At night is when you collect it.
Wow.
Look at that. You collect your money at night, but you make it during the day.
So true.
Because the performance is just a byproduct. It's a great article. It's the perfect mindset, especially coming from a guy like Chris, who's put out Bigger and Blacker, and what was the other one that was like is two great ones when he first came. What was the other one?
Bring the Pain.
Bring the Pain. Those two are some of the greatest comedy specials in the history of the world.
In history.
And that guy, man, like, listen to him. Whatever the fuck he has to. He used to come to the comedy store, and he had a very unique strategy. He would come to the comedy store with premises and, like, ideas that he had, but he did not have them worked out. And he would just eat shit. Like, let it be, like, let there be, like, some blank spots. Let there be some dead air, and force himself to come up with the funny and find the funny. And then you see it revised the next night. And you see it revised. That was what they said about Pryor. They said Pryor would show up at Tuesday with a bunch of ideas for bits, and they would bomb. And then on Wednesday, they might bomb a little less. And then on Thursday, they would start kicking. And then Friday came along, and he was in the major murder with some shit that he came up with on Tuesday.
But that's because those guys aren't scared to stare down the bulls.
Right.
Because a lot of guys get their first 20 and they're so scared of letting it go because it's so hard. And it's hard. People always say, it's hard to be an open micer. No, bro, it's hard to be Chris Rock.
It's hard to be an open micer too.
No, it is, but what I mean is that
it may be harder to be an open micer because you don't know what the path is. Like, you don't even know how to get funny.
But what I mean by that is that the open micer, how many guys when you started coming, how many guys did you know who were so much funnier than you just because they play poker without chips on the table? They would show up on their terms, go on their favorite food, do their favorite material. They would have a couple of drinks, but they would then disappear. And then when they get the weekend and it's Thursday, you gotta be funny at 8 o'clock. Friday, you gotta be funny at 7 and 10. They would kind of fall apart because they're only playing poker by their rules when they're comfortable with their friends in their favorite rooms.
Right.
But can you be a professional 5 times a week?
Also, when you feel uncomfortable going to this new place, and then you have to do it a long time, do you have the stamina to keep that party mind going on for 45, 50 minutes? A lot of free balling. Yeah, free balling's fine if you're doing 15 minutes.
Absolutely.
You don't worry about it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's on your terms.
It's a different thing.
It's on your terms,
Yeah, well, I think if you're going to prepare for a special, you have to do a lot of hours. I don't really think you could get away with it. Unless you're a guy who does a lot of non-sequiturs, maybe you could piece together like 3 or 4 sets and put them together for one night. Because if you know how to go, you could do that. Like if you're working in New York City, but no substitute for all those sets, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's different types of comedians that have a different process. Absolutely. There's no right way of doing it. Not are you staring down the bull of your own fears,
Right.
Whereas some guys maybe might not benefit from writing during the day. I get that. But are you maybe overlooking some?
No. Everybody benefits.
See, yeah, that's what I think.
I don't believe that. I believe even the greats who don't do it, if they did it, they'd be even better. And I think that because of my own personal experience with writing a lot.
Absolutely. When I started, I remember that was exactly the murderers around me who were a bit ahead of me. During the day, they would all have these thoughts. They would all be like, what is the path and the energy and what is the comedy? What is it?
Yeah.
But the whole time, I'm just writing basic hacky anecdotes. Especially hacky anecdotes. But I remember from sports, I just learned because they all came from either fucking bars or artistic or theater. I came from sports where it's like, no, show up for practice. I don't give a fuck if it's your off day. Listen, if your leg hurts, don't kick as hard. But just be there. Be cognitively in the process.
Yeah.
You're putting energy into the universe. And the way the universe has always worked is if you put energy out, something's coming back. I've never known a comedian who has been working hard, honestly, for 10 years and hasn't made it. I've never known that.
If they have a spark. But there have been bits of people that somehow or another snuck through in some bizarre way that are still there.
Yeah, but even that is a true testament of if you just fucking
right. We can talk about that later. That's not going to be negative. But yeah, you're right. It's like I always say to people that are funny at all, like if you do an open mic night, you make me laugh. I'm like, you have the hardest part down. You're funny. So now just keep going. Now just keep working on it. And the more time you spend working on it in every realm, whether the more sets you do, the more recordings you listen to, the more writing, you sit in front of your notepad. Yeah. Write. Sit down. Come up with ideas. Mess around. Like, go over some of your old notes. You should have old notes. You should have like an orphan baby folder. So like they're orphan jokes of mine. You know, the thing about writing, they always say kill your babies. Mm-hmm. You know, for editing, it's hard for writers. It's hard for anybody who's a creative person. They create something, you don't want to let it go. I have a whole folder of orphan babies. And I go back to that folder every once in a while. Yeah, you gotta find a new way. And so you always have like some fertile land to till. And that's only from writing. If you don't write it, then you're just stuck with what's in your mind right now. And what's in your mind right now is probably pretty good. A lot of guys do very well with what's in their mind right now, especially if they do a lot of sets. But you're really better off if you also spend some more time working on the ideas in silence by yourself. Just sit there. Sit there, and you'll every now and then you come up with some of my best lines. I've come up with that way. Exactly. It's out of nowhere. And then the most magical thing, I had that at Little Boy on Tuesday doing Bottom of the Barrel, where I pull out the subject, and there's like a shelf in my mind that was there. I put that topic there 7-8 years ago. I remember it. Right there. And I never even thought about it because it was so stupid. It wasn't even comes out of bottom of the barrel. Like a little gift from the universe. Then I go to the green room and read it out. Go straight to Fat Man Round. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about that place. It really is a true place where you can develop. I'm taking a couple weeks off and I'll be back. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. It's crazy. Just relax. You know, the first time I saw you was in Australia. I know, we're talking about that. Comics Lounge Melbourne. Yeah. One of the door guys, Tim, was a good friend of mine, and he writes me during the day, hey, Tony Hinchcliffe. And this was when, because I told you, well, this was when Tony, like 8 years ago, he was already good, but he wasn't the heel that he is now, the guy. Right. But he had that spark, because when he opened for you in the theater, I remember he opened with Melbourne, Australia, lots of white people, what is this, heaven? And Melbourne is super liberal, you know, the theater. Release. Yeah. There needs to be tension for there to be release. Yeah. You know, And I remember my friend Tim writes me, and he goes, oh, Joe Rogan, and they're coming too. And it was these other guys, it was like an Australian guy show or something. You know, that's his headlining show. And he was big in Australia, but not like back out the club, half-papered, older people. You know, it was like a regular crowd, I would say. Nothing superstar, rock star shit. Right. And all the open micers, all me, everybody gets back into the room to watch you. Because you're our first famous guy that we've seen drop into that club. And in our head, you know how we're all like, we're all like, let's see this American guy bomb, you know? Because we're all haters at that point. You know, also my club. Yeah, what do you think, Tim? I'm getting 2 minutes at this club. What the fuck am I, you know? So we're all like, oh, how's this? And you come, they go, from America. And this was, you had the Joe Rogan experience. It was, I think, you just went from Ustream to YouTube. It was big in the comedy community. But in Australia, pop culture, not that big. You know, you were the Fear Factor guy, I would say, mostly. Just looking at the crowd, what they thought of you. And you get a polite, nothing like it would be today. You get a polite applause. And you go out there and it was your triggered set. You did so clever because you did the opener of your hour and the closer, right? Because I saw you the next day in the theater. Yeah. Dude, you were murdering so hard when you had that Kim Kardashian set. When you were climbing on a stool, you're kicking off the heels. Yeah. Sweat was dripping. It was summer and sweat was dripping down, I remember. And all of us, like comics in the back, are like, this is not a crowd that for who Kim Kardashian is a prevalent pop figure. But your bit was so good that it transcends the reference. You know, it's like me as a young kid watching Dave Chappelle doing Crack Babies. I'm an Estonian white kid in a suburb. What do I know about the corner and the projects? I've never seen a black person. Literally never. But his talent
transcends
Yes.
the reference.
Right.
And I remember you were murdering so hard, and that's when I was like, holy fuck. Like, because we all thought you're just like a famous guy who just does stand up on the side. And we were like, no, this guy's a murderer. And I remember that poor headliner. I mean, rest in peace. And you were like, slamming.
But thanks, brother. Yeah, that was right when I was about to film Trigger. So
Yeah.
that shit was
I-
tight. That shit was tight.
And then I remember somebody comes back to me, you know, I sneaks weed. They go, Mr. Rogan needs weed.
Dun, dun, dun,
And
dun.
in my hand, I'm like,
Didn't we hang out in this little balcony area? Little
so let
fire
me tell
escape?
you about this balcony.
Hey, we gotta go. Man.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I gotta go.
Let's
I gotta
wrap it
this
up. Let's wrap it up with this.
Okay.
So you're on the balcony, and I get the weed, and I tell my friends, Tim, you see, I'm cool. I'm not going to talk to them. Everybody tried to talk to you there. I'm just going to give you a fist bump on the weed. I go, I have the weed. Tim grabs the weed, turns around, and just walks away. And in my head, I'm like, I wish I could have just given you a fist bump. You know. But now, 9 years later,
Hey,
fuck you, Tim.
fuck you, Tim. You hater. You took his weed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. It's cool. It's always cool to go to a different country and see.
Fuck
see
yeah.
see you never know.
And then you're murdered in the theater. 7 a.m. I see you at the UFC, Holy Holm, Ronda Rousey, amazing KO. Dude, I go back to bed. I wake up. You're already in LA talking to a scientist engaged. I'm like, this guy fucking. That was like a crazy weekend, you know?
Yeah, it's a wild life. Anyway, again, thank you, my brother. Thank you for being at the club. Thanks for being an awesome guy. It's great having you around. It's
Thank
great
you
to
so
see you
much.
flourish. And if people get a chance to see you live, don't miss it. Ari is a real killer.
Thank
12
you.
years in, and it's beautiful to see you there, man. And thank you very much for being there Friday and Saturday night.
You fucking.
It meant a lot to me. Really did.
Thank you.
All you guys, Ron and Tony too. Like that meant so much to me because it was I was at home. It was like we're home. No matter where we go.
The club's amazing. Thank
Appreciate
you so
it.
much.
Tell everybody your Instagrams they can find
It's
you.
Ari Matti Comedy. REMATTI Comedy on Instagram. Easiest way.
You have a website? No,
Building one.
building one.
I have an
Okay.
old one, arimatti.com. But if you go to the Instagram, all my dates are there.
All right, beautiful.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day. All day. Salute. Pleasure to meet you, man. Pleasure to meet you. How'd you start doing this YouTube channel?
I've always enjoyed talking about those things because who doesn't?
Right.
And I was always kind of surprised at how shitty they're usually talked about. I just saw shooting star.
There it goes. Yeah, it'll trick you.
Like, so often you see this type of content is like, is there a monster in the woods?
Right.
It's like, that's not the question. The question's more complex than that. And I often don't see it brought up that way.
There's something about these, like today, I listened to the creepiest Bigfoot story one. That one we had with the one where the guy wrote in a story about the
Burying stuff in the backyard.
Yeah, that one. And there's something about those that, like, even if you don't believe in Bigfoot, because I don't necessarily believe in Bigfoot, there's something about it that's so compelling. There's something about things that you don't know out there in the woods that no, because you don't have an accurate, a real good account of everything that's in the forest, of course. You know, you look out there, it's dark, and the mind is always looking for some weirdness. The mind is always looking for something that other people don't know about, or perhaps there's like a secret that the sheriffs know about that they don't share with everybody else. Like, why does that resonate so much with people? Stephen King movies, like, or Stephen King books. It's like that kind of a thing. There's something about it that's like exciting.
Right. I'm more of a Dean Koontz fan than Stephen King.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's great too. You don't like Stephen King? I'm trying to throw shade.
His politics ruined it.
That's the problem,
That's the
right?
problem.
His problem is his Twitter feed. His Twitter feed's fucking brutal. It's like, dude, stop.
Right. It's nuts.
These are like the goofiest, low testosterone boomer takes I've ever heard on anything. Like, stop.
It's true.
But he's such a brilliant writer. I also think he's a different guy because the car accident, I think that was a big one. You know, when you get hit by a van.
That'll do it.
Yeah, shit. He was really, really fucked up from that. And I also think it's getting off coke. Getting off coke and booze.
Yeah.
That was the real Stephen King. Right? I mean, I hate to advocate alcoholism and cocaine use. Because I don't think either one of them is good for you. But goddamn, they're good for writing books.
Good for artistry, that's for sure.
There's something about his early stuff when he was off the rails. Like he said, he doesn't even remember writing Cujo. Doesn't even remember.
It's my favorite book.
It's a fucking great book. So is The Shining. You know, it's another one where he was like deep in the throes of addiction and just writing this fucking captivating book. It just, what he captured is there's this part of our mind that maybe we don't talk about too much, where we always wonder if everybody really knows what's going on. Maybe something could happen that people didn't expect, couldn't imagine is real, and yet you're confronted by it. You know, and that's like a lot of his stories. And you do a really good job of finding that. Also, you have a creepy voice. No disrespect. No, I mean in a good way. Like the way you tell the stories. You know, like it's just something about it. Like, it's like you're doing radio, man. You're doing radio with illustrations, but you're doing it on YouTube.
Right. Well, that's actually why I chose the name Bob Gimlin, because I you know, Bob Gimlin's obviously the guy who was there when the Patterson footage was shot.
Right.
And it has, so my Google account or my YouTube account name way before I started the channel was Bob Gimlin. My real name is Brian Gagnon. And all I used YouTube for was Bigfoot content and like watching Bob Dylan. I'm a huge fan of Bob Dylan.
Oh, cool.
So I thought Bob Dylan was a cool name. And it kind of evokes back to like just kind of Rod Serling a little bit, just like a slower pace. Because so much of the content now is just like top 10 creepiest videos.
Yeah.
Like I like to be a little more immersed.
Yes. You do it like radio. You do it like old school radio, like creepy radio.
Yeah.
Like when they used to tell stories, and like, you know, people would sit, you know, before there was a television, people would sit around the radio and they would listen. Like, that's where War of the Worlds, a famous thing with H.G. Wells, where had a bunch of people believing that we're actually being invaded by Martians.
You flee your state.
Yeah, yeah. So when did you start this channel?
Like 9 years ago. 2016 maybe.
And was it the beginning? Was it Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Have you ever had an encounter, or is it just something that's been fascinating to you?
It's just always been interesting. But so I think my talent, and I'm not even saying I'm talented, but what I have going for me is I am so ready to believe that everything we know is BS. Like people don't know anything. They just don't. I mean, people know stuff, but so much of what has been in history is already wrong. Mm-hmm. You know, so like, have you ever seen a chimpanzee? Yeah, like would it surprise you to learn that like, oh, there's a smarter one, there's a faster one, there's a bigger one? Like if a Bigfoot got hit by a bus tomorrow, like I wouldn't be surprised.
You wouldn't be?
No, I will. I mean, yes.
I would be terribly surprised.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know if they're real, but I think they might be real. This is what I think. I have a very strange take on this. I know it's going to sound super stupid to anybody who's like cynical, pragmatist, but just bear with me for a moment. I think the boundaries between this dimension and other ones are permeable. And I have a feeling things can cross through them. And I have a feeling we are like, if an ant is, like I have leafcutter ants in my yard, pretty wild. So cool to watch. It sucks if they kill all your trees, but so cool to watch this long train of these incredible little beings carrying around these giant pieces of leaf that they cut off. And they're all going into their little house, but you wave your hand over them, they have no fucking idea you're there. With whatever senses they have, It does not seem to detect threats from things above. They don't seem to be worried.
Right.
You know, they don't perceive us.
Well, they're mission oriented.
Yeah.
And we are too. So if something is happening that's beyond our mission, I think it's hard to perceive it.
I think there's things that exist that are not perceivable.
You know, I'm 1,000,000% in that camp too.
And I think there's heightened states of consciousness that people achieve under duress, extreme stress, fear. I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of them happen at nighttime. I think nighttime, it automatically fills people with a certain sense of anxiety and fear because you don't know what's out there, when you're, especially in the woods at nighttime. And I think in those times when your mind reaches this unusual chemical state, you occasionally can access these other realities. And I think that's where Bigfoot is real. I know it sounds goofy.
No, I mean, that's,
And I don't think you can go find it. I started drinking AG1 about 4 years ago, and I love the way it makes me feel. AG1 is a research-backed daily health supplement that combines a high-quality multivitamin, probiotic, and more into one powerful scoop. It's simple, effective, and comprehensive. It's just one scoop. Mix in water, get my day off to the right start. Tastes great with hints of pineapple and vanilla. I think about it as like the future of the multivitamin, the nutritional foundation that I need to help my body build itself, renew itself, and prosper properly. It's a convenient way to cover my nutritional bases, and with a product that's made at the highest quality levels and has been focused on just this one product for 14 years and counting. It's trusted, it's tested, it's simple, it tastes good. It's the simplest thing to do for your body and your health in less than 60 seconds. Trust me, you're going to love the way you feel when you take AG1. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. That's why Finding Bigfoot's on like season 80 and they found shit.
yeah, well, but see, even if it was real, I wouldn't expect them to find it either.
No, that show's just goofy.
Or even if it was flesh and blood. It's funny you would say what you said, because when I first started my channel, I was very flesh and blood type. I thought it was a very real thing, like just a bear or anything else in the woods. But a lot of commenters said, though I appreciate Bob's take on that, he will get to the woo side or the spiritual side. And I was like, I am not, and I'm like halfway there already. But I don't think that the spiritualism can be separated from anything.
Hell, so what do you mean by that?
I mean, I think we're spiritual beings, and I think that we're interacting with, like, kind of like the Force from Star Wars. Like, I believe reality is permeable to an extent. The things that we see with our eyes and feel, that we touch, there's more to that.
It's a fraction. It's a fraction of what's going on. I think so too. I think, I think that's probably the source of whatever psychic phenomenon that is real, that's not bullshit and just a bunch of people, a bunch of hucksters robbing people. I think there's some sort of telepathic connection that people share occasionally. And I think it's an emerging aspect of human consciousness that will probably one day be as normal as hearing. I think we're just emerging from the primal. And I think also in the primal, they probably have it. They probably have it in a different way. Like animals are tuned in a very bizarre way. They just know things sometimes. And you don't know why they know things. You're not even saying, like my dog sometimes knows when we're going to go for a run. He just knows it.
I've always been fascinated by how so many animals seem to innately know that we can help them.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't think that.
Right.
Historically, we are not the helper of animals.
Right.
And be it dolphins or seals or whatever.
Or deer.
Yeah, I've heard help. It's like, shouldn't they be afraid of the predator?
Deer have tried to contact people to get one of their friends free from barbed wire. Yeah. There's something weird. There's something weird going on that is not just as simple as we're the dominant species, we have language, we figured out consciousness, we write books. No, I think there's another thing that we just don't It's not there yet. It's just like the original cavemen had some grunts, and those grunts became words, and now those words become huge libraries filled with books that people have written. And I think that's what's going on with human consciousness. And I think there's just got to be some reason why this Bigfoot thing has been going on for so goddamn long. I think it's an interdimensional existence. I think whatever that thing is, I think it comes back and forth. And that's why I don't find it.
I mean, that's, as I said, I'm getting there.
You're getting
there.
Yeah.
I mean, because, as I said earlier, like, to me, the flesh and blood ape hypothesis is not as impractical as everyone says.
Well, it used to be a real thing, for sure. The problem is the size of it. You can't really hide a 10-foot gorilla.
Why?
Why? Because there's too many trail cams, too many campers, hikers, hunters especially.
Well, it's not like people don't see it. People see it all the
hunters
time.
don't see them. No, but my friends, I have a lot of friends that are like long-range backpack hunters. These guys will go 26, 27 miles into the forest with no access roads. They just hike out.
But do hunters not see them, or do hunters not say they saw them?
No, I don't know anybody who's seen them. They'll tell you all kinds of other wild shit, but they would tell you if they saw it. None of them believe that I know, but they are wary about animals. There's real threats out there. There's grizzlies, there's wolves, there's mountain lions. Those are the things they're really worried about, and those are the things that they see. And I've had friends that have had encounters with them, and even those encounters seem in some sort of weird way spiritual. Like there's a weird connection with these predators, prey. I think opens up a part of us that we don't ever experience. You don't ever experience a thing that wants to eat you. And when you do, I think your biology is like, oh, remember this? And like a switch gets turned on, and these genes that we've had inside of our body for hundreds of thousands of years of us running away from predators, they get ignited. And there's this bizarre connection. Have you ever looked in the eyes of a predator?
Sure have.
What have you seen?
I worked at a zoo, Rothschild Zoo in Chicago for quite a few years, and so just this Christmas, we went there, and the lion was roaring, going nuts, and I have footage of this I can show you later, but it was very close. It was roaring, and it looked like it was going to pounce, and I had no faith that little barrier was enough. And I've literally worked at the place, and I know there are fail-safes and stuff that they can't get out, but I was just like, nope, this is nuts, because I love cats, big cats too. And do you have a cat?
I don't anymore, but I've had cats.
Just watching them and now imagining that they are bigger than you is so horrifying.
I saw my first large mountain lion 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
It was big, like about 170 plus pounds. And my friend Colton saw it under a tree. We were driving. Luckily, we were inside the truck because it was only about 30 yards away. I would shit my pants if I saw this thing without a barrier between us. It was so big. It was so big and so terrible. It looked like a demon. Like when you lock eyes with that thing, and again, I'm looking at it through windshield and also binoculars. So I had 10 power binoculars, and I'm zoomed into its face, and I'm seeing it just looking right at me with this pumpkin head, the big mandible muscles that go over the top of the skull. It's like, oh Christ! And again, I'm looking at it through windshield and binoculars, so I'm removed slightly from the actual force of the experience of its eyeballs on me. But if I was standing there just looking at it, I probably would have had a psychedelic experience. I probably would have tripped out. I probably would have gotten into shock. I saw a grizzly bear once in Alberta. I saw one of those, and not even a big one, about a 6-foot grizzly bear. But it looks at you. I've seen black bears before. That was the first grizzly I saw in the wild, and they look right through you.
That's to me. I've only seen footage of grizzly bears, but every once in a while they have this crackhead look, where it's like they're doing that thing where they're looking to see what you got.
Yeah,
but they're just like, what can I take from this? And you can't do anything to stop them unless you have a gun.
Yeah, we had guns. Luckily, we had shotguns, but when we were looking at it, it looked like it's going to eat you. It looks like, am I going to eat you? It looked like, couldn't care less if you ever got it. Just all it's doing all day long is searching for something slow. little limp, something that fucks up, something that leaves behind a kid, something that, a dog's chained up to a tree. Whoops, got one. And that's all it's doing all day long. It's just a big monster. And if it didn't exist, if a grizzly bear didn't exist, and there's reports of this enormous dog-like creature that eats everything, can kill a moose, and lives in the woods, it would be way scarier than Bigfoot.
Yeah, for sure. Well, maybe not.
A Kodiak? Yeah, Kodiak bear would be scarier than Bigfoot.
Worse things can happen than be eaten.
Like the Come From Me Bigfoot books.
No,
those books?
no. Well, yeah, obviously I've heard of them.
There's a whole genre, like erotica, written about Bigfoot.
Yeah, that's not my thing.
Well, you're a man. It seems to be ladies like they like their stuff in writing. That's what they like. They like reading their pornography.
Yeah, they also like monsters.
Yes. Yeah.
Werewolves,
Vampires. They like vampires that fall in love with them. Yeah. He's gonna eat everybody else, but not me.
But you can change them.
Yeah, you can change them. That's also why some crazy ladies like serial killers. Yeah, even serial killers that kill a bunch of women, they write to them. Like Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, tons of women were writing to him in jail.
Ted Bundy too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, strange.
I'm a big fan of true crime, so I'm not sexually aroused by it.
Well, congratulations.
That's a good thing.
That is a very good thing.
Yeah.
But there's the thing about predators versus like Bigfoot or any of these things. Like there seems to be the unknown animals, for whatever reason, are the ones that are most perplexing to us. The ones that we're most fascinated by. Like an orca, I think, is more fascinating than Bigfoot. Like if Bigfoot was just Gigantopithecus, it was just an enormous orangutan-looking creature that lived in the woods and was omnivorous and ate a bunch of stuff and tried to hide from people. It'd be kind of cool, but it wouldn't really be as cool as this insanely intelligent super dolphin that lives in the ocean and has this strong family bond and
teach their different styles of dispatching prey.
Yeah, teach them how to knock over ice shelves to get a seal to slide off.
That seal footage is so tragic where it's waving it down.
Yeah, it sucks for the seal.
You're rooting for the seal, but
you're rooting for him, but he's doomed.
I keep wondering, because how orcas are going after boats now.
Yeah.
None of them of the people that I'm aware of, have successfully gotten in the water. So I keep wondering what they would do to people.
I don't think there's any record of them killing human beings other than human beings in like SeaWorld and stuff like that. But that's just,
would there be a record?
It's a good question. There would if there were survivors, and there's a lot of record of shark attacks, obviously.
Well, those are, don't listen, I don't give any mind to those, the records of shark attacks. Well, it is so hard to report a shark attack. So like if I go swimming, right, and I leave my stuff on the beach, and someone calls the police, I didn't come home or whatever,
right,
and they find me mangled on the beach the next day, I had a cardiac event and then was scavenged by sharks. You think so? I'm not positive. That's how the ISAF, International Shark Attack File, it's very difficult for a shark attack victim to be reported.
That's interesting. Do you think they do that so that they discourage people becoming vigilantes and going out and killing sharks?
They're trying to make it seem. I think it's legitimate. It's Jaws thing. They don't want to make it seem dangerous.
Right, but they don't want to make it seem like it's a bad place for tourists.
Right. I would not go into the ocean where there are sharks, and I know that sounds nuts, but I wouldn't. It's not worth it.
My buddy Duncan was in Hawaii, either just after, I can't remember, or just before a guy got killed by a shark at the same resort he was at.
Yeah. Some
guy was swimming in a tiger shark just took him out.
I'm actually working on a shark attack video now. There's a lot of untruths people talk about with sharks, I think, or maybe misunderstandings.
They just caught a bull shark in Texas in the river.
Yeah.
Real recently. And those are scary ones.
They are.
But those fuckers are super aggressive, and they go into fresh water all the way up to Illinois. They found them in Illinois.
It's Alton, yeah.
It's deep in this. So you think it's a Jaws thing? So they're just trying to not. What do you think ever happened with that Egyptian one? The Egyptian was the craziest one. You ever see that footage of the guy's like screaming for his father?
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, because I didn't. Did you know that the shark that did that, like, paraded the head around? Yeah, like, so that's one of the things that I said is misinformation. Or, I hate that I'm using the word.
Yeah, that was
painted. Yeah, that was painted. But so they say it's like mistaken identity, or like sharks attack because they're pissed.
That's why they attack.
Yes,
You're hungry.
correct. That would, I can't be certain, but that would be my opinion. Because do you remember, like, when we were, or I remember when I was a kid, I saw all these shark documentaries that they would show, like, a surfer and then a sea turtle or a seal side by side. Like, from the bottom, they don't look the same at all.
No.
And sharks are one big sensory organ. They know, and, like, you know, where they hang out at the bottom. They can, and then they're silhouetted by light from the top. They can see perfectly. They're in the water all their lives. They're one big sensory organ. They know what they're attacking. And I think they want people out of their water. Because that wasn't even consumption with that guy, with the guy who was yelling Papa.
Yeah.
What was his name?
While Stand By Me was playing with that thing.
And that woman, oh my God.
It seems like a movie.
It does. And then yeah, because hey, you know, at the part where it turns him into water, his legs go up. Yeah, it took off his jaw. Because after that, he's gargling.
Oh.
Yeah. And
Pawpaw's body was reportedly examined by forensic experts at a morgue in Hurghada, who claimed he was disfigured and with many parts missing. The shark said to have torn his head off, disfigured his face, and separated body parts that were retrieved from the sea. It's also reported the beast ripped apart his chest and ate parts of his abdomen and hands.
see, that's not an attempt to predate, in my opinion.
Interesting. So you think that people get in the way of fish and seals, and that's probably what the sharks actually want to eat? And they, like, these assholes are flopping around and farting in the water, and
or you should just have pups nearby. There's anything like that.
There was also the story that I read about that particular attack where they were saying that some ranchers had dumped sheep carcasses. Did you hear about that?
And I still don't think that sharks know what they're biting. See, because if a shark bites something hard, it really damages them. They know what they bite before they bite. And I agree that sharks don't see us as food. Sometimes they do if they're desperate. But I do not. I think we're far from ideal. Because if they did eat us, they would eat us all the time. Right, all the time.
Yeah.
So I think it's like, you know how great whites in California don't eat people?
Right.
They only attack people. Because we're literally in the surf where seals like to be.
So we're in the wet.
Right, and they know that seals probably don't like to play around where surfers are. So they're like, oh, these things are here. I'm hungry if these things are gone. And they know that if you come up and mangle someone, the rest of people are going to be gone.
Right. It'll clear the area for a while.
Right.
Is this your own personal theory?
No, there's an amazing channel called Sharks Happen. And it's so funny too because the guy, he's not a marine biologist or anything. His name is just Hal. He's a machinist in Michigan. And it's so funny because I fundamentally think he knows more about sharks than anyone that I've listened to. And I think it's funny how some guy in Michigan is the expert.
That is funny. Yeah. How you getting your information, bro?
He's good at. He goes back on newspapers, and because you know, to him, all the marine biologists are just so full of it. And there is some, there really is, because they will skew something so far to not go into sharks. Really? Yeah. Like this kid, probably like 20 years ago now, had his leg ripped off by a bull shark, which is terrifying to think because if they clamped onto his calf and then in shallow water and his leg came off, not where it was bit. Oh, so I ripped it off. Oh, and I can't recall his name, but that was not in the shark stats as that was in the shark stats as provoked because the kid was fishing earlier. Oh, so it's like that's a provoked attack. It's like, so fishing is a provoked attack? Being like a 7-year-old in knee-deep water after someone was fishing is a provoked attack. And that's not in the stats the same way. So like that's not in the shark attack.
Interesting. So there's shark attacks where there's no possible evidence of provocation. And then there's provoked shark attacks like, oh, you were asking for it?
Correct. Wow. Yeah. And that's the video I'm working on. I go through all the attacks in 2015 and I say like, hey, these are, I think, it was like, no, I hope I'm not wrong about this, but like 11 or 12 attacks that they say are legit attacks because they weren't provoked, they were like random attacks. But then I talk about the other like 20 that were provoked attacks.
And so when you see shark attack statistics, they only say unprovoked attacks.
Correct.
So they're trying to downplay the shark attacks.
And as I said, there are so many people who like just get found getting up and like they drowned. And got scavenged. The sharks are scavengers and sharks don't eat people.
That's so crazy. That's interesting. I never really thought about that.
Those are the attacks are very skewed.
It's very fascinating to me how our attitude about sharks changed with the whole shark fin soup thing. Like all of a sudden, everybody wanted to protect sharks. Look, you shouldn't fish for sharks. Like you shouldn't eat sharks. Because mako shark has always been served in restaurants. I've had mako shark a bunch of times in restaurants. It's very good. It tastes like swordfish. But suddenly, sharks were supposed to be protected. Like Jesus, shouldn't we protect the fucking tuna? Like, tuna are delicious. They don't kill you. They're majestic, amazing creatures, and we killed like 90% of them in the ocean.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck sharks. That's what I think.
I mean, I love sharks.
Me too.
I just
fuck them.
yeah. I mean, they're assholes.
Yeah, they can go fuck off. There's an area in Key West where people fish off piers where you have to pull in your fish so fast because the waters are infested with sharks.
But that's a whole problem now with sharks because they're learning it's easier to pull it off their hooks.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah.
makes sense.
Sure, they hang around piers for people to fish. And then when someone catches a big one, and it takes a while to get in, they're like, oh, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. It's there's an incredible video of this guy is pulling in a tuna, and as he's pulling in a tuna, this great white cuts the tuna in half. Have you seen that?
Yes. There have been people swallowed by white sharks. No.
Look, they're real, and if they weren't, they'd be the craziest monster ever. We have this very bizarre thing with the human mind where we become accustomed to things. You're accustomed to cell phones. Show a cell phone to a guy in 1400s, he thinks you're a wizard. And when we test, it's like, oh, that one sucks. You got a small phone. But there's something bizarre where we get accustomed to these insane creatures, like sharks.
I often think that because there's so many creatures right now that I would give anything to be able to see them. They're extinct.
Mm-hmm.
But there are probably so many alive right now that if they were extinct, I would wish I could see them. But I take them for granted that they're not extinct.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The giraffe, I think, is one of them.
Right.
If I saw a giraffe, or like the fossil or skeleton, I'd be like, that thing was.
Well, I found out about your page because I saw the video about the 50-foot crocodile in the Congo. And as a person I've always been obsessed with crocodiles.
Okay.
I think they're, one of the coolest animals that ever has existed, and the fact that they're with us right now. And you get to see this insane creature that can go without eating for a year, lays completely still in 6 inches of water and explodes and pulls a zebra into the water. They're just amazing. They're amazing. They're so fucking big, man. They're so like that alligator that we have out there that you saw in the lobby. That's 14 feet.
Yeah, that's not even a big alligator. I mean, it's a big alligator, but
It's a big alligator, but it's not a big crocodile. It's a little baby crocodile.
it's not a huge alligator.
No, like, what is the biggest alligator they've ever? I think it's 20 feet, right?
19 feet, 9 inches.
Ah, okay. What, is that for an alligator?
I want to say it was Alabama.
Really? Alabama. That's interesting. Yeah, like, it's all up in that whole area. Like, Louisiana has a bunch of them. Texas has a bunch of them. Northern Texas just started to show alligators. There was a sighting yesterday, actually. There was a video that these guys took of these two alligators swimming in a lake in northern Texas. People are like, what the fuck are they doing out here? They're expanding. When I was a kid, I lived in Gainesville, Florida, from when I was 11 till I was 13. And Gainesville had a lot of alligators. It's like where the University of Florida is. And there's a place called Lake Alice, I think it is. And that's where the alligators used to be. And I remember when I was there, this lady, she got her little dog. She was walking her little dog out of the water and just jumped out of the water and snatched her dog. Everybody just freaked out. Like, what the fuck? I hate her dog.
Have you seen that footage of the alligator that grabs that woman's dog and then she tries to go in after it and it gives up the dog and takes her?
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal.
Very brutal. Yeah. They try. Yeah, they don't target people as much as crocodiles do, but they definitely do. They eat people, and they're everywhere. There's so many of them in Florida. They're just infested, and they were protected when I was a kid.
I know there's this great clip I found a long time ago online about. It's like from the 70s, and it's this woman talking about like, oh, this might be the last alligator we ever see. Because like, they're trying to make it seem so endangered. It's like, I don't think so.
They thought they were, and I wonder why. I wonder why they thought they were, and I wonder what kind of an accurate accounting of the animals in the Everglades they have.
I don't think we could. I mean, with poison, we probably could. But I don't think there's any feasible way to exterminate alligators, even if we tried, which we weren't.
Well, certainly not now. I wonder if maybe the ecosystem is better in check before people came along. Like, when you think about Florida. So, right, Florida, I think, was the first ever city in the country. Is that correct?
I believe St. Augustine, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right. So that's where, the base of the Rothschild landed. He landed in Florida, right? It was when he made his trek across the country. And so it's a long, there's hundreds of years of people living there, but cities don't really emerge. Like that kind of Florida life, when is that? Like, when does Miami emerge? When do you start seeing cities? Like the early 1900s?
I mean, no, it's got to be
Earlier than that?
early. Well, depending.
What does it look like? You know what I'm saying? Like, when does it start fucking with the habitat of the alligators? Because a lot of Miami, they actually filled in. Yeah, a lot. Right. Yeah. Legitimately. And they had to, I don't know how the fuck they even did it, but that's the real concern about if the ocean level rises, like a lot of stuff's super porous, it's just going to flood all that area.
Yeah.
But I wonder, like, how much of an impact human beings have. Like, maybe there was the Florida panther, there was a lot of, and then also back then, there was no snakes, right? So right now, not no snakes, but no pythons. Burmese pythons, which are an invasive species that apparently there's two sources. One of them is pets, and the other one was there was a research center that got hit by a storm, and they lost a bunch of pythons, which is kind of hilarious. And also, Nile crocodiles. There's Nile crocodiles in the Everglades.
Really?
Yeah, there's a breeding population, I think. They think they've already found several, and they have shoot-on-sight orders for Nile crocodiles. I see reports online, but unreliable. Guys like, yeah, they took our cattle. They're stealing cows. I don't know if that's true. It's a 16-foot Nile crocodile stealing cattle. It certainly could. But I don't know if they ever got to be that big. And I do know that two that they captured share the same genetics. So they're from very close genetic line, so they think they were related.
It's the first number I could find about extinction.
Serious threat. Oh, come on.
100,000.
Endocrine disrupting pesticides like DDT. That kind of makes sense.
The other thing I read was more about hunting for leather.
Okay. Yeah.
It's up to 5 million.
Oh, that's so crazy. 5 million. They say if there is a pond in Florida, there's likely an alligator in the pond. Likely, more likely than not, there's a giant reptile that's swimming around the bottom of that thing and occasionally poking its eyeballs up and then dropping back down. There is now, because of the pythons, 90+% of all mammals in the Everglades are missing.
Really?
Yeah. Find out what the actual number is. I think it's higher than 90%. I think it might be 99%. Like the sightings and the accounts of animals and the record of animals, and when wildlife biologists do a count and they try to get an accurate assessment of what the population numbers are, it's down in some preposterous number. And then snakes are everywhere. It's the #1 place for Burmese pythons on Earth.
Well,
Is the Everglades.
invasive species have such an advantage because no one knows how to deal with them.
Yeah, and these fuckers are huge. And you see how they're eating alligators now too?
Yes, I mean that would make sense, but I'm sure plenty of them are getting
90% decline of animals in the area of people pythons. Nuts. Yeah, they're eating alligators. It's like a famous photograph of an alligator that's inside a python's body and it burst.
Yeah,
So it burst out. Yeah.
Isn't that a caiman
Do not know. Are there caimans in the
though?
Everglades?
No, I think just the picture I'm thinking of. No, there aren't. But there's a picture I'm thinking.
There might be actually caimans in the Everglades, even though they're South American.
Yeah, I should have
Asshole might have let them go.
I should have said that to me, not to you. But the picture I was thinking of is a caiman that busted out in the
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure that happens too. I think this one is different. This is in the Everglades, and it's a python and a smaller alligator. I think it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
there it is.
oh, that's what I was thinking of.
I think unless they're all the same.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch. There's one up top that's eating one. Look at that one. The one, the image. Oh, that's a alligator eats a python, so they eat each other. Depending who's bigger. Depending on who's bigger. Jesus Christ. Just the idea that thing could swallow a fucking alligator is so bizarre. Just so bizarre. Yeah, that's another animal that if it didn't exist, like the crocodile, if it didn't exist, you'd be like, what are you talking about? There's a 50-foot giant reptile that's hiding in the water. And if you go out there, it's you.
So I'm also a dinosaur nerd.
Mm.
And are you familiar with the updated Quetzalcoatl?
No.
So they found this trackway. Now we know that they were competent quadrupeds, but this trackway abruptly,
So Quetzalcoatl was a real thing?
the giant pterosaurs.
Quetzalcoatl is the Aztec god. You know, it's the winged serpent.
And I think that's what they named this flying reptile off.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that there was an actual dinosaur named Quetzalcoatl.
You're making me nervous.
Well, we don't know. But the good thing is we have James. I'm no expert. But I remember Quetzalcoatl was this insane Aztec serpent. Okay, here it is.
Yeah,
Look at that thing. So it's a winged reptile-like bird.
But they found this trackway that suddenly became much longer stride, which means it started sprinting. And as you look up Quetzalcoatl compared to a giraffe, they were like sprinting around. So they thought forever that they could jump off something to make flight. But now we know that they were able to go fast enough to make their own flight. So this thing they're as big as giraffes.
They're as big as giraffes, they could fly in the predatory.
And it's believed that they're probably the only thing around that would have given Tyrannosaurus Rex paws.
Whoa.
In a fight, T-Rex could obviously win, but imagine being able to sprint, because that spear will do some damage.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't know they called him Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah. Wingspan of 40 feet.
Yeah, Quetzalcoatlus, the largest known animal to take the sky. Few fossilized, but known from only a few fossilized bones from West Texas. Just how such a massive animal got airborne has been mostly matter of speculation. Some think it rocked forward on its wingtips like a vampire bat, or that it built up speed by running and flapping like an albatross, or that it didn't fly at all. But according to new research, the mammoth creature probably leaped, jumping at least 8 feet into the air before lifting off by sweeping its wings. Wow.
Yeah, so imagine like you're driving at that thing in a car, but take off before you hit it. You know, I don't know. It's just nuts. Like,
I'm sure you know about terror birds.
of course. You know,
Those are here. Yeah. Right? And didn't they exist? Like, what was the most recent? How long ago did terror birds exist? They existed with people.
no, I don't think so.
No?
I don't believe so. I believe they were like
I think it's millions.
yeah,
Right? It says didn't exist with people.
Last sets of terror birds extinct over 10,000 years ago.
Oh,
Possible from that one, but this says there's no way humans could have ever met the terror birds.
why that?
Yeah.
It was 10,000 years ago. How can you
This
say
is the
that?
research regarding the possibility of humans living inside them says that there's no way. So,
Oh, I don't.
A researcher.
Yeah, you don't know, bitch. There's no way you know what happened 10,000 years ago. If they lived 10,000 years ago and we lived 10,000 years ago, it's open to speculation. It's open.
this one says between 53 million and 18,000.
Oh, how weird. What a fucking window. Like, they don't know. Hey, man, you guys need to do some more work. Don't be making me fucking look stupid from a Google search. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's such a wide stretch. 53 million to 18,000? Well, if it is 18,000 people are here, then they found footprints. I think they're in the 22,000 range.
Yeah, I thought it went up even more recently.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. And this is like what's thrown that Clovis first hypothesis into a sort of a tailspin.
You know, I suspect that there was a lot more civilization than we know about going on in North America, particularly, but everywhere else too.
I think you're right. I think you're definitely right. And I think a lot of Native American people take offense to the Bering Strait hypothesis. You know, that people all came over here from Asia into the North American landmass through the Bering Land Bridge. A lot of Native Americans say that's a crock of shit.
Really?
Yeah, they think that people were always here. They think people had come from South America, they existed in South America before, they made it up through here, the people lived here, and that we really don't have an accurate account. Like to say that, I think the idea behind it is Native Americans, if they really did come from Asia, well, they're just immigrants too, right? And what they're saying is there's no real evidence of that. And in fact, the evidence of human beings being here is so far back before that, before even the Ice Age, that, and this is pretty clear with the footprints they found, that there's other explanations to how humans got here. And perhaps, even though the problem is there's no other primates, right? Like North America,
The humans didn't, as far as I know, right?
didn't evolve. Right.
Wasn't it only the Caucasus in Africa, I believe?
Mhm. And then also primates in South America. That gets weird because you have different monkeys.
That's a big mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, right now the best hypothesis is that primates came over on floating vegetation.
What?
Well, so the distance was less, but not by a lot.
Oh, so this is Pangea times?
No, okay, I mean, there's still continents, but it was
But I mean, as it's like separating.
correct. And I don't know, that seems weird.
How many monkeys can be on a raft?
I mean, like if there's a hurricane and it's a
Right.
bunch of them, but
How many? So how?
yeah,
Right.
that would be nuts.
That's crazy.
I think North America only has one primate that was not believed to be invasive, which was Smilodectus, I think.
So all the primates in South America are believed to be invasive?
Well, I mean, depends on how you define invasive, but from the old world is what they're called, old world versus new world monkeys.
Wow. There's so many mysteries, right? There's so many mysteries with human beings, like when they settled here. Are you aware of there's a guy who's done a lot of research on that wall in Montana? Do you know that wall in Montana?
Mm-hmm.
So there's an ancient wall in Montana that some people have tried to say is a natural rock formation, and almost anybody looks at it and goes, "You're out of your fucking mind." That's 100% placed in stacked stones. But the problem is this ancient wall. Look at that. I mean, shut the fuck up. How is that? Shut the fuck up. Can I see the original picture, Jeremy? That one. Yeah. I mean, shut the fuck up. Someone stacked that for sure. It's in a straight line. They're stacked on top of each other. They fit together. They're placed, at the same height.
They're carved and transported.
Yeah, something was going on, right? So some ancient civilization had this, and I think it's several football fields long. I think it's really long. Like, I think what they've discovered versus how much more of it could be, because also a lot of it is covered in dirt, and if this thing is 25, 30,000 years old, who knows how long it is, how long it's been there. Like, who knows how deep it is. The Sage Wall, that's what it is. So what is that all about? Like, that was on private land, and apparently originally it was covered in trees, and they cleared the area. And so initially people were thinking that it was some sort of a natural formation, but as they cleared the area, they're like, wait a minute, what is this? So no explanation, no civilization tied to that area, especially when it's capable of moving monolithic stones. In 1996, they found it. While hiking around the property one day, we discovered the Sage Wall. The wall is 275 feet long and 24 feet high, a jaw-dropping marble. In order to make these boulder areas more accessible and highlight their beauty, we created a moderate 2-mile trail system. Additional features of the trail include 400-year-old Douglas fir trees, the spectacular views of Ruby Valley 20 miles away, and the Highland Mountain Range sitting at 10,000 feet in elevation. So this is it. This is like high elevation, covered in trees, on a piece of private land that these people just hadn't noticed that they had this thing on there. You know, it's probably some massive ranch in Montana. And then like, okay, what's this? No explanations. Right. No one knows what it is. And I love how people try to write things like that off. Oh, that's just a natural formation. Well, fuck you, it is. Right. You know it's not. I know you don't have an explanation, and this throws your whole understanding of human civilization in North America into the garbage bin. It really does throw it in the garbage bin. Because like, what happened? What was going on there? Was this Vikings? Who fucking did this? Who did it and when?
Well, I think a lot of people make the mistake of thinking of Native Americans as like one group.
Right.
The people, I'm sure different groups came over many times, and probably a lot longer than 20,000 years ago, or before 20,000 years ago.
Well, we're not exactly sure when people started traveling across the oceans. Like, when did the Polynesians make it to Hawaii? We really don't know. It's just guessing. You know, it's kind of guessing. What is the? Do they have any sort of carbon dating on any of the material that's related to that stone wall? Where they have some sort of a rough estimation of its construction time? But you know, just that. One of the things that's interesting about the Bigfoot thing is that for whatever reason, Native American tribes don't have a bunch of fake animals. They don't have a bunch of, you know, they don't have dragons and werewolves and shit, but they do have Bigfoot. In not just one tribe, but many, many, many tribes, has a story of this sort of man that lives in the woods.
Right.
Which makes me
Sure does.
yeah.
But like I said, there's way too much going on here that, to me, because it's so easy to laugh at. Like, how long have we been here, Europeans?
Right.
And how long have we had the equipment to even find it? And I do think that if it is, which is a big if, I do think it's being suppressed.
Really?
I do.
So the government's hiding Bigfoot?
Yeah. Would that surprise you?
Yeah.
It would?
Yeah, I think they're too stupid to hide Bigfoot.
They're too stupid to do it well, which is why so many people believe in Bigfoot.
Why would the government hide Bigfoot? What would be the motivation? If you were the government and you found Bigfoot and you know what, we're going to keep this from people.
I think there might be something about them that, well, I for the same reason I think the wall is collapsing with UFO disclosure. I think people only recently are starting to believe that people can handle things, or the government's only recently starting to believe that people can handle things.
That's why you think UFO disclosure is wrong?
Well, that they can't contain it anymore.
I don't share that opinion.
Really?
Yeah, I think they're covering for some very sophisticated drone technology. That's what I think. I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
either
boring.
maybe, but I think it doesn't exclude UFOs. This is my perspective. This is, and again, I'm not married to this at all. This is just something that I have in my head. But I believe that human beings right now are capable of propulsion. I think we have drones that operate on a completely different propulsion system than standard, rocket fuel, fire pushes out the back and the thing goes forward very fast, like a jet engine.
Baba's our ship.
Yeah, Baba's our ship, exactly. I think they have that. And I think they've figured out a way to engineer that. The question is where they get, right? And that's where I think UFOs come into play.
So, like, you think that what was seen by the Nimitz is all ours?
It could be, because it's where it would be.
Then why would they disclose themselves?
Well, I think they found it and they reported it and they did what they had to do, and they didn't really talk about it publicly for many years later. And it wasn't a big news story. I mean, when Commander David Fravor, when I spoke to him, and it was first of all, the guy is as rock solid a military man as you're going to talk to. Sure. Just by the book, disciplined, fighter pilot. Those guys are like detail oriented. They don't fuck around. This guy's not making up stories about other shit. And when he describes this thing and what they saw, and then there's multiple pilots that see it, and then there's a visual They have video of this thing moving off at an insane rate of speed. They have radar imagery that shows it goes from above 50,000 feet above sea level to like 50 in a second. They don't know how the fuck it's here. It goes to their cap point. So it leaves them once they see it, and it jets off to this point, this predetermined coordinate where they were supposed to meet up as part of their training run. So how the fuck does it know their cap point? Like, but it's, and where it is, right? It's off the coast of San Diego. San Diego's big military here, right? And it's where they do testing, and it's where they were doing the training runs with those jets. That's where they saw it in the first place. If I was going to have a thing and I was going to test it, and I was going to test it, I would want to know, like, what can we, how much do our equipment show? What does our equipment show? When we see these things, you know, Ryan Graves, who's another very reputable fighter jet pilot, he had his encounters when they upgraded their technology in 2014. So they upgraded all the sensors that allow them to detect things in the sky. And when they did that, he started seeing these things. They're dead still at 120 knots. Makes no sense. Right? They started seeing these things. I always fuck this up. It's a cube in a circle, right? Right. So it's a black cube inside some sort of a translucent circle that multiple fighter pilots have reported.
Yeah.
And the idea of some sort of gravity distorting thing, one of the features of that, I think, would be it would look very strange. Like, it would look very strange to you, like what you see. And if we have some sort of a gravity distorting drone that operates on a gravity propulsion system, that somehow manipulates gravity so it can move at insane rates of speed, I think that's when I would test it. I would test it where the military guys. I would test it in restricted airspace. I would test it in place, and I would say, okay, let's find out if these guys can see it now. Now we have new equipment. Put the new equipment on their jets. Let's see if they can see these things.
The concerning thing about that is if it was done by our own government. I worry that they're trying to set up for a false flag.
Like a false UFO flag?
Yeah. Like if
an alien invasion to lock down on ranks?
I mean, if they could stage it.
Sure.
Because, I mean, with what you're describing, no one would assume that's human.
Right.
No one.
And no one except for people that have followed the Bob Lazar story.
Yeah.
If they were back engineering that thing in 1989, as Bob says,
It's true. It's a long time ago.
It's a long time ago. You know, that's a long time. And for them to have 35 plus years of working on that. So you got to go back to how long did they have it? He said they've had it for decades. So but I think what he was saying back then was they really weren't making any progress. They were trying to figure it out. They kept bringing in new people to try to have fresh eyes. Right. That's why they brought him in. But they really don't fucking know. They said they didn't understand how it worked. And they were trying to get some sort of a working model of it. But they were able to operate it. And that's what he was able to observe. And that was one of the reasons why he got in trouble, allegedly. Where when he got fired, he brought people. They said, listen, I'm not crazy. They show you they have fucking UFOs. I'm going to show you this thing.
And he brought the people.
Yeah, he brought people, and those people all said the same thing. And people have filmed it too. They actually had to increase the restricted space around Area 51 because people were going to a very particular vantage point, and they were filming some of these things. So there's footage of these bizarre crafts that seem to be moving through the sky in a way that no conventional aircraft can do. We don't really know what they are. And we're assuming there's some kind of a drone or something. But I think if you go to 1989 and they have those things, and then if you have all the money in the world, which they essentially do, they could print money. You have black ops projects, you have things that we, because of national security interests, we have no idea what they're doing or how they're doing it. And then you get some of the best physicists in the world, some of the best propulsion experts in the world, and you throw an ungodly amount of money at this problem every year for 30 plus years, then you develop these things. And I think that's one of the reasons why they would probably keep it secret, because I would imagine that money was moved around in probably an illegal way.
I mean, without congressional oversight, there's no legal doing it.
Exactly, right? So if these guys were doing that, they were funding this secret military project that they kept from Congress, they kept from, who knows who's qualified to be able to see these things. But if I had something like that, I would. That's the best cover story in the world. We have observed crafts that are not from this world. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that explains everything.
That's insufficient for me.
To me too.
Yeah.
But it's fun.
It is fun.
Both of them are fun. And I think both of them, listen, the universe is fucking huge. We exist. We send things to other planets. There is a rover right now on Mars, right? We send James Webb telescope into space. We send rockets. We do things. We do that. We would assume an advanced civilization would do that as well, of course. And we would assume that if an advanced civilization was interested in studying something, we are some of the most fascinating creatures that have ever existed in our Earth. At least is our understanding of Earth. We're the most fascinating by far. As weird as sharks are and all this other stuff is, we're the fucking weirdest. We're the weirdest and we're the craziest to study.
Right.
And we're intelligent and also stupid. You know, we're capable of great things and also terrible things. Like, we're a very, very, very bizarre creature. I think I would most certainly study us.
Have you ever thought that we were created by their specifications?
All the time.
Me too.
Yeah, all the time. That's the big mystery of the human brain size, right? The human brain size doubled over a period of 2 million years. And there's a lot of cool, like, my favorite story is Terence McKenna's. He had this theory, it's called the stoned ape theory, and it's about psilocybin. And these chimpanzees and lower primates started experimenting with psilocybin, and then over the course of a couple of million years, they developed language, they developed this ability to hunt better, fashion tools, more creativity, glossolalia, attaching sounds to objects, and that makes sense. Some sort of telepathy, increased visual acuity that does come from low dose psilocybin use. That seems to me like that makes a lot of sense because it coincides with climate change. When McKenna did this whole theory about it, one of the things he talked about is that the exact time that the rainforests recede into grasslands because of this change in the climate is the time where these animals emerge, start walking on 2 legs, and then start eating mushrooms, he thinks, and then 2 million years later become people.
Okay.
Yeah. That's an interesting one. The most interesting one is they came here, they saw us, we were like Australopithecus, or some hairy creature that was kind of primate, like maybe we even started using tools, and they said, holy fuck with that DNA. Let's make a labradoodle.
I don't think people think big enough in regards to that kind of thing. Because, like, if we had the technology to do what allegedly the alleged aliens do, we would be doing all sorts of crazy stuff all the time.
100%.
And
if we could introduce intelligent life into a planet, if there was life on a planet and we could introduce our DNA into these lower primates and make them more like us, I don't think we would do it. Yes. 100%, right? Yeah, I mean, we monkey with all kinds of things all the time. We're always messing around with creatures' DNA. And there's a story that we talked about recently during World War I in Russia, where Russia was experimenting with hybridizing human beings and chimpanzees for soldiers.
Orangutans too.
Yes.
And they switched brains with an orangutan and a human. And I guess the human with the orangutan brain never regained consciousness, but evidently the human brain and the orangutan did regain consciousness.
Really?
Yeah.
How did they do that?
I don't know, but I only know this from Monster Quest.
Is that real? Monster Quest might be a bit bullshit. Although Monster Quest did bust one of the dumbest things that I used to believe. The dumbest. Flying rods. Yeah. It's just a visual artifact of cameras, where the video cameras, where they catch these things moving fast, close up, and it leaves a trail. And so there was this famous group of people that thought that there was these things that were flying around faster than we could see, and that they were some sort of aliens that were amongst us.
That's orbs and ghost hunting to me.
Ghost is an interesting one. What do you think about Ghost?
I would be very surprised. I don't know. It's a tough one.
You know what I think?
What?
You hear them from every culture.
Mhm.
That's what gives me pause. This is not like something that's only with like European Christians and people that have a specific religious ideology. This seems to be in almost every culture. There's this concept of dead people that return
Right.
in some sort of mysterious form.
I mean, it would be silly for a person to say this, but that could be part of a human condition. Yeah, certainly. Just no one wants to think that this is the end, and I don't think this is the end. But yeah, I do think ghosts are. I mean, why wouldn't a ghost be like, hello?
Because I think it's a memory.
Sure.
I think when extreme things happen, you know, when we're talking about the levels of reality being somewhat permeable under extreme situations, what is more extreme than like a murder or a massacre? And those are the places where people tend to see ghosts. These horrific. I think the earth has a memory, and I think occasionally, under the right circumstances, with the right amount of anxiety, the right amount of distractions, and the heightened sense that you get from being in the dark and being afraid, you can access these memories. That's what
I see, but the opposite argument to that is pretty obvious. It's like just because your anxiety is up, and because all those factors, and because you know what's happening there, you're more junky.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And you see things that aren't there.
Right, but that does. But if you see something that's not there, does it really mean it's not there?
It doesn't necessarily, man.
No, I've always thought that. 'Cause it's like, if I say I saw a ghost and I actually didn't see it, but in my brain I did, like it's not seeing a ghost.
Right. Right. That's the argument that a lot of people have in terms of psychedelics. Like psychedelics, you contact God and you have this extreme spiritual experience where you're in contact with this all-knowing entity. And people say, oh, that's a hallucination. Okay. But it's the same experience as if you actually did contact God, right? Like whatever that thing is that you encounter in the psychedelic realm, let's say that is a figment of your imagination. I don't know what to say that. But whatever that figment of your imagination creates, it creates the exact same experience as if you encountered some other extremely potent life form that exists in some strange form that it's not tangible. It's not like it doesn't register with you as something that it's not a normal. It's not like a mug of water. You know, it's a thing that doesn't exist in your reality, and it's communicating with you. It's exactly the same experience as if it's an imaginary thing or if it's a real thing. Right? The experience is the same. I think that's what happens with people with the ghost thing. There's too many stories. There's too many stories of ghosts from rational people. And one of the places that has a crazy history of ghosts is the Comedy Store. I used to try to see ghosts at the Comedy Store. I would stay there late at night when everyone was gone. I would sit in the main room and just hope the ghosts would show up. Nothing ever did. But maybe as I was too needy. Maybe I was too try-hard. But there's something about, like that club itself was Ciro's nightclub. So that club was owned by Bugsy Siegel. In the gangster era of Los Angeles, and for sure people were murdered. Like for fucking sure. Right? I mean, those guys were killing people left and right. And if there's ever going to be a place where you're going to see the memory of some horrific experience that expresses itself in some sort of a spiritual form, some sort of ghost-like wraith type form, that's the place.
And you didn't see anything.
I didn't, but many people I know have. Many people I know have seen people walk through doors and they go into it and it's an empty room. Like, who's that fucking guy? And they'll see it like at the end of a dark hallway. And then they open the door to the room. The room's completely empty. You know? There's been a bunch of stories. At the Comedy Store from really like reputable people. People that I know that aren't drunks, normal folks. And they tell you, and they look fucking terrified. And no one wants to believe them. There's a guy named Carl LeBeau. Carl LeBeau was a great comic who used to tour around with Sam Kinison. And he got kicked out of his house. And just he was staying with his girlfriend. And, he was trying to make it as a comic. And comics, in the beginning, they make no money. Of course, a lot of them sleep in their cars. And my friend Tony slept in his car. They have a dream.
It's not like YouTubing.
It is, except YouTubing has a more direct path to success. With the YouTube, all you have to do is you have this platform that is like the biggest video platform on earth, and it's available to everybody. As much as people complain about YouTube, I think YouTube is fucking amazing. And I think the real problems with YouTube is advertising revenue and managing that scale. And then woke ideological crackheads that are running the helm, which is real too. People are banning people for specific content that's completely legal. But outside of that, you have a path. If you get a video, and it's your video, you're here because I saw your crocodile video, and bam. Like, I want to talk to that guy. Why are you doing that? You know?
Can't possess the video that you saw.
Oh, yeah, man. That's how you get me, folks. Get me with a giant reptile video.
There was no 50-foot.
You don't think so?
No. You?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Head transplant has been successfully done in a monkey. Maverick neurosurgeon. Oh, this is a head transplant. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, it wasn't a brain. I went back to once the last episode.
So the one about the Soviet Union?
Yeah, they were talking about a supposedly successful test when they transplanted a head from a monkey into another monkey, and it, according to the doctor, regained consciousness. So they said it was a success.
It wasn't. They didn't say you
It died 9 days later, and it was paralyzed the whole time.
Yeah, it has to be paralyzed, right? Because you can't reattach the spinal cord.
Oh, that's
Cool.
They had this one.
Oh, super cool.
This one, which is they're saying successful, happened somewhere else, and they killed it 20 hours later. But they said it. Look at the pictures.
Oh,
This guy also, I found in the picture, he put a rat or a mouse head on the back of a rat. I think it was the same way. He's trying to figure out how to do head transplants, and he's testing it on all sorts of other stuff.
yo.
Crazy.
Jurassic Park comes to mind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just because we can, should we? I mean, think about like then there will be a black market for like bodybuilders. Like if I was some rich guy, I would pay money to like have my head put onto a nice body.
Right. To kidnap a bodybuilder, snatch up his body.
I mean, I would, but you know,
right. But if you're like Bill Gates,
Right.
I'm tired of being a pregnant man. I want to get a body of some super jacked fitness influencer on Instagram.
or what if it was like a closet with clothes on my bodies, and it's like, what do I want to do today?
Right. Well, one day that's probably going to be the reality when they have synthetic bodies. When the idea that we can't create a synthetic body to me seems kind of silly because we've already created bladders. They've used stem cells to recreate a woman's bladder.
Ooh.
Yeah, they took her own stem cells from her skin and constructed a bladder for her and then installed it inside her body.
Okay.
I think she had bladder cancer or something like that. They had to remove the bladder, so they built her a bladder.
That's nice.
Yeah, pretty sweet, right? It's also your own stem cells, so your body's not going to reject it. And, you know, they're looking at animals that regenerate. Like there's certain reptiles that, amphibians, they chop their legs off, they grow new legs. Lobsters. A lot of animals do that. And so they're trying to figure out, like, what is that gene and how can we switch that on people? So, like, people that have had their legs amputated, grow their legs back, which is fucking crazy. Yeah. I think that's kind of,
They were about to do it to a guy in Russia. He backed out after he got married and had a kid.
oh, good for him.
They apparently had done it to corpses successfully, they say.
Corpse.
And they were this guy was down to do it.
No, makes sense. Even though he's paralyzed, he has another option. With Neuralink and all these new technologies, they think that they're going to be able to send signals to your limbs and allow your limbs to bypass the severed spinal cord. Sure. That's amazing. Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. But when you talk about Jurassic Park, are you aware of the Mammoth Project?
Yeah. Did they manage to get the DNA?
Yes.
Okay.
They're growing a mammoth. Like, it's actually happening. And when it does happen, we're gonna
Was this the
figure
Japanese
out
one?
a way to visit it. No, these are American. I believe so. I haven't met the guys yet. I don't know the nationality. I'm assuming, but they're out of Dallas, right? I think the thing was in New York. Whatever. Whatever they're doing, they're gonna bring back another. That's cool. That's fun.
Yeah. I would love to see it.
But how far do you go with that? That's bring back a saber-toothed cat. What about an American lion? which was big as a fucking horse. North American lion, a lot of people don't know, is larger than the lions that are in Africa.
Yeah, they're a 2/3 larger.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's
And that was right here.
yeah, right here. I have I don't know if you know this, but I did a video on the lions of Savo.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
And then that's the big video, the first video of mine that never got traction at the time.
That's the Ghost in the Dark story.
Yeah, Ghost and the Darkness. I thought it was Ghosts and the Darkness, but it's not. But then I did a second video where the lions were so badass that they died and went to hell and were really nasty in hell and got kicked out of hell and were plopped out in dinosaur times.
Oh.
And then the video is about the lions of Savo fighting a pack of Deinonychus. Yeah, and the lions lost, but in reality, I think lions would beat a bunch of Deinonychus.
Who knows? But I mean, that's not exactly the Romans probably put together. And they were doing those Colosseum fights.
No.
But what this speaks to is what we were talking about earlier. Like that. What happened to create human beings? And what would we do if we could do this? We're showing what we would do. We're taking people's heads off, putting them in other bodies. We're taking monkeys' heads off. We're putting a rat's head on the back of a mouse. We're doing all kinds of bizarre experiments. And if they knew how to do it, instead of like, we're kind of at the rudimentary stages of this kind of stuff. If they knew how to successfully implant their genetic material and hyper advance a lower primate and make it in a short period of time much smarter than any other primate on Earth, which is what we are. Right. We're so different than everything else that's remotely related to us. The idea that somehow or another we exist in this form and our ancient ancestors exist in the same form. Like the really ancient ancestors, we branched off of we're like a cousin of a chimpanzee. Yeah. And we share a lot of their traits.
They never found our chimpanzee level ancestor.
Right. Because it's on a fucking spaceship somewhere.
Would that be surprising?
No. It would be, sure. Yeah, it'd be crazy.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
I wouldn't be like, I can't believe this. I wouldn't say that.
No.
I would say, wow. So that's what it was. So that's why we're so different. Well, I was having a conversation with a woman yesterday, Sarah Lauren Walker, who is a scientist, a physicist, and she was talking about this thing called assembly theory. And what she was talking about, did I say her last name right? What she was talking about was like, what are the actual steps that are necessary in order for life to be created and evolve. And if you think about human beings, we're the one animal on this planet that seems to have the same sort of impact as invasive species do. Sure. We swarm the whole planet, we're fucking up everything, and there's no answer to us.
See, but do you think humanity is something that needs an answer?
Well, there's no answer to us naturally, right? Like, there's nothing that keeps our population in check other than disease.
No, normal population is controlled. Like, so while the left is talking about, humanity, population going out of control, like our population's crashing.
Sure.
Right. What is it? Asia crashed, Europe and America are crashing now. India's next to crash, and Africa's the only one left to Putin.
Right, in terms of like Japan, with the children that are alive today, how many of them will ever have grandchildren? Sure. Very small percentage. Yeah, that's true. Elon talks about that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, because like you can look at kids, you can look at the charts, like it's very clear,
Right, but don't you think so? This is nature's balancing act, right?
It has to happen. It's not a matter of like it's going to. It has to. Those are the rules.
I think nature probably balanced us out when we developed cities, right? Because what's the byproduct of cities? One of the byproducts of cities is it's expensive to live there. So a lot of times women get jobs, and women don't want to give up their career to have a family, so they hold it off until much later. And if they have a child at all, they have less kids than people who start having kids when they're 18 or 20, right? And so this is sort of a function of having these extremely dense environments where people are stacked up with each other, and then competition inside that city-like structure is intense, and financial competition is intense, and women engage in it as well, and it lowers the population. It happens to almost all westernized societies, first world societies. They experience a drop in birth rate. And it seems like that would be a natural feature of like high population areas.
Because it doesn't even matter what it is. Like for a deer, it's just the availability of grass.
Right.
You know, so I find it fascinating to think that humans are not we're very different from animals, but the rules don't apply to us.
Right. Well, we are animals, for sure. But we also are invasive. If a wild pig is invasive anywhere on it, right?
That's true.
Then we're invasive because we weren't there, and then we were there, and then we took over.
Yeah, it's true.
And we're so different than every other animal in how much different we look from each other. You know, with the wide variety of sizes we have of people.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it seems to me like,
I thought about that before, though. Like, what if 7 gorillas that was exactly the same to us are all like hyper? Like, what if, yeah, like they might all look really differentiated themselves.
I doubt it. They look like gorillas. I mean, just like look at what we see.
But it's
We
what
see a gorilla, but when you look at human beings, we're like dogs.
Yeah.
We vary like that. Like there's Carl over there, and then there's my dog Marshall.
Mm.
Marshall's a golden retriever. Marshall, if Carl was a girl, or if Marshall was a girl, they could have a baby. Those two, sort of. Like, can he breed to someone? We can find out. He tries to fuck Marshall. He tries. If Marshall was a girl, he tried to help him. Marshall just gives up sometimes. Carl's just biting on his face while he's lying on his back.
No.
He just gets tired of this little psychopath. But the point is, like, they're the same species. They're just a weird breed of that species. But they are the same thing. Like, you could take a wolf and you could breed it with a dog. You know, they all started off as wolves, and we manipulated them to the point where we have this incredible variety of shapes and sizes through manipulation. And that's what people look like. I mean, that manipulation could be environmental, like the reason why people that move to Northern Europe develop very pale skin because their body has to act as sort of like a solar reflector to create vitamin D. You don't get it like the way you would get it in Africa, where we originally started. But we're kind of like a manipulated animal in that regard, at least our appearance. And without being small, there's so many fun. Especially they made a bunch of different kinds, you know, like initially, like the thought is the fun stuff is the Anunnaki, right? That's the fun one.
Sure.
But the Anunnaki came here and they manipulated with humans. Then you look at the Sumerian tablets and see the images of the giant Anunnaki guy was the monkey person sitting on his lap with the tail. You ever seen that one? You never saw that?
No.
It's like a 5,000-year-old tablet of this guy who is this enormous person with this beautiful like garb on, and he's got this person sitting on his lap, a small person with a tail.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, dude, if you've studied any of the ancient Sumerian tablets at all,
Honestly, that stuff, I'm like saving that for a rainy day.
get into it. Get into it. Because the whole Zechariah Sitchin version of the Sumerian text is really, really interesting stuff.
Is that like, no, that wouldn't be where the Nephilim come from.
Yes. Yeah. That's their version of the Nephilim is the Anunnaki. The Nephilim is those from heaven to earth came. Nephilim were supposed to be giants, right? This is the Anunnaki. They're much larger than human beings, and they did something according to the Sumerian text as translated by Zechariah Sitchin. Okay? And this is why the symbol for medicine is always that Caduceus, the two serpents, right? That looks like a double helix DNA.
Oh.
It's exactly what it looks like. And that's the connection that he makes with all this stuff. And a lot of people disagree with him. I should just point out, if you're interested in this stuff, there's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com, and I've read that too. And it's interesting, and I appreciate when people have varying opinions, right? But there's something about Sitchin's stuff that is very compelling to me. And one of the big reasons is there's a lot of mysteries about the understanding that that the Sumerians had that sort of defies conventional logic. Like they had a detailed map of the solar system in 6,000 years ago. In these clay tablets, they have the sun in the center, and then they have all of our planets in the proper order, in the proper, not exact size, but this one's bigger than that one, that one's bigger than this one, and it's depicted on a clay tablet. And you look at it and you go, okay, what the fuck is that?
But would you really need that? Well,
Yeah, you would.
no, you would.
Yeah, you need a telescope. There's no other way. Like, there's no way with the human eye you can see Uranus. You don't see it. There's no way you see Pluto. You don't see them.
I mean,
You're not going to see it. They saw it. They had, like, find the monkey one first. Did you find it?
Not exactly sure what I was listed out.
Sumerian tablet Anunnaki with monkey person on his lap. Well, I know you can find the solar system one, so find that one quick. Just so I can check it out. So this is a giant mystery as to what this meant and how they knew this. So this is like in between two photos of these Anunnaki, or two images of these Anunnakis. So it has the sun, and it has all of our planets. And it has all of our planets, not in the correct size, obviously, because Jupiter is so much larger than Earth, but in this one's bigger than that one's bigger than this one. It's like a visual representation, as much as you can in a small area like that. But some of their tablets, which is absolutely fascinating. No, but how cool is that, though?
I know.
So these people were writing about the story of humanity, and they're writing it down on these clay tablets. And it seems to be some bizarre story of visitors. A lot of them have wings, like that one that shows the eagle. Like, what's that all about? Who's that fucking guy?
Ra, I think.
Yeah, but also wouldn't that represent some sort of spaceship? Like something that can actually fly. The only thing that you saw that could fly were birds, right? If you were trying to represent something as something that flies, you would,
Yeah, didn't in the Bible, the Jewish Bible, the Talmud, cloud get translated to, no, what was it? The shield got translated to cloud with the pillar of fire. I believe that led the Israelites out of the desert, wasn't something like that.
Oh, no, that makes sense.
I said I wasn't going to talk about anything that I wasn't sure about.
Yeah, that's what this show's all about.
Yeah, I could have sworn that it was like there was in the Bible it says the pillar of fire and a cloud, and that's what the Israelites followed out of the desert. But
It could be.
I've read that the more pragmatic translation is actually shield, and it wasn't cloud.
Oh, here it is. The pillars are said to have guided the Israelites through the desert during the exodus from Egypt. The pillar of cloud provided a visible guide for the Israelites during the day, while the pillar of fire lit their way by night.
Yeah, so evidently it wasn't a cloud, but a shield. And what a shield looked like. And that we would call that a saucer.
Right. Well, then there's the Ezekiel story in the Bible, which seems very much like some sort of a UFO encounter. And the way you would describe a UFO encounter, there's nothing that flew, and you didn't understand what advanced technology would be if you saw it. The Vimanas and the ancient Hindu text, and there's just so much. Yeah, there's so much of that stuff. And again, if life is out there everywhere in the universe, it kind of makes sense that someone would visit us as we're emerging, as life is becoming more and more intelligent over the course of millions and millions of years, and they find this one particular animal that's very similar to what they used to be at one point in time, and they just say, hey, let's speed this along. I think we would do that. I know we would. If we found a planet filled with monkeys, you don't think we'd take a few of them and shoot our stuff into it? Let's see.
It'll be fun.
It might also be a feature of the universe that's what intelligent life ultimately does, which is why we want to monkey around with these monkeys in the first place and take their heads and put them on other bodies.
Yeah. So I think that different planets, in order to meet the requirements of life, would actually be quite similar. That's just a theory I have. Or not.
It's a common theory.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because like some people say, like, why are aliens like carbon life forms? Like, well, that's what works.
Right.
You know,
Right.
They could be anything.
Not only that, that's ubiquitous, right?
Right.
Like bursting stars create carbon. This is carbon-based life exists here. Why wouldn't it exist everywhere else where there's stars everywhere else? It seems to be that we don't find solar systems that have something completely different than a planet. You know, everything that we found outside of our solar system seems to behave in a similar manner. When we look at galaxies, they seem to behave in a similar manner. They seem to look similar. They're of different sizes and the like, but they're pretty similar. They're these circular spiral things. It makes sense that if that exists everywhere, probably carbon-based life exists everywhere too. It's probably a feature of these solar systems.
Correct. That's what I would say too.
Yeah, and then there's probably, like, if you are growing a garden in your backyard, you know when you planted tomatoes. You know, the thing on it, 722 planted tomatoes, you know?
No.
So then you check on them. And then other tomatoes you planted like a couple of weeks later, like, oh, those won't be due in time. So if you were planting humans on a planet, you go, well, they need a couple million years for to get this shit together, but they're stuck with nuclear bombs. So it's
That's why they hang out over nuke bases.
or they're foreign governments showing us that they have advanced technology and they can hover over our nuclear bases. I think there's some of that going on too.
Yeah, but there's so many, like, that fellow who, I can't recall his name. It's like the most popular video on Greer's channel. Richard Greer or Stephen Greer? Yeah. He was like the guy who would discredit you if you saw a UFO. He told a story about how
Alan Hopkins, are you talking
I
about?
believe so.
From Project Blue Book?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Well, Alan Hopkins was the guy who was hired to debunk UFO sightings.
no, it's not him.
He was, and then he later became a believer. So he studied, he worked for Project Blue Book for a couple of decades and was sent out to, like, oh, we saw this, and swamp gas. And then after his career is over, then he came public with everything. So saying, I think UFOs are real. I think we really are.
Yeah. Well,
J. Allen Hyde. Yeah. What did I say? Oh, different.
No.
J. Allen Hyde.
I was not thinking of finding it. This guy was like a self-admitted deep state stooge. Like, he was the type of guy that would go out and discredit you if you saw something.
Oh, he would discredit you personally.
Yes.
Okay. So he would turn you into a fool.
Right. So if you went to Stephen Greer's channel and looked at the most popular video on it, you would find it. But he talks for like 2 hours about everything he knows. It's nuts.
Really?
Absolutely bonkers.
Find that guy.
And I believe him.
You believe it?
I
You
do.
want to believe him, right?
This stuff seems so much more likely than the alternative.
Oh, there's no life out there?
Yeah, it's not even, we don't even know what they are. I mean, I'm not even saying they're extraterrestrial, really.
Not only that, but so much more likely that they're going to run a business.
I mean, yes.
Yeah. So let's get back to the crocodile. How come you don't believe?
Why would you believe that? I mean, 50-foot crocodile?
Sure. They just keep getting bigger.
They don't, though.
How big do they get?
I don't know crocodiles.
Right. So here's the thing. What we know about crocodiles now are crocodiles after guns. Okay?
Ooh.
So guns change everything. So that alligator out there you saw in our lobby, that's 80 years old. Yeah, 80 years old, and the guns killed that alligator. So guns get introduced in the 1800s, and then explorers start going through the Congo in the 1800s, and they start shooting crocodiles. They shoot a lot of crocodiles. In fact, a friend of mine actually got hired to go to the Congo. Where? Jim Shockey. What part did he go to? I forget. But he went to Africa. He's a hunter, and they hired him to shoot crocodiles. There's so many people in this village. He went to this village, said it was so heartbreaking. Like this guy's missing his arm, this person's missing a leg, that bite's taken out of him. And while he was there, a woman got taken out. Like while he was there, a woman was washing clothes and a crocodile smashed her and dragged her into the water.
Yeah.
And when human beings start bringing guns, the whole ecosystem changes, right? So these 50-foot things that have been apex predators just sunning themselves on the shore. Now some guy lines up a shot from the beach or from a boat rather and just takes it out. And they're shooting all these different crocodiles. And so doing this over the course of, 50, 60 years, all the big ones are dead.
Yeah.
And it takes fucking forever for a crocodile to become a 50-foot crocodile. And they don't die.
Yeah, but
They just stay alive. They only die when something happens to them.
if there's one crocodile in the reserve in South Africa who was born in like 1890 or something, and he's only like 17 feet long.
Right.
So you think that's because his environment wasn't good enough?
I think it's because he's born in 1890, not 1790.
Oh.
So they don't die. So if a crocodile's living in the Congo, okay, the Congo is rich with life. There's life everywhere. And certain animals have to cross these rivers. And that's just a fucking meal train.
Yeah.
You've seen those animals wildebeest trying to make it across the river, and then the crocs show up and just start snatching them. I mean, some of them make it through, and some of them die. And that's just how it's always been. And so they've had enormous amounts of food forever. And if they've lived for hundreds and hundreds of years, those things would just continue to grow. It doesn't seem outside of the realm of possibility for something to be twice as big as the biggest one that they've spotted.
Yeah, but that's long. Like great white sharks, we're pretty sure that they get to 22 and a half feet, and then they get fatter.
Right.
So 50 feet.
Megalodon.
Yeah, but that's a different thing.
Right. But it was also a giant fucking shark.
Yes.
I think it's possible there's a certain subspecies of crocodiles.
Yeah.
Just like there is like caimans, like there's different subspecies of caimans crocodiles rather, even in the Amazon. There's big ones. They get to be like 16 feet long, and there's small ones that get killed by jaguars all the time. And those are cool.
I think that Bigfoot is more likely to be real than a 50-foot crocodile.
So you think these people that have these depictions of it being as big or bigger than they're both, they're just exaggerated?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I do. But not in a malicious or even a lying way.
Probably just freaked out by the size of the goddamn thing.
Even freaked out because like it was giant.
Right. Like, and then they exaggerate over time.
Like it was probably 20, 30 feet maybe. But like twice as bigger, more than twice as big as the biggest ever. It's pretty nuts.
It is nuts, but occasionally animals do have mutations that makes them much larger. You see that with humans. Like the biggest human ever was like 9 feet tall,
but not 12.
Right. Right. True. Right. Not double the size. Right. But he also was dealing with gravity.
Yes.
And like the real problems with being a gigantic human with all the bad bone problems. What is that? That's the world's oldest crocodile?
Yeah, Henry.
Jesus, how old's Henry?
Caught him in 1903.
Jesus. Caught him in 1903. How crazy is that? They caught him over 100 years ago.
When I was working on the video, I don't know why this occurred to me, but he was born roughly at the same time as Adolf Hitler.
He's a man-eating croc?
Yeah, he killed a lot of people.
So this guy's just hanging out with him? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? He's just assuming that the thing's not hungry? How crazy are people who want to sit right next to a goddamn giant monster like that? Look at the size of that thing. I just can't imagine why anybody would stand next to that. Maybe stand really far away and just film it.
We're talking about surfing.
700 kilos, it's another 600 pounds or so. 15.
They're so cool too. Like, look at that face. The way all the teeth like integrate with the gums. And when you know that this thing, so it's captured in 1903. When was it born, right?
I think it was about 15 years old when they captured him.
That is so crazy. So this thing's somewhere around 135 years old.
Yeah.
This guy's just grabbing its dick. Look at it. It's like, hey, bro.
To compare that giant croc that only pops up on a golf course in Florida is known to be about 10 to 12 feet and 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, that's an alligator.
I think that's like 15 plus feet.
Yeah. Like I said, the one that's out there is 14 feet.
Yeah, I was really surprised to learn how much smaller, even when the size or when the length is similar, how much less heavy alligators are.
Oh yeah, they're twice as heavy. Yeah, crocodiles rather are twice as heavy. They are so dense and they're so aggressive. Have you ever seen when they have? Yeah, he turns towards them like that guy could just get taken out like that.
But they drown. That's how crocodiles kill.
Because they get too big, right?
No, I'm saying.
Oh, how they kill people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like a crocodile like that would, if you couldn't drag it in water. Isn't that nuts that like their actual method is
Yeah. Well, they can hold their breath forever.
right?
So just like I know you can.
Right, because like their teeth aren't just meant for holding.
Yeah.
Like their teeth aren't meant for chopping or chomping or anything.
Have you seen the one where the crocodile takes a pig and snaps it in half with a shake of his leg and chokes down the leg?
Mm-hmm. Have you seen the one where the crocodile just like rolls and rips its friend's leg off for no
Yes.
reason?
And the friend doesn't even flinch. She's just like, "What the fuck, dude?"
Yeah.
Yeah. The lady was feeding them, right? And he just oh yeah, here it is. Look at that.
Oh my god!
It just snaps that pig in half. Yeah. With a quick little fling of its neck.
So then,
Oh, that's my Instagram. Watch this. Snap. Like it's nothing. Just wanted a bite-sized chunk. No big deal. Just an animal that's been around for how many millions of years?
No straight on this.
Richard Doty. Okay. Spread disinformation about UFOs on behalf of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. So that's the guy.
you know,
So his job was to make you look like an idiot if you believe in UFOs. Now, why do you think they would do that?
to discredit people.
But why? Why would they want to discredit people?
Man, you are. I don't know. I guess to keep their secrets.
What secrets?
All right, then keep your secrets.
So you think that they know something about UFOs? They don't want people to believe these things are real. They want to discourage people coming forward, so they mock them. They turn them into fools. This guy's job is to discredit all the stories and make the person look like a crazy person, gaslight everybody.
Mhm.
And it's because they don't want people to know what they know.
I would imagine that the truth is worse. Well, yes, but because what they know is really, really bad.
What do you think they think? What do you think they know? Do you subscribe to the Bob Lazar Vessels of Souls idea?
I'm familiar with that.
Oh, you didn't know that one?
So I know Kathy Turner, Dr. Kathy Turner, who wrote Taken into the Fringe and Masquerade of Angels, and she said the only thing that's consistent throughout all abduction reports is that the aliens are fascinated with the concept of a soul. So I assume that works into what I'm talking about with Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar said one of the more bizarre things that he found out when he was working at Area S4 was that they had this like very thick sort of document on all that they knew so far about aliens. And one of the things was it went back to religion. See if you can find Bob Lazar talking about it, so I don't butcher this. But I believe what he was saying was that they think of us as containers for souls. Now let's imagine, before we show the Bob Lazar thing, let's imagine how that would happen. Now let's imagine that human beings, we are biological life, and so therefore we have what we call a soul, and then we create digital life. And maybe this digital life, maybe artificial creations are what we're seeing in these gray aliens. Maybe they are some sort of hybrid or some sort of creation that's outside of evolution, outside of natural adaptation. And they look at us as the source, like they can't breed anymore. Maybe for them to exist, maybe they need an actual soul. And to think of us as a farm for souls.
I really do think that we're a farm of some kind. Because it's funny, because people always say, like, they hang out over nuke sites so that we don't bomb ourselves. And it's like, sure, but not from a compassion standpoint. Like, if the farmer doesn't protect his cow because he wants it to find some sort of spiritual thing. And that's why I take issue with like Stephen Greer and all those people who are like, just need to expand your consciousness. It's like, That's a pretty. I feel like that's what they want you to think.
Mm.
You find Bob Larkin?
Yeah, since we can talk about these proofreads.
Yeah, the only hardcore thing to do is extremely try to find out if you want to do relationship without that thing.
Bob Laser on humans and religion.
Yeah, the only hardcore thing you can do is extremely try to find out if you want to do relationship without that thing. But why was it retained from the fighting field because of religion? I went to yes, it's so far out. Okay, so that word to think that that's not the first religion is split. We are nothing but container of container. Maybe keep it in the soul, you can watch it whatever where you want to worship David. And that's how I meant to do it. That religion was specific to the so we have the rules and regulations for the sole purpose and not damaging the container. Yes.
Yikes! Say the end. I didn't think of it that way. That you can actually damage your soul.
Yeah.
But it is almost like every holy text says that.
Well, it does make sense too, because if what is in religion, right? The idea is like to save your soul. You have to abide by certain rules. You have to be good to each other. You have to live a just life. All of these things are laid out so you don't damage the energy that is inside you and turn you evil.
See, it could be more pragmatic from that, though. If someone is going to inherit your soul, they don't want it bogged down with bad habits.
Right. Yeah, well, we don't want it to be evil. We want it to have negative energy attached to it and the karma of killing a bunch of people.
Right.
Who wants Dick Cheney? You know? The alien's like, you know that dude.
Remember when he shot someone and then the guy apologized?
Yeah. You know how gangster that is?
Yeah.
You shoot a guy in the face and the dude's like, yeah, I look like a bird. Don't worry about it.
I look
Yeah.
like a- Can you, what is with, is there any way to you that we're not being gaslit, like to hell by Kamala Harris?
Well, in what way?
Like, wasn't she like a joke even among Democrats?
Uh-huh.
Like 10 seconds ago? Like, literally,
Sure.
like a day.
Yep.
And now it's like, I think she's around.
I know. Yeah. What?
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
we're so easily manipulated, and they're all doing it in lockstep. Yeah, no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. She was she polled as the least popular vice president of all time.
Yeah.
She is, you know, I had dinner with a friend of mine recently who actually knows her. He says she's very smart, but when she gets in front of a camera, she locks up, and she's just not good at communicating, and she tries to go off script, and she, you know, whenever you're talking in front of a large group of people, there's a bizarre stress and pressure that really constricts your ability to communicate.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
As of the last few minutes.
Yeah, it's weird. And this is just you and me, right? This
Right.
is just you and me. And now imagine you and me, but we're in front of 15,000 people that are hanging on our every word, and you're kind of freeballing. And maybe you really haven't done the research. Like someone's asking how you're going to fix the economy, right? And then you have some, well, the problem is everybody needs money to kiss the bills. And we're working on that. Like, what?
Well, you can, that's so obvious when you know the passage of time is significant, and the significance of the passage of time is significant because of the passage of time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's someone who's basically like a kid in the 5th grade who's writing a book report but haven't read the book.
That's every time I see her on camera, that's all I can think is that she's looking into her own work.
Right.
Because she just has that vibe. Did you see the clip of her talking about how dare we wish Merry Christmas to people?
No.
Yeah, she does this bizarre like rant about how we shouldn't be wishing Merry Christmas to anyone.
Is this when she was a senator?
I don't know. It's recent.
It's recent.
Yeah,
Really?
it's so strange that like that was her like that's the only time I've seen her passionate about anything on camera.
Come on. No, I haven't seen that. I've seen the one she was telling people need to be woke. Everyone needs to be more woke.
Oh,
Should be more woke. Just figure out who's the wokest. I'm trying to be the wokest, but she's whatever. Everyone should be more woke. And she's like laughing.
And when we all sing happy tunes and sing Merry Christmas and wish each other Merry Christmas, these children are not going to have a Merry Christmas. How dare we speak Merry Christmas? How dare we? Merry Christmas, everyone.
She felt Greta Thunberg a little bit there.
Oh, that's so nutty.
Yeah.
How dare we?
How dare you?
Yeah, no, we're definitely being gaslighted. And not only that, here's the big one, right? She wasn't elected, right? She was appointed vice president, and then they didn't do primaries. They had no primaries for Joe Biden, and now all of a sudden she is the nominee because he's stepping away. And so then they bring in her, and they bring in this other guy who's radical from Minnesota. That's the vice president, who he believes a lot of wild things. And one of them is transgender surgery for people who are under 13. Another one is abortion up until 9 months. Yeah. Obviously, there's reasons why people medically would, like, if the woman's life is in danger, if the child has something wrong, it's not going to live. There's reasons why they choose to do things like that. But that stuff scares the fuck out of people. We changed the Minnesota state flag to make it look like the Somali flag. Yeah. You ever seen that? No. Yeah. Show that video. So the video is then taking down the Minnesota flag and replaced it with the new flag that looks a lot like the Somali flag. Minnesota is a huge population of Somalis.
Well, isn't what's her face?
Yes. Yeah.
Omar.
Yeah.
Oh,
But there's a video of him doing it.
man.
Well, okay, well, let's see the video. But they did change the Minnesota state flag, correct?
Sometimes the false.
Yeah, that's the problem with, like, fact checkers. Some of these fact checkers are completely full of shit. Like, you're just trying to debunk something, especially now when there's all this scrutiny being paid attention to what this guy's done. What have you? What's the false stuff, Jamie? It's not the flag itself. No.
Yeah, I mean, I typed in. I was just trying to even get to it. A whole bunch of stories were popping up. I tried to say this, like, no, we didn't give him the Somali flag. No, we didn't change
No,
it. It's going to be Somali, false.
But what does it look? Okay, so what does it look like now? Okay, on the left is Somali flag. On the right is the Minnesota state flag. Okay, same color as Somali flag. A white star, a different white star in it, like the Somali flag. Very different than the original Minnesota flag. And there's a video down below that. That's when he changes it out. So he takes out the Minnesota state flag. Oh, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Turn the volume up, please. See you that. All right, ready. Whoa. So he gets the flag, picks it up, moves it out of the way, and replaces it. Look at this. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, so why is it better? Why do you care what the flag looks like, first of all? And why do you get to change the flag? How crazy is that the governor gets to change the flag? Like, who else is involved in that decision to change the flag?
That happened.
I don't know.
It's a bigger fan. They let people pick, you know.
Right. No, we have a bunch of people that's a high population of Somalis in your state. I would imagine they want to try to get that flag a little closer to home.
But the worst incident of fact checking was the quid pro quo Joe clip, where Biden brags about that time that he withheld $1 billion of aid to Ukraine,
So they fire a prostitute.
to fire a prosecutor that we now know his son worked for.
Mm-hmm.
And if you type that in Snopes or whatever would tell you, just like, oh, that didn't happen. Biden, there was no quid pro quo, and Biden didn't want the prosecutor fired because he didn't know that his son worked for Burisma at the time. And it's like, how can you just say that's fake? And like, it's scary to me that people will read that and be like, oh, it's fake. It's like,
Yeah.
no, look at it, like, with your eyes.
Yeah, fact checkers are fucking dangerous, and it's really, I mean, what you're seeing is kind of treason.
Yeah,
It's kind of what it is. If you're seeing that kind of fact checking, you're lying. You're lying, and you're intentionally misrepresenting facts, and you're doing so because you want a specific result politically, right? And it should be illegal.
I agree.
Especially if people think of you as a fact checker. And what does that mean? What's the meaning of a fact checker? The problem with facts is a lot of them are very subjective. You can find one small inconsistency or one. You could phrase a question in a certain way and have your answer false in a different way because you're just finding some nitpicky way to look at things. I've seen a lot of that. To the point where you're like, that's not fact checked at all. You guys just fucking, you're gaslighting. It's
Right.
pure gaslighting.
This is what it says here. Pick the new flag.
State Emblems Redesign Commission tasked with choosing a new flag and seal made its final selections this week, and the new design will debut next year. It follows 4 months of meetings, many spirited debates, and 2,500 submissions from the public sharing their ideas for the new symbols.
That's why they changed it. It's problematic.
Problematic. Oh, I love that term. Our current flag is problematic. I think we all know that. We've evolved from a more diverse state, evolved into a more diverse state. And I think it's more reflective of that. Okay, what was the original flag? There's concern with the scene depicted on the old flag, which many found offensive. First adopted in 1957, the flag showed a white settler tilling land as an indigenous man rides horseback. Indigenous members of the State Emblem Redesign Commission said it was harmful to their communities and promoted the erasure of their people from the land.
What?
Well, can I see what it looks like? Show me the original, just get a photo of the original Minnesota flag. Okay, click on that. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. So there's a Native American on horseback. I see it though. And then there's a farmer tilling the land and Native American on horseback. Is that problematic because Native Americans didn't really ride horses? And people didn't really till the land? Like, I don't understand what.
There's a big controversy about that, actually.
Yeah.
Whether or not horses, how long horses have been in North America.
Well, horses originated in North America.
Right.
Yeah, horses originated in North America, including zebras. All of them originated in North America. And then they were wiped out, and they had been introduced into Asia and Africa and all these other continents, and then reintroduced back to America.
Right. I meant like
When people rode them.
correctly.
Right.
So because a lot of people are saying that First Nations people had horses for a lot longer than Europeans had been in America.
Certainly possible. There's certainly different segments, different North American tribes that were much better, including right here where we are, the Comanche. The Comanche were notoriously good at raising horses. It was part of how fierce they were. They had so many horses. They rode them so well, they could ride sideways and shoot arrows underneath the horse's neck. But I don't know what that's so problematic. The other place with something that looks a whole lot like a Somali flag.
Yeah.
The idea it doesn't look like a Somali flag is kind of crazy. I mean, it does. It does. It certainly does. It's certainly the same color. It certainly also has a white star. This is a different white star.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's like, the flag doesn't bother me that much. If the people in Minnesota like it, but who cares? It's just a star and some colors. The real problem is when you hear discussions of things that are like openly Marxist philosophies, when you hear talk about equal outcomes, and not just equal opportunity, but that we all need to arrive at the same place, equal outcome talk. There's only one way to do that, and it's by forcing you.
Well, it's by everyone having.
Yeah,
That's the only way to have things totally equal. Because you can't have everyone have everything. That's impossible.
right. There's no way. There's not enough resources. And so for equal distribution, that has to be enforced by law. So that has to be enforced by the government, and the government generally does not have equal. They have much more than you. And that's Fidel Castro in Cuba. That's North Korea. That's virtually every communist country that's ever existed. You have a military dictatorship that decides what you can and can't do with your time, and all under the guise of making it better for everyone. And that's exactly what they did to North Korea. When they took over people's farms, they said, we're going to take over the farms so that everybody has food. Yay, good. Now everyone's starving, and the government has all the food. If you kill a cow, they'll kill you. Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts that people don't learn from history, and it's nuts that people who subscribe to this leftist ideology have this very distorted version of humans and how capitalism works and what's the benefits of it. I think there's a lot of parts of progressive ideology and philosophy that could be applied to society to make things better. I think if we funded more things the same way we fund the fire department, the police force, these are kind of socialist things, right? Everybody gets access to the fire department.
Right.
It's a part of being in the community. We all pay for it. Education is that way, but it should be much more funded, right? It should be much more prestigious, much better trained teachers, a a more esteemed position. I feel the same way about law enforcement. They should be much more respected, much better trained. We should put much more resources into them, have them be integral and a part of the community, and for the safety of the community. Not the bad guys who come in to pull you over because you rolled through a fucking stoplight. You know, that kind of shit.
Right.
And I think the problem is these people that have this idea of equal outcome, this is the worst version of all these leftist ideologies. The worst version is open borders, everybody should have everything, and then the equal distribution of it. And then what always comes with that is they unarm citizens. And if they don't unarm the citizens, you can't get away with any of this stuff. But as soon as you have no one has guns other than the police, everybody is forced to comply. And if the army and the police are the only ones that get to tell you what to do, and they take orders from the government, and the government is a communist dictatorship, you're fucked. And that has never been more evident than in all the versions of it that you can see in current world politics now, where a government has been taken over by a communist regime. It's always been. It never turns out good. Not a single fucking time. People starve. It gets horrible. You know, there's just terrible government overreach. You're seeing it now in England, where people are getting arrested for tweets. England, you know, people talk about Soviet Russia, like how bad Russia is in terms of cracking down on thought police and cracking down on bad tweets and things like that. I think the statistics are, I think England I think there's something like 4,000 people have been arrested in England for thought crimes, where they've said things online that people find to be a hateful thing or a problematic thing. And I think it's only 200 in Russia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe in Russia they're too scared to do it.
Could be. Yeah. But the fact that they're comfortable with finding people who've said something that they disagree with and putting them in a fucking cage in England in 2024 is really wild.
Yeah.
Especially they're saying you get arrested just for retweeting something. And here's the problem with that. Even if you say, yeah, well, people shouldn't tweet hateful things. I agree. They shouldn't. But who's to decide what is a hateful thing?
That's the problem.
That's the problem. It's very subjective.
And it still shouldn't get hurt.
And in our lifetime, we've seen that get moved, right? So it used to be, if a guy thought he was a woman, and his name was Doug, and you grew up with Doug, and all of a sudden Doug wants to be called Debbie, if you call him Doug, it's no big deal. Like, yeah, maybe you're being rude to call him Doug, but it's not a hate crime, okay? Well, now a lot of people think it's a hate crime. And that got you banned from Twitter for life. So if you dead named someone on the old Twitter, you were banned for life. Dead name, not even making up a name. You can call them an idiot. You can call someone an idiot. Okay, forget about a man in a dress, maybe that's a problem. But if you call like a regular guy an idiot, you stupid fuck, fine, no problem. But if you call Doug, you get banned for life. Okay, that's the new hate speech. That's crazy. Now, if that keeps going, that didn't exist before. If that keeps going, maybe you can go to jail for calling him Doug. Maybe they think it's okay to put you in jail because you violated their hate speech laws. That's how nutty things can get. And you've also seen during COVID how ridiculous people get with cracking down and enforcing laws like that. You know, you saw it in Australia, people getting arrested for being outside without a mask on,
which is like the opposite of what you should be doing.
Exactly.
I mean, you should be outside.
Right, you should be outside and you should have a mask on. It's nonsense. It doesn't work. There's no evidence whatsoever that it's effective.
I thought it was funny how many people, like, the mask was never intended to be protection for you.
Right.
It was to protect others around you. But, like, I saw so many people putting it on like a shield.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's not a...
Not only that, you're using surgical masks. Those are designed to keep people from spitting into open wounds, dropping particles out of their mouth for people's surgeries. You know, we're so susceptible to manipulation, and that's what's really scary about the time that we're living in, because we have so much access to information, yet so many people are willing to put the blinders on and go full steam ahead with whatever their team wants. You know, like there was this ridiculous video the other day, comics for Kamala. Oh, did you see that?
No, I saw white men for Kamala. Was that it?
There's that dude, white dudes for Kamala. This is all organized, by the way. And there was a Twitch streamer, like one of the big time Twitch streamers, one of the big guys, who read out what they were offering him. They were offering him money to advocate Kamala Harris online. He's like, I'm not fucking doing this. And so he's like reading this thing where they're offering money. They're literally paying for AstroTurf.
Yeah. The most egregious thing I've seen recently is, after everything in the past 8 years, 9 years, it's hard to get pissed off genuinely anymore. But is now all the left people saying that Trump is afraid to debate Trump. Or that Trump is afraid to debate Kamala. And I saw this meme of Trump as like a cowardly lion. Everyone's like, he's never going to show up. It's like you said the exact same thing about Biden. The exact same thing. Trump went in there and just like, it was, oh man, the guy got shot in the face like 2 days ago. And said, fight. He's scared to debate Kamala.
Yeah, it seems ridiculous, but that's just what they do. That's politics. They do it on the left. They do it on the right. They gaslight you. They manipulate you. They promote narratives. And the only one who's not doing that is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
You a fan?
Yeah, I am a fan. Yeah, he's the only one that makes sense to me. He's the only one that he doesn't attack people. He attacks actions and ideas, but he's much more reasonable and intelligent. The guy was an environmental attorney and cleaned up the East River. I mean, he's a legitimate guy. Before anybody started calling him an anti-vaxxer, which I thought he was too. I thought he was just nut, this like conspiracy theorist nut, until I read his book. I read The Real Anthony Fauci. I'm like, what is it? How much of this is real? Because if it's all real, this is fucking insane. And we live in a world where we're being manipulated by these health organizations that are being paid by the pharmaceutical drug interests. And these pharmaceutical drug companies are pumping these products out into the population and telling us that we need them, and then making insane amounts of money. And then also the government is in on it. And also they share a patent with Moderna. And also they share profits. And there's $700 million, however much money was made, whatever the number is that these guys made off of these products. Like, this is, all of it is fucking crazy. There's the revolving door between the CDC and the FDA and these pharmaceutical drug companies. So the people that make the regulations then go on to have these cushy jobs with the pharmaceutical drug corporations. So, no, nothing to see here. It's like it's open. It's right out in the open. And when he talks about all that stuff in his book, he's just like, what the fuck, man? If this wasn't true, he would be sued. Yeah. So it seems to be true. Yeah. And it's a scary thing. Just people don't want to talk about it because they don't want to be attacked. They don't want to be called an anti-vaxxer. That's a big one.
Right. It cracked me up how a lot of the people on the right started to despise the vaccine, and then Trump at the same time was like, it's my vaccine, you guys. And then he got kind of confused. It's one of the rare times in politics that Trump didn't seem sure of his course.
Well, I think he was proud of getting it out there. Yeah, and he was proud that they did it. They had the vaccine. It was a good vaccine. I don't think he knows. I think he took it, which is crazy too, because the guy survived COVID. He got COVID before the vaccine was developed, and then he still took the vaccine, which is like literally illogical. Like, doesn't even flies in the face of science. I don't understand about the immune system, But there's a video of Anthony Fauci from many years ago on a talk show saying someone got the flu, you should get a flu shot. No, because if you survive the disease, if you recover from the disease, you have the best protection. He's like literally saying that. Right. And then, of course, that was thrown out the window when they wanted a vaccine everywhere.
Well, plus it's not a vaccine.
Right.
A vaccine, it's a flu shot. It's the equivalent of a flu shot. Because a vaccine means you can't get it.
Well, it's even more weird because it's mRNA, right? So it's like this messenger RNA. It's basically gene therapy. Like, you're tricking your body into creating these antibodies.
Right.
And you're also doing a bunch of damage to some people, which is also their gaslighting. About how many people are vaccine injured. A bunch of them. We all do. We all know somebody that fucked up by that stuff. It's all crazy. What's happening to the
people arrested for tweets and anything?
Yeah.
So very confusing story.
So it says 3,395 arrests been made by 29 UK police forces for Section 127 offenses, which is used for cases of online abuse. According to the article, 1,696 people were subsequently charged. Section 127 offenses cover harassment that takes place via electronic communications network and is not limited to social media posts. Harassment via email or other forms of online communication can also fall under this definition.
So this video is going around recently
of the lady arresting that guy.
And this is going back to a discussion that Konstantin Kizin was having on a YouTube video
Right.
from before COVID. So this was all from 2017.
Yeah, but they've been doing it for a while now.
That's what I'm looking up and trying to find. Like, I can't find any updated information that says that this is still continuing to happen, except for 3 guys are recently arrested for like the Leeds riots because they were posting violent stuff on Twitter or something.
I know there was one guy who was posting stickers. He got arrested for posting stickers that they said were offensive. It's just, we take for granted the what we have with the First Amendment, freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech is gigantic. There's only one way you find out what's right. You got to let people talk, and you got to let people, even like on X, say the wrong things or say offensive things. You find those people, you don't like them, block them. You don't like it, don't listen. Don't read it. Don't read what they're saying. You know, it's disturbing. It's very. To me, when I really became like hyper aware of it was post October 7th, when you see so much anti-Semitism. It's just like blatant, out in the open, and often incorrect and ignorant anti-Semitism. Not just like, wow, look at all these Jewish people that are the head of these banks. Look at all these Jewish people that are running show business. They're just ruthless, nasty anti-Semitism out in the open. And then people agreeing with it out in the open. Ugh. Like, this is crazy.
Well, it's almost like because it's coming from one protected class to another. Is how I see that. Because I mean, like, you know,
Right.
obviously, if that was a stance of the right, it would be immediately called out as evil as it is.
Right. It's not, right? It's a stance of the left, which is fascinating. That's why when those heads of universities were getting grilled, and they were talking about whether or not saying death to the Jews is harassment at MIT or at Harvard, whatever. And she was saying, well, if it's actionable. So you actually
You gotta wait till they do it.
You gotta wait till they commit genocide before it's a problem. Yeah,
It's pretty nuts.
it's nuts. Yeah, it's nuts. But it's also, it's like, you know, this is the consequences of having these rigid ideologies where you think that your side has to be correct and the other side is incorrect. And if you think, you know, free Palestine, this is what we're into. So, like, the people that are the most radical that are pushing that the furthest, like the Antifa of that organization, or the death of the Jewish people, are the ones that are going to take, like, remember during the George Floyd riots and the Antifa riots, like, people on the left sided with violent mobs and tried to gaslight you on what they did.
Yeah.
They said they're mostly peaceful demonstrations.
As the camera's panning around trying not to get something engulfed in flames.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's gaslighting. But the reason why is because those are the people that are going to crack heads and get things done for our side. That's the implication. The implication is we are on the left, and the most violent and aggressive people on the left, they're going to push the envelope. They're going to get things done. So they're mostly doing good things.
Yeah, well, I think the shame of it is that, like, BLM, like, now it's pretty well understood that they were legit scam.
Yeah, they made a lot of money, bought a lot of real estate.
They bought like 6 mansions and a bunch of cars, and then they disbanded. You know,
Yeah.
And it's sad. Like, have you seen the exterminator footage? There was this exterminator who, like, literally got handcuffed and shot by the police on camera in a hotel.
For what?
So he.
Oh, you mean the guy that's in Phoenix?
I don't
It's
know
in Arizona, where he's crawling around the hallway, and the guy his pants are dropping down. The cop shoots him.
No, I don't think so. This is a guy who he was an exterminator. He had a pellet gun, and he was putting it in. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's in a hotel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in a hotel. I remember that, and like that's one of the most disturbing. What I'm trying to say is that if you're trying to solve the problem of police overstep, looking at it through a racial lens isn't going to solve it. That's not the problem,
Right?
Because it happens to white people.
It happens to a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can't just blanket statement with it saying that it's about one particular group.
Well, I think it was one of those moments in history where one thing sets off and there's a bunch of tension that's like at the surface, racial tension. And then one thing sets it off, and then there's this narrative. And then there's through social media, you get all these examples that you see over and over and over again of white cops shooting black people.
Yeah.
And so people have it in their mind that Black people are unjustly harassed and are attacked more than anyone else. That's why that professor at Harvard who released that study showing that there is not a difference, there's not a disparity, racial disparity in the way Black people are assaulted or shot by cops versus white people. And people attacked him, right? Because they don't want their narratives destroyed. The problem is bad cops, right? Of course, that's the problem. And the problem is sociopaths that become police officers. This problem is cops with PTSD. The problem is just like you can have bad anything in any walk of life. You could have a bad doctor. You can have a bad football coach. You can have a bad cop. And the bad cops are a real fucking problem. They wind up shooting people that shouldn't be shot. They're fucking crazy. They've lost their soul. You know, the aliens wouldn't want them as a container.
No, they wouldn't.
No. The alien thing is crazy if what we're talking about when we talk about like saving our souls, like that we think about having like your essence is negative and evil, and that negative evil essence that they're trying to minimize the amount of those, like if your crop has like a disease or like some sort of a thing, is some fungus is growing on your crop, you're going to destroy most of the crop. Like, what do we have to do to protect the crop? We don't give the crop religion. Let's keep these mind viruses from destroying us. Let's keep war at a minimum. Let's keep these people from doing things that are unethical and immoral because they actually do damage the thing that we need the most that's inside of it.
Right.
Have you ever had any sort of an alien experience?
Yeah, actually. My roommate, this was at my college, Ripon College. We were on this place, like basically just a balcony, and we just saw, it was like 3 a.m. Drank a lot that night. We were having our last cigarette of the night, and we just saw one triangle with red dots appear way in the distance, and it was by a radio tower, which I only mention because it's easy to say that it was on a radio tower. It's like, no, the radio tower is weird. And then we watched it for like 2 minutes, and then another one appeared right next to it, and then they both disappeared. And it wasn't really a big deal at the time, like, and it still isn't now, but it was something. It was really something.
When you say it wasn't a big deal, what do you mean?
Like, we weren't like agitated. Like, it wasn't like, it was more just like, that's nuts. Like, it wasn't.
Well, you're probably a little drunk still too, right?
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
Yeah. But
you all saw the same thing?
Oh yeah. How many guys? Just 2 of us. And it was very far away.
Did anybody else see it? Was there any other reports?
Not that I know of. I never looked into it.
And so it was very far away. And how did it move?
Didn't move.
It just hovered?
I don't know if the first one appeared or not, or if it was always there. But like, I think he saw it first, and I looked, and I was like, "What is that?" Because it was dark, but you couldn't see stars behind it. So like, it was obviously something in between the 3 red lights, and then the second one appeared overlapping it, so like in front of it, and then they both just disappeared.
Just disappeared.
Yeah,
just blinked out of existence.
We didn't see it leave.
So it just, you were staring at it, and all of a sudden it was gone.
Correct.
And did you both say, "Oh shit, it's gone"?
I don't remember. It was something. I have it. I have photos of it on my old BlackBerry.
Really?
But
how blurry is it?
Very blurry. They just look like nothing.
What's the best photo of a UFO that's ever been taken? I mean, there's a bunch of old ones from like the 1960s that I think are straight horseshit.
Yeah.
There's this one guy I've kept encountering him. With it's like hubcaps and stuff he's throwing in the sky.
No. Could have been that. I don't know specifics of photos.
Did you ever see the Mexico City footage?
I don't even know why that made me think of Signs, the movie.
Yeah.
It's my favorite movie of all time.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
The Mexico City UFO footage is interesting because it's in Mexico City and you see this thing flying and you see it like in the distance as it's going past these buildings. And you're like, what the fuck is that? And seen by thousands and thousands of people.
I would imagine that the best one is the Phoenix lights.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of
Clearest UFO photo ever taken was hidden from the public for 3 decades. The Calvin photograph taken by 2 hikers in the Scottish Highlands, the pictures handed over to the Ministry of Defense, and was hidden from the public for more than 3 decades. The unbelievable images show a diamond-shaped object hovering in the sky. It looks like a saucer. So it looks like it's just pointing at the top. Like, doesn't it look like it'll be circular? I don't think it's diamond shaped. Oh, okay, that way it looks diamond shaped.
Is that that's the photo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Wow. Huh?
That is very odd.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's circular.
I mean, it's hard to say what the fuck that is. Go back to that other one with this, I think that the top one is like enhanced.
Descriptions about it and eyewitnesses, that's all too.
Mm.
This right here says there's something fishy here. It's all else you could too.
Right.
Hovered for 10 minutes, shot upwards,
Before disappearing. Negatives of the pictures dubbed the Calvin photographer originally handed over to Scotland's Daily Record newspaper, returned past them to the Ministry of Defense. However, they were never shown to the public. After decades of research, photos uncovered by academic and journalist Dr. David Clark. Dr. Clark reached out to, Clark is spelled in 2 different ways right there. This website might suck. See, he's got an E in the first one, and then afterwards, just no E. As the story goes, that Dr. Clark reached out to Craig Lindsay, former Royal Air Force press officer, who had kept a copy of the photo after the story was looked into back in the 90s. Lindsay even kept the original envelope containing the copy photos in his possession. That's the dude. That dude looks like he might say it. For instance, an astronomer was left amazed by a UFO caught flying across the moon. What the fuck's that? Just click on that. Okay. So he's looking out through a telescope. What's he say? Yeah. What?
it's across the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Fast.
Right.
There's a lot of space between the telescope and the moon.
Yeah, that could be satellites, right? So it's not the ISS. Okay. Maybe it's another satellite.
Or aliens.
Yeah. UFO.
UAPs.
Yeah. Why'd they change that? Did UFO stick to it?
I think it was so Hillary Clinton had a soundbite.
Really?
Do you remember when she was the one who announced it?
Oh. But they changed the name?
Yeah, she was the first one to do it. Have you seen that clip where she's like, UAPs, actually?
No.
Yeah.
I haven't. All of it's weird.
It's weird.
It's a waste of time. You know, because if there's no real evidence in front of you, you're just sitting around here spinning your wheels, having stupid conversations about it. Oh, what's that one about?
Promising to tell the truth about UFOs back.
Oh, she's not. She's just trying to get elected. Maybe if she won, she would have told us. There was Charlemagne, the god. I think she smells like sulfur.
I do. No, I don't. Have you seen the remake, the Alex Jones remake of that song?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
like the best thing.
No, it's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. When he goes on that rant and they turn it into a song.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to get very cynical about our world now.
It is.
I think that's also a feature of this whole UFO thing, is that people want the UFOs to come and save us.
Yeah.
Because they think we're fucked.
I think that extraterrestrials, if they exist, are evil.
Yeah.
They do.
Really?
Well, I mean, if you look at the lion's share of abduction reports, they're all really nasty.
Yeah. There's always like probe and weird being paralyzed on the operating table, and yeah. But also, it's like you got to imagine the fear that a person would have. It's not evil in terms of like they don't get killed, right? So they get released, they get returned, but they have this terrifying, frightening experience. So you got to imagine that just being taken aboard a UFO, even if they're being kind to you, would be fucking horrific. You'd be so scared that you would kind of assume that they were negative.
Well, according to Dr. Carpenter, so she has 3 rules, or 10 rules about UFO abductions. The first one is that we don't actually know what they are. So aliens, extraterrestrial, carbon or terrestrial, aliens, interdimensional, or something else entirely. And the second rule is that they lie about their origin. And because they've given lots of places and none of them panned out, apparently. And then the third rule is that they're full of shit. And that they have total control over the abductee. So, like, you only remember what you want or what they wanted you to remember. And, like, it's nuts. So she was like a doctor of language. Nothing to do with aliens or anything. Until in 1991, they let her remember that she's been abducted all her life. And then, strangely enough, the same thing happened to her husband. He remembered that he'd been abducted all of his life. And evidently they told her something like, why do you think you guys married each other? And the implication was that it was just convenient for the aliens.
Whoa.
I know. And it's so weird because, like, you can watch her lectures. They're mostly blacklisted, but there are ways to find them even on YouTube. And
does she seem rational?
She seems so rational. And she just has this sweet, she's not old, but kind of an old lady voice. And she talks extensively about how all these abductees have terrible traumas left from it, even if they have positive memories of the abductions.
Right. Just because the subconscious probably has.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that a lot of them have terrible issues of cancer. And then she dies of cancer everywhere in 1998. It's. I only discovered her a little while ago, and it was very, very disturbing stuff. Like, really disturbing stuff.
Wow. Tucker Carlson seems to believe they've always been here. He doesn't think they're coming here from another planet.
I think that might be more likely.
He thinks that they're in the Bible. This is something that's a feature of human history that people have always discussed, that these beings, these things that are with us, and somehow or another they're able to evade our detection,
right,
on a regular basis. However that is. But he thinks they're like angels and devils.
Well, I'm sure that's the words we used for them. Have you read the angel description? Like a wheel with 16 eyes or something?
That's Ezekiel.
Yeah. Like, that's a bizarre way to describe an angel.
Yeah. I don't know what he's describing.
I think he's describing a craft, and by eyes he means like sensors or something. Like the translation got wonky.
That's the problem, right? The problem is the translations. First of all, you have to think that a lot of those stories were told for hundreds, if not thousands of years before they're ever written down.
Sure.
And then they're told and written down in Aramaic, they're written down in ancient Hebrew, and then they're translated. They're translated to Greek, Roman, or Latin rather. They're translated to English, French, German. A lot is lost. I mean, a lot is lost. You translate Russian to English today.
Right.
You know, like if you see a Russian, I see a Russian post sometimes on Twitter, and I'll hit translate. I'm like, oh, what wacky, kind of puts it together. You know, kind of puts it together in a wacky way. And that's common. But that's a language that we're well aware of. And millions of people speak Russian. Millions of people speak English. This is the best we can do.
Right. It's still the telephone game.
Yeah, still. So now imagine a time with no science, no real understanding of what, you know, the forces that are at work in terms of like natural selection and all the different things, space, and all the things that we're aware of today, things that we do know. And imagine these people are writing down these stories about the origins of humanity, the origins of mankind. And I think there's some truth to what they're writing. There's something to it. I've always said that about the Big Bang. Like the beginning of the Bible was, in the beginning there was light. Boy, that sounds a lot like a Big Bang.
Sure does.
Like, what is it? If I was going to tell you the story of the Big Bang, and then you told other people for like 1,000 years, then finally somebody writes it down, what do you think that would look like? Probably in the beginning there was light. You know,
what is it they say? Theologians need many miracles. Creation, evolution. Richard Dawkins type people only need one.
Yeah, Big Bang. Yeah. How did it happen? I don't know. But it just did. You know, it and it created everything that we see. Okay. And doesn't Sir Roger Penrose, doesn't he believe that that wasn't the beginning of the universe now? I think Roger Penrose has a completely different theory about that now, which is fascinating.
Yeah, my brain's not big enough for that stuff.
I don't think anyone's is. That's part of the problem.
But like I acknowledge it, and I don't even care.
Right.
Like that doesn't interest me. Like I'm too fascinated by the smaller level. I don't need the overarching giant one.
I need it all.
You need.
I need the overall. I mean, it's all interesting to think about. It's like occasionally I want to ponder how does this thing just expand to some insane point and then come back? What was before the Big Bang? The theory of Roger Penrose. Attempt to answer the question, what was before the Big Bang, led last year's Nobel Prize winner Roger Penrose to an interesting cosmological concept in which our universe is just one link in an endless chain of predecessors and descendants. I mean, why not? Why not? If there is a Big Bang, why not a series of them? Why not an infinite number of different possibilities that these things could play out in?
I mean, it's all theoretical, though,
right? It's part of the problem.
So, like, none of it, it doesn't mean anything.
Right, like in terms of your real world.
Right. Well, I mean, it does. Everything means something.
Yeah, it means something. But you're basically just spinning your wheels, just like you're spinning your wheels thinking about aliens. It's like, we're just kind of spinning our wheels.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Until we're not.
Yeah.
That's the other theory, is that they're giving us a slow trickle of disclosure.
Yeah, but why would
so that we get accustomed to it? So civilization doesn't collapse, the stock market doesn't crash, so that we don't, click off World War III.
Did you mean humans are giving us a slow trickle?
Yes, that's what I meant. That's what
that's fair.
Yeah. Have you ever read any of Diana Pasulka's work? Very interesting. She's a religious scholar, and her take on this is very similar to like a lot of what Tucker Carlson said. And one of the things that she said, we're talking to people that, especially Gary Nolan from Stanford, these people that have examined materials, that these materials, like whatever the fuck this stuff is made out of, is not something that we make. We can't make it. Or if we did make it, it would cost hundreds of billions of dollars or some, whatever the number is, some insane amount of money to create these composites, whatever this, some sort of, whatever the metallurgy examinations of this stuff is. And that they describe these things as donations. These crash crafts, they're like a donation. Like that this race of super intelligent beings, they figure this out. Like, you leave a 57 Camaro and or a 57 Chevy in a parking lot somewhere, and then people stumble upon it and go, what is this? What is it? What's that? Is it a tire? Oh, if you get wheels and tires, oh, I can't get it to roll.
Right.
Oh, the engine fires. It spins this thing that is the transmission. It causes the wheels to. We can make one of these, and that's what they do. This is the Bob Lazar thing. Like Bob Lazar said that one of all these classified documents that related to these UFOs. He said one of them, they said, was from an archaeological dig. That's the problem, right? It's all nonsense. Sitting here just wasting time. Be very productive with our lives. Yeah. We're talking about UFOs.
Yeah. I mean, you're doing all right, I think.
What else are you making videos about? Anything interesting you got coming up?
I'm doing sharks, because sharks are cool.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't have sharks? I'm doing a dream.
A dream one?
Yeah, about a dream I had. Lanky Gray Aliens, but I finished that one already.
Yeah, I saw that one today. Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Yeah. Is that your dream?
Yeah, that was me.
So you've had this recurring dream of Lanky Gray Aliens?
No, Lanky Gray Aliens are just like a figment of my imagination and my, boogeymen that kids have. It's like just liminal. Is that the word? Liminal? No.
Oh, liminal?
Liminal space.
Oh, okay.
Like, if there's, did you have a basement when you were a kid?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have to, turn the switch off somewhere and then go up the stairs?
No.
Okay, well, I had that. And then, when it's the fear of where you can't see.
Right.
And I think everyone has a distinct thing that their brain imagines. That's pretty terrifying. Mine were always Lanky Gray Aliens.
But if it's always this one thing,
yeah, isn't that weird?
If you wonder if these people are saying that their memories are erased, and then you do have an encounter, or you do have a sighting of a thing.
So I never gave that any thought whatsoever until I saw Gary Nolan's, that's his name, right? Nolan, his talk on like new Channel 7 News or something, and he described this electric feeling that he experienced after something. Yeah, this is how you connect, is what he said, and that's literally the only thing of that entire video that made me like, oh, because I remembered I had this weird ass dream about Gray, and then after that dream, it was just like I remember feeling very electric. I'm not saying that I had anything encounter. I'm not. I'm truly not. But that did give me pause. Excuse me, I keep burping. It's really embarrassing.
But it's interesting to me that these things always happen while people are sleeping, or they always happen at night. And this is just when the dream state happens. And like, so what is the dream state? Dreams are bizarre. Like, we have this very realistic thing that we're experiencing that we don't really understand. And we sort of just accept that we have this wild imaginary experience that seems realistic. You wake up, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this dream that I had. It's so nutty. Like, what is that? Like, what is this thing that's different than any other sort of imaginary thing that you experience in your life? All the imaginary things that you experience in your life are like, they're easily written off for the most part. But dreams seem hyper realistic sometimes.
They sure do.
And you have to remember, oh, this is a dream. I had one last night. Or I woke up and I was like, oh, it's a dream. Like, what the fuck is that about? How weird. They seem like real experiences while they're happening.
Right.
And if you are having dreams that seem like real experiences and they're recurring and they're involving extraterrestrials, and you've had this sighting, and there is this understanding that they can manipulate what you remember and don't remember, you can kind of mind fuck yourself into thinking you're getting abducted.
That's why I don't think I was. Because to think that you were, or to think that you have been abducted is, I feel like, it's strange. Like, because I don't feel like I've been abducted. I don't feel like a weirdo.
I feel like you've been abducted.
Do you?
It's just fun to say.
It is. It is. But yeah, I don't know. That wasn't. So, if there are people who are like suggestible and think they've been abducted,
Right.
then what I am describing is a good case study in that.
I think that's a factor for sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's a factor too with memories. Like, people can place memories into a person.
Right.
And also people can distort their own memories over time and then have this like very rigid memory of a thing, and you have it completely wrong.
That's very common. I imagine.
Very common, right? Which is why the mind is such a bizarre thing in the first place, because it's how you formulate your view of reality, but it lies to you.
Right. Well, but they're hopefully useful lies.
Yeah, hopefully, but sometimes not. You know, sometimes people have a very bad version of themselves from memories. Like, maybe they have a lot of self-hate or a lot of self-doubt, and then they connect these memories to themselves and they distort themselves and make themselves even worse, right? Yeah, so hopefully it's beneficial, but sometimes it's not.
Well, it has to exist from an evolutionary perspective, I'd imagine. That serves a purpose. That's not random.
Probably, right?
If you're remembering yourself as doing something obnoxious or stupid, that's because the essence of you doing that is true, and now you're ideally supposed to overcorrect. You're supposed to correct that.
Right. It's a lesson that you can learn from that.
Right.
Yeah.
But it cripples you emotionally. It doesn't do any good.
Well, it's just fascinating that this animal, this calculating animal, is like constantly forming images of what's real and what's not real, and and what it is, and it's looking at itself in some sort of a strange way and trying to examine how it fits into the world,
which is impossible for it to do. Right. So it's like an exercise of torture.
Yeah, and yet we all engage
constantly.
Yeah. Any other things you're working on before we wrap this up?
No. I'm trying to get a book published.
Oh yeah? On what?
That's a novel. So all my subscribers would hate it.
I don't think so.
I do.
Why do they hate it?
Because it's not about Bigfoot or anything.
What's it about?
Well, it's it's high fantasy.
High fantasy?
High fantasy.
What does that mean?
Wizards.
Oh.
Nice. Lord of the Rings type stuff.
That sounds fun. People love that shit.
Yeah, but that there are two protagonists who are gay because I am gay. So there's that, and I don't think that will. I sent.
There's plenty of gay people.
Yeah,
There's plenty of people that don't care if someone's gay. Why would that be bad? Don't look at it.
yeah, maybe.
Look, man, it sounds like fun. Look, people love those kind of fantasy type books. And think about The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings,
No,
Game of Thrones. Like, people love that shit.
all the agents they want magical realism.
Magical realism.
Magical realism. Like
What is that?
That'd be like Twilight, like when magic ingrains in the real world,
Oh, that's interesting. Magical realism.
which is an oxymoron.
So instead of a fantasy world like Lord of the Rings, they want it in the modern world, the realistic modern world, but with magic.
Correct.
Fuck them.
Even though none of the big sellers of all time are that way. Well, a few of them are, but
Isn't that funny?
yeah.
Like, but just the weird gatekeepers. It's almost like you should write it on your own and not even talk about it, and then get it to where you're done with it, and then just try to pitch it.
Right. Well,
Don't let anybody.
I have been pitching it.
Oh yeah, are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done, and,
Oh,
I,
okay.
and I've got it proofread. I paid an editor. I paid for an editor and all that good stuff.
Oh wow.
Um,
So you self-published the whole thing?
no, it's not that.
Self-wrote the whole thing. Did it all yourself without a deal.
Yes, correct.
I mean, yeah, a lot of times you get contract.
Yeah, no, and but like I gave up because it was like every day I was getting an email back from someone telling me my kid was ugly, and I couldn't do it. It was just too depressing.
Well, maybe you should self-publish. Like, there's a lot of people publish things just on Amazon, right?
I have pride.
Oh, you need to be with a legit publisher.
I do. I would
Really?
rather wait. I'm actually very young for my publishing
How old
standards.
are you?
33.
Oh, wow. So you've been doing this YouTube page for a long ass time. So you're like 21, 22?
Yeah.
So, yeah. That's cool, man.
It was cool, and I had other jobs most of the time. I only recently started doing the channel full time
Oh, so now it's your full-time gig?
Yeah.
How recent?
2 years ago.
So you basically like get ad revenue and stuff like that. Well, it's very good, dude. It's fun. It's really fun. And like I said, it makes me feel like old-timey radio. You know, like I'm hearing this spooky story. I've listened to quite a few of them actually in my car. You know, where it's just like you have all the animations and like the Bigfoot one I listened to in my car.
Yeah.
The one where I was reaching in and hitting the light switch and go laugh. It's fun.
It is. It's
Fun stuff, man.
Scary.
Tell everybody your YouTube channel so they can find you. And,
My name is, or my channel name is Bob Gimlin. BOBGYMLAN.
and do you have Instagram or
No,
nothing?
no.
Good for you.
I don't want it either.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you, man. That's rare amongst young people.
I just want to make my videos and that's it.
Good. Don't read the comments too.
I do. I do all the time. It's so depressing.
You don't need to read them. How many subscribers do you have now?
Like 239.
Yeah, once you get over 100,000, you gotta stop reading them.
Yeah.
Too
Too
many humans,
Yeah.
too many opinions, too many crazy people, too many mind viruses that can get into your head.
They get you.
I enjoy it though. I think your channel's very good. It's very interesting. I like your calm voice through the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's really good, dude. Good stuff. And so thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Good luck. Best of luck in the future. And good luck with you, bro. Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So your subject matter is so fascinating to me. So first, please explain what this idea of assembly theory.
Yeah. Assembly theory is born out of an interest in solving the origin of life and finding aliens. So that's sort of the motivation. I think it's really important to be clear about that to start because it introduces some kind of radical reconceptions of the way we think about fundamental physics, at least I think so. But the key idea of the theory is that the universe cannot generate complexity outside of living processes. And so we have a way of formalizing what seems kind of intuitively obvious, that the universe doesn't generate complex objects for free. And we do this with this idea of assembly theory, of thinking about the assembly space, which is like the space of all constructible objects. And you can talk about the complexity in that space as a minimal number of steps for making an object. And if you see objects that require a lot of steps to make them and they're in high abundance, life is the only thing that can make them.
Wow. So this includes plant life. This includes
Everything,
everything.
technology, everything on your table. You know, it requires billions of years of evolution of intelligence, and technology to generate. So
When you say life to generate, what about like crystals? And what about, have you ever seen that enormous cave in Mexico where they have these insane crystal structures?
is that the one that's like hot inside? And, like,
Yes.
yes, I have seen it. It's gorgeous. I've never been
Amazing.
there, but yeah,
Amazing.
yeah,
But
totally.
it kind of looks like somebody made it, but it's just natural processes.
Yes. So I'm actually really interested in understanding to what degree we can consider minerals on our planet alive or artifacts of life. But we haven't formalized the theory entirely for minerals yet. So I think that one of the sort of key results we have so far is actually quantifying in molecules a complexity boundary above which a molecule is so complex that we can say it's definitively life, and we've experimentally verified measuring this property of assembly of molecules to say these are derived from life, these are, and that there's a clear boundary. For minerals, we haven't done that yet because we're still formalizing the theory and the kind of measurements we need to take. But I expect there to be a boundary that planets can make some kinds of crystal complexity, but not all of it that we see on this planet.
So what's the conventional definition of life?
Yeah, so there's a lot of debate about what definitions of life should hold, but the one that is usually cited by astrobiologists is life is a self-sustaining chemical system capable of Darwinian evolution. And I've memorized it because I find it so annoying. So I'm like, I got it down. I got to know what I'm annoyed with.
What annoys you about it?
Everything. It's like, actually, it was very funny writing the book because I wanted to get into the new ideas, and my editor was like, you gotta explain how people think about life now. And I was like, okay, well, this definition is the most annoying one. I'll just pick it apart. And it's actually like all the words in it are annoying in some sense. So the first one is that life is chemical. I've never really thought about chemistry being the defining feature of life. I think you have to separate out that life emerges, at least as we understand it, from a chemical soup on a planet, right? So it emerges in chemistry, but it doesn't mean it's a chemical phenomena. And the sort of analogy from the physicist's conception of nature I could draw there is we don't think that gravity is a phenomenon of rocks. Gravity represents some universal physics in our universe. And so when we're thinking about, planets and things, we don't think that they obey the laws of gravity because they're made of rocks. We understand that there's some property called mass that's much more abstract and applies to everything. I think life's kind of the same. It emerges in chemistry, but there's some informational properties, these things about how life generates complex structures and how it does that so uniquely. That is universal physics that happens to emerge in chemistry. So chemistry has to go out. It's not just a chemical phenomenon. And I think you need to recognize that if you're going to talk about like technology and artificial intelligence and like, are they alive or not? Because they're very different than, like what's happening inside a cell.
Right, non-biological.
Yeah.
But still seemingly alive.
Yes, maybe.
Maybe. Perhaps. Yeah, open to debate.
Open to debate.
I've said that about technology, that technology does seem to be a life form that requires us to give birth to it.
Yes.
Didn't Marshall McLuhan...
I like that way of thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah. Marshall McLuhan had a great quote, and I believe this was in the 1960s. He said that we are the sex organs of the machine world.
Oh.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
Especially if it does become some sort of digital life. That's essentially what we are. We're just by proxy moms.
We are. So the way that I think about it is to think about life not in terms of individuals, but lineages. So, there's a lineage of how information has been structured in the material world, what we would talk about in assembly theory in terms of all of the configurations of objects created on our planet over 4 billion years. And that's a process that's continuous with objects making other objects. And there's no reason that should stop with biological forms of life, and it just moves into technology. So I like this idea that, or the reproductive organs though, because I always think about like societies and like global integrated systems as being living things, and we're just like component parts of them.
Well, they certainly look like it when you look at traffic from overhead and you compare it to blood moving through arteries. It's really kind of extraordinary.
Yeah.
Because if you see the ebb and flow of the white lights and the red tail lights back and forth, and then you see blood cells moving through a person's body, it's kind of similar.
Yeah.
In a very weird way. And if you think that these cars are all carrying people that are assembling this society, both from the inside in terms of like paperwork and research and all the different things that people are doing, and then the outside in terms of constructing new buildings and putting glass structures and all these different things, like we really are like some sort of weird, we're like a form of like the city itself is like a living thing that we're making.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for us to recognize that. Actually, it's interesting that you use cars as your analogy, because Carl Sagan actually had like the same analogy. He would have liked that a lot. Thinking about aliens coming to life, would have thought cars were the dominant life form, but which I think is a great, right? Because exactly like you're describing, it looks like the lifeblood of our planet. And I always think about cities at night as kind of the key signature of life on this planet. If you look at it remotely, you can see all this structure on the planet. But it is hard for us because we're so, so much wanting to think about ourselves as individuals and like the apex of all of the evolutionary processes, not to think about ourselves as part of systems that are much larger than us. And I think it's critically important that we kind of change our reference frame on that, because we're also seeing right now with like social networks and the influence of like having all these societal level dialogues like brought to every individual, and like we don't know how to process that information. But we are part of these collective systems that are much larger than us, and they are constructing a lot of the world around us without individuals having as much agency in that process as we think we do. Yet that process is also what gives us our agency, so it's kind of paradoxical.
Right. I've often said that if an alien race that was completely outside of our understanding of life and our understanding of biology, if they observed us, they'd say, well, what is this dominant species doing? Well, it makes better things. That's all it does.
Yes.
We do a lot of things, but ultimately those things, even war, which is essentially about acquiring money and resources, we use those resources and that money to make better things. And in engaging war, you're constantly advancing technology to have an advantage over the enemy. So you're making better things.
Yes.
Like everything is making better things, which when you scale it up, ultimately will lead to another life form. It will lead to some new thing. Well, we don't kill ourselves. We don't get super volcano, asteroid.
Yeah, I'm not a pessimist. I think we'll be around for a while.
I think so?
Yeah, but I have a pathology that I'm like really optimistic as a person, so I have a hard time.
That's
like,
good. That's not a pathology. Why do you think it's a pathology?
I think because I think being overly optimistic can leave blind spots, but part of the reason that I imbue so much optimism in my work is like I think we need more optimistic narratives about the future, because so many people are really bleak.
I agree. I don't think that helps anybody, and I think ultimately most of the things you're really terrified about do not come to pass.
Yes, I think us being terrified of them is like an immune response. So usually I'm not afraid of the things that people are really scared of and talking about, because it means society's dealing with it.
Right.
Which maybe that's just sort of a scapegoat. I don't have to worry about those things because someone else is. But I think actually there's something rather deep there, that like the things that we're trying to work through at this moment in history are being worked through.
My fear about those kind of thoughts is when I worry about things and I say, well, I don't have to worry because society's working through it. I also say, yeah, but someone's probably not, and they're enhancing the actual threats and they could profit off of it. That's the military industrial complex. That's a lot of different things. I think that there's a lot of that, unfortunately, that's attached to green energy. I think, the idea of having green energy is wonderful. Everybody should agree to that. But the idea that you're going to give massive corporations this completely philanthropic view of the world all of a sudden, that's not real. That's not real.
I know.
They make money. They're trying to make more money.
Everyone's trying to make money and get power. And I think once you realize that, like, it's a lot easier to see motives.
Yeah, it's freaky, but that also leads to the acquisition of resources, which leads to making better things. I mean, I'm all Google is reading articles all day today on the iPhone 16. Why? Why do I care about the iPhone 16? My iPhone 15 is perfect. It works great. What's wrong with it? I don't know. But I think that's also built into materialism. I think materialism sort of facilitates the creation of newer and better things consistently and constantly, because everybody's like, "What, you got an iPhone 14? What are you, poor Sarah?"
Yeah.
You know, like people get crazy.
I'm slumming it.
But you know what I'm saying? You know how people get weird.
Yeah,
Like, what's your
I
car?
know.
You have a 2018 car.
Yeah.
Don't you want a new one? Look,
Yeah.
they got the new one. The new one has this and that. Is it better gas one? Faster 0 to 60, and it never ends. And it
Right.
never ends until we create sentient life. I think.
Yeah, part of your argument is sort of our materialistic culture is about building newer and better things, and eventually this is like sort of just more fundamental to the process.
I think this pathology of materialism, this thing that has possessed so many people, where they live their entire lives to acquire things to impress other people, which is a huge number of people that are involved specifically in finance, like all the amphetamine people. All the people that like to do coke and fucking look at my phone. That's what they're doing. They're just constantly getting better and better things. It does sound boring to you because you're a brilliant woman, but it's not necessarily more boring than their normal life, right?
Yeah.
There's some sort of reward to showing up with a $500,000 watch on, with diamonds. And this is some crazy thing where people go, "Ooh, he's got that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the shoes she's got. Oh,
Right.
look at that purse. Oh, look at this car.
Yeah.
Look at the house they live in." Ooh.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird.
Well, I know. I am seduced by good fashion aesthetics. I mean, who isn't? But,
yeah. Well, a lot of men are. But a lot of women are.
I
Yeah.
love it. I think it's great.
Fascinating. Yeah, sure. It's beautiful. It's an expression of art.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
Exactly.
It makes things look cooler, and like the way my wife looks at dresses and stuff, it's like she's looking at the way I look at other forms of art, things that I like.
That's right.
You know, it's just a different aesthetic, a different mindset, but it's
Totally.
art. It is art.
Yes.
And we are attracted to that too.
Yeah.
You know, we're attracted to creation. We
I
love
think
when
so.
people make things.
Yeah, and I think you're right to point that this is like maybe hinting at something deeper. So, with this assembly theory stuff, my original motivation was really to get at, what fundamentally explains life in the universe. And, to me, the thing that life does that no other physical system does is creativity. And life is a mechanism for the universe generating things it couldn't generate otherwise. And so, one way to think about that is like there's this huge possibility space of things that could exist, and there's just not enough resource or time for all of them to exist. So by a planet constructing things like us over time, it actually sort of maximizes the number of weird things that can be made. And I really like this. And I like this idea that we're actually really literally the universe's mechanism of expressing creativity and making things possible that would not be possible without things like us.
Do you know Terrence Howard is, the actor?
I am familiar with him.
Fascinating person.
Yes.
A brilliant guy who has some crazy ideas. But one of the craziest ideas he has is that whenever a planet gets far enough away from the sun, it will generate life, and then that life will give birth to people. People will eventually emerge. And he calls it like people, like a planet is people.
Interesting.
And that as these civilizations become more advanced, they're going to have to deal with the fact that the planet is further and further away from the sun.
Yeah.
Like over the course of hundreds of billions of years,
right.
the climate will change, things will become cooler. They're going to have to figure out a way to develop some sort of an artificial atmosphere or some way of sustaining. Along with, of course, biological things that will change with the animal as it adapts.
Yeah. I don't really think that humans are like ourselves as currently constructed are a universal phenomena. I think we're pretty special to this planet, but I think there are certain attributes of humans, like, the theory of computation and its universality that like we invented in the last century that might be universal to any intelligent species that emerges on any planet. So I think it's really hard to say like what here is universal to other places versus,
But certainly a big leap, right?
Yeah.
We have no evidence.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of people anywhere else.
Yeah.
Or any other life form.
Yeah.
No real evidence. There's a lot of shenanigans. There's a lot of weirdness, but there's no real evidence.
Yeah, there's no evidence for life on any other planet, and so the mechanism of how life even got on this planet is not known. I spent my entire career working at this fucking hard problem. But I think it's like the appropriate descriptor. It's really hard. So I think it's easy to speculate on like what we think life on other worlds will be like. And we tend to do it from a very anthropocentric lens where we'll say it will be like us. And, even professional astrobiologists will do the same kind of thought experiments, and they'll say, oh, well, the geochemistry on a planet should give rise to things like DNA and proteins. And so we should look for those in the universe. And I think that's really underestimating how large the space of possibilities actually is.
So when you're thinking about the emergence of life, is the only way to do it, I mean, it can't be the only way. It has to emerge with certain temperatures the way ours has in the water. It seems like there could be a wide variety of possibilities that things could adapt to whatever particularly unique environment that this planet provides, given a sustainable temperature and given enough resources that it can survive, that we could have, look, like we have jellyfish. Right?
Yes, we have lots of weird stuff on this planet.
They've been around as long as us,
Yeah.
right? Like octopi.
Octopi are really weird.
Crazy.
Totally batshit crazy.
Like when my friend Remy Warren, he used to host a show called Apex Predator, and what essentially the show was about was like examining apex predators and their particular adaptation they have for their environment and seeing like what a human can imitate. Like what are these things that they do? And he said octopus by far was the most bizarre thing to dive into.
Yeah.
Because he said they're aliens.
They are. I mean, not literally, but No, I totally agree. I mean, they independently evolved a nervous system. So, and they're crazy.
Yeah.
I think they're the most alien thing on this planet from us as far as like trying to look at comparable intelligence and really understanding a different evolutionary trajectory.
Also, like, how they can take their body and completely morph it to look like corn. Instantaneously, within seconds.
I know,
they
the
look
color
like
changes are shocking.
incredible. And the texture, it's everything. How does it even know what it's doing? How does it know what it looks like on the outside? It doesn't have a mirror. How did it adapt to that?
I don't know. They're making a lot of progress. There was like the first Cephalo-Neuro conference this year, which I sent one of my students to. I didn't go to, but I know, right? Like, I know the neuroscience of cephalopods. But yeah, I don't think we know a lot about how they work or how they think. And their lifespan is incredibly short. It's only like a year or two. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I have a friend who is building this office building, and I talked him out of putting a jellyfish tank in it. He's like, because he wanted to have this big cylindrical jellyfish tank in the center, like when you walk on. I go, dude, trust me, that's going to be such a headache. They die all the time. They don't live.
Oh, sure.
Oh, it's like a
but
constant.
They're so beautiful.
Oh, gorgeous. Yeah. But there's one of those tanks in the Mandalay Bay shark exhibit. Have you ever been in that?
No, I haven't.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Mandalay Bay has this enormous aquarium. So
I've always wanted to go. I want to take my kids, but
it's so
I haven't
cool.
been yet.
I've been taking my kids to a little. It's one of the dopest places because you go in there and there's sharks swimming around and all these incredible fish and people are diving in there with them and it's enormous. So we went on a tour of it, and one of the things that they showed us was their jellyfish habitat. That's it right there. So that thing is a damn nightmare. And they have all these pipes and filtration systems. And
do they just fish the dead jellyfish out?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they get sucked into the vents.
Yeah, I wonder. They have like a thing that they just like filter them every day to make sure there's no dead ones hanging out.
I don't know. But the interior of it,
yeah, they're amazing.
God, they're so incredible. I mean, just imagine if we found that on another planet, how excited we would be. We would be trying to talk to it. We'd be blown away.
We'd be doing
We would be sending it sound and various codes to try to see if we can communicate with it. We try to understand its nervous system. Where's its brain? It doesn't have a brain. Like, where is it? Where's the brain?
Yeah.
Where's the blood? Does it have blood? Like, what is that? We would be freaking out.
We would be.
But it's in the ocean. We're like, oh, don't get stung.
Yeah, but I mean, I think a certain level of excitement seeing it here. I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think how diverse life on Earth is rather shocking. I guess probably we're decently used to it, as you're saying, so we don't find it as shocking as we should.
Do you think that that human life? I mean, I'm sure you've thought about this. Do you think that this is a very unusual circumstance that it creates this, or do you think there's versions of this is just rare?
I don't know. Will be my honest scientific professional answer. I think, yeah, no, of course, how could you? But I think it's really important to be like honest about the fact that we don't know and just like put it out there because it's very tempting to speculate. But I think the more I think about how large the universe really is, and I don't even mean physically large, like you can look at the whole deep field and you can see 10,000 galaxies of like the size of your like pen tip on the night sky, and you're like, oh my god, the universe is a huge place. But if you if you go into a chemistry lab and you ask a chemical-matician how many molecules there are, they can't even estimate how many molecules there are. Like, chemical space is so big. It's really crazy. Like, there's one molecule I usually use an example. It's called Taxol, which is an anti-cancer drug. And if you wanted to make every permutation of that molecular structure and every like sort of three-dimensional shape you could with those atoms, it would fill 1.5 universes in volume. 1.5 universes. One molecular formula. This is how big chemistry is. And then if you want to get to technological artifacts or biological forms, like the space that we live in is so exponentially large, it's unimaginable. And to think that other life out there would traverse the same path through the space of things that could exist that we have is, to me, like a major leap I'm not ready to take, because I think the universe is far larger in the kind of living things that could exist than we can even imagine.
Wow. The molecule thing's hard to absorb.
Yeah, it's totally crazy. Like, I mean, if you were to think about, like, you've got this like crazy stuff on your desk, and you took the atoms in those things and you thought about all the ways that you could arrange them, it would fill universes of interesting artifacts.
Right.
Universes. And like, why is this one sitting on your desk? Like, why is this the aesthetic humans chose? I mean, it's kind of cool, but like, it's crazy to think about how much stuff could exist but doesn't exist because it wasn't selected and evolution didn't build it over time.
Wow. That's such a fascinating way to think about it. The overwhelming possibilities, the overwhelming number of different variations.
Yes. And so on your question about like humans and like our specialness, I think what is special about us is we're actually capable of imagining some of that space, and not just imagining it, but constructing it with our technology. That was your point about societies and things. So there is something special about quote unquote human level intelligence or whatever is going on in the human brain. I don't know if whatever that thing is, I think is pretty universal and pretty deep about the structure of reality. I don't know if it would be in something that's like a human on another planet. But I think our ability to abstract, imagine, and create is probably universal.
Yeah, there's another thing about us that I think is bizarre, and it speaks to this concept. There's a theory about the creation of human beings, right? That human beings, the wackiest one of all, is that human beings are the product of accelerated evolution.
Yeah.
Something has manipulated our genome, something has manipulated the lower primates. That's why the human brain size doubled over a period of 2 million years.
Yeah.
And that this thing, well, but when I think about it, one of the things that intrigues me is I'm a lover of nature, and I'm completely fascinated by how animals interact with each other. I mean, I can watch nature documentaries all day long.
Yeah.
Invasive species are weird, right? Because when something happens and someone brings a turtle to an island where it doesn't belong, or when someone brings a goat to a place that doesn't belong, or Australia, which is a fantastic example. There's like so many animals that are non-native invasive species. These Asiatic buffaloes, there's millions of them. They have to fly overhead and shoot them down with helicopters because there's so many of them.
Mm-hmm.
Humans are kind of like that. Aren't we kind of like that? I mean, if there's an animal that doesn't live in sync with its environment in nature and overwhelms the boundaries and seems to exist in some different sort of space than everything else, there's sort of a balance between predator and prey, resources and birth rates. There's all this sort of symbiotic interaction with nature, with the natural world. But we're wild. Like, we're just dumping shit into the ocean, killing all the fish, polluting the sky, and driving in our cars and flying in our planes and still talking about climate change and, injecting people with chemicals and trying to make more babies and
we're also doing a lot of good for the planet. Again, optimist, but
sure, sort of. But there's so many of us.
Yeah.
We are on every damn rock that you can find that's habitable. We are essentially like rats. We go everywhere we can go, which is like an invasive species thing.
Yeah, I think you could talk about it that way, and I think people do. I don't really think that's a useful narrative.
I love us. Don't get me wrong. I'm not an anti-person, but I'm just objectively and analyzing our behavior and our impact on the environment. And it's very similar to like wild pigs getting introduced into an area where they don't have natural predators.
Yeah. I think part of the challenge is actually thinking about like the levels of organization that biology has. So what I mean is like, you know, individuals are not actually the problem. What you're describing, it would be like human societies are the problem. And humans have, because we have societies and, you know, organization that enable us to do these things, like we're able to, you know, take over all these environments and things. But I like the way I think about life is much more at the planetary scale. So for me, you know, going all the way back to the origin of life, you know, life doesn't happen just in one environment, it happens in all environments. And it's really like a planetary scale transition, like something happened on our planet with enough geochemical environments mixing to mediate this global transition. And when you look at the evolution of life, you get these kind of hierarchies where like cells evolved and then multicellular organisms like cephalopods and plants and fungi and us. And then we get things that build societies like ant colonies or human societies. And it just seems to me it's like it's a natural progression of the evolutionary process to build more complex systems at larger collective scales that are having more impact on the planet and restructuring more of it. And, you know, if life wants to get off this planet, it has to go through something like us. So I don't think, you know, I think we can look at it from the, you know, couple 100-year time scale and say these things are terribly negative and predator prey, this, that, and the other thing. But if you look at it over the billions of years time scale, there's a really different picture that emerges about what we are and what we're doing.
Isn't it a fascinating thought, though, that you immediately, we all do, go to if life gets off this planet?
Yes.
So that seems to be something that we have baked into us. We have this idea of exploring the universe. So wouldn't something else have that, too? And if something else had that, and it was 100 million years more advanced than us, and it found us still throwing shit at each other and beating each other to death with sticks, wouldn't it come in and go,
would you?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah.
Would you fuck with it? Like, what would you do?
100%. Yeah, I would do exactly what they did. I think that's what curious things
like
do.
Experiment on
yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Look, we do it with animals all the time.
Yeah.
We make different kinds
how you learn.
Yeah. We also, we don't seem to have a problem with sort of manipulating things that we consider lower than us on an evolutionary scale.
Yeah, I think that's a problem, but I don't know that that's one that can be solved. So this issue of, you know, trying to treat every living entity, you know, in sort of a equality, like I don't actually think it's possible to
you can't because they won't do that to you.
No, you can, but you can't even like you have to eat something, right?
Yes.
So like if you value plants more than animals and you want to eat plants, then you're valuing you know, like you're making value statements, but like, you know, plants are, you know, like they're still alive when you eat them. So it's like
not only
weird.
that, there's evidence that they're sentient.
Yeah.
You know, plants exchange resources, they communicate through mycelium. There's
all kinds of very complicated information processing going on in plants. Yeah.
Yeah, we are very sort of egocentric to think that our version of consciousness is the only version of consciousness. And I always say that when I talk about dolphins and orcas, like to me, it's one of the biggest crimes of modern civilization that we keep those things in fish tanks.
Yes, I totally agree with that. I totally agree.
I think they're just like us. I just think they can't manipulate their environment.
Yes.
So we essentially have these slave pools where people celebrate with their children who stare at the slaves.
Yeah.
I think they're an insanely intelligent species that just doesn't manipulate its environment. And we're so egocentric in our concept of like, what does intelligent mean? Can you control your environment? Do you have a house? Did you make a house? Do you have a car? Like, how do you get around? Do you communicate with each other through cell phones? Well, then you must be stupid. You know, like, we have this idea.
And you have to have the iPhone 16. If you have the 14, because then you're really stupid.
Yeah, well, if you're going to make things, you got to make better things all the time. And you got to keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah.
But there's this weirdness that we have attached intelligence to ability to manipulate the environment, and we've ignored language, the fact that they have a cerebral cortex 40% larger than ours, the fact that they have different dialects that they speak in different areas, different accents, different ways they communicate. We don't even know what they're saying. We're trying to use AI to recognize.
I love this stuff about digital bioacoustics and like decoding languages of animals. It's like
it might be our only way.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing field. I think it's going to take a while before we really, you know, realize the potential of it. But it's super exciting what people are trying to do.
Well, they've been doing interspecies communication research forever.
Yeah.
Not nowhere. They're
Right.
not nowhere. Like
Yeah.
the Leary stuff.
Yeah.
Or the guy who made the sensory deprivation tank. God damn it.
I don't know who that is.
It's locked in my head. I always know this guy's name. And what is it? Oh. John Lilly. Thank you. God, why does that happen? Like, that's a problem with mine.
Yeah, because you
With
can't
the
remember
mind.
everything. You forget things, so you have more information.
I have too much shit in there.
Yeah.
I need a clean house.
It's hard. It's really hard.
But Lilly, he invented sensory deprivation tank, and one of the things that he would do with the sensory deprivation tank, he was trying to create an environment where your body and the physical senses of the body don't influence the mind at all, so there's more resources for the mind.
Yeah.
And he was setting up these tanks next to dolphin tanks and taking
Right.
LSD and trying to
Yeah.
communicate with dolphins.
I have heard about these
He
things.
did a lot
yeah.
of really wild things with
Yeah.
dolphins, but
Yeah.
really,
There was a whole generation that had a lot of wild things with dolphins, but yeah, I think there's a lot of progress in animal communication, but I think we're very far from understanding whether animals are communicating at all like us and in what ways.
right. It might be
Yeah.
might be very limited in thinking that
Right.
this is the only way.
Well, that's
Also,
your point about anthropocentrizing. Like we
Yes.
just, like we have our bubble, we think about the world this way, and like the human way is the only way and the right way, and we
Right.
put our notions of intelligence on other species, and if they don't match, we think they're not intelligent, and that's just not right.
Also, we're thinking about this animal like an orca or a dolphin with a 40% larger cerebral cortex. And why are we discounting the possibility of some sort of telepathic communication? Like
Yeah.
that sounds and frequencies are attached to feelings, and that there's something going on that's not like "I love you," like in words,
Yeah,
but some sort of expression that's different than our concept of language.
yeah. I would say it's certainly possible that they're communicating things that are emotional or much more intelligent than we give them credit for, just like with their patterns of speech, because they're pretty complex.
Yeah. So, and then if you think about alien life, you always think about alien life like us. You think
Yeah.
about an alien life that, well, we kind of physically needed to do that in order to conquer the surrounding predators. If we wanted to evolve and we wanted to stay alive and gather resources, we had to figure out a way to keep the animals from eating us, right?
Yeah, that and then just to like survive in our
Yes.
environment, right?
Right.
Like, animals are one danger, but there's plenty other ones. Like you don't want to eat the wrong berries. You
Right.
want to like make sure that you have warm clothes in winter.
Right.
I mean, it's hell out there.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
lot.
survival's hard.
Whereas dolphins are in warm water.
Yeah.
Before we came along, there was abundance of fish.
Right.
Seems like you don't have to do too much more. You guys got
Yeah.
it nailed.
Yeah.
You know, they're probably living in paradise until we came along.
Yeah.
Stuck
Now
in
they live in
swimming
these
pools.
noisy oceans and they're in a pool. Yeah.
Yeah, both things, right?
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, for sure. I think this is one of the things that really motivated me to really like. I mean, obviously, I love theoretical physics and thinking deeply about the nature of reality. But like, why pick the problem of life? And I think life is so complicated. Like all the examples you're giving, we don't really understand what it's like to be another species or even to be another human. Quite honestly, and I think without like if we had a deep understanding of the nature of life, these kind of questions would be much easier.
when you want to talk about a psychedelic experience, imagine if VR could put you, I mean, if there was some sort of an integrated VR that gets to like a real like matrix sort of state where it allows you to have the thought processes of a being for a short amount of time. Like if they could record
Yeah.
octopus thought process.
And put it in your brain.
Yes. And give you the feeling
You
of
want to
what
be
it
human
means
for a little
for a little while. Yeah.
Yeah.
But imagine the feeling of what it is to be an octopus. Not just like, wow, I can see the ocean
Yeah.
in my language, but instead think like an octopus for a brief period of time.
Yeah, I think that would be amazing.
Amazing.
I've thought about it, like what must it be like to be a plant? I mean, like, most places have like a
Right.
plant in every room, and it's like the plant's experiencing the room right now. Like, what is it doing? It's like just weird if you actually try to think about it. Like, what does it feel like to be a plant?
And it grows better if you play classical music.
Yeah. I mean, their way of expressing their personality, so to speak, or like their morphology is like, like their shape is like their expression of their behavior. Right?
Mhm.
Like animals can move around in an environment, but a plant just grows.
Right.
So its shape is its behavior, which is kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy. the whole interaction that they have with each other. The fact that we've only figured that out over the last few decades.
Yeah.
It's and if you ever seen like time-lapsed photos of plants,
Yeah.
and they interact with
I
each
know.
other,
Yeah,
and
it's been amazing. Yeah.
wrap around each other and hug each other.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But we have a hard time even with plants not anthropocentrizing with the kind of experiments we want to do to learn how they're intelligent, because they're using a lot of animal-based experimental programs to try to test plant intelligence, and they probably don't fit plant intelligence because their intelligence is so different.
Right.
So it's really hard to say like what kinds of properties they actually have.
And so, if we think about the wide potential for variability in terms of planets out there in the known universe, you would imagine that there'd probably be a lot of intelligent animals that would find some sort of Goldilocks thing like dolphins had,
Yeah.
where they don't really need to manipulate their environment. They're kind of dominant over sharks. You know, they're not really worried about getting eaten by other things.
These are the aliens we'll never meet because they had no reason to go out and explore and conquer.
Sort of like the Na'vi in Avatar.
Yeah.
They're aliens, but they kind of like, you know, sicked up,
Right.
which is really fascinating too, because like that movie caused people to get depressed if they don't live like the Na'vi. Do you know that was like a real like
I didn't know that was a real thing.
Yeah,
That's
it's called
crazy.
Avatar depression.
Really?
Yeah, and people would go to see that movie, and those people lived in such spiritual harmony with their mother planet, and they rode around on these flying dragons, and they were honest and noble, and like we were like, God, I want to be them. And so people would like go back to their apartment, people beeping their horns, and pollution and garbage on the street, and crazy homeless people. You're like, fuck, I want to live in Na'vi and land. I want to live in Pandora. I want to live like them. So people got depressed.
Weird.
Yeah, Avatar depression was like a real thing.
That's so crazy.
Psychologists were dealing with it. They had to
I
sit
don't-
people on the
yeah.
couch.
But the idea of utopia is like so oversold. I mean, I think there's something like it's I don't know, like I don't think such things exist.
I don't think utopia exists, but I think harmony exists.
Harmony for sure.
And
Yeah.
I think that
But you have to work hard for it.
yes.
And I think that's the thing. Like I think there's some conception that there's some easy path to harmony, and harmony requires work, and it requires constant work.
Constant work. Yeah, there's no days off.
No.
And I also think that we have created a world in which harmony is very difficult to acquire.
Yeah.
Because our world and the structure of doing a thing that you probably do not want to do for most of your day to pay off debt
Yeah.
for something that you really didn't need to,
Yes.
education that you turn out
Yes.
to don't use, all this different stuff that keeps, it's very difficult for people in this environment, especially urban environments we've
Yeah.
fastened, to create harmony. Whereas people that live like in hunter-gatherer tribes and people that live subsistence lifestyles in particular, they report much higher levels of satisfaction,
Yeah,
happiness,
yeah.
less depression.
I think that's really hard because you're constantly aspiring to things, and you're right. Like it's just totally baked in. Like even
Yeah.
I still have student loan debt from like
Yeah.
it's just like it's like you want to do,
Baked
you want to
in.
be, you take on debt, you try to do something, but it's pretty bad.
There was a Vice series a long time ago, back when Vice was really first starting out, and it was a Vice Guide to Travel, and they went to visit this guy who lives in the Arctic Circle, and he's been there since like the 1970s. I think he went out there initially as a logger. He's one of the last few people to have he has a permit for a cabin out there. So he lives in this small cabin with
Sounds
no
nice.
windows,
Yeah.
sort of. Like while they were filming, he had to shoot a grizzly bear that was trying to kill his dog.
Oh, dear God.
And steal his food. He's had dogs.
It's nice for
killed
like
by
6
bears.
hours.
It is very hard.
I can't even imagine.
The point is that this guy does live in harmony, though, and he's very healthy and very happy.
Mm,
And the way he talks about, he's a very intelligent person.
yeah.
He's not like some weird caveman who's out there in the woods.
No, I
hunting
think most of the people
caribou.
that do, like, it's a choice, right, to actually
Yes.
decide to live that way. So,
Well, for him, it certainly is. But it's also, he has an ability to communicate that's unique for a guy who does that, because it's not like he's talking to a lot of intelligent people all the
Yeah.
time. And he's essentially out there by himself.
yeah, that's super
And
hard. Does he
something
read a
with his
lot?
wife. I don't know. It's a good question. But he seems to have, like, he's synced up with nature. He's catching fish and he's hunting animals, and that's all he's eating. He
Yeah.
lives off of that. And this guy wakes up every morning and says, what do I need to do to stay alive another day? And he just goes out and does that, which seems like, for us, we're like, oh my God, that sounds terrible. But But doesn't it really sound more terrible than going to a job at some corporation that doesn't give a shit about you, that will cut you if the stock is down, and you've dedicated 25 years of your life to this company, and all of a sudden you're gone, and now you don't know what to do, and you're on unemployment. You're like, what did I do with my life? I'm 46. What the fuck happened? That's a lot of people. Whereas this guy, he knows what he's going to do tomorrow. He knows what he's going to do the next day. And
also he knows his life matters every day, right?
Yes.
Like, I think this is the thing we forget is like, our life is a choice, and and you're fighting for like whatever way you want to live your life. But we're kind of just in the daily grind. We lose our connection to that existential reality that like our lives are finite. And I think it really changes your perception of things when you really think about the fact that you have a finite amount of time.
Yes. And food's not guaranteed.
Yes.
That's another thing.
Well, survival's not guaranteed, right? So we take for granted survival, and therefore we take for granted that we're alive at all in some sense.
Yeah, exactly. So when you start studying all these things and thinking about life and thinking about the various possibilities of life, what's the lowest single-celled organism? How long ago do we think that emerged?
I think current estimates are that life, like the oldest fossils that we can identify and like tracing back genomically about 3.8 billion years ago.
So essentially somewhere around 1 billion or so years that we can find from the time Earth was formed.
Yeah, so Earth we think formed between 4.5 and 4 billion years ago. So like 4 billion years ago we kind of had Earth as we understand it. Mostly now we don't know if there were oceans, but the moon forming impact had happened.
That's Earth 1 and Earth 2, the impact with some other planet.
Yeah, I think it was called.
Yeah.
Just smacked in the Earth and then made our moon. Must have been really traumatic. So I think most people think like life didn't happen before that, because if it did, it would have been obliterated, but we really don't know. So yeah, current estimates are around, like 4 to 3.7 and 3.8 billion years ago.
So somewhere 1 billion or less than 1 billion years later, something emerges.
Yes.
And how do we think that happened?
There is no consensus.
Ooh.
None. Yeah, I know. Isn't that fun? It's fun.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It's totally crazy. That's why I like this problem, because nobody knows what happened.
Wow.
And
so what are the primary theories?
There's a lot of speculation. The sort of canonical ones that you'll hear about are usually like the RNA world that like started with an RNA molecule, which like RNA is still in our bodies today. So like DNA, most people are probably familiar with. Gets translated, transcribed into RNA, and then the RNA is what's used to make proteins. So RNA, kind of does a dual role. So people think, oh, maybe it happened early on and it was the first life. And then there's like other hypotheses like hydrothermal vents and, sort of energy first approaches to origins of life, that like we had some metabolism that was organizing. But all of these are really speculative. And I think the issue is that we're trying to take molecules that are in modern living systems and trying to understand how they can emerge in a prebiotic environment on early Earth, and not really thinking about how the Earth and the geochemistry on the Earth had to evolve into a living system. So it had like selection had to happen, evolution had to happen before life. And this is sort of the critical gap that we're really missing, is like, what is that mechanism? And that's where assembly theory is supposed to be coming in, is trying to give us a mechanism for how chemical systems can evolve before we even have a living cell, for example, and trying to iterate what those missing stages are, because we just don't know what they look like right now.
Well, also, like, what would the evolutionary advantage of becoming a cell be?
I think, so that's a great question, but one of the problems with this area is like we don't know what questions to ask. So I actually don't know that that's the right question. I think when you think about it much more deeply about like the physics of life and the way that we've been describing it already, if you think like what life is doing as a mechanism in the universe is maximizing the amount of stuff that gets to exist, for example. Like there's this whole world of complex objects that cannot exist unless there's a living architecture that can select and constrain the space to make something like this, instead of like the universes of other things those atoms could be arranged in. So if you think that there's something that deep and that fundamental about the nature of life, the origin of life transition has something to do with the emergence of systems that basically can persist. They can survive against this sort of random chemical noise, like chemical soup is just a mess of things being created and destroyed. And you get something that basically can reinforce its own existence enough to keep existing, and then building more complex stuff. And that's really the origin of life transition. It's pretty simple to say like that, but trying to build an experiment and understand this sort of chemical architecture that mediates that transition is quite hard, and that's where we're at right now.
And so experiments are being done to try.
Yes.
How do they conduct these?
So that's my collaborator, Lee Cronin, is a chemist, and he's totally brilliant. And actually, him and I are probably, I don't know, like what we're trying to do is a little bit crazy to solve the origin of life. But like I hadn't, like he's doing the experimental stuff, but like the sort of idea we had in mind is like, I'll write a book, try to get the ideas out there, get people excited about thinking about this space, and he'll start a company that will digitize chemistry and try to raise the funds to actually do the experiment. So he's trying to build the technology and experiments. It's built on this platform he has for building robots that basically do the chemistry for you. And the idea being, if we could build a large enough experiment, we could search that huge space of chemistry, a little bit like a search algorithm for chemistry, and then be able to look in chemical space and try to discover aliens in an origin life experiment on Earth. And so that's what we're trying to do. I'm really excited. I hope it happens.
Imagine if someone does something like this, maybe it's you, maybe it's someone else, someone does something like this and creates an artificial life form and then starts manipulating that life form and evolving that life form.
Yes.
Through
That's the aim.
Some extraneous processes.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are benefits to that, right? So Lee's company, Chemify, is a digital chemistry company, and their stated aim is to be able to 3D print any molecule on demand, right? So this has huge impact for the pharmaceutical industry, but like the real goal is to make an artificial life form in the lab. But that also has huge impact for humanity, because you imagine that now you have the ability to study in this other system all of these other kinds of chemistries, like what can you do for like antibiotic discovery or pharmaceutical drug discovery, or even psychedelic drug discovery, people like that. But like there's a crazy amount of new technology and new insights fundamentally to come out of that. But I also don't think that we're really going to understand these other kind of technologies that we're building, like when we're thinking about artificial intelligence and like, is that alive or not, unless we solve this chemical problem of what life is. Because I think the chemical problem is much harder, but much more direct as far as like understanding the fundamental nature of life when you solve it in an experimental program.
Biological life.
Chemical life. Because it won't be biology as we know it, right? That's the whole point.
Right,
it'll be alien biology that we evolve in the lab.
Right.
And I actually think this is how we're going to make first contact with alien life, because I think we won't recognize it unless we understand what it is.
Wow. What ethical concerns would arise when you take a thing, like let's advance this whole process a few hundred years from now,
Mm-hmm.
and you've created artificial life, you've created this thing that doesn't exist anywhere else, and then instead of it being subject to natural selection as a vehicle for its advancement, instead we just start fucking with it.
Yeah.
And then it gets to a point where there's an ethical concern, like, hey, this thing's about to get smarter than us. What do we do?
I think there's ethical concerns right along the way, and I don't know that I know immediate answers to those. So it's kind of like, this is the part where it's a little existentially traumatic to work on these kind of problems. So I have a friend that's a philosopher, Ben Bratton, and he says the best kind of like ideas are the ones that are like equally like really exciting and horrifying. And like you want to work on those ideas because you don't know what its like future is going to be. And I tend to be on the optimistic side. I think we need to solve this problem because I think we have this sort of existential crisis in some sense that humanity is facing, because we don't understand what we are. We don't understand what our technologies are doing. We don't understand what our long-term future holds. We don't even understand the life around us on this planet. So we solve that problem. I think that the lens through which we will look at the kind of ethical things that you're talking about will be radically different, because the knowledge itself will have transformed us. So I can't even anticipate what those kind of dialogues are going to be like. Imagine if, like, instead of just wondering about cephalopods and plants and stuff in this conversation, we actually had a fundamental understanding of what it is to be other life forms and life as a as part of the fundamental structure of reality, and like participatory in actually like what the universe builds. And you have that kind of understanding, I think it radically changes the way that we conceptualize who we are and what we're doing. And I don't know what that looks like.
And we would assume that if we continue, especially down the path of AI and quantum computing, they're probably going to solve a lot of these problems.
Yeah, I think we're flying blind in those areas, though, really, especially AI. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious that there's a huge amount of debate about the nature of intelligence in these artificial algorithms. I certainly think that they're life, but I think they're life in the sense that the lineage of information necessary to train a large language model, for example, requires a planet to evolve something like us and evolve language, and then enough data about that language to train the model. So it's a direct descendant, like you were saying, like, our technologies are babies. So there's that part of it. But I think, I don't know, I totally lost my train of thought. This is very funny. It went two ways, and I don't know which way I want to go. That's very funny. Yeah. What was your question again? I'm so sorry.
That's a good question. I don't remember what my question was, so we're both in the same boat. The idea was that artificial intelligence would enhance our understanding of what it means to be biological.
Oh, I see. And you were asking about quantum information. Yeah.
Yes, and that when computing power is massively increased, and you have a sentient artificial intelligence that essentially has all the information that we have, every human being, every database, everything all over the world, but yet far more capable of processing this and advancing this. So maybe it'll have a more complex understanding of what life is.
Yeah. So So I think there's like a sort of subtlety here when you're talking about artificial intelligence and whether it can compete with natural intelligence, right? So this is sort of the canonical debate about the nature of artificial intelligence. But I think we really underestimate what chemistry can do. And I think some of the most powerful computers on this planet are still chemical. And if we actually understand chemistry better, with these kind of new digital chemistry technologies, the kind of compute we can get out of chemistry might actually outcompete silicon in the long run.
Mm. Well, then there's also the concept of hybrids, right?
Yes.
It becomes hybrids.
I like that concept. But this gets into the blurry area of like, are you human anymore? Like if you have a chip in your brain and you're like being a cephalopod and then you morph into like, being, on your own desktop, like, are you still human?
Well, that's what I always say about like, if you go back to Australopithecus and explain to him airplanes and cell phones, but you can't be Australopithecus anymore. Be like, whoa, I don't want to stop being me.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be the same reaction that they have?
I think,
Probably terrified. I don't want to become a person. I don't want to become an alien.
No.
I want to be some gray dude with a giant head and big black eyes, but maybe that's what we become.
Yeah, I think also intergenerationally we're already doing that. So like the sort of, people will always talk about how kids are more comfortable with technology than their parents or grandparents were.
Yeah.
And why are they more comfortable? Because they grew up in a totally different environment.
Right.
Like the world has literally changed in the last few decades. So like the world that kids are growing up today is not the world that it was when kids were growing up like 50 years ago.
Right.
And so they are quote unquote alien, not really alien, but like they're really fundamentally different in a lot of ways. And I think it's okay to recognize that. Like that's, part of the progression of understanding and the fact that the world is changing.
And if we're looking at it from generation to generation, let's scale that up 1,000 years or 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years.
Those are fun experiments.
Yeah, it really is, because the amount of change that's happened in terms of technology and our ability to access it over the past 100 years is enormous.
Yeah.
But yet we're still the same biological creature. Like, how long does that stay? Like, when do we start integrating? When even if we didn't integrate, how much it would change us?
Yeah. I mean, I think we're already seeing signs of that, right? Like people's like fear of leaving their cell phone behind. It's like the extensible brain. So like we're all pretty much attached to our cell phone already. So when you just, you can imagine in a generation or two, it's more comfortable just to have that inside your body, so then you don't lose it.
Yes.
Right.
Some people are choosing to have it on the wrist.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Yeah.
It seems like we're in the very bizarre doorway period where we're sort of like about to go through this doorway of transhumanism. Like the phone thing, like we don't want to let it go. The car that you have to have I don't know how to get in there without a navigation system. All that stuff. Like we're completely connected in some new, strange way that we've just sort of accepted as normal now. And accepted, I mean, for you and I, it's over the course of our lifetime. I mean, when I was a child, there was no internet. I remember very distinctly when it emerged. I was like 27 years old was the first time I got a computer, and I got online. I'm like, this is crazy. And that was the "you've got mail."
AOL was like mind-blowing to me.
Mind-blowing. You could chat with people back and forth. It was crazy. And then you could just research things and find out things. And then when bandwidth started increasing, and you started to be able to watch videos and YouTube comes along, and how many people have? There's obviously a lot of nonsense on things like YouTube, but how many people have become educated on so many different things
Oh, it's
because of
brilliant.
YouTube?
Yeah, I think it's
It's
great.
incredible.
Yeah,
There's so much to know, and you can on any subject,
right.
quantum physics, on carpentry,
Yeah.
whatever it is. There's millions of videos. And all of a sudden, you're instantaneously watching some professor discuss what it means to be alive.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
I love the time we're living in. I think a lot of people don't complain about it, but I think it's fabulous.
It's the best. You wouldn't want to live in the 80s. All
No.
the music sucked. People were on coke.
My hair was great.
The hair was interesting. But it was like, that was a dumb time. This is a better time. It's
No,
a
I
better
think
time to be alive
now it's perfect.
for us. But
Yeah,
the people in the future are going to be like, oh, it's going to be
I know.
2024.
right.
Yeah, imagine that
Yeah.
presidential election they had to go through. Imagine this and that, and Israel and Gaza. And,
Yeah,
I mean, they're going to look back at us like, how did we do it the way we look back at cave people?
right. But I think the things that they're going to ask about are not the things that we think that they're going to ask about.
What do you think they're going to ask about?
I don't know. I set myself up for that. No, I don't have an easy answer. That's so bad. Totally did that. Well, I think I don't know. Like you don't know what the historical moments are right now. Like we cite things that we think are historical, and I don't think that they are. And oftentimes it's really interesting because people imagine the future, being radically different than the present. But Ken Liu is a science fiction author. He's got this great take that, like, if you want to actually predict the future, look at the things that haven't changed in centuries or haven't changed in decades. And those things are likely still to persist and be the same. And so, like when he was talking about this, he had a picture of, some futuristic thing from, the 1930s. And there was, a maid in, the black outfit with the white thing. And they're like, which of these things is still around? Like, she's vacuuming. And it's, just, on the side of the photo. And there's all these, robots and things, outside. And, nothing looks the same except for we still have the same maid outfits and vacuums, and we recognize those.
Interesting.
And that was predicted 100 years ago, right? So it's it's weird, our conception of things and how much change there is. And of course, our brains are tuned to look out for things that are dangerous and changing in our environment, and so we're always hypersensitive to things that are not changing or are changing without recognizing how much is still the same.
Interesting. And I also think we're aware of how much of an impact technology, in particular the internet, has had on us, but probably not as much as someone who's studying history will be aware of it.
Yeah.
To them, it'll almost be like a falling off.
Yeah. Yeah, and I love talking with historians, especially about the ideas I work on, right? So one of the sort of fundamental ideas in assembly theory, which is really radical in some sense from a perspective of physics, but just generally, is that history is actually embedded in objects. So I actually think any evolved structure has a physical size, it might be sitting on the desk, but it also has a size in time. And this is actually a fundamental feature of the physics of life, that living objects, the things that life creates, are large in time. And this kind of idea has been sitting around humanity for millennia, that contingency history might still be alive in the present, but we don't really think about that in a fundamental way. So, I was talking with Thomas Moynihan, who's a historian, who was just saying that there's so many threads through history that kind of point to this idea being super interesting and very relevant. And so when you think about the future history, are they going to be oh, they finally realized these kind of things were true? And I think about this with the history of physics. It's kind of crazy at what generation we started realizing certain things. When did humanity first start abstracting and building mathematics? Or when did we build mechanical clocks and start recognizing that we could track things at the level of seconds? We had to invent seconds, and now we take them for granted.
Right. When did China invent the mechanical clock? What year was that?
I don't know.
Let's see if Jamie can find out. That's a fascinating thought, right?
I know.
Before that, they required sundials.
Right.
And I don't know how much of an effect. How much of an effect is the
Well, all our clocks before that were
725 AD.
I mean, that's just incredible.
Look at that. The world's first mechanical clock, water-driven spherical birds, was invented by Yi Jing, a Buddhist monk, in 725 AD.
Whoa.
Let's see. Where is it?
I want to see a room.
Imagine you could visit that thing. I need to find out what time it is.
Well, imagine, this is a good thought experiment, right? Imagine being one of the first people to see a mechanical clock.
How big was the first mechanical clock? It looks fucking huge.
Yeah, now we have them.
Is that the first one? Just imagine the calculations
Yeah.
involved in figuring out how to make all these gears sort of click, click,
Yes.
click, and sync.
Or even having a concept that you could keep time with that kind of regularity.
Yeah.
Because, like you're saying, our clocks before were based on like sand
Mhm.
or shadows
Mhm.
or water. Like they were very elemental, right? And they were not incredibly precise.
Right.
And then the sort of subsequent human knowledge that comes out of like timekeeping precision is things like the laws of gravitation, which we wouldn't understand. Like, you know, Newton and Galileo couldn't have done what they did in their generation unless mechanical clocks existed before they did.
Right. And the tolerances are so tight that they've created things like tourbillon movements so that they're not affected by gravity.
Yeah.
Like these constant force gears. Have you ever seen tourbillon watches?
No. I feel like I should build a watch now. This is kind of like, I'm going to get like this weird hobby where I'm become like a watchmaker.
Oh, watches are amazing.
I know, they're cool.
Mechanical watches are so damn cool.
Yeah.
They're so fascinating. There's a company called Grand Seiko, and Grand Seiko is like the advanced version of Seiko. Seiko makes like a bunch of different kinds of levels of watches in terms of price points, but then Grand Seiko's their luxury line. And Grand Seiko has created watches that are mechanical, but also have quartz involved in the movement.
Oh.
So their accuracy is insane to within a half a second a
That's
day.
cool.
And it's all just these gears spinning around in springs.
Amazing.
And half a second a day. And they have a 72-hour power reserve. Some of them even more than that. It's bananas.
Yeah, no, it is.
It really is bananas that
Yeah.
they figured out a way to do this. These tiny, and this is one right here. So look how thin it is.
It's
Just
awesome.
sits right there.
Is it heavy?
No, not that heavy. But I have some of them. That's a Grand Seiko right there. It's called the Spring Drive. It's not that heavy. But that's all. There's
Oh, no,
that is also a Grand Seiko. But
Wow.
there's mechanical gears. And
So
stuff
much
inside.
cooler knowing what's going on inside.
This one is different too because this one actually has a battery as well, and so this one is super duper accurate. And it's like
very cool.
they just tried to figure out a way to make these things over time more and more accurate, more and more precise, and what they've gotten it down to now is extraordinary. But show it the tourbillon movement because it's bananas when you see what those look like. And some of these tourbillon watches, they go for hundreds of thousands of dollars
Really?
for a watch, just because the complexity of the gears. And then they also have clear windows over the movement, so you can stare at it while it's like doing its thing. And this is a tourbillon watch. Like, look at all that jazz.
That's amazing.
Bananas.
I-
Look at all these gears.
I know. I'm
and-
trying to like figure out how many gears are actually in it,
and
but it's pretty insane.
These sync up. I mean, I don't know what the accuracy of this is Grand Seiko. This is another Grand Seiko. This is their constant force tourbillon movement. Look at the watch. That watch is several $100,000
Wow.
because it is just so insanely complex
It's gorgeous.
to create.
Yeah, I love the
See, find out how accurate that thing is today, because the dive watch, the Spring Drive, is accurate within a half a second a day. So how accurate is that damn thing?
Yeah.
Nutty. But
You could do physics with it.
so the fact that you're doing this with seconds, I mean, the precision involved in making sure that every gear and every
Yeah.
spring represents a second so perfectly with
Yeah.
no deviation that it's a half a second over 24
Yeah.
hours. That's bananas. Okay. Plus or minus 12 seconds a day. Is that a different tourbillon? That's a different tourbillon. That's a Seagull tourbillon. Yeah, that's a different one. It doesn't improve accuracy. Okay. So the idea is that it's not affected by gravity, but it doesn't improve accuracy. This is the same gravity fighting effect as tourbillon mechanism effects, but prove that tourbillons offer no more accuracy than traditional escape mount or wristwatch. In some cases, even less. But it's kind of a nerd thing.
Yeah, no, I
People
can
love
see
the
that.
tourbillon
Yeah,
movements.
that's good.
It's so
I could
fascinating.
nerd out on this.
Oh, for sure. And you can go deep and deep and deep. And,
Yeah.
and they're also, some of them are like wafer thin, and they have this automatic mover inside of them. So the movement of your hand, like every time you move your arm, it's winding the watch.
Yeah.
So as you move,
Oh,
your-
really?
Yes, like a Rolex.
Wow.
Yes, if you have like an automatic watch, like a Rolex
Yeah.
Submariner, you don't wind it. You move it around. And as you move it around, that's
so
what
cool.
causes it to have the power to keep going. So
I see.
as you're wearing it throughout the day,
Yeah.
and then there's some that you do wind, some that
Yeah.
you wind, but
I just had a morbid thought that you could tell how long someone was dead for by like how many seconds. wasn't wound up anymore.
Sort of, but you'd only tell within 12 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's funny though.
It is funny.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to find out
Yeah.
like what kind of a movement it is. Is this a 48-hour movement or a 72-hour movement?
Yeah.
How long does it last for?
Yeah. That's incredible.
Was the watch
technology.
broken already?
Yeah.
Time a Rolex watch helps solve a murder mystery.
Oh, okay, there you go. See, I wasn't totally
Look
off.
at that.
Wow.
Is that how it solved it?
I don't know. I just made that up.
Interesting. Well, it makes sense. So that's the Oyster Perpetual, right? That's one of those watches that also has an automatic movement.
I just love the idea of recovering information and like figuring out others.
All right, the Rolex is known to be 48 hours, the power reserve. Police were able to determine the date of death within a reasonable margin of error by subtracting the watch's power reserve from the date that was displayed on the watch when it was found.
Yeah.
According to his Rolex watch, Ronald Platt was murdered on July 20th, 1996. The problem with that is a lot of people don't set their date correctly, so that wouldn't hold up in court. It seems like, how do you know the guy was accurate with his date?
Oh,
How do you know if he had shitty vision? Like, you can't even see. I can't read that. Unless I have good lighting.
Yeah.
I can't read that. It's
You're
like, how do you...
set to the right date or no?
Mine probably is. Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
It's funny if it's not.
Oh, this one doesn't even have a date.
Oh, there you go. That's not going to hold up in court.
This one doesn't have
You're
a date.
safe.
But some... I don't think it does. But some of them do. And that's a different... there's like a different mechanism inside of there. It's called they call them complications. But these different ones, like they'll have one. I have one that I gave to Lex. That's an Omega, and it has a moon on it, and so it has a moon-faced thing where there's a high-resolution photograph of the moon, and as the moon rises and moves through the sky, it becomes a full moon and a half moon. It shows it on the watch. So it's accurate. So you have to go to a website, you find out what the moon phase is, you set the moon phase for where the watch is, and then you set the time and the date of the watch, and then it stays in sync.
Love it.
It's crazy.
That's so amazing.
The Omega is really cool because it's a little image, but it's a high resolution image of the moon.
Yeah.
In case you find one of those, it's Omega Speedmaster moon watch. And so this little moon sort of moves through this little night sky window at the bottom of the watch.
I love the photos of the moon.
Yeah, that's not it. Find the one with the moon on it. Yeah. Say, no. Moon watch is the watch they wore during the moon landings. Moon phase is what you're looking for. Yeah. So that one's different. That's it right there. Click on the one where you just had your cursor. So that, see the image of the moon at the bottom? Isn't that dope? So it even has like a bunch of little stars back
And that's all run by Gears too.
Yeah.
So cool.
It's so cool. And then the one on the above it, that's the calendar. The window to the upper left of it, that's its calendar.
It's
and that shows
amazing that they can sync all those different sort of scales of time within one device with just a bunch of years.
and incredibly accurate too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's my favorite watch. I love
Love
that
it.
thing.
That's great.
So cool.
It's a great gift.
Yeah, but it's just an amazing piece of human ingenuity. That someone's figured out how to do that. And again, that's fully mechanical. That's just you move your hand around and it does all the winding.
Yeah.
And it keeps it accurate.
Yeah.
Nuts.
It is nuts.
And that's our simple little simian
Human
brains.
I know. It's amazing.
And when you think about what could possibly become of advanced life if we could exist in just stay alive and advance another million years. It doesn't seem outside the realm of possibility.
I think it'll happen. I think so.
What do you think we look like in the future?
I mean, I think as we've been talking about, like it's some kind of hybrid existence. Like I think we are becoming more integrated with our technology. I don't feel like existentially traumatized by that.
No.
And I also don't think that there's like all these tropes about like machines completely replacing biological life, and I just don't think that's a realistic possibility either. And again, it goes back to like looking at the history of life on Earth. That like there's no technology that life invented that like was completely replaced if it if other subsequent architecture was built on it. So I always think about like the ribosome, which mediates the translation inside a cell, is one of the most important and oldest technologies on our planet. We don't think about molecules as technologies, but life had to invent that thing, and it's still here. And there's billions of ribosomes on this planet, and like they're like kind of the engines of existence in some sense because cells require them to function. And so I think a lot of the stuff that we're building now, like it's an interesting question, what's going to be around billions of years from now. I don't think that we as humans have invented any technology that will last that long. But I do think the idea that we're not going to be replaced because we are like sort of a key part of the infrastructure of what comes next is compelling to me based on looking at the history of life on Earth.
Yeah, we may not be replaced, but we probably won't remain the same.
No, we won't. Yeah.
What do we, when we do integrate, if we do have some sort of a technological cyborg existence, what does that look like?
Well, the question of like, what does it mean to integrate though? So like already in this discussion, we've been talking about like being in a society or not in a society. And the lifestyle of a human and what a human is fundamentally different if you're an individual living a hunter-gatherer lifestyle on your own versus if you're living in a modern society and you have all this technological aid and this like social constraints imposed on you that you have to hold a 9-to-5 job and you have to have an income and all these other things. Like you're a fundamentally different kind of entity than you would be as, you know, someone living in the wild on their own. And so we're already part of a technological infrastructure. We just don't really recognize societies as that. But it's being built more and more into us that we're kind of, you know, we're kind of stuck in that. Like most of us couldn't survive on our own. And then we're going to become more integrated with that system. So it's sort of, you know, I think of analogies with other kinds of life, like, you know, molecules inside a cell can't exist on their own either, but they're alive as part of a cell. Or, you know, ants in a society can't exist on their own, like they need to be in the colony. And I think humans are already the same.
I think so too, and I think the way we make distinctions with animals, like feral pigs versus domesticated pigs, and things along those lines, it's like we think of them as different things.
Yeah.
And I think
they are different, and you could say there's like superficial physical resemblances, but I think those are kind of superficial. I think like it's fundamentally different to be a wild species versus a domesticated one, or a wild human, so to speak, versus a domesticated human.
Right. And I think when you look at that guy who lives in Antarctica or in the Arctic Circle, rather, and you compare him to like the saddest overweight gamer who's drinking Mountain Dew all day.
Oh, Mountain Dew, that sounds painful. Oh.
But if someone's just like pale, no sunlight at all, just eating garbage and playing Call of Duty all day long. I mean, that is like, they're two completely different animals.
They are.
One of them is like walking through the mountains with a rifle for looking for caribou, and the other one is just like calling Uber Eats.
And I suspect that like even the way they feel about the world is totally different, right? So it's not just like the physical, like obviously the physiological differences manifest in like mental differences about like the acuity of their mental architecture, how they feel about their environment, and like what's happening to them. It's just totally different.
How much, if any, do you pay attention to the UFO UAP world?
I have a very, I don't pay too much attention to it, to be quite honest. I think for me, it's not very exciting, to be honest. I'm much more interested in understanding fundamentally what life is, and I think the UFO discussion really hasn't afforded me a deeper understanding of the problems I'm interested in solving. So I don't pay too much attention to it. I think it's much more interesting as a cultural discussion, and like some of these things that we've also been talking about like augmented humans and all these other things. It's like there's a lot of discussions happening culturally that I think are preparing us for the next phase. And so I kind of see the UFO discussion as being one like, you know, we culturally need to understand how we want to think about alien life, what it is, how we intersect with it. And so there needs to be a lot of discussions about the nature of that problem and people interested in believing in that problem. But I don't really see a lot intellectually for me personally coming out of that discussion.
There's no meat.
No.
It's just a lot of talk and a lot of stories that some of them from very respected people that I believe them, and their encounters are fascinating. But you could waste your whole life thinking about what that means and what's true and what's not. There's not enough data. There's very, very, very little
that's
data.
the problem. So I find it interesting. Like it's certainly intriguing and like you know, to think about the possibilities, but it's sort of like mythology versus and like individual knowledge versus shared knowledge. And I think what science like, you know, you can question the sort of academic establishment and the way that we do science, and it's very dogmatic and all those things, and I can agree with a lot of those criticisms. But science fundamentally is about shared knowledge and the ability to like have a joint conversation about something we both understand, and to be able to use that to do things like, the laws of gravitation are things that we can easily state, and we can build satellites and new technologies out of that knowledge. And I think, the discussion on alien life is fundamentally about new knowledge that we need to have about how the universe works. And that's going to come from a lot of different places. But for me, I don't see the UFO discussion fundamentally advancing that question. It's just raising some of the mystery about, certain experiences people have had, but not in a way that allows us to really answer the question of what is an alien.
There's also a fundamental problem of accuracy of information and how much of this whistleblower stuff is nonsense, how much of it is true. When you're relying on person A to discuss classified documents.
There's a lot of control of narratives,
Yes.
which I don't like. So I don't like people telling people how to think. And I think what I see in the UFO discussion a lot that actually makes me stay out of that community is a lot of people that claim authority on knowledge, and then they claim they can't share the knowledge.
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
No.
I think if you have knowledge, you should share it. You should discuss it. You should try to figure out what it means for everybody, and you should not protect it.
That's why you're a scientist.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what,
Yeah.
That's what people should be doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't trust people when they claim to have absolute knowledge they can't share with people.
The only thing that gives me pause is the possibility that they're dealing with top secret programs that could get them in great trouble and would limit their access to this technology.
Yeah.
That gives me pause. That's the only thing that gives me pause.
But it's such a good story, though, right?
It's not a bad story.
I know, right?
That's the problem is I'm a sucker.
Yeah.
I'm a giant sucker for that kind of story. I love those stories.
Yeah. I
hear
think we
about
all
those
do.
stories,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I love it. I want to hear all of them.
But I think that's like a sort of also a standard play that, like, if the government needs to keep knowledge a secret, suddenly it becomes more valuable, right? So
I don't even necessarily think it's the government as much as I think it's the government and military contractors.
yes,
So if you have some sort of technology that is literally out of this world, you're
right,
trying to figure out how it works.
yeah,
It's within your best interest to keep that as secret
yeah,
as possible.
right.
And
Well, we
in
see
this-
cases of that in Arizona. It's like, like they're testing, whatever new technology for fighter jets or whatever. And it's like 1 million UFO sightings. And then it's like released later that it was military.
have you ever
So-
seen a military jet, like a stealth bomber?
Mhm.
When we were filming Fear Factor way back in the day, we were out near Edwards Air Force Base, and one of those stealth bombers flew overhead. And if I didn't know what it was, I would swear that was from another planet.
Yeah.
It looked so cool.
Yeah,
It looks so cool, and it does not look like anything else you've ever seen flying in the sky.
Yeah.
This is post 9/11, 2001.
right.
So this is the very beginning of Fear Factor, and right after
Oh, that's so cool.
9/11, and we were out there in the desert. You see this thing fly. It's near Palmdale, and you see this thing fly overhead, and it's like it looks like something Batman owns.
Yeah,
See if you can find one of those. So you can find like a video of a stealth bomber flying overhead, but it flew right past us. Wow.
I would love to see that.
Part of it was terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, why am I seeing these alien
Yeah.
warships?
I always feel like that when I see military stuff. It's like it's equal parts like amazing and profound, and then like totally existentially traumatizing.
Yes, exactly. That's just it's cool,
Yeah.
but it's designed to kill
Yeah,
people really
exactly.
quick.
Yeah, yeah,
It's designed
Yeah.
to sneak in
yeah,
and mess people up and then get out of there without anybody knowing
Yeah.
you're there. That's literally what it is. Those stealth bombing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do find it exciting that so many people want to talk about UFOs and are like really excited about the possibilities for aliens.
Find one of
So
those. The thing is, like, my point is, I mean, what's that Einstein's quote? Or something, sufficient technology is indistinguishable from magic.
yeah, was it Asimov? maybe?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
So here's one flying over here. Look at this. Come on. Like, if you saw this, you'd be like, oh my God, they're here.
Yeah.
Like, if you saw that fly overhead, you'd go, oh my God, aliens are real.
Yeah.
Right? That's how I felt.
It's kind of epic that the most alien thing on the planet is the human mind and like what it can create.
Oh my God, the most epic. We're responsible
Yeah.
for every single thing.
Yeah.
Every single thing that's an object that didn't grow,
Right.
we made.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Blows my mind.
Blows my mind.
Yeah.
And if I think about the possibility of something even more advanced than us coming here and manipulating us, the same way we're willing to take a chance
Yeah.
at creating artificial life in a laboratory,
Yeah.
if we're willing to do that, why would if they're so much more advanced than us that they think we're just these silly territorial apes.
So why is it always a narrative that they're so much more advanced? Like, where does this come from?
Because they got here. We can't get there.
I see. But I don't think that like technological progress is linear. So they might have the technology to come and visit us, say, but not have other kinds of technology that we've advanced.
Perhaps. But the idea that they have gone so far in one area that is so perplexing, which is deep space travel and vast distances of space and time, and that they've conquered that. So the closest planets that we think we have Goldilocks zones are how far away? How many light years away?
I mean, the closest planetary system is probably, about 4 light years away.
With a recognized Goldilocks zone? Like
there's planets there. It's very debatable about like whether it's a TRAPPIST system, like whether those planets are actually habitable or not, because we don't know if they have atmospheres, and there's all kinds of debate in the community, but like potentially, yeah.
So let's take the closest planetary system, so 4 light years?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that? Yeah. So imagine something coming here every 4 years, because it takes that long.
Well, that's assuming they can travel at light speed, which is a big if. Yeah.
Or assuming they can do something. Well, we're also assuming that speed is you're taking an object and you're moving that object through some method of propulsion to a new place, instead of moving the space around it, folding that, and having it instantaneously travel from one point to point, which is the way the real super eggheads describe the potential future, like
based
long
on current,
distance.
Based on sort of extension of the current theories of gravity, but
and obviously extrapolate greatly our ability to generate power, right? But if they did figure out a way to get here, they would probably be so unimpressed with us, especially if they caught us a few hundred years ago, when we're basically like making stupid houses and burning coal and riding horses.
Mechanical clocks.
That's true. Right. That was quite a while ago. Yeah. That's true. Was that AD or 725 AD? Was that real? Yeah. So, I mean, just the idea that we have come so far in such a short period of time, you would have just imagined if that keeps going, it's going to get to the point where everything expands exponentially and the ability to travel through space will be on the list.
Yes.
So, and then you're going to go, okay, what are they doing? Oh, they only have rocks. They only have sticks and rocks. They haven't figured out metallurgy yet. They haven't figured out.
Right. But the challenge with these kind of like thought experiments is we're always applying today's standard and understanding to long-term futures. And if you imagine that we go through this process of, creating the kind of technologies that you're describing, we will be so fundamentally different in the process. We'll be having a different discussion.
Right.
And we won't be able to reason about what that looks like based on the way that we think about things now. So I think this kind of, I've never really been a fan of like these sort of, survival of the fittest, predator prey, like the aliens are just going to be so much more advanced than us and come and take over everything kind of narratives, because it just doesn't seem to be, first off, it's not consistent with what we actually observe, because we don't observe aliens yet. And second off, it doesn't seem consistent with the trajectory of what we're doing overall, especially if you think about us not individually, but like much more as just like a biosphere evolving into a technologic, like a technosphere.
Yeah. I agree with you there. I think this predator-prey thing sort of got sidelined the moment we created agriculture in cities. That kind of stopped, and then it became a new thing. And as we advance technologically, it becomes another new thing.
Yeah.
My thought is, there's going to be a moment in time, the way we've integrated with each other digitally through cell phones and through social media and interaction online, there will be another level of that is exponentially more bizarre.
Yes.
It's probably going to take place with like Neuralink and similar type technologies.
Right.
That we're going to integrate with each other and communicate telepathically and communicate with large groups of people telepathically. And I think,
isn't it amazing that things that were once myths become fact through technology?
Yes.
I think this is just absolutely amazing, like how much our ancestors thought about these things that they called magic, and like we're making, like actual physical reality through technology.
We had the gentleman who received the first Neuralink implant here. We talked to him about what it's like. And I look at him and like, you're the future. Like we're probably all going to have something similar to that in our bodies. And then eventually we're going to go, why do we have these fragile feet when you can have these immense deluxe carbon fiber feet that allow you to run over hot coals and not feel a thing? Like, wouldn't you rather have those? They're better. You can control them better.
Depends on what you want to do.
Right, depends on what you do. But we're very connected to our biological existence. But my thought is that our biological existence comes with all the baggage of all the human reward systems that have been put in place in order to ensure our survival.
Yes.
And this is what's led us to war. This is what's led us to violence. This is what's led us to all the terrible things.
Yes.
We
have a lot of baggage.
Yes. And that baggage, I think, is a byproduct of survival of the fittest mentality that came out of our biological life. As we integrate digitally, I think that might be one of the primary benefits, is that we realize, we can't kill each other. We're all one.
Yeah.
Like, we really are all one, and we really are all connected. And instead of doing that, why don't we figure out a way to solve all this and work together? And if we are all one of the same mindset, this whole idea of stealing resources and covert operations, that's all going to go away.
Yeah.
It just makes sense that would be one of the things that would happen. We would stop doing all the dumb things that we do.
Yeah.
And then as we join together, we would say, well, we need to come up with solutions for our environmental issues. We need to come up with solutions for long-term strategies for dealing with all these different problems we've created, and that we could do it together. Instead of like having this whole concept of territorial lines in the sand where you're not allowed to cross unless you have a passport, or you have to have paperwork, and some sort of an integration with all human beings. The way we have with cell phones, but way more sophisticated.
Yeah. I mean, something I find really shocking is how difficult it is for humans to think of other humans as human. Right? Like, so we have like our sphere of friends, or like people that we find socially acceptable, and then like pretty much anybody outside of that space is like beyond our cognitive horizon, and we just can't treat them as people anymore. And I find this very perplexing and a bit of an issue in making the kind of transition that you're talking about, that we just like can't even see each other as humans.
Sure. I mean, that's the whole concept of the other, right? They're different than us. They're different.
Yeah.
They're allowed to do this because they're those people.
And that permeates so much of modern society right now. It's like hard to look at anybody and see them as a person.
And I think that's baked into us, first of all, because we all evolved in tribal groups of very small numbers of people, which is where Dunbar's number comes from, right? We only have a certain amount of people that we can keep intimately connected to in our bonds.
Yeah. And our social networks are much larger than that now, so most of the people in our network we can't actually humanize.
Well, it's even worse if you're famous, because you don't remember anybody's name.
Yeah.
I mean, so
and then you have all kinds of people that have a parasocial relationship with you, and like they think they know you and they don't know you. Yeah.
Especially me, because I do this.
Yeah.
So I'm talking it's like, I talk to you every day.
Yeah. It must be very weird.
Fucking strange. But it's also, I feel like that sort of connection with people, this is what anybody who's doing sort of a podcast or something like that is kind of doing, is like a one-way version of what I think is going to exist universally on the planet.
Yes, I agree with that. I think actually the thing that I find really interesting about the podcasting space is this kind of like very intimate conversation, but it's technologically mediated and shared, right? And I think that's exactly what you're talking about. And so like this transition phase and like why are podcasting becoming so popular, I think is because it's part of this kind of transition that we're all undergoing.
There's also an unusual authenticity in having access to individual minds without influence of producers and directors and a bunch of different people. So like this conversation in particular, like I had 0 conversations with any person before I got you on.
Yeah.
I had a text message that I sent to my friend who's the booking guy. I said, hey, reach out to her. This sounds cool. See if she can do this date. That's it. And then it goes to my phone, and that's it. And then so I start watching some of the conversations you had. I watched your thing on Lex. I start looking into these concepts and assembly theory and all these different things. And so my brain, it's all it is something I'm interested in.
Yeah.
There's no other reason to have this conversation other than I'm interested in.
Yeah.
And so that, I think, resonates with other people, because I love when someone's interested in something. If they're interested in making baseballs by hand, or
I think we should all be more excited about things. Like things are exciting, especially creative spaces and like new ideas and people that are thinking about like changing things.
But for me, it's someone who's passionate about something.
Yeah, for sure. I totally get what you mean about the baseballs. Yeah.
Anything.
I mean, this is why I like the watch discussion. It's very clearly like drawn from enthusiasm, and somebody like designed that thing.
Oh
That's crazy.
yeah, and I am,
Yeah.
by the way, I am a Luddite when it comes to watches. There are watch nerds,
Yeah.
like serious watch nerds that can tell you like all the models and what this movement has that movement in it,
Yeah.
and this or that. Like they know all the pieces.
Crazy.
Some of them take them apart and put them back together again on their own. They got these
Yeah.
giant goggles and shit, tweezers and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, but I love when people are really excited about things, whether it's about
Yeah.
playing the guitar or making a painting, or like something
Mhm.
about that to me is infectious,
Yeah.
and it makes me excited about other things. If
Yeah.
I see someone who's really excited about making furniture, I start getting excited about what I do.
Yeah.
It's like there's something
Yeah.
about that
Passion
energy.
is infectious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think like enabling people to find their own passion is really important.
Very much so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you do what we're doing on this podcast and have conversations about things that are just interesting.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's just interesting, right?
Interesting is good. It's far better than the opposite.
Yes, it's just fascinating. And so
Yeah.
that stimulates
Mhm.
minds. It stimulates people. It's like there's people at home that are listening like, I don't have a question. Like, what?
Yeah.
How did this happen? How did
Yeah.
that happen? What would have happened if it was a little bit colder? What would have happened if it was a
Yeah.
little bit warmer?
Mhm.
What would have happened if there was no this or no that? Or like imagine a world where no one figures out the wheel.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think about alternate histories all the time.
well, the bizarre thing is they do not think the Egyptians.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? How is that even possible?
Yeah.
But, and so no theory there. It's like the massive mystery of human civilization itself, just in the structures that were
Yeah.
left behind with no explanation.
Yeah.
That alone makes us go, well, we have this bizarre idea in our head of how things progress based on our current understanding of the world we live in
Yeah.
right now. But that has no bearing on
Right.
Egypt. Like,
Yeah.
what did they do? How'd they do
Yeah.
that? We don't know.
I know history is a predictive science, which is like a weird thing, but like people don't like think about this. But like you have to have theories of the past and then test it against the record, right?
Right.
So it's not really any different than any other domain of knowledge where we're trying to make predictions and test them against current data. It's just like history, for some reason, we think it actually happened. Therefore, like there's one narrative, but it's usually constructed based on what we know, and we're learning all the time.
Well, also the problem in
And we
that-
forget all the time.
the collapse of that civilization,
Yeah.
the burning of the Library of Alexandria,
Yeah, it's so
all
tragic.
the records lost. So they
Yeah.
probably had written down how they
Yeah.
did everything,
Yeah.
and some assholes came along and burnt everything.
Yeah.
And now we're like, what did you do?
They were definitely assholes. That was such an I know.
Assholes.
When I first heard about Library of Alexandria, and I was like, that was heartbroken. I was like, can you even imagine it was lost?
If we knew what they knew, the amount of advancement, just
Yeah.
Egypt, just that one part of Africa where they figured out how to do some things that to this day, 4,500 plus years later, we are perplexed.
Yeah.
Perplexed. Like there's shitty theories. They all suck.
Yeah.
Every theory sucks.
Mhm.
They've just recently discovered some sort of hydraulic technology that was in one of the pyramids.
Oh, really?
Yes, you can
Okay.
find that.
Crazy.
There's some recent research that was published where it wasn't the Khufu pyramid, it was another pyramid. And in one of these other pyramids, they believe they have evidence of some sort of hydraulic technology that was
That's so
used.
cool.
A study
Yeah.
published Monday in the journal PLOS, one researcher proposed that ancient people may have relied on water to build the step pyramid. The suspect hydraulic system may have helped lift stones from the center of the pyramid. Wow. So, like, we're still trying to figure out what they
Yeah.
did.
So long before I got into science, like one of the first places I actually encountered astronomy was like reading about the Orion mystery when I was like in 5th grade, and I was got obsessed with it for a little while about like whether the chambers and the pyramids were actually aligned with the stars and stuff, and like how did they possibly do that? It was kind of crazy.
There's a guy
Yeah.
named Christopher Dunn who's an
Yeah.
engineer, and he has the wildest theory. He thinks that the construction of the pyramid, and this is, by the way, both maligned by some archaeologists, completely dismissed, but also embraced by younger archaeologists who
Oh,
aren't
interesting.
as. So this theory is that the way the Great Pyramid was set up was not set up as a tomb, but was set up as some sort of a way to generate electricity, and,
Oh,
and
whoa.
that there was a chamber, a subterranean chamber, and that this chamber had something in it that was like pounding on the stone and creating a certain vibration. And then they had this these shafts that they had access to, that had they know these shafts existed, and they know the structure of these shafts, and these shafts that existed in the marble, or whatever, the stone, granite rather, and they would fill these shafts up with some sort of chemicals, and then at the end of the shaft was limestone, and so the limestone is porous, and the limestone allows the gases to escape from all these chemicals and contain itself inside this chamber. This chamber is constantly being vibrated, and then there are these pathways that lead up to what they're calling the King's Chamber, which is this insane structure. It's one of the most perplexing things about the pyramid.
Yeah.
These immense stones that are positioned,
phenomenal piece of architecture.
and then in those they have shafts that go straight out into space that he thinks is gathering gamma rays. And so the gamma rays are interacting with this hydrogen that's being created by these chemicals and the vibrations, and that all these things are used to generate electricity. And this is why there's a gold capstone on the top of the pyramid and smooth limestone on the outside. It's a nutty theory, but these guys he's a brilliant man.
Yeah. No, I mean it's incredibly creative, and if it's testable, and like there's ways to validate that could work, that would be.
Well, the problem is you'd have to do it at scale. And like, what do you
well, you could look for traces of like whatever chemistry he's talking about on the pyramid walls, and like it would be possible to experimentally verify whether gamma rays could do that. I don't suspect that they could, but like there's pieces of it. Like this is how science works. You have like a story of a set of hypotheses, and you can test individual parts of it, and then try to validate it. So it'd be kind of cool if, you know, like you wanted to try to do that.
Right. And so then the question is, how'd they figure that out?
I don't know.
Imagine if it turns out to be correct, and this was some sort of a way of generating power from the Earth and space itself. How'd you
But also why? Because where would they put the power? They didn't have any electric grids or anywhere to like put
Not
it.
that we know of, right? The problem is, it all gets to this weirdness of like how much evidence would be left from 10,000 years ago? How much evidence would be left from 20,000 years ago?
Yeah.
How long did it take people to figure that out? Was it 2,000 or 3,000 years? Like what? How much tinkering?
Yeah, and
What was it?
I mean, there's all kinds of interesting questions you can ask about that kind of stuff, even in like deep time. So, you know, one of my colleagues, Adam Frank, had this paper on like the Silurian hypothesis, which is like the idea that there was like intelligent beings around the time of dinosaurs, like a dinosaur race, and like how would you actually look in the geological record for it?
Right.
And so like people can work out the mathematics of like, you know, what would be the traces of these, you know, like if the Egyptians had this capability, or if, you know, there were intelligent species that emerged on the planet long before humans and had enough technology, say, to like have radioactive waste or anything. Like you can actually like bound, you know, like what would we actually see in the record. So it is possible still to constrain this stuff. Even the most radical hypotheses. So like I've been raised in a tradition scientifically of like entertaining any idea, as long as it's something that we can actually test and measure.
Right.
And so I guess for me, I think you know, some of the most creative ideas in science are things that people completely didn't expect. Well, I mean, I think Einstein's a great example. You know, like he was one of the few people that took seriously that the speed of light, you know, is constant. Like we take that for granted now, but everybody thought that was kind of ridiculous, and the experiments must be wrong because there's no way that the speed of light could be constant. And he was like, no, the laws of nature are invariant, and this invariance also implies that the speed of light could be invariant because it's a law of nature. And then he was able to derive relativity from that, and that has all kinds of, you know, radical consequences about the way that we think about space and time, and you know, the fact that time is, you know, like it's actually a relative concept. At least simultaneity is a relative concept. I think there's many concepts of time in physics, but yeah. So I think that's one. But like quantum mechanics is another. Like if you actually look at the observational evidence, and you try to build a theory from the observational evidence, you get to like really interesting spaces that are completely different than what you thought. And so it's easy to have theories and creative ideas. It's actually harder to go from the observational constraints and work into a theory that's consistent with all of those. And that's actually where most of our more radical conceptions and foundational shifts come from. And so that's why I'm actually particularly excited about what we're doing with assembly theory as an example, because like what we're trying to do there is say, if life is actually a real property of the physical world, like whatever we call life, it'll have to be redefined, then we should be able to have a measurable consequence. And the way we talk about that is actually to measure this complexity of molecules, assembly of molecules, which you can go in the lab and measure with standard instrumentation, like a mass spec and an NMR and infrared. Like you can measure this property of a molecule. It's a real physical feature. And then you can derive all kinds of real shit from that. And I think this has been the tradition of physics in general, but science also more broadly, that, you know, the reason that we get so convinced about things and they work is because we're working backwards from what we observe and measure.
Right.
And then we test it against what we can observe and measure. And the things that happen with reality are far stranger than the things that people dream up, which is why I love it. It's just crazy, like the kind of ideas you get out of that process.
Well, just the process that allows you and I to be staring at each other. First of all, the fact that we can see each other is crazy.
Yes.
Right? That's
evolution of eyes is amazing.
Nuts.
Totally nuts.
And then also octopi have them too. They just evolved on a completely different branch of the evolutionary tree. Like,
totally crazy.
but they all evolved eyes.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like a property that almost every animal has.
Yeah. Seeing is pretty deep. I mean, I don't know when the first photon receptors evolved in cells, but, you know, even cells have light sensing capability. So, I mean, that's how photosynthesis evolved also. But yeah, but it's crazy. So, like, the idea that, you know, like when life first emerged on the planet, nothing could see, but it evolved later. And it is something that is fairly consistent. And even if you think about our technology, so I always think about the progression of biology into technology. It is fascinating also that a lot of our technologies that allow us to understand the world are technologies of sight, like telescopes and microscopes. And, you know, like, we think we knew life on this planet, and then we invented the microscope, and it's like, you know, just, you don't need that much more resolution. You can suddenly see that this table is completely covered in cells, for example, that we didn't know were there.
Right.
Which is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. It's like we evolved from cells billions of years ago. It took us billions of years to evolve into an intelligence that could build the technology and then look and be like, oh, biology's made out of cells.
And then if you think you understand any of it, the people that understand subatomic particles are like, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Because this whole thing's empty space.
Yeah.
And it's all operating in some bizarre quantum state where it's like both still and moving at the same time.
Yeah.
And like,
with wave functions,
what? Like, what is everything? Oh, everything's weird.
This is what got me into it, though. Like that feeling. It's just like, I love that feeling. I love not understanding and thinking like we live in a really trippy reality. And the fact that our minds are capable of understanding any of it, to me, is pretty profound.
I feel like we're just emerging from it the same way the ability to see things was this emerging technology, this emerging ability that probably changed everything, right? The ability to actually like recognize distances and to see objects and recognize them. And that is this emergent phenomenon that we sort of take for granted because we have, but there could be other things like that have not emerged yet.
Yes.
And this
so
is
much
psychic phenomenon.
Right.
It's one of the things that I connect with that. I don't believe in psychics, like a person who reads tarot cards, but I do think there's some weirdness involved in human beings that you can't put on a scale.
I think some people are really good at reading patterns in their environment.
I think there's that too. But there's also like phone rings and it was a person you were talking about, you haven't talked to in forever.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they feel you and they call you. There's something trippy to that maybe not every time, not maybe repeatable, but occasionally you catch it. Occasionally there's this connection that seems to emerge. And I always wonder if that's an emergent form of a new ability that human beings will eventually possess.
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts, but I think the first one is I think we forget often that we are all connected by a common history. And so a lot of the features about like, why is it that we can be sitting here having this conversation? Obviously we both have to speak the same language, but we also have to emerge from the same evolutionary architecture, have the same kinds of sensory apparatus to be able to communicate with each other, implies shared history. And so, I think about life as these kind of, like these structures that are emerging over time and generating novel, things, but like the whole temporal relation, this idea of like objects being in time means that they're connected through time. So, if you assume a living object actually has a time and size, it means that like every living object on this planet is not really a distinct object. They're all part of that same structure in time. And I think this is really necessary for interpreting some of the things that you're talking about, because there's so much in our environment that is a part of that shared history that we're picking up on all the time that like we don't even recognize. that is like cues for like us to really like, and we miss it because we don't even recognize the history in our environment. And so we think things are just happening, spontaneously, and like there's some magic behind it. What really all it is contingency and causation. But I think the other thing that is interesting about what you're saying, which we already touched on a little bit, is these kind of stories that like there's ancientness. Like I'm a huge Joseph Campbell fan, and like thinking about like the history of mythology. But like we've had these myths for like most of human history, and there's been a lot of recurring motifs in them about telepathy, psychics, miracles, all of these stories, and it's super interesting to see how some of them are becoming like embodied through our technology, like the things that we imagine we're making real. And that's the part that's interesting to me, and that's much more physical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
So
things we're imagining we're making real.
Yeah. So it's not impossible that people that are psychic, at quote unquote, could exist. But I think what will happen is the stories that we're telling become embodied in the observations that we're making and the things that we're actually like implementing in the world. But like, I don't know that historically I would say like I don't believe in magic. I think magic is, or I do believe in mystery, but I think so when I say I don't believe in magic, it's not that I don't believe that people have personal knowledge or things, but I think what's more important is like when those things become shareable, they actually become things that we can use collectively, and I'm much more interested in that kind of knowledge. So it's not that I don't value mysticism or the kind of personal narratives that people have about experiences. I think those are incredibly valuable, and I think that we need those stories in our culture. It's just, for me, I'm much more interested in like, when do we make those kinds of things regularized in a way that like we understand them as like really fundamental properties, and we can use them, and like we can share that information. That's what I like about science, because it's like shareable deep thoughts that are universally usable.
Yes. Yeah. Universally usable is a great way to put it. I've often entertained the idea of, I'm sure you're aware of the concept of the muse, right?
Maybe, but probably explain it anyway, just because.
Well, one of the best representations of this is a gentleman named Stephen Pressfield. He's a great author. He wrote Legend of Bagger Vance, a bunch of really great movies. And he wrote this book called The War of Art. And the book is essentially like a guidebook for creative types to avoid procrastination and resistance, and to develop a structure that allows you to sit down in your desk at a very specific time every day and summon the muse. And this idea has persisted throughout time, that ideas, I'm sure you've had ideas that have come to you, like, where does that even come from?
Yes, I think everyone has. I love creativity for that reason, because it's so mysterious, even to the person having the creative act.
Yes,
which is just crazy.
Yeah, I almost always think of my best ideas as not even really mine, but like a gift.
Yes.
And so this
I do too.
is the concept of the muse. That the muse, you summon the muse, you treat the muse with respect, you literally communicate with the muse, you put this intention out there, and if you do this every day, she will reward you, and she will consistently bring you ideas. And if you are a person who can develop that kind of discipline to sit there and do that, you'll become productive through the muse. And so, is
the muse like a placeholder for your like unconscious brain?
Yeah, certainly. But if you treat it like it's a real thing, it behaves like a real thing.
No. I mean, I think the unconscious is a real thing. The reason I'm bringing it up is like so many people are really interested in consciousness, and then like really focus on that. But part of the reason that like where creativity comes from, and like part of this idea of using intuition to guide how you think about the world, I think is like there's so much happening in your brain that you're just not even consciously aware of. Yeah. And I think a lot of the information processing architecture, and like where like I kind of resign myself to like almost all of my thinking is my unconscious brain, and I should just like leave it there. And if I get an idea emerging out of it, seems like it came from nowhere. Mm-hmm. But I'm just not consciously aware of all the processing in my brain.
I also wonder if the term consciousness is connected far too much to language.
Yes.
Because we think of things that we can describe with language, and processes that we examine with language, words that we attribute to specific objects and specific tasks and things that we do. And then there's this other thing that's going on. Maybe you feel bad that day. Maybe
Yeah.
you feel lonely. Maybe you feel this. Like these sort of subconscious things are very conscious. They're conscious, but they're not attached to language.
Right.
You know, and so when we're interacting with people on a conscious level, we're communicating constantly through words. So we have sounds that we make, and these represent things, and we all understand them. And so we use this as a way to express this thing that's going on with this thought process, the consciousness.
Yeah.
We're attaching it to language.
Yeah. No, I think most of us do, because I think a lot of us, construct words or visuals in our brains. But it's super interesting when you have people that don't do that. Like Lee Cronin, that I work with a lot, and he's the person that originated assembly theory, is chemist. Like, he doesn't have any visuals in his brain or like language in his brain. And it's super interesting talking to him, because he's like completely and utterly brilliant, but I think like his mental architecture is really different. And I love working on deep foundational questions, because I think when you talk about these deep ideas and and maybe this is also why people like psychedelics, because if you're not like trained at the sort of frontier of like intellectual debate, like where do you have these kind of experiences? But the kind of I'm talking about is like, you have really thought about how reality works, and like you have an architecture in your mind about what you think is fundamental about the nature of reality, because you're asking this particular scientific question. And I think some of my best discussions with some of my colleagues have been, those kind of discussions, and you really realize how people's brains are so different.
Very, very different.
So different.
What is the estimation? There's some percentage of us that do not have an inner voice.
Yeah, I think it's like 4%, but I don't know.
I think it's higher than that.
Is
I think
it?
it's quite a bit.
I thought it was like
I think it's in the 20s.
Oh,
What's that?
I just made up a
It's
number.
up to 60%, but I've tried to look into this many times. I don't understand it.
Well, I think it's hard to report though, because people
Right.
don't even know they don't have an inner voice, or people don't know they do have an inner voice,
Right.
because you don't know what it's like to be in someone else's mind. So everybody just thinks their mind is normal.
Right. So if you talk to a schizophrenic, you're
Mhm.
like, what's going on there?
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Like, what's that misfiring?
Well, this is one of the things I'm really excited about, like these neural enhancement technologies, because I think we really underestimate the diversity of human minds. Like, it might be the most diverse things on this planet are actually just like what's going on in our heads.
Most certainly. I mean, I know so many different unique people. I'm so lucky that I've met so many unique people from talking on this podcast.
Yeah.
And then just through walks of life. I know so many people who think so differently.
Yeah.
And I know great athletes and great scientists and great comedians and great musicians, and they're all different.
Yeah.
They think different. They just have a different way. Like, some people will look at a problem and go, why is that? What about this thing? Why doesn't that? And then I'm like, how did you even see that? Like, why did you look at it that way? Everyone has, I mean, it's based on your life experiences, your genetics, but there's also, I think everyone's interface is different. I don't know even what you see.
Yeah.
I assume.
I know,
that it
this
looks-
blows my mind. I think about this all the time. I'm like, I have no idea what it looks like to anybody else who's
Right.
out of the world.
Well, it makes sense to me that it has to be different.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't different, why would you like things I don't like? Everybody would like the same thing.
Yeah.
Like the way that
That's
things
true.
look.
Yeah.
Or food tastes.
Yeah.
Like, I have 2 children that have totally different ability to absorb hot, spicy food.
Oh yeah. My kids are like that too.
So my youngest is like me. My
Yeah.
youngest, I mean, she might have a better version of it than me. Like, that kid can eat anything.
Yeah.
She ghost peppers, like, she likes it hot. And she loves, like, really,
Those
and
are
she-
really hot.
from she was a little kid, like Reapers. Like, I get this is hot sauce called Senor Lechuga. Really good stuff. It's organic and like really strong, hot. Like, if you like it really spicy. And I told her, like, this is pretty spicy. Kid dips her finger in it, sucks on it. She's like, it's not that spicy. I'm like, it's pretty damn spicy. Like, you freak. What the hell's wrong with you?
Wow.
I mean, it's kind of incredible. And then
Yeah.
the other one, like a little bit of a jalapeno, she's hiccup and coughing. But she can't take it at all.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. Because
Yeah.
they both came from the same parents.
Right.
And, but so obviously things taste different to them.
Yeah, totally different.
So whatever that is,
Yeah.
where like some people love the taste of hot dogs. Some people think they're disgusting and
Yeah.
and they like whatever, broccoli.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Like, why? What
Yeah.
is it? What are you experiencing when you're eating this? I don't know. What are you experiencing when you're seeing it? I'm just guessing that you're seeing what I see.
Yeah.
It's a total guess.
Yeah. And it's probably a bad guess, as you're pointing out, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to have some. there has to be a bunch of other factors that we're not taking into consideration that are going on internally.
Yeah.
They're allowing this person to process this in a pleasing or an unpleasing manner.
Yeah.
Like what is going like, and then the actual structure of the eye, right? We know some people's eyes aren't that good. Like, why is that? Like, what's going on in there? Like, it stops working so good, so you can see things blurry and like.
Or if the colorblind is also interesting.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really crazy.
The world could all be colorblind.
Yeah.
We'd be lost in the idea that we're in this spectrum of how light interacts with objects. This incredible variety of different shades of things.
Yeah. And like people that have a major shift in that, like I read this Oliver Sacks story once about this person got hit in the head and then they could only see the world in black and white. And like how existential that experience was transitioning. Like, and that's really depressing. Like you see a world of color and then everything's black and white. It's like you're living in a movie or something. But like the story was about how they were an artist and like they came to understand the world quite differently, and you can see a lot more shadow and light, and like you start paying attention to different detail. But I mean, it's just mind blowing that can happen. It's like the same brain.
Yeah, same brain.
And then you have to completely readjust your experience of reality because now you see the world differently.
I have a friend who got a concussion and lost his sense of smell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for years.
That's probably pretty traumatic.
But, well, a lot of people got it during COVID as well, right?
Yeah, that's right.
But he got it through a concussion.
Yeah.
Like, way back, like at least 15 years ago,
Yeah.
and lost his sense of smell.
Yeah, that's crazy. I like to, when I started thinking about how people think differently, I was like, I think I was listening to a podcast running one day, and it's like, like imagine an apple, now taste the apple. And I was like, I can imagine an apple, I can see an apple in my brain, and I can bite into the apple, but I cannot taste it. I cannot imagine tasting it.
Mm.
And this was really perplexing to me because like I never thought about the fact that like inside my head I don't have taste. I only have taste when I'm eating food. I can definitely taste things, but it's like like it's a weird thing about my brain, but like I don't know how common that is. But I think like everybody has things like that, and if like we just do experiments with our own minds, it's kind of interesting to probe the boundary of like things you take for granted that you think you can do or you can visualize and you just can't. It's just not in your head.
Well, the sense of smell we take for granted because everybody has it.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's an evolutionary advantage in terms of food being rotten,
Right.
there's a bunch of different factors, gases that are poisonous, but it's invisible.
Yeah.
And
do you know if your friend could still imagine smell, or did they lose the ability to even like recall what smells
I haven't
like?
talked to him in years. I have to reach out. I don't even know if he got a smell back.
Yeah,
He's a guy who used to fight in the UFC.
Oh, I see.
And he got knocked out once and lost his sense of smell.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Not
Really
good.
crazy. Yeah, no, that's not good.
Not good.
Yeah.
But the idea is that sense of smell we all just take for granted. We have it. Oh my God, smell that apple pie. Oh, it's coming.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is so exciting. You smell it. You walk in the house and it's cooking bacon.
Yeah.
That we take that for granted. But that is an invisible thing. And who knows how many other things there are like that we don't have. Like we don't have the ability to detect neutrinos.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if we could feel all the neutrinos passing through us at any given moment,
I'm
right?
trying to visualize it as you're saying that. I'm like, there's something
I mean, they're literally going through the entire Earth. They're flying through the Earth right now.
Right.
But we don't have the ability to detect that. But why not? Right? I mean, that's a thing that's real that we don't have the tools for.
Yeah.
But we do have the tools for smell. So we have the tools to detect gases, but we don't have the tools to detect other things that we know are real.
Right. Well, our sensory perception only that evolved biologically only took us so far. But like obviously, like we're sitting here talking about neutrinos because we have built technologies that can detect their existence and validate that they're there. And then we have theories that would be consistent with what you're just saying.
Yeah.
So the ways that we see the world, I guess my point is are not just the biological ones, but they're becoming enhanced by technology in all sorts of ways. And theories and explanations are part of that technological infrastructure, which is why we can talk about that. Our gravitational waves, for example, is another one.
Yes.
Going through us right now, too.
Right. We can't detect them.
Yeah.
We can feel the effects of gravity itself.
Yeah.
But we also know that that's entirely based on mass, right? So we also know that gravity, like the more weight you have on you, the harder it is for you to get around because you're being pulled, which is bizarre.
Yeah.
And you can use that to your advantage by rucking. You can get in better shape by putting a heavy backpack on, going up a hill. Bizarre.
Yeah.
So you change your physical structure by adding weight.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what weightlifting is, right? You're changing your physical structure and your ability to move through space and time by resisting constantly. So developing these biological tools to get past gravity.
Well, I think it's amazing how much of like the physical world you can get a sense of by simple things like that.
Yeah.
Like we really do live in a physical reality. Like I know some people want to think we live in a simulation, but like there's a real physical world. And I think we only kind of misconceive of it as a simulation because like so much of our environment now is architected by human minds that it seems not real, but it is real.
So you don't subscribe to the possibility of simulation theater?
No, I find it inadequate for a number of reasons. Like it doesn't seem like it's a better explanation than any other current explanation for how the universe works. So, I put the simulation argument, intelligent design, and even sort of the current laws of physics on kind of equal footing as far as their ability to explain why the universe exists the way it does. Because what all three theories do is they basically push explanation to the boundary. And in physics, we do that by saying there was an initial state of the universe that was low entropy, and the laws of physics have described what it's done ever since, but you can't explain where the universe came from. And in this, in intelligent design, it's like you can't explain the universe is, designed by some being, but like, where did that thing come from?
Right.
And in the simulation argument, it's just the great programmer in the sky made us. And I think, the nuance there is like, if any entities like us could evolve that could build simulations, then it's far more likely that we live in a simulation. But I think you still have to assume a physical reality that evolves the capability of building simulations.
Yes.
So it seems all very circular to me.
Yes. Yeah.
And non-explanatory.
Yeah, I don't understand why people are so confident in stating that, like Elon said, the chances of it not being a simulation are in the billions.
Yeah.
So 1 in billions that we are not in a simulation. But he's also crazy.
Well, I think it's easy to throw numbers out there though, like and not have them be founded in anything.
Right.
And
There has to have been a thing before the simulation existed in order for that thing to create the simulation, for the simulation to emerge.
It's super interesting also to me that a lot of the people that are proponents of the simulation argument tend to be in like the tech world. And so like I think it's in their favor to think that like, it's great to think that computers are like gods and like, and to build this kind of mysticism around these technologies. But like, if you really want an explanation for what simulations are, there has to be a continuity between the physical world and the simulation. And you have to be able to explain how it is that computation emerged on a planet, and simulations became possible on our planet. And like they emerged out of something.
Right.
So I think I'm much more interested in like what is the unification of the virtual and the physical, and like how can we think about them as similar kinds of systems than to just say the universe is a simulation, therefore it's all tell what universe exists.
Right.
It doesn't get you anywhere.
It doesn't. And also, I always think about the universe itself. We always want to look at a birth of the universe and the end of the universe. And I always say, I wonder if we do that because of our own biological limitations. If we think that a thing had to emerge because we emerged. But why does it have to have emerged? If it exists.
Right.
Why didn't it always exist? And but then that's a huge problem. Like
you can't have everything exist forever.
Right.
Is part of the problem.
So, but what could possibly exist to make everything exist? Which is the other one.
Yeah, the prime mover.
Well, not only that, but the craziest theory of all is the primary theory of the creation of the universe itself, which is the Big Bang theory, which is the absolute nuttiest theory that's ever existed. Everything that exists came out of something so small, was smaller than the head of a pin, and then in one massive moment, it creates the universe itself. And that's one that universally is agreed upon.
Yeah, I know.
And it seems to be a signature of it, so you can study it.
Yeah, there's no problem with crazy ideas. By the way, I love crazy ideas.
They're the craziest.
Yeah.
But that's the craziest, right?
Yeah. But even going back to the simulation, the Big Bang is I mean, but I think, when you're trying to understand how reality works, it should surprise you. Yes. And it should have counterintuitive properties. I mean, I think that's how we really know we're learning things. So, and I'm also of the perspective that I think any theory can be replaced by a better one. Any explanation is not an ultimate explanation. So we're constantly learning more, we're constantly refining our ideas. So
is that a problem in science, in that when people have espoused a very particular idea of how the world works, they have a hard time backing off of that? And
I think collectively, yes. I think scientists have a hard time doing that. And so, I confront this a lot in my work because the kind of ideas we're proposing are new, and they say very different things than, sort of the standard canon would say, or like we make, like we're seeing structure that isn't part of the way that people talk scientifically about the nature of life, or like its fundamental properties. And what I see is a lot of resistance to new ideas because people think things are already explained. And so this is really funny for me in the origin of life. It's like we already have an evolutionary theory, like the origin of life is solved. And it's like, have you been to a meeting on the origin of life? It's like, that problem is not solved. I'm sorry. But so many people think it is. They just think like it's easy, it's been done. You'll get like really prominent physicists too being like, oh, you get the first replicator on a planet and then you get life. And the real hard problems are like, the long-term future of the universe and things. And I think we're reasoning based on assuming absolute knowledge sometimes when we don't have absolute knowledge.
Do you think that some of that sort of trying to define things in a definite way, that we do know it, we understand it, is in response to some religious ideas about the creation of life, and that they propose that these scientific hurdles have been solved? Because if you leave them open, that kind of opens the door to the possibility of a creator or of intelligent design, and they want to kind of rush to say, no, we figured it out.
That's what I've been told by, because we have a lot of, there have been a lot of reactions to the work that we've been doing, both positive and interacting with people's dogmas in certain ways. So they're like very reactionary, and then some people that are much more thoughtful and critical, and then some people that are very not thoughtful but very critical. And so you get like the whole spectrum. And I guess if you do any kind of high-profile science, you're going to get everything thrown at you. And part of the reason that I want the ideas out there is because I want that critical feedback. So that's fine. If it's, intelligent feedback, that's amazing. But I think the thing that I've noticed is that the way that different communities interact with the ideas are totally different. So it's like, the evolutionary biologists, where some of them, not all of them, you can't make blatant statements about any group, really don't understand what we're trying to do. And then, but the creationists don't either, and they don't want it either. So it's like you're in this weird space and they're dealing with each other because they think they have totally different explanations for things. So, but yeah, I have been told that field is particularly protective of its ideas because it's had to battle with intelligent design for so many decades and really stand its ground. And origin of life is like a really separate community from biology writ large. I mean, I was even told early in my career when I was a postdoc by a very prominent biologist that I shouldn't work on origins of life. I want to understand what life is. I should just pick a standard biology problem. And I thought to myself, like, the one problem you want to pick is the one everyone can't answer because that's where you have the most progress. Yeah. So it's just very funny to me that it's often swept under the rug as solved or too hard to solve, both simultaneously at the same time.
It sounds insane to me that someone would tell you not to look into the origin of life.
Yeah.
Because the idea that we have figured everything out about, even if we understand the processes involved, right? How often does this take place in the universe? Like, what is this? What is it? Are there other ways to do it?
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
I mean, we don't have an idea what an alien is, right? Like that. I mean, just that should slap you in the face. Like the multitude of ways we talk about alien, we don't know what we mean when we say that.
It brings me back to this concept of views. So my thought, I had this bizarre thought once that ideas are life forms.
Oh, sure. I totally agree with that.
Really?
Yeah.
So my thought is every physical object that human beings have ever created came out of an idea.
Yes.
So idea gets into primate brain. Primate brain goes, oh, I think I can.
Yeah.
And then primate brain figures out a way to hollow out a tree and turn it into a canoe. And then primate brain says, you know what? When I let go of this stick, if I pull it back, it goes forward, right? If I let go of it and it springs, what if I could tie a string? And what if I could pull it further? And what if I get a stick? I think I can get that stick to fly, and then it becomes a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
And so the human mind interacts with these ideas.
Mm-hmm.
The ideas manifest themselves in physical objects.
Yes.
And every physical object, including airplanes, spaceships, space stations, satellites, all of them
We're
come from
once
ideas.
I know.
And then these ideas, much like human beings interact with other human beings, these ideas interact with other ideas, and they create more and more complex versions. You can get quantum computing. It's not like one person's idea.
No, these are things that happen over centuries.
Yes.
No, I totally agree with this. I actually make similar arguments in my book about rockets as a good example of this, right? Like they were imagined long before they became actual physical
Another Chinese
objects.
invention, by the way.
Yeah, the Chinese were on it, lots of stuff.
Everything. Paper, alcohol, everything. Mechanical clock, everything.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, I think this gets to the idea of like living objects being deep in time because you like, and I also think a lot about the nature of like abstract things versus physical things. So I think everything is physical. And when we think of ideas as being abstract, it's just because, like they're not physical objects yet in the same way that we see these kind of physical objects.
But they come to our mind in some weird way that doesn't seem like you. Like if I dig a hole, I know I dug that hole.
Yeah.
Right? I know I stuck that shovel, I exerted effort, I put force, I lifted the dirt out, I made the hole. So if someone says, where'd that hole come from? I go, I dug the hole.
Yeah.
Simple. But if someone says, where'd you get the idea for a joke? I'll go, I don't know. It came to me one day. I was just laughing with my friends, and a thought popped in. It wasn't a calculated thing where I worked on it forever and ever. It's just it got entered into my mind out of nowhere, and then it came out my mouth, and everybody laughed, and I'm not sure where it came from. That's weird.
It is totally weird.
It's weird. Now imagine that someone figuring out an airplane, like some Wilbur and Orville writer.
People did, but you're right. It's also distributed over many human minds. It's not like a single mind architecture. It's like the interaction of many minds and the physical world that generates these things. But I think,
whatever the idea
I think it's time. It's time.
Time.
Literally. Yeah. So in assembly theory, we think time is fundamental, but you might think about time as in terms of causation. And things like you that are, take billions of years for the universe to generate have a lot of time embedded in you. And time is actually the creative mechanism that's expanding the space of possibilities into the universe itself. But that's how I think about it. So you actually have an incredible amount of time in a small volume of space. That's what you are as an evolved object. At least that's sort of my current thinking with this theory that we're developing and how we're trying to test the transition to life. And so where are those things coming from? They're coming from the fact that you are an architecture that's deep in time and you have all of this internal space in you that's temporal in size, not spatial in size, that you can draw from to create things.
And if you are reading people's work and interacting with people's research and you're learning things that people have discovered, you're essentially interacting with their time.
Yes. You're looking at all their traces of time and you're doing it over time, and that's becoming part of your architecture.
It's
and time and all of that structure is still in you.
And the more time you spend on it, the more you'll absorb it.
Yeah.
You'll absorb more and more and more.
Yeah.
And the more people's thoughts and the more people's work you take in, you're taking all of their time.
Yes.
And you're putting it all into your head.
We're just like bundles. I think about time and information kind of being the same thing, but we're just all of that causation bundled up in like these small. We look small, but we're not small.
Yeah.
So sometimes I have this visualization of Earth as like the largest thing in the universe that we know of, which is in terms of possibility space or how much time is embedded in the current structure of the Earth. So if you could do a zoom out of like the entire universe, and you could look at like space, assuming there's no aliens out there, and you look at Earth, like Earth is giant as far as like the amount of stuff that can be made here and how much history is embodied in every object. It's just this huge causal structure. It's like, and I think we're representations of that physics, and that's one of the reasons that we have this kind of perplexing feature of like these things seem abstract. Well, they're not. No. They're not abstract. Like they don't look like they're in physical space. Like knock on wood on the table, but the table is like an object that has like 4 billion years of history in it. So it's like the physicality of the table is mostly in time, not space. And that's true, I think, for us as living things.
Yeah.
It makes sense. And it also, if you could go to the original collision with Earth 1, when Earth 1 creates the moon, and just imagine being able to.
Fabulous.
It's so crazy. It's the only thing that keeps our atmosphere stable. It's the only reason why we're here. Like, in this form. Stable temperatures. It's so big.
Yeah.
It's 1/4 the size of us.
And it's just nice and watching.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's floating in the sky and it makes a summer night look
incredible. And we get eclipses.
Yeah.
So much of human history is dictated by the moon. It's amazing. Anyway, so
it is. No, it's incredible. But that this whole thing, if you could watch it take place, I wonder if I've often thought like there's so many mysteries of history, but I've almost wondered that if calculations get to a point, if computers get to a point where they could examine all of the objects in all the places that they are currently in the world and all the force that would cause them to exist and all the
Mhm.
history to cause them to exist, you could accurately go back and see exactly what happened every step of the way.
Yeah. I think it might be possible. It's an interesting kind of thought experiment about like whether the universe is deterministic and fully predictable. And I think in the past, like one of the reasons that we think the laws of physics are deterministic is because in the past you can determine things, but I think the future is undetermined until it happens.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might be possible, but I don't know how much you can reconstruct because things die out, like extinction of
Mhm.
entire lines of life, or like things disappear, like they don't exist anymore. And so I think that you can reconstruct the past, but I don't believe personally in an exact history for the universe.
Well, if we can reconstruct the past based on our current understanding, which is fairly limited and much greater than it used to be 300 or 400 years ago, if we could expand that knowledge for the next 1,000, 500,000 years ago, whatever it is from now into the future, to develop some sort of computation system, some sort of an ability to have an accurate assessment of everything that took place, and then be able to lay it out how it took place, because of all the objects and all the places and all the species that died off and all the records when they do core samples and they understand the iridium content, which meant asteroids impacted here and carbon, which is some sort of a fire here, and to just calculate it out where you can get some accurate.
In principle, it makes sense, but I think in practice, I'm not even sure that's physically possible, because as you're like trying to compute everything that the universe has done, you also have to like make sure that that physical thing actually can calculate itself and continue to exist in the future. So if you're like there, it's an interesting thought experiment about like how much of the universe can be computed, but you have to deal with resource bounds. And so like you have to deal with an actual physical implementation of that computer, and that computer has to be able to persist for long enough to do the calculations and have enough energy to do it, which means there has to be things external to the computer. So you can't use all the resources available just for the computer, like the compute. You actually have to keep the whole thing running. So so I don't think that you actually can know the past with exact, I was going to say infinite resolution, but I don't believe in infinities anyway, but like really precise resolution that you could reconstruct everything that has happened in the history of the universe. I think our universe forgets things, and I think it does so on purpose, because that's part of the, not purpose, but like not in an anthropocentric way, but it does so because the act of forgetting things is actually in part how the universe generates novelty. If it remembered everything in the past and only those things persisted, like we live in an incredibly boring universe. We live in a universe that's constantly creating things, and sometimes it like some of those things can't be generated anymore, but it needs more space for other things to be created.
You don't believe in infinity?
I don't.
Interesting.
I mean, as a mathematical construct, sure, but as a real physical thing, no. But I have a really different view of mathematics than most people. Like, I think mathematics is a physical system that exists on our planet, and I don't believe in like a Euclidean world that's like a perfect mathematical forms. I think they're a thing that our biosphere has invented, and one of the reasons that we think mathematics is universal is because it's a language that we understand that actually, like is information that's embedded in pretty much every object in our environment. But it doesn't mean that it's like it has universal reach.
Yeah, there's some problems with mathematics too, right? Eric Weinstein is a mathematician.
Yeah,
The number two.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different things that are bizarre with math. So it almost hints to an incomplete understanding of mathematics, even as we currently know it.
Right. Well, there's always that. I mean, it always perplexes me that people accepted Euclidean geometry as the only form of geometry for like 2,000 years. I mean, it's like literally like that was it. And then we were like, oh, well, there could be non-Euclidean geometries, and we just never imagined them because like they don't reflect our physical environment. I mean, that's crazy. So that's saying that there's mathematics we don't understand. But then there's a question about whether there's a deeper structure that's not even mathematical that math might be derived from. Like, is there a language deeper than math?
What could that be?
Don't know. I mean, I think that I have. I think about it a lot.
I'm sure you do.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
no, it's okay. Well, I worry about this a lot with like the nature of the relationship between theory of computation and assembly theory, for example. So computation is, a way that we kind of understand the formalization of mathematical things that we actually can, algorithmically do, right? So anything that you can calculate, you can compute. And so there are obviously like uncomputable numbers and things like that, but they live in some abstract, but anyway, so assembly theory has some features that look like theories of complexity and computation in that, like people talk about a minimal complexity for a computer program as being the way that you talk about complexity, and we talk about a minimal causal history to construct an object. But I think what assembly theory is a bit different and super interesting is it's NP, it's actually hard to compute the assembly index. It's harder than classes of computational algorithms that are kind of similar to it. But the universe generates these molecules that are computationally incredibly complex, but causally the universe can generate them. And so like you couldn't compute necessarily like on a supercomputer, like, the complexity of a cell, like you're saying, like, could I reconstruct the whole history? Yet the universe can generate that structure.
Right.
So it suggests to me that there's something else going on, and the space is actually a lot larger than what you can computationally compress.
So what else could be going on?
I think that the best language I have for it right now, and I really don't know, like I'm really struggling with this in my work right now, and I'm going back and forth about these things all the time, but is causation. And also that the other part about like why the universe is maybe not computable is this mechanism of novelty generation. Like there are some, if the universe genuinely creates novelty that can't be predicted on prior history, and like the future really is not determined, that's just suggesting something fundamentally different than the way that we understand the world works right now. And I don't know what it is, but I think it has to do with something with causation and something about the physicality of objects. Like objects really do exist. They really do encode their histories, and those histories are interacting all the time, which is making everything much more complicated. Like that idea of these time threads interacting that you were talking about.
And then there's the fundamental question of why.
Yes. I think, when I think about like what life is, like why does life exist? I think the universe is trying to maximize the number of things that exist. Because if you think like things exist or they don't, and like the universe is the constructor for things to get to exist, like it's building all of existence is like what physically exists in our universe. Wouldn't it be great if like there was a principle of nature where it's just trying to pack as much existence in as possible?
But it makes sense also that physical things, these human beings create, and life creates physical things.
Yes.
That would be the best way to maximize it, because this.
Yes, which is also why I think we have free will. Because if we act independently, we're actually more creative than if we didn't. Yeah.
Do you ever butt heads with determinism people?
I butt heads with everyone. Nothing wrong with that.
That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah. No, I fundamentally love disagreeing with smart people. And so I think, and I try to surround myself with colleagues that share that mentality. So I think, and I think being around people that challenge you is so critical. And like you disagree with them on fundamental things, like that's okay. Like I like some of my closest friends boil my blood on some things, but you have to respect that they're thinking smart people, and like. Yeah, so
I always put myself in their head.
Yeah.
I think we have a huge problem as human beings is we attach ideas to ourselves, and so we defend these ideas as if we're defending our very existence.
Yes, I know. Yeah. I think we do have a tendency to do that.
I've developed that through having so many conversations with people that I don't see eye to eye with on the podcast. But instead of arguing with them, I try to ask them how they think. Why they think the way they think, what is it? Challenge a little bit just to try to get a response out of it, try to figure out like what is your process and why is it so different than mine?
That's good for you too, because you grow more and you understand more by doing that.
I've been doing this thing over the last 15 years, going to the most radical, unexpected education that I could have ever had.
That's amazing.
I'm a different human.
Yeah.
Like completely different human than I was 15 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is something that's really hard. Is like if you close yourself to ideas that you don't agree with, you're closing off yourself to potential to grow.
Yes.
And understand the world better. And I think
unquestionably.
Yeah.
Unquestionably. And these ideas, the problem when we start defending them is like then we stop looking at them. We start like we put them as like a protective thing that we're trying to argue against, and we're trying to, instead of invite criticism and some sort of an analysis of our thought process, we're trying to defend them.
No, so I'm happy, like professionally, also to change my mind all the time. So like I was a determinist, I'm not a determinist anymore. Right now, I'm a presentist.
When did that change?
I think that probably changed in the last few years. And it's mostly because of the structure of what I understand of like what we're doing with assembly theory. So like assembly theory is like still very much in development, and we're still really trying to work on the ideas. But I always had these ideas about the origin of life having something to do with information playing a causal role in the structure of reality. And information is like an abstract thing. Like, how can you think of mathematical structures can influence physical world? But like, you just gave great examples of things that were once ideas that became physical. And I think about like Newton's law of gravitation is a law of nature. It describes something about the objective world, but the law itself is also an object that exists in our biosphere that's generating structure, like allowing us to launch satellites into space. That wouldn't be possible without that mathematical form existing on our planet as a description of reality, right? So that's an object. And so these kind of things were always really perplexing to me. And so, you know, I started working with Lee on assembly theory, and like Lee's very radical and very thought-provoking and always pushing. And, you know, he was really on this idea of the universe not being deterministic and getting larger in time. And like part of that was not like it was. He's like, I'm a chemist. I burn shit. I see this in the lab. The second law is not like the right description of like what's going on here, but there is some underlying undeterminism and novelty mechanism in chemistry that life seems to be, you know, like really manifesting. And
so what is free will then?
For me, so what happened was when I started working on assembly theory, I started to like see that there was a really different structure, especially associated with the way information gets embodied in objects in the history being physical in the objects. And free will becomes this idea that like, you know, you actually can't, you know, in standard physics you would say like an emergent thing like us can be reduced to our atoms and all of the fundamental description is down there. But what you've done is stripped that physical system of all the time inside of it, right? So elementary particles, they don't require memory for the universe to generate them. They're spontaneous. The universe has them for free. But things like us require memory and things that know how to build things like us in order for us to exist. And then once we exist, we're encoding all of that history and information in us as objects. All of that causation is in us, which means that all of the selection over all the histories to generate us is still part of us and allows us to actually work in this combinatorial space that we can actually generate new structures. And that is actually like where free will comes from. It's not that like it's basically if you assume you can't reduce things to elementary particles all the time, and you actually have time in objects, things become causal agents, actually have some navigability over the combinatorial space of the possibilities they live in that they have some control over. And that's what I think free will is. You don't have control over everything. So it's not like free will is not all free or all determinism. And I think Dan Dennett was really brilliant on this point. Like he talked about free will inflation, which I thought was a hysterical concept. It's like really funny. But it's like either people think the universe is random and you absolutely have free will and control over everything. I think it's fully deterministic and you have no freedom. But actually what it is determinism is built over lineages because things get selected to exist and they become part of the regular structure of our universe. So determinism itself is an emergent property, and things that are very deterministic like us actually have more causal control over the kind of things that can happen to them, but they can't control everything. So we have limited free will. Like I couldn't be home in Arizona this exact second, but I can be there later today because I planned ahead for it. Like that's why your free will executes over time.
So this concept of determinism is just too simplistic.
Yeah. I mean, to think that the universe is all like one human concept anyway is too simplistic. It's like it's deterministic or it's not deterministic. Actually, you know, there are cases where you can model it as being deterministic because you're looking at the past, and there are places you cannot model it as being deterministic because you're looking at the future.
Right.
And I think that's a pretty simple concept and very evident when you're looking at living things. Like no one can predict the future technologies, like or the future of the biosphere.
Right.
Some of the information is there. Like we were talking about before, like maids will probably still be present 50 years from now. So like I might be able to predict some things about the future, but the novelty is really hard.
The problem I've always had with determinism is that people seem too sure of it.
Yes.
The people that espouse it, they seem very sure of it. And I think, how can you be sure when you know for a fact, in your own mind, you make decisions?
Yeah.
So, and you think that these decisions are made entirely based on your life experiences, your education, your biology, yada, yada, yada. But maybe not. Maybe not. Because there's things going on that are weird. There's moments, there's inspiration, there's a lot of stuff happening.
Intuition is a big one for me. I always find that very interesting.
Yes, like I live my whole life on instincts.
Yeah.
Like I do things that a lot of people go, "Why are you doing that?" I feel like that's what I should do. I feel like that's what I should do. Like it feels like a thing to do, and that seems to be, for lack of a better term, free will. You know, discipline itself, for lack of a better term, is free will.
Yeah.
Like what is it about the idea of being rewarded by doing something difficult you don't want to do, but you force yourself to do it? If that is not free will, what is?
Yeah.
Like it seems like nothing can make you get up and go for a run if you don't want to go for a run. But you decide to do it, which is the embodiment of free will.
Right.
That is free will manifested in a physical
I 100% agree.
action.
Yeah, I think the issue about why people, you know, like really want to say free will doesn't exist is because it's not compatible with standard like theories in physics, and therefore, you know, we know how our universe works. You can't have free will. But our standard theories in physics can't explain life. They can't explain mind. And free will lives in the space of whatever physics describes life and mind. It doesn't live in the physics of gravitation or the physics of quantum particles. Like those are totally different areas of physical reality that have nothing to do with you as an evolved structure over 4 billion years that now has agency in the universe. Like you're a different component of physical reality than those theories are describing. And I think, you know, we have a tendency to think physics is complete. We have done this throughout like the history of physics. It's like every century they think the last century didn't. Like we understand reality now. And it's like every century has a new description. I will never forget, I bouncing between classes as an undergrad physics student, and how many times I was told, it's really comical at the end of the 1800s they thought physics was complete, and then there was general relativity and quantum mechanics. This is so funny, but it's like I go in a physics department and we're talking about this, and they're like, we don't need new physics for life. Like physics is already done. Like we have the standard model, and I'm just like, are you not understanding the dichotomy here between what we teach students and how we talk about where we are now in history? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Totally crazy.
It is crazy that we repeat these problems.
Yeah.
Repeat these issues over and over and over again. And we go, oh, back then they were stupid. Don't you think in the future, if you could just look at the history of human beings, what they believe, and don't you think there's got to be some stuff like that right now?
Yeah. There has to be.
There's no way we can do that.
No, I definitely think fundamental physics has a very bright future of having some really fundamentally earth-shattering ways of thinking about things that I don't even think our current theories are that. They're going to be replaced by things even more awesome. And I'm really excited about that. I mean, that's why you want to do physics, right? You don't want to work on the theories of the guys that were around 100 years ago. Why don't you work on the new ideas that describe the reality of you're coming to understand it now in history? Yeah, so it's funny that people want to just accept what the previous generations taught them as absolute fact, and then not be confronted with the changing times, the changing understanding of the world around us, the changing sets of observations. Because I can imagine, many thousands of years ago when humans were, still being hunter-gatherers, not really thinking we have a lot of causal agency in the world. You see the seasons, you have no control over them, and and so obviously we're born out of this idea that the universe is objective and existing outside of us because of a deep history of not having control. But now in a modern technological society, we see how much of the reality we've shaped and changed. I don't know how you could hold that view anymore. It's very deep in our history that we think these things, but the evidence around us right now is completely to the contrary.
And this also seems like an emergent property of human beings.
Yes, humans in particular. I think animals do it to an extent, but I think our ability to abstract and our ability to build technologies based on our abstractions and what we're doing now is fundamentally different than anything that our biosphere has done over the last 4 billion years. I think we're pretty special, and I have no problem saying that. I think we're the most interesting thing in the universe.
Yeah, I think so. Well, known universe.
Known universe, yeah.
I think it's quite possible. There's something that's out there a little bit more interesting than us.
Yeah, I'm sure there is, but I don't think that we're ever going to recognize what that thing is until we actually really appreciate what we are.
You glossed over this, but I want to get back to it.
Sure.
Why don't you believe in infinity?
Oh, so I think it's not possible for I guess people want to say the universe is infinite in size, and I don't know what that means. I think it just is a placeholder of we don't understand. So infinity helps in certain theories of physics, to actually make your mathematics tractable. But to say it's actually a physical thing, to me is it doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't make any sense because I think if you assume like there's an infinity of things that could exist, and that infinity of things exists somewhere, right? Like, so you have like, Max Tegmark's mathematical universe hypothesis, all mathematical objects exist somewhere, and obviously there's like an infinite number of them. It doesn't actually explain anything about here. Or like, why do we have the things that we have in this universe? And I think what infinity is it's a feature of humans' imagination to define the space of what's possible. And it physically exists as the boundary of that space, but it doesn't physically exist out there as a real physical thing. Like, there is no infinite space. There is no infinite possibilities of a multiverse. Those are abstractions that exist in human minds that allow us to think about how the world works and reason in what we can actually construct here as far as theories we understand or things we can build.
But the concept of infinity, if the universe is not infinite, then the universe has a defined boundary. So what's beyond that boundary?
I don't know.
That's weird, right?
Yes.
Yes. It seems like maybe that's what infinity is.
Yeah, but yeah. So I think we could be saying the same. Like, I think about it sort of like there's a boundary that is like the physical size of the universe and the physical stuff in the universe, and then there's another boundary which is part of that physical boundary, but it's like the things that we can imagine. And the things we can imagine at least can possibly be physically real. And then there's another boundary we can't even imagine. I don't even know if there's stuff out there that's like beyond that. And like, you can't even talk about it because you can't even imagine what it is.
Right. One of the most perplexing theories that I've ever heard was the concept of in the center of every galaxy, there's a supermassive black hole. And that going through that supermassive black hole, you will go into another universe.
Yeah, these are kind of interesting and fun and kind of,
But like,
very
what are you saying?
Yeah, no, I mean, well, there's a lot of theories about like the multiverse, and I think they're intellectually interesting, and they bring interesting philosophy into physics. But I don't know that I can assign physical realism to anything that we can't observe directly. And I would rather take the mathematics and the theories of physics themselves. Like, I do these thought experiments about like the theoretical physics of theoretical physicists. It's like if I were outside of myself and I was watching what I was as the theoretical physicist, writing down equations and like trying to describe the world, what would those mathematical objects look like as physicists? And so this to me is interesting. I find it more productive because I don't think people have looked at that through that lens at what mathematics is. Like, we tend to take the Euclidean, and like the Plato's cave type paradigm from the ancient Greeks, that like there's a perfect world of forms and like, we're just seeing the shadows of like this perfect reality. And I think the universe is constructing itself, and mathematics is a particular thing our universe has constructed that enables things to be possible that wouldn't be possible without mathematics existing.
The people that are proponents of this concept of infinity and that do believe in it, when you steel man that, what's the best argument for it?
Well, I think the idea, it's kind of like what you're saying. Like, if you take the limit, like it actually is consistent with our equations to assume that, like the universe could be infinite, or the time in the future could be infinite. And to them, I think it seems like it has some physicality to it. But I don't. But it always seems to me to be a placeholder of like the boundary. And so. But also, like, it depends on what you think is satisfactory. So if you want to believe a multiverse hypothesis and there's sort of an infinite number of realities, you find that more explanatory to assume that everything exists. And therefore, like, we're just one thing in that space. Some people find that satisfactory. I don't find that satisfactory because it doesn't explain why we exist. And I want to explain us. I want to know what we are. Yeah, but it's hard to get questions around infinity and mathematics just generally. And I find it really fun to think about.
The multiverse to me is the most bizarre mind experiment because there's no evidence that it exists, but it's a concept that's universally it's shared a lot, and it's debated a lot, and it's some people they'll pontificate on it, but you might be thinking about nonsense.
Right. So I think another reason I don't really think infinity is like a real construct is I really am a big fan of Nick Jizzen. He's a physicist that's kind of arguing that real numbers aren't real. And what he means by that is like, if you want to compute a real number, and like, we use real numbers, like, like they require infinite precision to compute all the digits. And, you're assuming a lot of resource for a universe built on real numbers, because basically it means anything that you can look at with infinite resolution. And it's probably the case, especially if you think the universe is constructed, or even if you believe in the simulation argument, that there has to be granularity there, because the universe has to do these things in finite time with finite resource. There isn't evidence that there's infinite time or infinite resource in our universe. And therefore, like, if you want something to actually be physically real, the universe has to be able to implement it. The universe cannot implement infinity in finite time. It just can't do it.
Finite time.
Yeah, and I think time is finite. I think time is a resource, and I think time is part of the mechanism that the universe is actually constructing itself. The universe is constructing itself from moment to moment, and we persist over a certain set of moments. But yeah, that's why I said I'm a presentist. I don't even know if I agree with myself on this. Like, I disagree with myself on a lot of things, and I might change my mind tomorrow. But it's like the idea only the present exists. So the past is rolled up in the present. Like, I think that there is, like, the past structure exists in the present, and the present is now constructing the next moment, right? And so, but that the space, like, the future is expanding. It's getting larger and larger and larger, because there's so much combinatorial structure, like all these past histories now entwined in the modern structure, that they can now intertwine to make the future bigger and bigger.
And this is from our current observable position.
Yes.
And then you go,
which is the only one we can talk about.
right? And you expand out to the whole universe. And it's like, what is that?
Yeah. So it's interesting you say that, because most theories of physics are actually constructed with the observer living outside the universe, right? So like Newton had this conception of, like, you could take a God's eye view, literal God's eye view of the universe, and describe it objectively from the outside. And all of our theories of physics have this problem. This is why quantum mechanics is so existentially hard, because it confronts us with the fact that, like, if you have a physics where the observer is not part of the physics, it leads to really big problems with how we structure theories of physics. And this is why there's no one quantum theory. There's a whole bunch of interpretations of quantum experiments, and people call those different theories of quantum mechanics. But there's no, like, accepted standard interpretation that, like, people would point to and say, this is the theory of quantum mechanics. There's interpretations, and I think they're great. There's great theories. It's great, like, amazing, insightful stuff, but it's not quite on the same footing as, like, general relativity, which is, like, a widely accepted theory that it describes a set of observations. So, but it's because quantum mechanics has observers, and people don't know how to interpret the observer. And we don't have a physics that was built starting from observers like us, things like us, that are constructing theories of physics. How do we think about the world and put us inside of it? And I think a theory of life has to have that property. It has to account for the fact that we live inside the universe. We cannot escape the universe. Like, we're always going to be physically stuck here.
Right.
This is it. This is all we got. Yeah. And, like, describe why, like, what is the observational horizon we interact with, and how did we get structured out of that space? Like, why do we exist the way we do within that space?
I do.
I don't know, but I mean, I like the why questions. I was also told by, like, a really prominent senior physicist not to ask why, and I was like, why should we not ask why? Like, you should ask the why questions. They're good questions.
Isn't it interesting that some people that are at the top of the field still have these bizarre ideas that you just completely disagree with?
Yeah. Do I find that bizarre? No, I've had that since, it's very funny, because I think sometimes people are like, oh, Sarah, you're really successful in your career now. You can see these things. And I'm like, I've been saying these things since I was, like, forever. Like, I haven't changed. My personality hasn't changed. I'm deeply curious, and I want to understand things. And I think, you have to be able to follow what you're rationally thinking with the evidence is telling you, the questions you think are interesting to answer. And I think the thing I guess I've done is, like, the questions I want to answer are not ones that people have really taken as seriously as I've taken them, because of the reasons that they think they're not answerable or they're already answered. And I just see this gaping hole in our understanding of reality that needs to be filled.
Well, listen, Sarah, I'm glad you're out there. I really am. This is a really fun conversation. I really appreciate it. Tell everybody how they can see some of your work.
Sure. Yeah, I have a book out. It actually is out today, called Life as No One Knows It, The Physics of Life's Emergence, where I talk about assembly theory and, like, what's needed to solve the physics of life. And also really trying to motivate this experimental program that the is spearheading, because I am such a fan of it, to try to find aliens in the lab. So basically, like, the idea here is we just want to get people excited about these problems and things about them more deeply, agreeing, or better yet, like having lots of debate and discussion about like the nature of life and how we think about it, and whether we can start an experimental program to really validate the idea. So that's that. And I narrated the audiobook.
Fantastic.
Which was fun.
That
Yeah.
makes me happy.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. I was really like shy about doing it because some people like criticize my voice on like all the YouTube channels and stuff, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it.
Listen, stop reading the comments.
I'm reading the comments. Thank you. But anyway, it's really fun. And it was deeply personal, so that was cool. And I'm on Twitter X thing and Instagram.
Who you want? How does someone find you?
Sarah
Twitter,
Amari, there you can find me that way.
Instagram as well.
Alien Matter.
Alien Matter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't use that one as much, but it's fun.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Swing by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Nice to meet you.
I'm very happy to be here.
I'm quite thrilled to have you here. This is your book. It's called Tripped: Nazi Germany, the CIA, and the Dawn of the Psychedelic Age. First of all, how did you get involved in this stuff?
Well, this had a lot to do with my previous book, which is called Blitz, Drugs in the Third Reich. And the Nazis were really into meth, basically. They were the first ones to understand that methamphetamine can change the war effort. It can basically dope their soldiers. So that was an interesting story that I told in Blitz. And also, I spoke about Hitler's consumption, which is quite outrageous, actually. While I was doing the research, I was in many archives because I'm not a historian. I really write novels. I started writing 3 novels, and then suddenly I became a nonfiction writer. I was trying to understand what does that mean, and I thought it meant to do historical writing to actually go into archives and look at original documents and not just lean on other books, which is what many historians actually do, which I found out later. They just read books from colleagues and then make up their own shit. To actually go into the archive is very time consuming, but I thought everyone does that. Actually, no one does that. So I was looking at all the archives, and at one point I was in the archive of the memorial of the concentration camp of Dachau. So very serious archive because they exposed like all the documents what the SS did in Dachau. So it's an intense experience to go to that archive and actually look at, because they wrote down everything, like every experiment the Nazis did in concentration camps was like written down because it was like pseudoscience. So I found documents while I was researching Blitz relating to tests with psychoactive substances, and that was not what I expected, because the Nazis had been, enthusiastic about methamphetamine, but that was the first time I saw like something that related Nazis and psychedelics. And I thought that's quite strange. That's quite interesting, obviously. I need to get to the bottom of this. So I asked the archivist, can I see like all the documents? What did the SS actually do with psychedelics? Which ones did they use? Why did they test them? What were they looking for? He said, well, very sorry, but all documents are in America, because when the American military liberated Dachau, one of the things they do is they take a lot of documents, and they took all the psychedelic research done by the Nazis with them. So I knew I had to go to America, probably to the National Archives in College Park, close to Washington, biggest archive in the world, find it there. But I didn't have time while I was doing Blitz. And Blitz was also already a complete story, so I thought I saved that psychedelic theme for another book. And this other book is now being published as Tripped.
So before this, you had no understanding that the Nazis had used psychedelics. You only knew that we all know that with the meth thing, and we've seen Hitler at the 36 Olympics, where he's rocking right.
I mean, the joke about Blitz is that I was actually the first one to write about this. I mean, now we all know about it, but before that, no one knew about it.
before 2015, when this book was published in Germany, the Nazis were still seen globally and also in Germany as this like pure movement that was like, I spoke to my grandfather when I was a teenager, and I was, obviously criticizing him for his involvement. I wanted to know what did he do, and he did some shit. And then he always said under Hitler everything was in order. Like he praised that law and order aspect. And that law and order aspect of the Nazis obviously doesn't correspond to like a drug using society. So no one knew that the Nazis were taking drugs until I found documents for Blitz. So, so I was not surprised to find more and more stuff what they were doing with drugs. But then I was surprised that they actually also used psychedelics, because psychedelics were totally new. 43 LSD was invented. So this is kind of, I really was wondering whether Nazis were already getting their hands on LSD, which was just so new that hardly anyone in the world knew about this. So this is the story of Trip.
So Hoffman, he synthesized LSD in 43. Right. So was there any evidence of anyone using something similar to LSD before that? I know they studied some of ancient pottery from Greece, and they found ergot, which contains a very similar compound to LSD.
Well, ergot is the alkaloid of the fungus, which grows on rye, and so LSD. Like this from ergot, LSD is made basically. So actually, LSD is not a synthetic drug as many people believe, but it actually is based on a fungus extract which grows on rye. And the Swiss company Sandoz, they produced only ergot-based medicines. Like they started after the First World War. It was like a startup. Sandoz was a color manufacturing company. And they made a lot of money after the war because everything had to be rebuilt in Europe. Stuff had to be repainted. So companies that made paint made a lot of money. So they invested in the pharmaceutical branch. And they hired one guy to kind of come up with an idea how to make money in the pharmaceutical world. This guy was Arthur Stoll. He later became the CEO of Sandoz. And Arthur Stoll was the first one to crack ergot because this fungus is quite poisonous actually. In the Middle Ages, this created mass hallucinations in Europe. Unwittingly, people were eating like contaminated bread. They're having horrific visions. Actually, limbs fell off because this ergot is very, very poisonous alkaloid. But as we know from Paracelsus, the dosage makes the poison. So that was Stoll's idea. You take a very poisonous thing, the ergot, and you extract, like you're still able to use the force that's within it as a medicine. This is how biochemistry, that's basically the foundation of biochemistry. So Stoll was able to crack the ergot, and the first medicine he made was a migraine medicine, which came out, I think, in 1923 by Sandoz, very successful. So he immediately hit the jackpot. He became like the ergot god of the pharmaceutical world. So he developed more and more medicines with ergot. One of them, for example, is still used today in childbirth. It contracts the blood vessels after the birth so you can stop the bleeding. Otherwise, I guess bleeding would go on much longer in childbirth. So Sandoz made the first effective medicine because ergot kind of makes the blood vessels contract. Yeah.
Weren't they trying to develop a drug to reduce labor when they initially created LSD?
Yeah, this is all the ergot kind of research. I mean, the whole company was just doing ergot. So they were looking at all kinds of things that ergot could be good for, just to have new products on the market. So and ergot before, I mean, this is a company based in Switzerland, which is now Novartis, something like the fourth biggest pharmaceutical company in the world or something. I mean, very successful company still. They bought Sandoz and now it's Novartis, but it's kind of the same thing. So Sandoz at one point needed so much ergot that they started manufacturing it in Switzerland. Like they went into a specific region called the Emmental, which is famous for its cheese, and it's also famous for its bad weather. So mold grows on rye anyhow. So they thought this is the right area to industrialize the ergot manufacturing, like the growth of ergot. And the farmers were like, we're always trying to get away from the ergot. The ergot is poisonous, and suddenly they had to make it. And the Swiss company paid 20 francs think a kilo, 20 francs a kilo, and rye was only like 7 francs a kilo. So the farmers switched to basically producing poison, and then, so, I mean, not poison, but a very poisonous mushroom, you could say, like a fungus. Like, you don't want to eat this thing, you know, you don't want to. That was the problem. You harvest rye, you make bread out of it, and then there's like a little bit of ergot because on some of the rye, ergot grows, and then the bread is poisonous. That was a problem in the Middle Ages. So farmers don't like it. Now they had to produce it, and suddenly Sandoz in Basel, Switzerland, had huge amounts of ergot in their storage. And they needed to make more and more products to use the raw materials that they had so expensively produced in the Emmental. So Stoll hired further chemists. One of them was Albert Hofmann, the famous discoverer of LSD. So he was not looking for like a mind-blowing drug or anything. He was looking for actually a stimulant, because this was late 30s in Germany, Nazi Germany. The stimulant that was made from the nicotine acid diethylamide. No, it was actually a Swiss product, but from another company. Nicotine acid diethylamide was, I don't know the brand name. It had a brand name. It was quite successful in medicine, and he thought, if I take lysergic acid diethylamide, lysergic acid being the acid within the ergot, maybe it will also have a potent stimulant. But they weren't looking for a stimulant actually for the mind. They were looking for a physical stimulant, like something like Pervitin, like meth, and something that keeps you going. I mean, this was at a time when stimulants were, sought after. Not that they didn't have coffee like we have today. We just go drink a coffee in the morning. They didn't really have that. That's why methamphetamine was so successful in Germany, because you could just buy it anywhere, and you take a tablet in the morning, and it's like drinking, like being on coffee the whole time, So the stimulant was what he was looking for, and then something came into his bloodstream. It's a bit, he tried to make it a bit mythical sounding, like somehow the substance got into his bloodstream, and he felt like weird sensations and he saw different colors. So he thought, this is actually a very different type of thing. Like, what is this lysergic acid diethylamide LSD? What is it? So he did then a first self-experiment, which was kind of normal at the time. He took a very, very low dose, what he thought 250 micrograms. But as we know today, that's actually quite a high dose of LSD. So he had an extremely strong experience. And he told this to Stoll, the CEO. He said, I just took this 250 micrograms. And, I mean, this is a Swiss chemist in a Swiss lab, and suddenly he's like full on tripping. He tried to get home somehow. His assistant brought him home on a bicycle. He was at his house, and the walls started, collapsing onto him. And the doctor came and he said to his doctor, I think I'm going mad. I poisoned myself. I don't know what's going on. The doctor's like feeling his pulse normal, like eyes normal. Like on LSD, you don't have a strong physical reaction, but you have a very strong mental reaction. So he had this, and the doctor just couldn't see it. And before actually Hoffman had tested LSD on mice and at Sandoz, and the mice also didn't show anything, because they didn't like run around excitedly. Like if you give mice cocaine, you can see the difference. But if you give them LSD, you can't see it because you can't get into their mind. Maybe they don't even have a trip because they don't have a conscious like us. But certainly on humans, it works very potently. And so he communicated this with the CEO, and the CEO was like, I don't believe you. I think you made a mistake with the dosage. Then they repeated it. And then they actually created at Sandoz, and I think it's kind of funny if you picture like a pharmaceutical Swiss company in the late 40s in Basel. They created an intoxication room. Like, they made a nice room within the company. They called it Rauschraum, Rausch meaning intoxication in German. And Hoffman said, I had a very strong Rausch with this stuff. I don't know what this is. So they invited secretaries and bookkeepers and chemists and people working in the cafeteria. They all could come into this room and take LSD. Like, the secretary is actually sitting there typing what they would relate, and they all had a great experience. That's the funny thing, because they had never had any bad. Today, when we take LSD, we have so much discourse about LSD in our mind automatically. They didn't have that. They just took strangely named substance like LSD 25. They took like 50 micrograms. They wrote down, I write about this in Truth, for the first time, I feel connected to my fellow human being. So I looked out and saw the clouds, and I had like ideas about connectivity and how we are part of the universe. But like these kind of hippie LSD thoughts that we classically associate with that, they had them like very purely, like from that they just had them. So this was all noted down, and then they were thinking. And this was in 1943. Imagine the situation during 1943. It's at the height of World War II. People are dead, injured, traumatized. So they thought at Sanders, maybe this is gonna be like a blockbuster. You know, you give this. Then they tested it also on sick people in a hospital in Zurich. They gave it to like a depressed patient. Like I also studied these reports, like a depressed Swiss farmer, like chronically depressed. He takes LSD and he took it like 3 times, and they released him out of the psychiatric ward because he was cured. He was good. He said, "I'm fine. I'm not depressed anymore." So Sanders really thought they had a blockbuster. They thought LSD is going to be the big thing. And the big question obviously is what went wrong. You know, that is what interested me in Trip. What happened? Because also why I researched LSD, and I have been interested in LSD for a long time, but then I decided to write a book, and I researched it, and I found a study by a company called Eleusis, which is an American company, their name referring obviously to the Greek ritual. And they had done low dosage tests with LSD on Alzheimer patients, and they found that the very same receptors that Alzheimer degenerates and kills, these receptors are being stimulated by LSD. So their study, which I then discussed with a leading Alzheimer researcher in Germany, and he also was looking at this white paper and said, "This is actually quite good." I said, "So when is it going to happen?" He said, "Well, this is a bit more complicated than you think, you know, because LSD is illegal. It's not even, in America, I guess you have like universities can do research. But this is also a new thing, you know, when Nixon illegalized LSD in 1966, all the research was illegalized. So you could even research whether it's as dangerous as, you know, the government said it would be." So let me just finish this thought. I bring this white paper to my father because my mother suffers from Alzheimer. And I'm saying to him, "I'm writing this book, as you know, and I found this, and shouldn't we have a look at this?" Because he takes care of my mother, and he's quite frustrated that there's no potent medicine available to him, that his doctor basically says, "Sorry." And he's a former judge. He was quite a high judge in Germany. He sent people to prison for drugs. So for him to even consider giving an illegal drug to his wife is a big leap for him. But, you know, he's a rational thinking man. So he looked at this white paper, he studied it, and he said, "You know what? In court, when I was in court as a judge, you don't know what is the truth, but you know what is a good story, like a credible story. That's how I determined as a judge what I believe. Someone tells something that rings true to me. And right now I'm having a study that LSD is helpful, but also I'm having the law that it's illegal. Can you please find out the true story now? What is LSD? Why is it illegal?" So from that point onward, I did the research that is in Trip, which was supposed to be called LSD for Mom, actually. That was my working title for the book. And I think it's a better title.
It's a good title.
Yeah, it's a great title. So LSD for Mom, that was my...
Who picked Trip? The editors picked Trip?
My German editor didn't want LSD for Mama, which is the German translation, which I think is the perfect title. It's even better in German, LSD for Mama. He somehow convinced me to use a different title in Germany, and this is translated to many different countries, and they always go to the German. If the Germans would have called it LSD for Mama, it would be called LSD for Mom in America, LSD pour Maman in France. But because in Germany a different title was chosen, the strongest stuff, which is a little bit different in German, der stärkste Stoff, and every country was like thinking, how should we call it? And I guess they called it Trip because of the success of Blitz. They wanted to have, but I think LSD for Mom is a better title.
I like it.
Yeah, it's great. Because it's true, you know, I was then really researching for my father and my mother, and I came back after all this research with the Swiss company, and the Nazi connection, which we'll come to, I guess, in a second. I came back to my father and I presented him this story, and then he decided to actually try it because he said, I understand now that LSD is not illegal because it's dangerous, that there are different reasons why it's illegal. And these different reasons are explained in the trip. So we spoke obviously to my mother also, because you have to get consent. Yeah. So she gave her consent, and she started using LSD once in a while. Not chronically, obviously, but like twice a week, or maybe the next week only once. Only low dosages. And my father also took them. He never felt anything because a microdose, you're not supposed to feel a trip or intoxication. It just works in your brain. But my mother actually did feel it because her brain is attacked by Alzheimer's. So for her, that was like, her cheeks became redder. She would look at us. One time, we also then did mushrooms, which is a very similar molecule. Actually, psilocybin is very similar to the LSD molecule. On Mother's Day, we gave her a little piece of mushroom chocolate, and she took it, and there was a newspaper on the table, and she hadn't even looked at the newspaper as an object of desire for her for about a year. My father then later told me. And she picked up the newspaper when the chocolate was working and started reading the headlines. And my father was like, this is a miracle. My father's really like a rational, skeptical guy, but it was amazing. So that is also what I write about in Tripped AK LSD for Mom.
Well, it's so fascinating. There's so many people suffering from Alzheimer's in the world, and it's illegal basically everywhere except for countries like Portugal with criminals everywhere. But yeah,
I mean, dementia is like the pandemic of the future, if I want to use that ugly word, pandemic, but to not allow our scientists to examine this properly. For example, in the pandemic, a lot of, during the pandemic, like regulations in regards to developing medicines and vaccines especially were lowered because we wanted, the government, society wanted a vaccine quick. But so this is what has to happen with psychedelics now, because we are moving, like in 2050, I read the numbers, they're also like a lot of people will have dementia. Like we will all know someone, or we'll have it ourselves, or it's going to grow exponentially, or at least a lot. So I think our society should actually shift its focus towards preventing that, because when I spoke to the Alzheimer expert, he said, yeah, of course this could be, you could prevent Alzheimer if you would know like how to stimulate the brain. And so far,
by 2050, 153 million people expect to be living with dementia worldwide, up from 57 million in 2013. 2019, largely due to population growth and population aging. Don't they believe that Alzheimer's has something to do with diet as well? Isn't that what they're calling type 3 diabetes?
Yeah, and I think it could be true. I mean, the reason for Alzheimer is, you have to see it separately from the cure. The reason. I think I've come actually to the conclusion that sugar is quite bad for you, and I was quite a sugar addict. I really was. Like, I could not put down a bar of chocolate. I could not eat one piece. I just couldn't, because I love it so much. But then I just realized it's not good, and I stopped it, and it's actually possible to stop. I eat now like a little bit, and it's actually no problem. So I think, well, there's a few reasons for dementia. One is also the so-called neuroinflammation of the brain, and that could be caused obviously by sugar, by imbalances in the sugar diet, I think, and the inflammation of the brain, and that is scientifically proven, is being decreased if you take psychedelics. If you take psychedelics, every time you take psychedelics, your neuroinflammation goes down. So that is something that needs to be examined. Like, maybe we should all take maybe once a week a low dosage of, let's say, LSD or psilocybin, maybe we could prevent like 50% of dementia. I mean, I think it's quite plausible, and I think not to look into it is not very smart by the society, because the costs of dementia, I mean, human costs. My father suffers quite a bit. My mother, obviously, she has the disease. She suffers. Family suffers. If someone in the family has Alzheimer's, the whole family suffers. And of course, our medical system is very expensive to treat dementia, like put them in homes, whatever. So I think we're making a big mistake by not examining this.
Absolutely. Well, it's just a stunning amount of ignorance so far. All the, at least anecdotal evidence of the positive benefits of some of these things, particularly in microdose usage.
Well, it's just not a focus of politicians. Like, to legalize drugs has not become a very popular meme among politicians in the 20th century. This is also what I examined in Trip. I kind of looked at where did it actually start? Where does this prohibitionist approach come from? Because it's kind of weird. As a child, I watched Star Trek. It was an American TV show, even on German television. It was called Raumschiff Enterprise in German. That's Spaceship Enterprise. And I was always very touched by the beginning when they say, boldly go where no man has gone before. Like, that was for me the American, like the Western philosophy, to always transcend where you are, and that totally contradicts our prohibitionist policies. It's like a chemical wall that the government is setting up in our brain, saying like, you can go this much with stimulating your brain, but you're not allowed to go further. Like, you're not allowed to use LSD, which does stimulate the H2TA receptors. You're not, I think it contradicts the Western philosophy, and actually also I think it contradicts the idea of democracy, which I always, was taught for. I grew up in a small town in West Germany, which was actually occupied by American forces, so I was very much connecting with American culture early on, and I always associated Western culture with freedom and transcendence and boldly going where no man has gone before. That is for me the strength of the West, and that is this is, for example, not what Islam offers. Islam says you're not allowed to intoxicate. You can only believe in this. You cannot go further. This is actually the problem of all monotheistic religions. But for me, the West was always going beyond that. So I was curious, how did this happen, this prohibition? Like, was there one person that decided, no, people cannot use this anymore? And there actually is one person, and his name is Harry J. Anslinger. I'm sure you're familiar with the guy. So for Trip, I also went to the Harry J. Anslinger archives at Penn State University, which was quite interesting because you can see in the archive, in the way it smells and what he collected and the letters he wrote and the language he used. It's a very closed mindset. And he was actually able to convince Democratic and Republican president. He was he was bipartisan basically. So his anti-drug regime that he was able to create, and he created it because the alcohol prohibition failed, and his Federal Bureau of Narcotics was about to be extinct because he had completely failed with the alcohol prohibition. And then he thought, I have to find a new enemy, and the new enemy for him was actually cannabis, and he coined the word marijuana. But marijuana sounds foreign, it sounds Mexican, it sounds something that we don't want in our clean white American society.
Well, it was a Mexican line of tobacco. It was slang for a Mexican line of tobacco. It wasn't cannabis.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that is so basically what we could say is that, and unfortunately, Anslinger was quite a racist. He was he openly used words to describe Afro-American colleagues that shouldn't be used by white men, I guess, in memos. This went all the way up to the president. So but they always kept it because he was the man that defends America from the scourge of foreign influences, which is drugs in this case, from China, the opium, from Mexico, the marijuana. So he was very good politician, basically, like an anti-drug lobbyist that everyone in Washington loved. And so the reasons for the prohibition in America is not that this Anslinger was actually studying LSD and finding out that this is actually dangerous and marijuana is dangerous. That's really, even though we're free in our society, we have to curb this. This is not how it went. It's like he wanted to attack the jazz scene and knew that the jazz musicians were smoking a lot of weed. So he's, it's very hard to make it illegal to play jazz, but you can make marijuana illegal and then you can, target jazz musicians. So it's got a racial profile.
Why were they going after jazz musicians?
He hated jazz. He thought that I think I think it's a sexual thing actually. Because he actually said once, when black men smoke reefer, they think they're as good as white men and they're going to sleep with women or something like that. That was kind of the world that he was.
So was it because the jazz musicians were on stage and people loved them? They were cool.
Yeah. So and they were only cool because they smoked the weed. That gave them that diabolical power, like over the audience, and the groove. And if you take the weed away from them, they're going to be like boring people. So that guy really did a lot of damage in my mind to the American society.
It's just stunning that 90 years later we're still dealing with the aftermath of that. And also in conjunction with his union with William Randolph Hearst. William Randolph Hearst, who in Hearst Publications had a vested financial interest in keeping marijuana illegal or making marijuana illegal because of hemp. Right? The story about the decorticator.
You're talking about the wood now?
No, the decorticator was a device that was manufactured. It was created in the early 1930s, and it was on the cover of Popular Science magazine. And they called it, they said, hemp, the new billion-dollar crop of the future. So because hemp was a very difficult plant to take the fiber and convert it into paper and convert it into textiles, things like that, they used slave labor for the most part until the cotton gin came along. When the cotton gin came along, that became more effective to use cotton than to use hemp. It was easier. Then in the early 1930s, they came out with the decorticator. The decorticator was this machine. See if we could get a version of that, Jane. So the decorticator allowed them to effectively, that's the decorticator. So this machine, they would run the hemp stalks through it, and it would break them down far more economically, much easier, more effectively than the way they would do it by hand previously. So hemp, the new billion-dollar crop. So hemp, find the cover of that, Maxine. So hemp was a far more effective paper. It's much more durable. Like if you take hemp, very difficult to tear. In fact, the earliest drafts of the Declaration of Independence were on hemp. So this a billion-dollar crop. So this was Popular Science magazine. And William Randolph Hearst didn't just own Hearst Publications, he also owned paper mills. So he had thousands and thousands of acres of trees and forests that they were converting into paper. And now all of a sudden there was this new product that was going to destabilize his industry. And so, exactly. So when they made marijuana illegal, a lot of the people that were voting on this didn't even understand they were making cannabis. They didn't understand that it was the same thing. They didn't understand that it was the same literal textile that created cannabis. All the great works, like if you look at, Leonardo da Vinci's paintings, it's on hemp, it's on hemp, it's on canvas, it's on cannabis paper. It's on a very durable form of paper. Have you ever touched cannabis paper, like hemp paper? It's crazy. It's really hard to tear. My friend Todd McCormick, he was a early grower in Los Angeles when marijuana was medically legal. And he wound up going to jail because in federal court he couldn't say that it was for medical purposes. They just prosecuted him based on the fact that he was a drug dealer instead of someone who was legally in the state of California growing medical marijuana. He had a stalk on his table of hemp. I don't know if you've ever felt a hemp stalk. Have you ever picked one up? It is crazy. It's like styrofoam. You pick it up, it feels like nothing, but it's hard, like oak, but it's not heavy. It's very strange. It's like an alien plant. Very, very weird. So that stuff converts incredibly to clothing. You can make building materials out of it. There's a thing called hempcrete that is this incredibly effective building material that you can make houses out of hemp. And it's incredibly sustainable because if you have an acre of trees, if you chop down that acre of trees and make paper out of it, it takes forever to grow enough trees in that acre to grow them to the point where you can harvest them and make paper out of them.
Yeah.
Cannabis, if you're growing hemp, rather, if you grow hemp stalks in the same field, you got new hemp in a few months. And now you have paper again. So William Randolph Hearst demonized cannabis for the particular interest that he had with paper, with his paper mills, and to stop the hemp industry.
I mean, they were quite close allies.
Yeah.
Anslinger and Hearst. And in his publications, the word marijuana was for the first time publicized. So they kind of...
And with a racial
worked hand in
element to it.
hand. Yeah,
They said that blacks and Mexicans were smoking this new drug and raping white women. Right. And then the Reefer Madness movies, which are fantastic pieces of propaganda. They're absolutely hilarious. If you watch them today, especially knowing what we know about marijuana, like these people were just crazed. It was more meth-like than it was, what they were depicting, right?
Absolutely.
So Anslinger, 90 years ago, the propaganda that he pushed out into society, the way that it affected people like a mind virus, the effects of that still today. When people find out that you have taken marijuana or that you regularly enjoy marijuana, people freak out. They're like, what are you doing? What are you doing to yourself? Oh my God, you're out there taking drugs. Meanwhile, this person's on antidepressants, they drink alcohol, smoke cigarettes, and take Xanax. Like, there's sanctioned drugs that are far worse for you. It's not a drug-free society.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this sugar thing that I stopped.
It's crazy drug.
And that actually made me realize that we, as humans, take drugs every day. Like, every human takes drugs every day.
I'm drinking coffee. I can see the nicotine pouches. Yeah.
Which is interesting, that we don't acknowledge that. We think, like, people who are against drugs, they kind of say we stand for a sober society, but it never is a sober society.
No.
We just have some legalized drugs and some drugs that are illegalized.
My friends that are in Alcoholics Anonymous, they don't drink cigarettes and drink coffee and smoke cigarettes. They're all doing a drug. They're just doing a drug that doesn't completely destroy their life.
I mean, I thought about this, having written Blitz and Trip both on drugs and history. I'm now trying to come up with a larger narrative, and I mean, in your podcast, a lot has been talked about the stoned ape theory, right?
Yes.
I think it's very interesting, and I think it's time for kind of a new world history, as you mentioned. I think we actually are stoned sapiens. I think that this cognitive revolution that happened in Africa, it's as Stamets said, it's not a theory. It's what is it? A theory is when there's already proof. It's a hypothesis. It's a hypothesis, but I think that a lot speaks for this hypothesis. I think it makes sense if you see that early humans were, for example, depicting mushrooms in drawings, that these mushrooms have some kind of relevance to them. And our edge, which is something that Harari writes about over other homos, like the Neanderthals, or also just monkeys, large monkeys, our edge was that we had this cognitive revolution, that we had a neo cortex forming, and that we suddenly had an understanding about time. So we're not just living in the moment. We know there's a past and there's a future. So that creates a different language. And the different language, a more abstract, more complex language than, for example, the apes. Apes can organize up to like 100. Then their language kind of fails them.
Mm-hmm.
But humans suddenly, not suddenly, I mean, this is over long periods of time, could develop a language that enabled them to form larger groups. That's how they became dominant, also dominant over other Homo species like the Neanderthals. And we know today that they had these plants at their availability, so it makes sense to imagine that actually we found, maybe it was a mushroom, maybe it was iboga, which is something still used in African societies, which now is again being examined as the new psychoactive hot drug. It could be a mixture. Some groups could have had this, others could have had that. But it seems to be pretty clear that like the founding moment of our race is actually this transcendence. Like suddenly you realize this moment where I'm in is not all, there's more. Like
Right.
there's a future, there's a past. That is what transcendence is. So we are basically, that's why I call our species we're stone sapiens. Like we were stone from the start. So drugs, which transferred into language, into also music, into rituals, because we wanted to keep the drug also secret from others who are not, from apes or Neanderthals. So rituals start existing, like a person kind of has the drugs and hands them out. So this is at the beginning of our race. So I think, and we were so powerful because we could develop that larger language. And the apes would only organize up until 100. And now we have the problem, we poor stone sapiens, that we have created global problems, but we don't have a global narrative. Like we're falling into the Western camp. We have China. We have we don't have a global narrative. Like our narrative usually stops within the national context. Like there's the American narrative, there's the Western narrative, which also includes Europe. There's the German narrative, but there's no human global narrative. And that's what I intend to change with my book Stone Sapiens, which will be the next book, and kind of conclude the trilogy of these, like how are drugs and humans kind of symbiotic in a way.
Well, there's a, for lack of a better term, there's a consciousness that exists in mushrooms. There's something that you interact with, and we don't necessarily understand what's going on. But if you could imagine a lower primate interacting with a higher consciousness on a regular basis and then adapting. But this is the theory of why the human brain size doubled over a period of 2 million years. And if you ever listen to Dennis McKenna describe this, Dennis McKenna describes it brilliantly because he's an actual scientist, and the way he explains the effects of psilocybin, but the effects it would have on the mind in terms of developing language and just expanding our creativity, expanding our ability to see things. It makes better edge detection, makes better visual acuity, makes them more horny. They're more likely to breed, more community. There's also this potential for a type of, for lack of a better term, a type of mind meld. There's a type of consciousness expanding energy that happens that it seems to be connected in a way that we can't measure, where human beings interact with each other without words. Telepathy was exactly what they when they first found harming. When they found some certain trees that were part of the components of ayahuasca, they try to call it telepathy, but due to the rules of scientific nomenclature, that substance had already been identified as harming. But the researchers that were taking this are saying we are experiencing these telepathic melds. There's something that's going on with these things, and we want to get to the bottom of it. Let's call it telepathy because it imparts a type of telepathy.
Well, what Tripp became very interested in that question that you just articulated, what actually happens in the brain, because that is quite hard to figure out actually. How do they work and what actually changes in the brain? And there's one researcher in Zurich, again in Switzerland, they're really experts on psychedelics actually, because they didn't sign all the UN treaties, because they're like a more neutral country than others, so they actually have a little bit more freedom for research. And there is a professor called Franz Vollenweider at the University in Zurich, and he was able to start in the early 90s, giving his patients psilocybin and LSD and DMT, and then he put them in, like, he examined their brains in brain scanners, like imaging, like high-tech imaging technology, and he found that actually that you can actually measure it, or you can see the changes that happen in psychedelics. And what happens is that the so-called default mode network, that is a term that brain scientists use to describe what Freud would just would call the ego, like the center in our brain, like the boss in our brain, like the guy, I guess it would be, or the woman in our brain that like says, "Now I'm on the Joe Rogan podcast, and everything's cool, and I'm a writer, whatever." And you like this is like, we have always this controlling force within us. Otherwise, we would go basically insane. Like, what's going on here? This is cool. Am I in danger? Basically, am I in danger? Like, there's this thing with a ghost with the rifle you're going to shoot. Like that. So the default mode network makes sure that this doesn't happen, that we function, and it makes a lot of sense. And actually, under psychedelics, he could measure that this part of the brain gets a little less energy. So it's it's not switched off completely. I mean, if you take a lot of psychedelics, it might be switched off completely. Then you have what's called like a full immersion experience. But if you take a little, it's also switched off, like it gets a little less energy. And that other parts of the brain, peripheral parts, that are usually like following the main guy, they can communicate more on psychedelics. So what happens in your brain is actually, it is actually a change in the brain chemistry. And what also happens is what is called the neuroplasticity is enhanced. Neuroplasticity is the term for, basically the brain is not obviously like a fixed, like non-moving object like my fist or something. It's constantly kind of moving the brain, And neuroplasticity describes that that ability to constantly adapt to like the situation and be flexible, make new connections. That's neuroplasticity. And he could also measure that neuroplasticity is enhanced when you take psychedelics. That's why also it could become dangerous if it's enhanced too quickly and you're not experienced. I mean, we're on the Joe Rogan Experience, so we're all experienced. I hope we'll have an experienced audience. But if you're unexperienced, that could be too much. Then the stimulation of your brain, or the change or disruption of your day-to-day way of thinking, could be overwhelming. But if you handle it properly, it's actually that is I guess what's the beneficial aspect of the psychedelic experience. You enhance neuroplasticity in a way. I don't know if becoming smarter is the right term, because what is smart, what is intelligence? But it's the fact that neuroplasticity is enhanced, and because of this, an orthodox thought forms. Like, depressed people always think the same thing, like, I'm not worthy, I can't, depression is a loop, or loops in your brain of always this, and LSD, especially psilocybin, they disrupt that, because other parts of the brain suddenly come into play, and the default mode network, which has this disease of depression, suddenly is not calling the shots anymore. That's why psychedelics have proven effective against depression. The first study that showed this clinical study was done in 2015, actually in America at Johns Hopkins University, that psilocybin helps against very severe depression when nothing else helps. So we know a little bit about what happens in the brain, but obviously the brain is still a black box. That's why so many scientists, when LSD came out in the late 40s and early 50s, especially in America, were enthusiastic. They thought, finally we have a tool with which we can shine like a torch shining into the black box of the brain, because it works in such small quantities. There was actually a lot of hope in the beginning. That original enthusiasm by Sanders that I talked about, when they thought we have a game changer, we have a blockbuster, that everyone will become, will heal from LSD. That many scientists actually believe that. And the interesting question is, and we're like making a long circle, now what went wrong? Like, why wasn't it developed into a medicine that you can get at your dispensary, like you can get cannabis products now, for example, in the state of California. Why?
Well, you can get them here too, which is weird.
Okay.
You get them here, like I said, there's like different deltas. So we can get legal cannabis. They sell it.
Society is still very insecure when it comes to drugs because we have been bombarded with the drugs are horrifically dangerous. This propaganda.
When I was in high school, this is your bring on drugs. It was just say no, Nancy Reagan. Everyone was just say no.
I was also in America actually in high school. I graduated from Flint Powers Catholic High School in Michigan, class of '88. And I had been taught, because I was sent from Germany as like a German exchange student, I was taught before, don't mix with the drug people. There will be drug people at the high school, and they will approach you and they will try to draw you in, and then you won't get out again. And I really believed that. And I was like,
well, there
17.
are people like that. That is true.
Sure,
Look, if you fall into the opiate crowd, if you fall into a crowd of people that are
weed.
Right. Well, weed is very different, but the problem is the blanket term, right? The blanket term of drugs.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
Yeah, but also if you fall into
like
a weed crowd in high school, it's very possible that you'll fall into a crowd of ne'er-do-wells who will ruin their lives, and they just get high all day and they wake and bake, and they abuse it. Just like you can abuse sugar, right? Just like you can abuse alcohol.
I actually think that cannabis is a dangerous drug because it is quite addictive.
Yeah, it can be.
Unlike LSD, LSD is not addictive. LSD is actually, when the guy who invented AA, he himself had made an LSD therapy and got away from alcohol using LSD, and he wanted to incorporate LSD therapy into the AA program, and then didn't do it because I guess there was pressure or whatever. We'll come to the pressure in a second. So LSD is actually a non-addictive drug. That's, for example, in Germany now we legalize cannabis. It's legal everywhere in the country. I think they should legalize LSD and not cannabis. Because cannabis is actually harder to use. I think it should be legal. I think it's good that it's legal, but I think it's a little bit of a more problematic drug actually to legalize because it's also so easy to use. But to legalize LSD, which is like, I think it should be legalized, all over the globe, because I think it's a brain food. That's what I think after studying it, But saying this sounds like completely outrageous, LSD, like so many people are afraid of it. So I hope with Trip to take a little bit of the edge off, to actually show where it comes from. And I would like to tell that story where that comes from.
Yeah,
if I may.
Please.
Because that's the core story. Because when I had found these SS records that they had used, because you asked before, was there another psychedelic substance? Yes, there was mescaline. Mescaline was already kind of investigated by scientists since the 20s. It was also a German scientist called Behringer. He was at the University of Heidelberg, and he was really into mescaline, and he was like doing it with his students and making tests on how does it change consciousness and what happens. So he was basically one of the pioneers of psychedelic research, you could say. So the Nazis knew about mescaline, and the Nazis wanted to find a truth drug. Hitler was a paranoid person. He always thought, and it's actually true, that people are conspiring against him. There were quite a lot of assassination attempts on his life. He survived them all. But there were a lot of people who didn't like him. I mean, Germany was totalitarian dictatorship, and most people supported Hitler, but there were also people who did not. There were people in the resistance, even within, the army, who thought he was an idiot. High-ranking officers who were a bit more brilliant than him, and who knew that he was running things to the ground. So he gave the order to find a truth drug. It's the wet dream of intelligence. You give someone a substance, and then you can control that person. You can extract secrets from that person. You can you can control a person. And the Nazis, the SS, even with their torture methods, had been unable to extract all the secrets they wanted to extract from prisoners. Especially Polish resistance fighters had been very resistant even against SS torture. They wouldn't say, I got the job from the British intelligence. They just wouldn't talk even when you tortured them. So Hitler wanted the drug that would solve this problem. And one man that was put in charge with this is a chemist called Richard Kuhn, who actually received the Nobel Prize for Chemistry. He was a brilliant mind, but he was a Nazi, so he didn't, like many scientists left Germany, or writers left. Thomas Mann left Germany when the Nazis took power. But some people stayed, some writers stayed, some scientists stayed, and this Kuhn actually became, he's really working for Hitler. He was developing a nerve poison, sarin, which was deadly for Hitler. And if you worked for Hitler as a scientist, obviously you got all the grants you need, the money you needed. You had a great time, basically, if you sold your soul to the devil. So Richard Kuhn was in charge with finding the truth drug, and then the interesting thing is, because I was in the Novartis archive of Sandoz, because I wanted to find the link between a Swiss pharmaceutical company who develops LSD and then the SS who tests it in Dachau. Like, how did the SS know? Like, and did they really test LSD also in Dachau, or was it just mescaline? Because they write in the reports that I then found in the US, mescaline and another odorless, colorless substance was being used. And LSD is that famous odorless, colorless substance. Like, I could put a drop of LSD in your coffee, you wouldn't even notice it, which is good for intelligence service. You want to dose someone without that person knowing it. So LSD was kind of perfect. But how did the Nazis, did they actually know about LSD? Was it LSD? That was kind of what I wanted to find out. And when I was in the archive of Sandoz, I wanted to find like papers, like did they sell LSD to the SS? I was curious to find something, and the archivist, he was very skeptical of me because he sensed that I was onto something. He was protecting basically the archive, because the archive at Sandoz is not a public archive. You go to the National Archives of the United States or the Federal Archive of Germany, it's a public archive. The archivists want you to find the information. They will reveal like the find book, which like has like it's a database. It shows you everything that's in the archive. So you have it takes sometimes days or weeks to actually figure out what's all there, but you have theoretically an overview of everything that's in the archive. But a company archive like Novartis archive, there was no find book. The archivist said to me, just tell me what you're looking for and then I will find it for you. Just basically shit, Because in a way it's basically under his control, the documents that he gives to you. You don't even know what's in the archive behind that guy sitting in front of you. And I wanted to see, like, I knew that Albert Hofmann wasn't a Nazi. Like, I had known a lot about Albert Hofmann, and I never heard anything about him having Nazi connections, like giving LSD to Richard Kuhn or something. But I wanted to see what his boss, Stoll, the one we talked about before, had the whole, like the ergot god, like, who is this guy? Because he, as the CEO, called the shots for Sandoz, the pharmaceutical company. And then the archivist didn't want me really to see these papers. I could sense that. And I wanted to come again to the archive. Well, the first time I was there, he said, why is everyone always so interested in LSD? We have so many beautiful products here. And there was like a showcase with all the products that Sandoz has made. And LSD wasn't one of them. I said, LSD is actually missing from that showcase here. It was never a product. I said, it was a product. It actually had a name. It was called Delucide. That was the brand name of LSD. It existed, And he said, it's illegal. So they have a difficult relationship with LSD. But the only thing he gave me were the original lab books of Albert Hofmann. And it's very easy to flatter, like it stuns you. Like if you're interested in LSD, you see like the original lab book, you see like his handwriting when he for the first time takes LSD, and then his handwriting, like he can't hold the pen anymore, and you see like this line on the paper. That's exciting, Yeah. But it's not new. People have seen that before, but so he kind of tricks you into like, you see that, you say, oh great, thank you, bye-bye, like after you go home. But then I was on the Swiss mountain. I was actually visiting a scientist that had researched this ergot producing in the Emmental. I visited this guy on the mountain. He showed me the former fields of Sandoz. And then I had the idea I must go back to the archive and look at the papers of the CEO, because the CEO calls the shots. Why was the CEO able to turn this potential game changer into a lucrative medicine? What went wrong was probably on the CEO level of the company, not on like the chemist level of the company. So I wrote an email to the archivist, said, I'm going to come back tomorrow and I want to look at the papers of the CEO. And then he wrote back to me, well, sorry, tomorrow I have too much work. You cannot come anymore, kind of like that. But I just showed up. I just showed up at the archive and he opened and said, well, I'm here. I don't have any time. And I said, well, I'm here. It's the archive. I can use it. And then I was sitting there and I was thinking, what can I do? And I actually, at the time, I had some LSD with me because I was already getting it from my mother. So I had it with me, and I said to him, someone had an idea, and I said to him, have you ever actually seen LSD? And he's like, in his respects, like, oh, it's illegal, I have not seen it. And I asked him, do you want to see it? He said, sure, I would like to see it. But where could I see it? No one has it anymore. And I said, well, here you go. This is LSD, and it's like studying it. It's quite interesting. Like suddenly became interested. Like, oh, this is actually LSD. That's how it looks. And the LSD I had received had printed on it, like these papers, the old logo of Sandoz. So like the chemist who had made this, actually in Basel, it was made in a black lab, obviously. But I made a joke and put like the logo of Sandoz on it. And I said, this is the logo of our old company? How is this possible? And I said, well, maybe it's like an homage by the chemist who made these. I said, do you want one? I said, what do you need? I said, well, I'll give you one as a gift, if you've been so helpful to me. And he's like, oh, yes, okay, I'll take one. And I gave him a trip. And what is the dose? That was like 100 micrograms. Just strong. I said to him, take it. It's legit. I said to him, take it like when you're in the beautiful Swiss mountains. Like you want to walk, then maybe it's a good time. If you're interested in it. And then he gave it back to me. He said, and for legal reasons, I don't think I can accept it. I said, okay, fine. Took it back. And then he said, is there something you want to see maybe today in the archive? Because he was, we had formed a connection suddenly. Right. I said, yeah, actually I would be interested in seeing the paper of the CEO of Rothschild. It's not a problem at all. And he went and he brought me the folder. And as I'm looking through the folder, I can see that there's one man that Stoll was communicating with all through his career. And that one man, Stoll himself had learned under Willstätter. Willstätter was the Jewish-German master of biochemistry, who was later, he had to leave Germany. The Nazis were prosecuting him also because he was Jewish. And Willstätter was this genius who also received the Nobel Prize and who had found out that, Stoll's idea from potent plants, you extract and then you make medicines from plants, basically. Because plants are very powerful, obviously. So Willstätter was like the scientific father of Stoll. And Stoll had one other prodigy child, and that was Richard Kuhn, who by then had been the leading Nazi biochemist. So Kuhn and Stoll, which I saw then in the letters in front of me, had been best friends because they had the same teacher. They had exchanged already in the 20s all their research. In the 30s, especially the ergot research, Kuhn was very interested in it. So now he has a job by Hitler to find the truth drug, and then Stoll says, we found this almost magical substance that even in microgram dosages has this strong effect on the mind. And Kuhn obviously became very interested in it. And I found a letter, maybe we can pull that one up. We can find it from 1943, October, where Kuhn, and I found this in the archive, this was the smoking gun basically, where Kuhn thanks Stoll for sending ergotamine, which is the precursor to LSD. It's like from ergotamine, you do one step and then you have LSD. And we received ergotamine in October 1943 from the Swiss company. And then, the Nazis had their hand on LSD. And then it becomes very interesting what happens when the Americans find out about that. Because when the Americans liberated Germany from National Socialism, when they won the war, basically, certain units had attached to them the so-called Alsos unit, ALSOS. And the Alsos unit was responsible for finding German nuclear scientists and interviewing them about their research for the nuclear bomb in Nazi Germany, because Nazi Germany was also trying to develop a nuclear weapon. And the Americans thought they're probably quite far ahead because they're good in science, like everything they do, they fucking rock. Which in this case actually probably wasn't true. I don't think the Nazis were so advanced. It's still a bit obscure, like how far the Nazis really were with nuclear technology. But this Alsos was in place, and the second job of Alsos was to find out about biochemical weapons, because they also thought, rightly so, that Hitler had biochemical weapons. So one of the first scientists they interviewed was Richard Kuhn, because Richard Kuhn was a leading Nazi biochemist. So in the spring of 1945, in liberated Heidelberg after World War II, Kuhn is being, interviewed. And for Kuhn, it's a question of, will I cooperate with Americans, or will I go to the Nuremberg trial as like a war criminal? Because he could have ended up on the bench for developing sarin, a nerve poison. So he, decided to rather extend his career. He later came to America, was teaching in America. So he told them about LSD. He said, we were very interested in LSD. And those experiments in Dachau could not be finished because there was not enough time. Dachau was already liberated. They were in the middle of finding out, if I give psychedelic to a prisoner, can I extract his secrets? Can I fully control him? These tests take a bit of time. You have to do it with several. You don't do it maybe in a day. So that these tests were not finished yet, but these findings then were very interesting to the American military, because after the war, what started immediately the next war, the Cold War against the Soviet Union, which was what then CIA was founded, which CIA called the CIA director Dulles. He called it, this is brain warfare. It's a totally new type of war. We have to get ahead of them, and they probably are working on brainwashing techniques. So we have to be, ready to defend ourselves against the Soviet onslaught with their brainwashing techniques. So the Americans learned actually a lot from the Nazis. I once met in Florida on the beach together with my father, an SS Marine that was in the 80s when I was an exchange student in Flint, Michigan. We took a vacation, met my German parents in Florida, and we spoke with this Marine, and we learned so much from the SS. And it's true, the SS, the German system was an evil system, obviously, but it was a very functional system. There was a lot to be learned from them in terms of warfare. So the Americans, because the Nazis were so interested in this truth drug, thought this must be interesting. We have to look at this. So they started now, first the American military, then the CIA started now to investigate, can LSD actually be the truth drug? Can it be like a pharmaceutical weapon? So this is actually what went wrong. So what went wrong was the Swiss CEO sending samples to the German Nazi biochemist. From him, the knowledge goes to the American, military and then intelligence apparatus that LSD could be used as a weapon. This is what really put LSD on the wrong foot in the world. Because there was also at the same time in the early 50s a lot of hopeful research at universities in America, like brain scientists. They were looking at LSD. It wasn't illegal yet. It was an interesting thing, but the CIA took over the military research. First, it was the U.S. military. They had a professor at Harvard University called Beecher. Beecher was like the drug expert of the American army. He had also been in the war, and then he looked at the SS reports from Dachau, and he made a report called Report on Ego-Depressant Drugs, which he sent to Washington. So he was kind of the knowledgeable guy that would interpret, how could psychedelic molecules be used as drugs. And then when in 1947 the CIA was founded, basically the CIA took over this truth drug research from the military. and then Beecher was sending his reports to the CIA. This was done by a guy called Sidney Gottlieb. I don't know if you've heard that name. He was the head of MK Ultra. MK Ultra is basically a program first to see whether LSD could be used as a weapon. And Gottlieb traveled to Basel, Switzerland, because he had heard that Sanders was also selling LSD to the other side of the Iron Curtain. There was rumor that the Soviet Union had purchased like 20 million dosages of LSD. So he flew to Basel with a suitcase full of cash, put it on the table of Stoll, the CEO. He said, I want the world supply of LSD. I'm hereby buying the world supply of LSD, which was, he said, your supply, like his intelligence told him that Sanders had produced something. It's in the book, I forgot the number, like 4 kilograms of LSD, and he said, I want to buy the whole, 4 kilograms is quite a lot, because it's potent micro doses. Stoll said, well, we only made 400 grams so far. They haven't even made that much. But so he bought the 400 grams, and he set a mechanism in place that Stoll would always inform. Stoll would not sell to the other side of the Iron Curtain. That's what Sanders had to, basically assure him. And of course, the payback is Sanders can still sell all the other medicines in America. Doesn't have problems with the FDA and that's the pressure. Yeah. And then like Gottlieb takes the 400 gram back to the States and is now from now on always informed when like a scientist in an American university acquires LSD from Sanders, because they would not sell it openly in the beginning. They would only give it away basically to scientists. They were still in the product development phase because they still weren't sure what can LSD, like, what do we write on the package basically? What's the indication? So Gottlieb was basically in the driving chair of LSD at that time. He got all the information from Basel, Switzerland, who had LSD in the country. He had the most LSD, and then he had the idea to really look at how LSD can be used to manipulate people, basically. That was like the big goal. And that's not an easy thing to achieve. And the way he did it was he let all the universities in the country, over 60 institutions, big universities of this big country, he let them all, in their special, departments investigate LSD. But these tests are expensive, and the idea Gottlieb had was, university tests are often funded by foundations, let's say the Rockefeller Foundation. Like a university wants to make some pharmaceutical test series that goes over 2 years and involves all these people, have to be paid, and it's expensive. It costs let's say $200,000 to make one serious clinical test. So that money comes from the Rockefeller Foundation, for example, and the money first goes from the CIA to the Rockefeller Foundation. So he used not only the Rockefeller Foundation, but also the Rockefeller Foundation and other foundations as go-between. So he gave them money, and they would finance research done in universities, which are supposed to be, I guess, neutral, just trying to figure out what is science. So you don't want a CIA guy to finance your science and then kind of manipulate through that money how your research is being done, and especially all the results going back to the people who bring the money. So that he was very efficient in setting up this program, which then I guess was called MK Ultra, and so that's how LSD really, that's what really went wrong with LSD. MK Ultra. Yeah, because it dominated the controlling force over the research, and a lot of research then was tailored to, there was crazy stuff happening. There was, even in Canada at a university, I write about this in Tripped, this guy, and it sounds a bit like a Stanley Kubrick movie. He put people on constant LSD and then had speakers under their pillows, which would tell them single sentences. He was trying to see, can you really drive someone mad with LSD, for example? Can you deprogram a brain with LSD? So these these are very creepy experiments. These are actually human experiments. In a way, they were a continuation of what the SS started in Dachau, but much more sophisticated. And they were done on American citizens. Like part of MK Ultra were so-called safe houses. The safe houses, there was one in the West Village in Manhattan, one on Telegraph Hill in San Francisco. And in these safe houses, people would be approached on the street or in bars in Lower Manhattan, and invited to like a party, come to my pad, have booze, and it was like a cool apartment, but there was one large mirror, and behind the mirror sat an operative who was filming and listening and recording, and then they checked like what happens to a person if they receive unwittingly dosage of LSD. So this is quite unethical work that was done.
They also did Operation Midnight Fire.
Yeah, that's in Telegraph.
Yes, that was a brothel.
Yeah, it was an apartment. They called it the Pad, but they hired sex workers, which then got an additional fee from the CIA for giving their clients from them. Also, they received that fee obviously, and then giving them LSD. It was I think it was a stupid actually. I mean, it's kind of spectacular. Operation Midnight Finals. It's great in a film. It sounds good. Yeah, I mean, it just showed, but it wasn't very effective. What do you do? What do you see? Like, someone, of course, has a little bit different sex on LSD. Yes, sex on LSD, but it's kind of stupid. It never led anywhere. Basically, Sidney Gottlieb wasted a lot of tax money, and he brought a lot of suffering to people who were subjected to these unethical tests, and he had no result.
It's definitely not a good thing they did. But if you put your mind into their perspective back then, trying to understand the effects of these drugs, they probably had limited resources. And without making these things legal and without like opening up the research to everybody, to this potentially powerful, life-changing drug. I mean, this drug could be something that could be used by foreign governments. It could be used against us. So they're probably very secretive in their approach. I mean, we kind of have the benefit of 2020 hindsight, because we're looking back.
I mean, yes, it was the Cold War, and I think that they really believed that there are these threats from the Soviet Union, and there were threats from the Soviet Union, obviously. And brainwashing is a specialty of communism,
Mm-hmm.
So it's clear that they want to be. From his perspective, it makes sense,
Right.
So, but it didn't help LSD to become a medicine, because that was a time when there were no antidepressants yet developed and no antipsychotics. So I think LSD would have had a chance to actually become a very helpful medicine instead of being kind of an unhelpful weapon, because it never worked as a weapon. So
right. No, it's definitely unhelpful what they do.
Yeah.
And
it might be understandable, but it went the wrong way.
It went the wrong way, but it was also indicative of the kind of control that those people wanted over society and the population, especially coming after World War II. There's a whole new order in the world. The United States emerges victorious, and then there's this clamoring for trying to figure out, okay, what is the enemy up to? What are these powerful tools that could be used against us? And some of them could be mind control. I mean, this is obviously at a time where, the Red Scare, right, the McCarthy era, they were worried about communism and communism infiltrating our society. And they're probably very terrified of things that disrupted, which is what was going on in the 1960s. Do you remember saying this was a video of hippies in the 1960s? And what it kind of shows you that a lot of the stuff that we're seeing now with the destruction of society, it's very similar to what was going on in 1968 with the anti-war movement. So the Free Palestine movement has a lot in common with a lot of other anti-war movements of the past, where these people want peace and love. And back then, in the 1960s in particular, they were dropping acid. This is the Timothy Leary days, and tune out and drop out. And so play this. 1968.
It's coming from very rich, affluent, middle class society where everybody has been very good and never really have to do anything for themselves in a serious way, and they come here and they want to be taken care of. No, the first person, no, it's what do you do? That's why I live. Because they, no, I mean, you work or what? Look.
A lot of people say to me, what are you doing? You're not doing any work. You're not working at a job.
You tell them you don't do anything, and you come to the park, so they can't do anything.
We're doing part of this work in the world because we're growing, trying to change.
A group of young people from upper middle class families who have moved into a physical environment that is in effect a reversion. They're living in gross insanitary conditions. The radio overcrowding, there is a infectious hepatitis. About 1/4 to 1/5 of our total caseload in the venereal disease claims appear to be happy. And you have one case history in which a young chap has been into the clinic 12 times in 3 months with 12 different cases of gonorrhea.
Okay, so that guy, that last guy, with the salt and pepper hair and the tie and the nice suit, those are the people that were from another generation, and we're seeing this younger generation that was completely dropping out of society. And what was causing that? There was a lot causing that. The anti-war movement, but a lot of it was fueled by psychedelics. And they wanted to stop that. They wanted to stop this radical shift in society that they were seeing from the 1950s to the 1960s.
Yeah, there's an interview with one main aide of Nixon afterwards when he was already retired, and he said that they couldn't make it illegal to be black. They couldn't make it illegal to go on rallies and be against the war, like it's an American principle that you can go to a demonstration, but they could make it illegal to take LSD and then criminalize.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same thing that Anson started much earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cycle that repeats itself over and over again. And whenever there's a powerful disruptive, it might be ultimately great for the human race, but bad for the power structures that are in place currently. They step in and they do their best to throw water on it. And what they did from the late 1960s into the 1980s, they radically shifted culture. Everything changed. Music sucked, cars sucked, everything sucked. There's direct evidence that it had a huge impact on our creativity. If you look at the music from the 1960s, it was so radically different from the music from the 1950s. Something had happened.
I mean, that's why John Lennon said we have to thank the CIA because they gave us LSD. I mean, it is kind of interesting also. A young guy called Ken Kesey was working at a psychiatric ward in Menlo Park, California, and he was part of MP Ultra basically. I mean, he was a guinea pig. He received $75 for taking LSD, and then he took LSD, and his default mode network was had less energy, and like he said, suddenly understood the crazies. He was walking through the psychiatric ward and understanding a lot better like what's actually going on in the brain, and that's when he had the idea of going through the cuckoo's nest. Which made him so much money that he then decided to stop riding and buy a bus and drive around the country with his friends and fish out LSD. It's kind of he made like a career change.
Yeah, I could see how the powers that be, I could see how the CIA and the government, like, we have to stop this. We have to stop this. This is going to be the downfall of society, certainly downfall of the people that are in control of the government currently. And these people are necessary to be in control of the country because we are in a Cold War with Russia. We just got out of World
also
War
in a
II.
hot war with Vietnam.
Yes.
I mean, that war was taking a big toll on the American society, and suddenly there's like young people sitting on it, saying, "What the fuck? I'm not going there."
Right.
But that creates that created a strong counter reaction by the regime.
Yes.
Which is to legalize LSD. to LSD.
Or LSD. And what's really unfortunate is that if that had not happened, who knows how transformative those substances would have been to society globally. If there was a great reckoning in the United States, if we understood things, if we got our act together, if we really cleaned up all the problems in society and did so on an egalitarian plane, we like recognize that there's work that can be done here, that we can make life better for everybody, have everybody recognize that we are literally all in this together, that we are all connected. We need each other, we are a part of each other, and we should treat each other, all of us, like we are a community.
I think that's the globalized narrative that we need. I think that is,
it's the only way we survive.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the perspective that astronauts have when they go to the space station. They look down at this ball and they go, "This is so crazy." Like that we're fighting over imaginary boundaries that we've created, lines in the dirt.
I think it really is a problem with our language and with our communication skills, because we can only create a discourse within the United States. You have the media, you have Joe Rogan Experience, you have a discourse, and you have a discourse in other nation states, but there is no global discourse. I mean, maybe when there's like Olympic Games, that's a type of global discourse that's happening. Maybe right now, that's why people kind of like to watch it right now, because they feel we're connecting like from all over the world without being like total assholes. Doing sports together, isn't that nice?
It was like when the opposing teams hug each other and make friends. Yeah,
we need positive global communication, because we have a lot of negative global communication. We have two very prominent wars right now, and a lot of other conflicts, and we have global problems like the heating up of the planet, which leads to refugee floods and crises and migration. I mean, we have a global theme, but how do we talk about it? There's no global government. Not that we need one, or we should have one, but there's no global. Basically, there's no global end. There's nothing.
Right. I don't necessarily think global government's the goal, because the problem is, whenever people have control over people, they just want more. It's like everything else. It's like if you have money, you want more money. If you have power, you want more power. You want control, you want more control. And it makes it easier for them to stay in control. And if you had a global world government that could tell people, no, you can't move to Switzerland where the laws are different. You can't move to Costa Rica. You have to, the laws apply everywhere. It's a global world order. We decide what you can and can't do. And we're not deciding it based on empirical evidence, fact, objective analysis of reality. We're doing it on the basis of what's the most effective way that we can control and govern.
I think that's like a horror scenario.
It's a horror scenario.
We might be moving it.
Well, we're in it right now. We're battling it. There's the rational, logical people that understand the consequences of these things, that are fighting against it. And then there's people that are saying we need centralized digital currency to compete with China. Like, Jesus Christ. And we're leading ourselves into a position that's very similar to many other positions that societies have faced in the past, including ancient Greece, where they developed democracy, the Eleusinian mysteries, and then all that stuff got made illegal. And then society crumbles, things fall apart. It's no longer the center of the intellectual discourse in the world. Everything goes away. They threw water on it in the 1960s with the Psychedelics Acts, where they made everything Schedule 1. They locked people up that were anti-war protesters. They figured out a way to squash this sort of new movement of thought.
I think it would be a step into the future if psychedelics were made legal, and we kind of move more towards, because the psychedelics, as we said before, and humans are about transcendence. About basically including the other and not being afraid of the other, and that fear of the other leads to violence against the other. Right. The psychedelic is moving in the opposite way.
Right.
So it is, obviously not a surprise that Nixon would legalize, the psychedelics.
They're dangerous.
They're
dangerous to power. They disrupt. But it's great for everyone. That's the crazy thing. The people that are making it illegal are the people that haven't experienced it. That's correct. That's where it's crazy, because it would be beneficial to them. They are human beings with a finite lifespan. Their experience on Earth would be greatly enhanced if they had the perspective of the psychedelic encounter?
Well, if I was Chancellor of Germany, which I will never be, but if I was, I would make the psychedelic year. Like after high school, you have the opportunity to actually experience these substances. I think it would be very good for societies to think about rituals or mechanisms or discourse, like what you said about the mysteries of Eleusis. That was the defining ritual of ancient Greece. The Athens society would move there in September. Like they would go there, they would have this experience, they would talk about this experience.
Yes.
Because of that experience, they could relate to each other, they could relate to the planet that they live on. So that was a very healthy thing. And we today, because it's illegal, we don't have this. I don't know what. I mean, some things like Burning Man obviously are like attempts to create like ritualistic spaces. And I've never been there, and I've heard it's kind of stupid because it's so expensive and kind of elitist. I don't know if that's true, but basically we need
something.
We need something. Yeah.
We need a legitimate structure, because there's also a thing that is described called spiritual narcissism, where you start doing these things and you think that you have all the answers, and then you have people that are the ones who speak to these groups of people, and they have all the knowledge, and we're all in this together, and it's essentially a cult. And it's really easy to run a cult if everyone in the cult is naive and they're looking for a leader, they're looking for an answer, maybe they've had a listless life that lacks in direction, and all of a sudden someone comes along, and through this ritual we can all transcend, and it becomes
what are we going to do?
Well, we need real shamans. We need actual legit shamans. And the problem is that term is in our society is much maligned, right? That term is, there's silly people that are in the jungles that are doing voodoo. But we need someone who is a legitimate psychedelic experiencer, who has a genuine goal of advancing consciousness and advancing conscious goal, and doing it in a very responsible way. One of the things that we would have to be careful of if you have something like a year of psychedelics is schizophrenia. We don't understand.
I didn't say wish young people should take psychedelics for a straight year, but maybe a year where they could take that possibility. Well, some kind of structure, maybe a place you could go.
Well, I think we need a structure for everything. I think that's really the goal of this thing, is to develop a sensible, objective structure based on actual research, based on a real knowledge of real clinical data on dosages, a real knowledge on which compounds are more effective for which particular ailments. Ibogaine, which you talked about, iboga, very effective for addiction.
Yeah.
My friend Ed went over to Mexico and got into an ibogaine clinic with methyl pills. He cured him.
Just one experience.
One experience.
That's what I've heard.
I've known many people that have had real problems with pills and not with one ibogaine experience. So there's a lot of different things that can be done that can benefit society tremendously, but it has to be done responsibly. It has to be done with real knowledge. And that real knowledge is going to be available if they open everything up to real research. And instead of being biased about this, and so let it be open to everyone to have an objective analysis of what is actually going on, have the naysayers and the people that are converted, everyone debate this and try to have some sort of an understanding of what is good, what is bad, what's the right dose, what can be done, and what is the most effective setting. The setting, the part of the ritual aspect of it is important too, because you're setting an intention before you do these things, which is why a lot of these people that are serious users of psychedelics, they don't like the concept of microdosing, they don't like the concept of recreational use, they don't like it, they think these things are sacred and they should be used only in this one particular way. And I think this conversation would benefit everyone in society, including the people that want it illegal. That's what's ironic about it. The people that want it illegal, they are just human beings. They're just human beings that are trapped in this paradigm. They're trapped in the world that they live in. They're trapped on the momentum of their actions and all the life that they've lived up until this moment. And they don't.
I mean, it would also give the Western societies a tremendous push. You know, psychedelics were allowed, and there could be research, and there could be, you know, it would probably encourage like a cultural flowering. And right now, we have kind of a decay of Western culture, like Western society is in crisis, and we don't really know how to get out of it. And the current recipes given to us by the camps that are now also competing for the US presidency, they don't really solve the problem. I mean, we all feel like in the last couple of years, more and more people feel that something is wrong and that something should change. I think somehow people are ready for a revolution, but no one knows exactly what kind of revolution it should be. So people who tap into that are quite successful, even though they might not even provide, you know, what is actually needed to have that change. But we do need a change on a national level in Germany and in America and other countries, as well as on a global level. And I think opening up our societies to psychedelic research and psychedelics, I would be curious to see a society which treats itself with that liberty and relaxation and curiosity. Right now we're all tense and we're saying, no, this is the, you know, the chemical wall in our brain. I just don't think it works for a democratic Western free society to have a chemical wall in the brain. It's a contradiction. It keeps us back from really developing a society that is much better than the current society, because the current society is pretty shitty, actually. We really need to get into it, and we're trapped, but there is, of course, ways out. There can always be a
So we're talking about one right now. This is what's crazy. This isn't theoretical, right? I mean, these are actual substances.
Yeah, we're talking about it now, and Kanye West officially said he's the leader of the free world. Maybe today we're not the leader of the free world. We're going to start a psychedelic revolution from this podcast.
Well, I think it has to be done everywhere, with everyone. They have to demand freedom. And if you have freedom, freedom over your own consciousness is what McKenna talked about often. It's that it means nothing if you don't have freedom over your own consciousness. Especially freedom over your own consciousness with substances that have been shown to have dramatic positive effects on people. So there's a lot of drugs that are very good positive drugs that people use on a regular basis, but if you take too much of them, you will die. So we know what the substances are, we understand what the correct dosage is, we understand what the LD50 is, and we know how to prescribe them correctly. We should apply that same logic to psychedelics.
I mean, Albert Hoffman was thinking about this in the 50s. This was another document I found in the archives. He set up a memo to Stoll, the CEO, writing that Sanders should now focus on these psychedelic substances. We should examine all the possibilities. We should create new compounds. We should become the psychedelic pharmaceutical powerhouse in the world. And that idea is really a great idea.
It is a great idea.
And Stoll just said no. Because he had been visited by Sidney Gottlieb, basically said, don't do it.
Well, it's guys like that guy in the suit and tie with the salt and pepper hair. There's no nonsense Republican, right-wing, controlling.
But I think it's also, these guys are a little bit of the past. I mean, I'm quite surprised. For example, in America, I get approached by different camps about TRIP in a very positive way. Because I think somehow that anti-drug rhetoric is losing ground.
Yes.
That's the feeling I have.
Well,
so that makes me a little bit optimistic.
It's losing ground because of the internet. So the narrative up until the internet came around was these things destroyed lives. And then all of a sudden people were saying, actually not really. And then you have the positive effect that it has on people who are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder coming back from the war, which is really what MAPS is concentrating on.
Right. The mainstream media really is a problem in this regard.
They're a problem with everything. Well, they're essentially a propaganda network that is passing itself off as the news.
It kind of comes from Randall Hearst in a way. I mean,
certainly.
I mean, he kind of set the tone.
Absolutely. But I mean, I'm sure there were people doing that before. If you have control of the newspaper, and especially back then, first publications, there's very few newspapers in the country. and especially those that were respected. If you have control over that narrative, if you put something in the newspaper and people read it, they read that as that, oh my God, that is fact. This is what's happening. People today are far more skeptical, particularly after the pandemic. I think the pandemic kind of shook things up to a point where it's much more difficult to pass off propaganda today than it was even just 4 years ago.
I mean, that's why I was quite excited to come on this podcast and this experience, because I think you have actually created a space where free thought is possible and free communication. It's like a stage that you've created. I think it's actually quite an important artwork that you have established here. I mean, it's not so easy to create like your own media that has a global reach. So
thank you. I don't
Thanks
know how
for
it
having
happened.
me.
It just happened. I think it made itself.
maybe, yeah,
I think so.
because the concept was right.
Well, I think, look, I'm the one who's the host of it, so I'd be the best to judge. I do not think I'm really responsible for this stuff. I think this thing wanted to be made, and it made itself, and it did it in a very sneaky way. It did it in a very sneaky way where originally it was just me having fun with my friends. So the webcam, me and Brian, and Eddie Bravo, and Tom Segura, and all my friends, we just come over and just talk, just have a good time. And then it started to be where it got enough downloads where I could contact someone like Graham Hancock, say, hey, tell me about ancient civilizations. Come on my podcast. Anthony Bourdain, tell me about your travels. And then it became much, much bigger. And it sort of, I genuinely believe it tricked me into making it.
When was the breaking point?
It was very gradual. It was very gradual. I'll tell you when I realized. I think it was around 2011 or 2012. I was on stage in the Chicago theater, and I was doing comedy, and I asked the audience, I was going to tell a story for the podcast, and I said, how many of you guys listen to the podcast? And it was just, 3,700 people cheering. And I was like, whoa. I've never forget that moment. Because I was like, oh. One of the things that I used to do, and I still do, is I don't look at the numbers. I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention to how many downloads. I'm not like feverishly checking what's good and what's bad. I don't look at like what the retention is when people drop out. I don't. That's up to them. My job is to just have an interesting conversation with people that I'm actually excited about talking to. That's my only job. So the way I book it, I completely book it based on my interests. I don't have a publicist that's like examining trends and this person's popular. I don't do any of that. I think it made itself. I think it's a trick. I think it's like the muse. Like the muse sort of like brings these ideas into your head. I think the universe gave birth to this thing. I know it's a stupid hippie thing to say. It sounds ridiculous. But if anybody should know, it's me. And if anybody should want to take responsibility and be proud of something, it would be me, right? But I'm not. But I feel like it's not really me. I feel like this thing wanted to be made, and I think this is one of many of these things that want to be made all around the world, and that's why podcasts are developing. I think there's a hunger for honest discourse and real conversations with people that exists everywhere, and I think that's why podcasts are exploding. That's where you don't have a gatekeeper anymore to your ability to discuss
so
things.
frustrating.
Well, you shouldn't have gatekeepers. You shouldn't have someone who the narrative that you're pushing out to the world is heavily influenced by the people that are advertising on your channel. Heavily influenced. So there's certain things you cannot criticize. There's certain things you gaslight the media or the public into believing is a good thing when it's probably not really a good thing. You will say things in a very biased perspective. You'll attack particular individuals. You not just attack political individuals, you'll attack them with a very specific narrative that gets repeated over and over and over again to the point where they make these compilations of these media pundits saying the exact same thing over and over and over again. This is not news. This is not real discourse. This is not real human beings discussing things and trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong. This is propaganda. And this is most of what people get. And inside that propaganda are some real news. There's actual specific information about the weather. There's actual, real reports about conflicts breaking out overseas and all sorts of different things. But at the end of the day, it's not real conversation. So real conversation was able to flourish because people had this hunger for it. And they didn't even know they wanted it till they got it. I mean, it's thought when we first started making podcasts that everyone was moving to a much shorter attention span. and that most of the things that were going to be popular in the future were like 10-minute things, like very quick things, which is like a lot of the truth today with TikTok and Instagram Reels and all these things that people like. Short attention span, it just captures you. It gives you nothing, and you just keep scrolling and looking. And we thought that's what people were moving to, but then podcast came along, and podcast came along with 3-hour conversations with scientists that get 50 million views, and then people are like, "Whoa, okay." So it's not that people aren't intellectually curious. It's not people aren't they don't have this want to be engaged. They do. Everybody does. It's just they're not being fed correctly.
I mean, that's also one of the beauties of being here as a writer of literature, actually. And if I decide to work on a book, I don't get influenced by anybody. I have a very large space in which I can develop my thoughts and my narrative. That's why I'm actually active in this field. I think there might be similarity between the podcast and literature, because they both go into the long form, into immersion into something.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, literature is the ultimate form of that, right? Because the amount of time that it takes for you to ponder sentences and paragraphs and putting them all together, and the order in which you say things, and the way you captivate and compel the reader. It's very similar, and it's all coming from your mind, too, which is also very similar. When I hear you talk on a podcast, I'm a listener, I hear one human being who's talking about your analysis of all the data and all the research that you've done to create this book. It's not really painful in most places. But people want that, because they want to know what did this guy find out? What does he know? And how does he know it? Let me listen to him. And along the way, especially we're having a 3-hour conversation, along the way, let me hear if he says some crackpot things. Let me hear if he says some things like, oh, that guy's kind of a kook. Oh, that guy's not really thinking clearly. Oh, that guy's kind of full of shit. Oh, he's saying that, but there's no way he really believes it. Okay, now I know. Now I'm suspicious. Now I can kind of like look at this through a filter of reality.
So I think maybe we should talk a little bit about Blitz, the Nazis and drugs.
Sure. Yeah.
I thought that's why you had me here. I thought that would be like your subject of fascination.
Oh, it's part of it, for
Yeah.
sure. I want to talk to you about everything. Yeah. I just was interested in talking to you. So, I mean, immediately when I was talking about what you were talking about when I saw you with Jesse Walter.
That was kind of funny to me, because that was really speaking to an audience I usually don't speak to, but it was great,
Yeah, well,
He loved the book.
they're willing to take much more chances on Fox News than they are on other strange. Well, I think they started with Tucker Carlson in a lot of ways, but the Jesse Waters thing was interesting because you got to scratch the surface a little bit. Yeah. So tell me about Blitz.
You want to know?
Well, first of all, when was the creation of amphetamines, and when did it start getting utilized by military?
Well, there's like a rumor going on that it started at the Olympic Games in Berlin, 1936, because an Afro-American athlete, Jesse Owens, was running faster than the white Aryan German superheroes, jumping further and winning 5 gold medals. The rumor was he must be on something. Similar kind of to Anslinger, like the jazz people are only so good because they're on something.
Right.
So there was like, was he on Benzedrine? Because Benzedrine was an American product that was already available. And it's basically speed. And there were no doping checks at these Olympics. I think they were the last Olympic Games without doping checks. Yeah. So you could basically take everything. But it's never, no one knows it's Jesse Owens. He was just good,
Right.
So, but there was a guy called Theodor Temmler who was the head of the Temmler factory. And he said to his chemist Fritz Rothschild, after the Olympic Games, we have to create a better amphetamine, like better than the American amphetamine. This can never happen again. The Afro-American is faster than the white guys, So, and then Rothschild, with the chemist's name, he did research about amphetamines, and he found that in Japan, a chemist called Nagai in 1917, quite a while ago actually. This was in 1936, so already 19 years earlier, a Japanese chemist had made methamphetamine. And methamphetamine is stronger than amphetamine. So Rothschild thought, I'm going to make a new methamphetamine. So he found a new way of synthesizing meth. You know, there's different ways you can make meth, I guess, and he found a specific way that the Stemler company then patented. The patent was issued in Berlin in October 1937, and then they put it on the market in 1938. Methamphetamine became available. No one said it was like a drug or anything. It was just a new medicine. You didn't even need a prescription. You could just, like a child, could go into a pharmacy and say, "Yeah, I want 10 packages of methamphetamine," and you know it was cheap also, and you got it. It was branded as Pervitin. Pervitin, we say in German. There it is. There is Pervitin. There's Pervitin. And Pervitin then became very, fashionable.
Look how innocuous the whole thing would imagine that's how he found out.
I think this could already be, I'm going to get to this in a second, for the military. At first, it was a drug that was just on the market in the civil society. There was no war yet in 1938. 1938 was actually kind of the height of the Hitler regime. Like, people loved him. There was full employment. I mean, there was oppression against the Jews, but if you were like a National Socialist, you thought that was good, basically. So the problem was, there were many problems, but the reality was that it was like steam engine. Like, the society was really working. Everyone had a job. Everyone was taking part. So that also it was basically a modern capitalist society that also created a lot of stress. You also always have to compete. You have to go from meeting to meeting. Like, the German economy was booming, but people loved meth. There was no coffee available because Germany didn't have like colonies like France where they couldn't bring in coffee. I don't even know if there was coffee. Probably you could get it maybe somewhere, but it was not a normal thing to like go into a cafe in the morning and have coffee. So this methamphetamine became very popular. Like, workers used it in the factory. They could increase their output, and party people used it because it boosted your ego. So it was, we go into a meeting, an important meeting, take a bit of meth before. So it wasn't stigmatized. It was they called it performance enhancing substance. So that's a neutral term. They made studies at universities showing that there's actually good against anything, also against depression, and it would increase your sexual drive. And it was like, people thought this is the greatest thing, basically. There was no studies being done yet on addiction, which obviously is a problem of meth. But also we have to understand that this meth that Tevla produced is not the crystal meth that's being produced in a trailer somewhere, in a southern state or something. I don't know. It's a different. It was made by a pharmaceutical company. The way I found out about Pervitin was actually a funny story, because I didn't know anything about. No one knew anything about Nazis and drugs, as I said before. Like in 2010, I'm asking a friend of mine who's a DJ in Berlin. Alex is his name. I said to him, "What should I write about next? What should my next book be?" Because I've written 3 novels, and what about to write the 4th novel? He said, "Should write about Nazis and drugs." I said, "Well, but they didn't take any drugs, because." And he said, "They did." I said, "How do you know? No one's ever talked about this before." He said, "Well, yesterday I received Pervitin." I said, "What is Pervitin?" He said, "Well, it's methamphetamine from the Third Reich." The Reich being a propaganda term by the Nazis, as well, actually the so-called Third Reich. How did this happen? He had a friend who was an antique dealer, and in 2010, this antique dealer in East Berlin had purchased, in an apartment where people died. Then the antique dealers come in and they take furniture, they pay maybe a little. He bought a medicine chest, and he opened the medicine chest, and there was Pervitin inside from the 1940s. And that antique dealer was a friend of Alex the DJ. He looked at it and said on the package, "Contains methamphetamine." What? So he took it with his partner. They were curious, And I later met this guy, and he said for 1 month we took this Pervitin, and it was so great. He said it was not too strong. It made us happy. We were very active. We worked a lot. We had great sex. It was great. And then Alex, the DJ, being very interested in all kinds of drugs, he also took it. And he told me this in my writing tower in Berlin, is that after the first 17, I feel like something's coming on. And there's a decreased energy level. And then I took another one. And these are pills which were like 70 years old. And they were still fine. They were still working. And then I took a third one. And my writing tower was right at the river in Berlin. And there was like a big ship passing by instead. And it felt like this ship when the big engines turned on. And the shoop, like the push of the engine, like moving the whole big ship forward. That's how I felt after 3 tablets. And this is insane, you know. And I Googled it, and there was like just a little on the internet. There was one medicine historian who had totally unknown guy, but I mean a researcher who had written like a 2-page thing. That's the German Blitzkrieg, which is the German word for speed war, like the Nazis' strategy how to lead a war, was only possible because of methamphetamine, because of this cavity. And I read this and I said, this is easy, maybe I should write about this. And I contacted, so it's a very odd story how this came about, you know. And I contacted this academic. He was at the University of Ulm. I traveled down there. I met him. And said, you know, there's actually a lot more to find. I just didn't have the time because he's investigating all kinds of things. You know, this was just a side project of his. And he gave me the signatures. In archives, you get a signature. Every document has a signature. And he gave me like the signatures where I can find like all the documents on meth during Nazi times. This was in the military archive of Germany, which is housed in Freiburg in southern Germany. Germany is a decentralized country, so not all the archives are in Berlin. For example, the military archive is in this small town called Freiburg. The military archive is almost bigger than the town, you know, because the German military has done so much shit, you know. In the first, we lost 2 world wars, and that's world record for sure. So, and everything that the German armies did is, you know, documented, because the Germans love to document. Everything's written down. So the military archive is huge. And because I had the signatures from this guy, he basically did the legwork for me. Like, I could look at all the files, and then I realized that the German army was using methamphetamine. And it's another interesting story how that came about, because a professor called Ranke, he was the head of the Institute for Defense Physiology of the German Army. And basically his job was to enhance the fighting capability of the soldier. So he was researching in 1938, how can we combat fatigue? Because he said, not the Russians are our biggest enemy, not the British, not even the French, you know. Our biggest enemy is fatigue, because you get tired in the evening, you fight the whole day, and then you need to sleep. What a waste, you know. That's not good. He was looking for to beat this enemy, sleep. And then when Cavitine came onto the market, he started reading studies done by universities, and they very clearly show that on meth, and I think this is an experience that people who have used meth probably would sign, you know, you don't sleep as much, you know, it keeps you awake because all your dopamine is released. So your brain is basically in a fight or flight mode. Like your methamphetamine makes you extremely alert over a very long period of time. And then at one point, obviously, you drop down and you get the urge to take it again. This is how the addiction works. But he was not, you know, looking at addiction problems. He was just looking at, does it really work to keep a soldier awake maybe for 2 hours longer on the battlefield? Because there's this saying from Napoleonic times, the last 15 minutes in a battle, that's the decisive 15 minutes. Like who wins in the end wins, you know? Right. So if you have something that keeps your men awake for longer than the enemy has, then you have a decisive advantage. So he made tests. I don't know. I have like there's photos of it in my book Blitz, where you see like the young medical officers. Like he was working in an institution that was breeding medical officers for the German army. So he gave these young guys placebo, methamphetamine, coffee, just to check and like, can they sustain longer on meth? And they could. They were more active. Like these tests started at 8 p.m. and went until 10 a.m. And the meth people, like, they were awake the whole night. They were filling out. He had tests, like you had to draw things or repeat orders or like solve mathematical questions. And the meth people were like going at it until 10 a.m. And then some said, and now we want to go out. Like now, then they wanted to party. While the caffeine people, I don't know if you can see that image. It's kind of funny. Can you pull that up? Like the
your mic's on.
I'm looking. It's just.
Go. Yeah, this one.
So these guys are all messed up.
Well, you see, like, go one up, maybe. You see, like, the S, sleeping there.
Mm-hmm.
That's S means shine tablette, which is placebo. To the left of him is a Pervitin guy. He's quite happy. To the right of him is a Benzedrine guy. That's the B.
And that's another stimulant.
That's the American stimulant, which is not as potent as methamphetamine. I mean, methamphetamine is more potent than amphetamine. It's like the difference between like a Mercedes and a bicycle or something.
Okay. What is this C?
These coffee. Yeah. There's a few more images where you like. This is like a taken at 4:15 in the morning. This is taken at 5:15 in the morning. They go back maybe to the 4:15. Well, I mean, here we see photos. I mean, then he obviously looked at the results of people filling out. There's more pictures later in the day when the S person is like yawning. Well, you see in front of him the Pervitin person, and he's not yawning. He's like ready. He's ready for the next questionnaire. He can't sleep for like another
But the
day.
guy in the back though, that's a P. His head is down. Is he in the far right?
I think he's studying.
Yeah, he might be studying.
Well, in any case, maybe go one picture down. Yeah, that one. Yeah, like that. That's how the test that he did. So he saw that if you take 2 times 0.6 milligrams of Pervitin on the right there, that black bar, they don't show any fatigue at all. He basically came to the conclusion it does work. It does keep you awake. And he also found out something which is, I think it's kind of funny. He found out that on meth, you are less capable of solving higher complex questions. The meth keeps you up, but it makes you a little bit dumber. Like things that are really that demand like very abstract thinking, or more complex things. You're not better on meth.
Is it because meth sort of rushes you to come to a conclusion?
Yeah. And also you feel too good about yourself, so that self-criticism is lowered. Right. And he concluded that this is perfect for the German soldier. It makes you awake longer and makes you a little bit more stupid. Because a soldier just needs to follow orders. Right. He just needs to shoot for a long time.
Right.
And so he got all excited about it. This was in 1938. His last test he did was in 1939, and Germany was about to invade Poland September 1st, 1939, beginning of World War II. And he said to his superior was, in America it's called the Surgeon General. German, that's the name, but the highest medical guy in the army determines basically at the end of the day what is given to the soldiers. So he wrote to his boss. And this was kind of an old school guy, the boss, like he was still from the First World War, and he read the reports like, we need to use a chemical drug to enhance like he didn't get it basically. So he said we're not using this in the attack on Poland. And then Ranke, the professor, really believed in meth, and I read his war diary. Like every officer was required to write like a diary during the war. In his war diary, you can clearly see that he himself became addicted to meth. Like he writes about it, so great. I don't even understand how I could even do a day at the office without meth. Why is not everyone taking it? But then like a few months later, it's like, I feel very depressed this morning. Even the Pervitin I'm using does not help me anymore against my depression. Like he didn't understand that this was actually the problem, that he was becoming addicted himself. He did, yeah, and he became quite unhinged. But he was like the meth guy of the German army. But he was still doing, his job. And he asked the medical officers in the field in Poland. Poland was beaten by Germany within a few days, actually 17 days or something. It was a quick victory. Actually, quite surprising that it was so quick, but it happened so quick. And a lot of medical officers were back to that Pavitin was actually quite helpful. They said things like, and I studied all these reports for Blitz, and I'm quoting some of them in Blitz, like it really helped all soldiers achieve their workload, like do their workload, which was basically killing or invading a foreign country. So Ranga again was very excited, and he said to the Surgeon General, because then after the successful campaign against Poland, it was not going against the West, France, old enemy of Germany. Like we had a war, 1865, Germany won, then in World War I, Germany lost, and now Hitler wanted like the revenge. The third one, we're going to win the third one. But his high command was saying, let's please not do it, because the French army, like the Grande Armée, was supposed to be the best army in the world at the time, in the late 30s, early 40s. Like they were really proud of their army, the French, and it wasn't good, but everyone thought it's good. And they also had an ally, which was very powerful, Great Britain, the world's empire, So these two powers who attacked from Germany, these two powers was considered insane by the high command. Like they thought Hitler's just a lunatic. And Hitler wanted to attack the West already in November 1939. Like Poland was beaten. The German military actually needed a lot of repairs, because even in a successful campaign, you lose a lot of machinery, you lose a lot of people. So everyone said, let's not do it. Let's just, get back on track and develop a strategy with which we can win against the West, because they knew there is no strategy. Because that was exactly what happened in World War I. Germany attacked from the north of Belgium, and there was a stalemate, and then Germany lost, because Germany is one country and it cannot win against so many countries. So they said it's not going to work, but Hitler was very stubborn, and he said it will work, but they blocked him. There was even a coup attempt in November 39 against him, which failed. And then he had a breakfast meeting, February 17th, 1940. Three kind of revolutionary tank generals from Manstein, Guderian, and Rommel later becoming very famous tank general, came to Hitler in Berlin in the Reich's chancellery and said, we have a plan. We know it's going to work. We can beat them, because we will not use the tanks as everyone expects us to use the tanks, which is kind of more in the back, kind of backing up the infantry and, being like the backup guys, like the heavy guys in the back. Like we will use the tanks in the front and make the tanks kind of overrun the enemy, because this is a crazy thought. He loved crazy thoughts. So he's like, this is a good thought, but where are we going to do it? And they said, we're going to do it in an area. And also, I also sent an image. I don't know if we need it, but it's interesting. They decided on an area which is the Ardennes Mountains. And the Ardennes Mountains is a mountain range in Belgium, which is exactly between the north of Belgium, where the Western Allies were massing their defense forces, and France, where the French also had heavy defense. But in this mountainous terrain, it wasn't heavily fortified. So they said, we're going to go through the Ardennes Mountains within 3 days and 3 nights, but we can't stop at night. Because if we stop and sleep at night, they will know that we're there, and then they will come from the north and the south, and the Pincer will destroy our advance. So we have to not stop, and within 3 days and 3 nights, we have to reach through Belgium, the mountains, the French border town of Sedan. We have to get there, because then we will be faster, because they will still be stuck in the north of Belgium. Like, we will be faster than them, and we'll race through all the way to the channel, and then we will be in the back of them and destroy them. So we will have kind of surrounded them. This is what Churchill later called the sickle cut. And this is the sickle cut. We see where they're going through, and then kind of branch off to the north and to the south, and encircle the Allied forces there in the north and the French forces there in the south, like being further within enemy territory than the defenders. It's a crazy plan, and the only problem is that thing of not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. So they were not sure how to solve that problem, actually. And Hitler said, this is not a problem. The German soldier is so convinced of the ideology of National Socialism, fighting for me, the Führer. They will not sleep. I didn't sleep in the First World War. Hitler was a soldier in the First World War, and he claimed that he was awake and didn't need sleep and stuff like that. So he kind of said that the ideology will make the normal German soldier into the superhuman soldier who doesn't need to sleep, which is bullshit, obviously. Everyone needs to sleep. Not because you're convinced of an idea, you don't need to sleep. And another fact is that actually soldiers were not convinced at all. The German army was the German army. Of course, there were many Nazis in the German army, but at the beginning of the war, they were also just, young guys, and they were not like burning for Hitler. They were actually quite pissed they had to go to war against the West. Like they were scared. Like I read reports on like mass depression before the attack started. People just said, we're going to lose, it's not possible, because to launch a successful invasion into enemy territory, you need a 3-to-1 superiority in manpower and in weaponry. And the Germans were actually, they had less people, less soldiers than the West, and their weapons were not as good. For example, their tanks were not as good as the British tanks. It was basically, there was a lot of doubts that this madman plan by these 3 young revolutionary generals and Hitler supporting this madman plan would actually work. But then Ranke thought, this is my calling now, this is my hour. And he presented his findings that actually you don't need to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. On meth, it's possible. If you give enough meth to a person, you can stay awake for 5 days. So suddenly his findings became very interesting. He was invited to the high command. He was giving lectures. He wrote a so-called stimulant decree. I don't know if you want to see that. I found that also in the archive in Freiburg. It was the first official paper by an army where the soldiers were basically invited or ordered, or it was suggested to them to take a powerful, synthetic stimulant, this is the stimulant decree. It says, for example, this was distributed to all the medical officers, so they knew, how to use the meth. So for example, it says what you could give if someone took too much, like then you give like a sleeping pill. It also says, it's quite interesting, what are side effects, and the side effects are aggression. So that was like a desired side effect, right? So Ranke was suddenly very popular. He was on top of the world. There's another paper I found which shows how many dosages then the German army ordered from the Temmler company just before they attacked France, and this is 35 million dosages. So finding that document was also kind of fun. Yeah.
35 million.
Yeah.
And so were they on a large dose of this when the soldiers?
Well, it's interesting then to see how those 35 million dosages were being used, because they were used asymmetrical. They were handed out especially to the tank troops, because the tanks were at the forefront, and these tanks could not stop. So everyone in these tanks was basically high on crystal meth, like all the way through the advance. And there's reports by the French army that they simply could not understand their opponent anymore. Like they didn't sleep, they just chased through. They behaved like madmen, basically. Rommel was seen at one point totally high on meth, like standing in the tank, like the lid was open, he was standing there. They were racing at night through a French village where the French army had camped because they needed to sleep, because it's kind of, I guess, funny. I don't know if funny is the right word, but France also had sort of, not a stimulant decree, but they had the rule that in a war situation, and this had been beneficial in World War I, each French soldier has the right to drink 3/4 of a liter of red wine per day. So when France was attacked by Germany, I think it was 17,000 trucks with red wine drove from French wine regions to the front lines and distributed the red wine. So the French guys were like drinking red wine, which is a mood enhancer, but it does make you tired, especially 3/4 of a liter. So the Germans were methed up, and the French were like kind of drowsy. So that's that scene with Rommel I described. He's standing in the open lid of the tank, going through this village at night, and left and right, like kind of French soldiers sleeping basically, and just fires with the tank left and right, and he runs over people, and he's like a complete madman. And then the French got scared. They got very scared, and their defenses collapsed. Germany beat France in a few days. You know, a big neighbor that in First World War Germany had been fighting, like they had been fighting 4 years, like moving like a leader a day and the next day back, and this time because of the methamphetamine charging through, and you know, Hitler was in Paris in June already. That's the story of Blitz in a nutshell, or of a part of it.
Isn't it incredible that that's not taught in school?
Actually,
that seems like
I do give talks now in school.
Now?
Yeah, no. But no historians touch the subject.
Right.
I spoke to for this book. Not collaborated, but I had advice from a leading German historian, an elderly gentleman who passed away. Mommsen, like the leading German historian left social, was a really cool guy. I met him. I showed him my findings from the archives, and he's like, "We overlook this thing because we historians have no clue about it. Like we never. It has to enter your mind in a way that this might have a relevance. Historians are very square people, at least used to be very square people. And National Socialism is such a serious topic that out-of-the-box thinking is not really encouraged within academia, at least, you know, and me being a non-historian, I could think out of the box. So
yeah,
he said this is the missing puzzle piece that we need to know to understand what actually went down in World War II. So he was very much behind it and wrote a preface to the German edition also. So it was interesting to communicate with him. Obviously about it, because he helped me, you know, also put things into perspective. Because also one thing he said was, don't argument in a monocausal way. Like, it's kind of flippant to say the Blitzkrieg was only possible because of methamphetamine. Methamphetamine played a huge role, and I examined that with a huge role. I think it was probably one of the decisive factors, but you know, many factors in a war, many factors come together. So
if you can't stay awake for 3 days, not a corpse.
Yeah,
You know,
World War II would have been very, very different.
if you want to make cement, you have to have water. Yeah.
And I mean, it's not a, if you look at it from a military standpoint, it actually makes, you know, a lot of sense. That the problem in Germany, Nazi Germany, they then had was that the army was so crazy about meth, and also the Air Force. They were using, giving it to pilots in the in the air battle against Great Britain. That was like decisive air battle in the late 1940, after France had been beaten by Germany, conquered. Then it was Germany against Great Britain. There was a lot of fighting in the air between the Royal Air Force and the German Luftwaffe. And the German Luftwaffe was, you know, messed up because they had less pilots.
Kamikaze pilots, right? That's a big one. Or suicide pilots. We've talked about that before. Japanese factory workers also use methamphetamine.
I mean, Japan was an ally of Germany. They were part of the evil Axis. So Japan had knowledge that methamphetamine was successfully used in the European theater of this war, so they used it also in the kamikaze pilots against American ships and stuff. Where were we?
There were the effect of meth on the soldiers, and also the effectiveness of it during the Blitzkrieg, but then also the Japanese pilots. That the Japanese were using it, kamikazes were using it.
I mean, I wanted to talk about something that became a problem then in the German military, because then suddenly there were guys, for example, the so-called Healthführer, which is like the minister for health in Nazi Germany, was like a Healthführer. He was like an enemy of healthy, because he said, he like used the whole argument, we are superheroes anyhow from our genes, because we're a superior race, you know. We don't need stimulant to perform these miraculous acts on the battlefield. So he wanted the army to stop the methamphetamine. I studied all the letters going back and forth between the high command and the Ministry of Health, and the army basically said, we're not stopping this. We're a modern army. We're using modern means to, achieve our goals. But this actually shows that Hitler is full of shit when he says you just need to install the right ideology in people, and then they're motivated. It's actually Nazi Germany was a very modern system that was using this to their advantage, and the army was a modern war machine. They used it very effectively, and that's why also other armies learned about this. It took them a while. Like the British needed quite a while to understand what was going on, but there was at one point a headline in a British newspaper: when does Churchill also use victory in the form of a pill? Because in an Italian newspaper in the fall of 1940, there was an article on the German Luftwaffe using a pillola di coraggio, or like courage pill, which was this methamphetamine. So then the British became like, we have to examine this, and they actually made tests in England comparing methamphetamine with amphetamine, and decided that for the British guys, for the English guys, amphetamine's better. It's not so strong. And the Nazis always take the strongest. The British were like a little bit more hesitant, and it is actually a smart choice, because methamphetamine does burn you out. Obviously, it's an addictive drug that's not healthy. And amphetamine is also not healthy, but it's not as it doesn't make you as edgy, so you can take it over a longer period of time, I guess. While methamphetamine really burns you out. I spoke in my research for Blitz with one medical officer that was still alive, that had served in World War II for the German army in Stalingrad, actually. He was in Stalingrad, and he said he still had Pervitin, and he gave it to like these guys that are like freezing to death, being killed by the Red Army. And he said it didn't work anymore, but it just gave us like another day of artificial energy. So methamphetamine is in a long war, it's very problematic. In a short war, it actually works. That's why after the October 7th attack of Hamas on Israel, I was interviewed by Haaretz, which is the leading Israeli newspaper, because there was rumor that also these combatants, or these terrorists, or whatever you want to call them, had used Captagon, which is another form of meth. It's a brand name that's very popular actually in the Middle East. And I had found a paper from April last year, so April 23. It was a report, you can find it online by some newspaper, that a large shipment of Captagon was seized at the Gaza border, actually by Hamas border forces, who claimed that actually Israel was smuggling this into Gaza to kind of corrupt the Gaza youth. I don't know if that's true. It was just what Hamas said. But for sure, there was Captagon in the Gaza Strip, and I'm totally convinced that people used it when they attacked Israel. And that is not the only case. When the terrorist attacks in Paris happened, they found amphetamines.
They seized $1 billion worth of Captagon and
it is rumored that the Assad regime in Syria is actually behind large-scale manufacturing of Captagon at the moment. That's how they get their money. Captagon is like the cocaine of the poor man.
13 tons. Whoa!
It's
Dubai police uncovered 13 tons of the drugs. No, it's Captagon. Hit doors and wood panels. Wow.
So Captagon is a
wow. And Captagon has a similar effect to methamphetamine?
It's very similar. It's a very similar molecule. That's very strong.
Well, it makes sense that would be very effective in times of war, especially for short campaigns.
I had a reading in LA from Blitz, and afterwards a special Navy SEAL approached me with him in the audience. And he was not on the team that killed Osama bin Laden, but he was like on a parallel team. Like he knew a lot about it. Like he did stuff like that. And he said before they go into an operation like that, an operation that requires them to stay awake for, let's say, 50 hours, not only stay awake, but to stay very alert for 50 hours, it's obvious that you use amphetamine. It doesn't matter if you burn out later, you just take a week off, So the Nazis invented methamphetamine for war. The idea, by Ranke to use it for war purposes. And it has been copied already in the Korean War. American pilots were on amphetamines. Like amphetamines are like a staple now of armies and of terrorist groups, freedom fighters, or whatever. Because it also lowers. This was what Ranke also found out. It lowers your fear level. So when you're on meth, you're less afraid. It lowers your level of like you're not as inhibited. Like you would rather kill someone in a brutal way than you would sober, because it's very hard actually to kill another human being. It's very stressful, and we don't really want to do it. But studies found that on meth, you're more likely. It's easier for you to do it. But it's really a Nazi say a horror, pioneer.
How similar is that to the effects of Adderall? Adderall is obviously amphetamine, and there was, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 39 million prescriptions in the recent year.
It's another one of these contradictions. Like drugs are illegal, but Adderall is legal, which is basically it is amphetamine. So it's just like a certain type of amphetamine. I know quite a few people who are addicted to these types of pills, and it's not a nice addiction. Because it's also, it's legal. Like psychiatrist has to take this, so you function well. So you kind of
you need to take it. Please, you need to take it. You should take the medication.
I'm very sorry I came in so sober. It's been so amazing otherwise. No,
I know many people, especially journalists. I know a lot of journalists and a lot of writers who use Adderall to be productive.
Yeah, I would say why not? If you want to pay the price of using something that's maybe bad for your brain and maybe makes you addicted, but maybe you think you write better on it. So that's like a chance that some writers take, like who wrote Do Electric Sheep, do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Yeah, right. He was using a lot of amphetamines. I heard that Jack Kerouac wrote On the Road like in 2 weeks on amphetamines. So, drugs are basically neutral. You don't become a Nazi soldier when you take amphetamine. It creates a certain state in your brain. You release all your dopamine. You're highly alert. You might be very creative, but you also might write a lot of shit. Because your self-criticism is lower. Right? So Kerouac, being a very good writer, he wrote the wave. He was just writing this on the road.
I have friends that have tried amphetamines, particularly Adderall, and then done stand-up comedy, and they say it's absolutely terrible. It's terrible
because you lose that subtlety, right?
You lose the subtlety, you lose the connection with the audience, and you're not having fun anymore. Yeah. It's like you're not being silly, and your self-criticism is out the window, so you think everything you say is brilliant. Yeah. No, but some people find it very beneficial for productivity, which is interesting because, it
probably depends what you need to do.
It also depends on your self-control, right? Do you have the amount of self-control and the amount of objective analysis about what you're doing with your life to recognize that what you're doing is detrimental? Can you manage that? Can you figure out how to back off? Can you figure out how to take time off? Can you figure out when to use it and just use it effectively and say to yourself in a very disciplined way, I'm going to take X amount of this Adderall stuff because I have a deadline. I'm going to get this done. I'm going to do my best. And then afterwards, I'm not going to fuck with it anymore. A lot of people can't do that, but a lot of people can, I guess. And it's sort of like all other drugs. We should sort of figure out what's the dose, what's effective, what's not effective, and also strategies for helping people get off of it, like ibuprofen. I think having any kind of legalization strategy. So if they legalize drugs in this country, I think it has to be done in conjunction with a treatment strategy. And I think that treatment strategy is ibuprofen. And
yes, absolutely. The psychedelics do get you off other drugs.
Yeah,
that's a fact. Also, DMT gets you off other drugs, so they work against addiction. So that old scare of some drugs are like you take one drug and then you take the next drug, until in the end you land with heroin. It's kind of stupid, because if you take LSD, you're not going to land in heroin. So And if you take ibogaine, for sure, also not.
Well, marijuana is the greatest. Right? It's a gateway drug. But I think alcohol is the drug. That's the real one. Because alcohol lowers your inhibitions. It lowers your judgment. And then all of a sudden you're like, I'll try that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then there's also people take cocaine when they drink too much alcohol to wake up.
Yeah, I spoke with actually with an ibogaine researcher, Deborah Mash from University Miami, and she found that alcohol and cocaine together create a new metabolite in the body, and that is the one that many people go for. It's like 1 + 1 = 3, basically. So you won't get that high from alcohol alone, and you won't get it from cocaine alone. Most people don't take cocaine alone. They always drink when they take cocaine because they want that particular form of metabolite of intoxication.
Interesting.
It's obviously very unhealthy.
So here it is. How do you say that word?
Yeah, right.
Cocaineline.
Yeah,
Cocaineline is byproduct of concurrent consumption of alcohol and cocaine, as metabolized by the liver. Normally, the metabolism of cocaine produces two primary biologically inactive metabolites: benzolecgonine and econine, methyl ester. Well, that's a big factor too, right? Like how it's metabolized by the liver. There's a difference between eating cannabis and smoking it. Right? So 11-hydroxy metabolite, which is created by the liver, which is 5 times more psychoactive than THC. So there's a lot of factors, and the thing is, like, we don't know. If it's kind of crazy that your book and your work was really illuminating the effects that this had on one of the most historically significant events in human history, which is World War II.
Yeah, I thought that was quite strange. I mean, I went onward with my research from. I wanted to expand, and I wanted to get Hitler also.
I was going to ask you this before you get to that. If methamphetamine was created after the 1936 games, what was Hitler on during the 1936 games? When you see him rocking back and forth, was he doing cocaine? What was he on?
I mean, I studied the notes of his doctor's personal physician, Theodor Morell, who was kind of a celebrity doctor in Berlin before he met Hitler. Like, he was famous for treating diseases that don't exist. So he gave mood-enhancing shots, injections, and he was also a vitamin pioneer. Like, he believed in vitamins, and at that time vitamins were kind of unknown. So he thought if you inject someone with like such and such, inject someone with like vitamin C, that would be like a mood enhancing effect, and actually that's true. So he cured Hitler's photographer, Hubertus Hoffmann, of a sexual transmitted disease in '36, and then Hoffmann said, "I have to bring it into to a special patient." And then there was a spaghetti dinner with Morell and Hitler. And Hitler was complaining of bloating problems. He always was like he had digestion problems. And Morell, who was like an alternative doctor, gave him like vitamins and a probiotic, which was also new at the time. And Hitler was cured, and he appointed Morell as his personal physician. They became kind of best friends. They were like, Hitler spent more time with Morell than with anyone else, all the way up to the end. So Morell's notes are very interesting to study because he was like one of these German nerds that wrote everything down. And I went to another federal archive in Germany, and I checked out all the papers of Morell, and I could see that basically no one has looked at these papers. Like, Hitler's the most examined person in the world. Like, the most literature about one person is actually about Hitler, but no one. I mean, the last time someone checked out these notes, I could see it in the record of the archive. It was like in 1986, and then someone in 1961. So I was like the fourth person to look at this. So it's kind of crazy because Morell describes like in detail like what he gives to Hitler, and that's why I'm a little bit surprised by this famous video of him. Like, I think maybe it's a fake. I don't know, because in '36, up until from '36 when they met. Morell was with him at the Olympic Games until '41. Basically, Hitler only received vitamins. vitamin C, vitamin B1, and sometimes glucose, like sugar was injected into. Maybe it was on a sugar rush, because sugar is a strong drug. Because sugar immediately kicks, in the brain. So, but there was no like heavy substances in 36. Not that, Morel wrote everything down, so I don't think he would,
Morel's introduction to Hitler was what year?
36.
So it was at the same time.
Yep,
So-
a little bit before.
So the introduction was before the Olympics?
Yeah.
Is it possible that Hitler was taking something without the knowledge of Morel? No.
Because Morel was very protective of his patient. He called him patient A. And before that, Hitler had like an array of like specialists. Hitler didn't like specialists in general. Like he didn't like there was Karl Brandt, who was like the highest SS doctor, and he wanted to be like the personal physician of Hitler. But Hitler didn't want like an SS guy to have so much knowledge about his body, so he always kept Brandt at bay. And then Morel was like perfect for Hitler, because Morel was like this kind of chubby, good-humored kind of house doctor with the crazy recipes and the crazy injections. And Hitler thought, this is my guy, basically. And Morel became, like, Morel's wife was very much against that her husband became the personal physician of Hitler. She said to him, like, we won't spend that much time together from now on, and we have to take this chance, I can be the person. He was like a celebrity doctor before, so now he's the personal physician of the Führer, the most powerful man of Europe. So Morel very much controlled what Hitler took. Hitler didn't take anything that Morel didn't talk about or authorize and write down. He was his doctor. Like he was always there. So I see basically three phases in Hitler's drug taking, and from 36 to 41, it was mostly these vitamins. And Hitler was never ill during this time. Like he had a pretty good health in general, except for the bloating, because he ate wrong. He was a vegetarian that basically ate like bread and sugar. So that's very unhealthy for your gut. We know these days. They didn't know that, so he's always farting basically. That was a problem for him. And Morel kind of cured him with the probiotics and then the vitamins. And Hitler kind of moved along to this kind of treatment, and he was very successful also in the beginning. He was very healthy. He won all the wars. Like he was on top of the world. And then in 1941, Germany decided to attack the Soviet Union. And also the Soviet Union, the campaign against Russia was very successful in the first 3 months. A lot of methamphetamine was given to the soldiers, just like in the attack on France. They overran the Red Army like crazy. Like within 3 months, they made huge territorial gains. They were in October 1940. They were already standing in front of Moscow. Like they could see, like one officer could like look with his binoculars and he could see the tram, like the last tram station of Moscow. He could like see that. So they were right in front of Moscow. And the thing was, what happened was in August 41, like in the middle of the campaign started June 21st, 1941. So August 41, they had huge, gained a lot of territory. But Hitler, for the first time, became sick. He had what they call the Russian flu. Like he was, camping. The headquarters was moving with the troops, so he was, maybe drank bad water or something, and he had the Russian flu, which made him stay in bed. He had very high fever. He was like diarrhea and vomiting. So he was really not in a good shape. So he said to Morel, and Morel wrote all of this down. Like I was sitting in the National Archives in Germany, reading all this stuff, and I really felt like the fly on the wall that could look at things that no one had seen before. That he describes that Hitler coming in, sitting down, the decisions that had to be made that day. Hitler saying, "I need something stronger than vitamins." I mean, Hitler was lying in bed, and the generals were deciding on that important military briefing how to further advance, and the generals wanted to move towards Moscow. And Hitler wanted to split the troops and go to Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg, and to the south. Like he had a different strategy. And so he wanted to be at that briefing, and he said to Morel, "I need something stronger than vitamins." And Morel gave him for the first time a very strong opioid, which was called Dolantin, which was a German product. And that opioid, is different. It's a different ball game than vitamins. He got an injection of a very potent opioid. And he gets up from the bed, he goes to military briefing, he can call the shots, truly separated. high command was like, what the fuck, but he's the leader, so he decides. And from that moment on, we can see in the notes of morale that Hitler's drug consumption actually changes. Like he becomes more and more interested in potent substances. And from 41 to 43, Morel experiences a lot with also animal hormones. Like when Germany invades the Ukraine and has the whole territory of the Ukraine, Morel gets the monopoly for all the organs of all the slaughtered animals in all of the slaughterhouses of Ukraine. It's like an order that I found, like an official paper. All the organs of all the slaughtered animals of all slaughterhouses of occupied Ukraine will go to Hitler's personal, the Führer's personal physician. Huh?
Was that for touring?
Yeah, I mean, he had like his own pharmaceutical company by the time, Morel, in occupied Czechoslovakia, where like his chemist was like getting offal and organs and thyroid glands and all kinds of very potent things, and then making like concoctions with it. Like there was a famous liver concoction, like from pig's liver, and Morel's problem was that at the time in 43 it was a war economy in Germany, so it was very difficult to bring new medicines onto the market. Basically, it was not possible, like all the tests that usually are done in peace times and then new medicine. So he said this to Hitler, like, I'm developing all these new medicines from all these organs and cannot bring them on the market. They cannot help the German people sustain this war. And then Hitler said, this is bullshit. I, the Führer, will be your guinea pig. I will test all these dubious concoctions that you make. And then, because when I take it, every German, can take it, and we kind of bypass all the regulations. This is exactly what happens. So Hitler executed the guinea pig, like hormonal concoctions for Morel. So it's really an insane story that is beautifully documented. So you can like read like train wagons going from the Ukraine, from the German army, like very scarce it was to have a whole train wagon because they needed to ship, wounded soldiers back or ammunition, and he just, required like whole train wagons filled with his offal from the slaughterhouses and all the livers of all the slaughtered pigs in the Ukraine. And then the army was like, we can't do this. We need these wagons for like war sensitive stuff, and then Morel would run to Hitler and say, the army is blocking me transporting these precious materials that I can turn into drugs for the common good of the German people. Hitler wrote an order, and then the wagon was going through, and then Morel was creating these concoctions. And Hitler actually he took too many of these weird things. His health started deteriorating in 43. Like he was quite healthy until 41 to 43, when he took all these organ things and all these hormones and crazy stuff. Today you would send the doctor that prescribes you that stuff to prison. But there was no checks and balances. Like Hitler just took because he liked Morel and he liked to experiment, and they were always talking about new enhancement of the body. That was a whole Nazi idea, to become more powerful, more strong. But he was interested in these things, and he actually his health started to deteriorate. And then by 43, he had already become quite a different man. He aged quite a lot. I mean, you can see it if you compare the young Hitler with like just 5 years later, he was like 20 years older. And then in 43, because he's doing so poorly, like his chi, you could say today, and physical energy was like really down. If you get like one pig liver extract injection a day, you can imagine how you're gonna feel like after like a year or so. It's not very healthy. So it diminished.
What was the goal of this pig liver extract? They just
enhance energy. Like they then gave it to the German soldiers. Like they drank this stuff because it's like liver is always like filled with like nutrients, I guess. So that's why some people think, and I would probably agree that it's healthy to eat like liver.
I think like an ounce of liver a day is probably the right amount. So injecting pig liver.
So Hitler, technically speaking, wasn't a vegetarian at all because he was using these animal supplements and
wasn't consuming them with his mouth.
Right.
Right. So, do you know the famous story about Hitler meeting Mussolini when Mussolini wanted to get out of the war?
Yeah, yeah. I write about that in because that is the first time. Like Hitler was quite depressed before the meeting and felt betrayed because Mussolini wanted to leave the war effort. This was in July 1943. Mussolini said, "It's not working. We'd rather get out. Okay, is that fine with you if we just leave the Axis now?" And he was like, "No, it's not fine. You know." So he was very nervous before that meeting and was in a villa in northern Italy. And he asked Morel again for something stronger. And then Morel, for the first time, presented what then would become Hitler's favorite drug. And it was a German drug called Oikodal. And it's quite interesting. Oikodal was made by the Merck company, which is still a pharmaceutical giant today. It's an opioid. It's an opioid that makes you, if you inject it intravenously, quite euphoric, but also quite calm. You know, you're not crazy. If you're on Oikodal intravenously, you think you're like on top of the world. It's like it feels so great. And Hitler loved this drug. Like he got it injected before the meeting with Mussolini. On the way to the plane, he asked for another injection. He loved it so much. And then, like, people who were at the meeting in this villa said that Hitler was just talking nonstop. Like, I'm doing talking, no, actually having a conversation. We're having a conversation. Yes. Hitler and Mussolini did not have a conversation. Hitler was talking like for 3-4 hours without stopping. And Mussolini became very sweaty, and like aides came in and handed him papers that Rome was being bombed the very minute, but he couldn't get out. Like Hitler was very dominant in the room, very, very dominant in the room. And from that moment on, Oikodal became kind of his favorite drug. And now comes the pun. When Germany lost, a lot of patents were also lost from Germany and became possession of America. And the patent of Oikodal also traveled to America. And Oikodal is oxycodone. So what has created the American opioid crisis is the very same opioid that was Hitler's favorite opioid. Sold in America as pills, and crushed, it's whatever, check, I don't know. Hitler was injecting it from the start, he didn't fuck around with pills, because pills, because he still had these stomach problems. He didn't like a medicine to go orally, like into the, he didn't like it too long, you don't know, you take something now and it's acting like 45 minutes, and not good, The injection is the immediate effect, so that's what he wanted. He would go to a military briefing when the war was in 44, generals were just, they knew it was lost. They came from the Eastern Front, people were dying like every day. It was over. They came to the meeting to tell Hitler and Casey, but you want to save your men, But Hitler on oxycodone, on Oikodal, as it was called then, had so much power in the room, had so much charisma. He was very charismatic early on, but he had lost his charisma in the meantime. But through Oikodal, he could reinstall his charisma, being good in the room, and he would and I read a lot of witnesses reports from generals, a lot of the notebooks afterwards, or made notes what happened. They said when they were with Hitler in this room, they were convinced that Hitler knew something that they didn't know. Like he had a wonder weapon up his sleeve. Like he knew that the war would turn around, that we would win, the Germans would win in the end, because he was so convincing in this Oikodal. So Hitler was very clever actually in using that drug to, for his terrific vision. And you can look at, examine this day by day, by studying the papers of Morel and then also studying other accounts, because it's good to look at more, not only at one source, but there's quite a lot on it, so it is quite surprising. Well,
it's fascinating because if you think about how much is written about Hitler and how much Hitler would study, that they didn't study that.
It's totally crazy.
Because it has such a profound effect on the way you think and behave.
It does. I mean, there was one, we all know that on July 20th, 1944, it was the most successful, it wasn't successful, but almost successful assassination attempt with a bomb by Stauffenberg blew up in the headquarters in the east. Operation Valkyrie, it was called, was a code name. And afterwards, like Morel rushes in, the doctor rushes in. Hitler's quite injured actually, which Nazi propaganda later said like the Führer was not injured. He was quite injured by that detonation. I mean, he was sitting there, and the bomb was like on the other side of the table leg, and the table leg was quite thick. So the table was thick, so he was very lucky that he didn't die. He had like hundreds of splinters in his body, and his eardrums were blown, and he was bleeding from his ears, and he was like totally, he was. I mean, he was injured, And Morel immediately comes in and gives him Eukodal, because in the evening Mussolini came for a meeting. He was already in the train. So you can see like an hour later, like Hitler, like on top of his game again, joking with Mussolini, like the other like officers lost a leg, died, like so, and then actually from that moment on, Hitler, that's like July 20th, 1944, until the very end, May 8th, 1945, when the war ends. That is his heaviest drug consumption, because then he's really like, this is the most intense time. One of the things, for example, that happens is that to treat his blown eardrums, which were connected with heavy pain that he experienced, a new doctor came in. Giesing was his name, and he had cocaine. He brought cocaine, which was a legal product at the time, also by Merck. Germany was importing the coca leaves from Peru mostly. And then Merck cocaine was supposed to be the best in the world. Like there were even like product forgers in China who like replicate the Merck label with the Merck cocaine. Merck cocaine was the best cocaine. And this doctor came in and he wanted to give the cocaine because it was something to numb the pain, basically. It was an anesthetic. And Hitler was like, I want more of this stuff. And Giesing writes this down. I found these documents actually in Washington in the National Archive. Hitler demands to use cocaine, like he wants the doctor to brush it into his nostrils, which is the most effective way to take cocaine, I guess. And then he's like, finally I can think clear again. And the doctor realized this is a drugged guy. Like once he gets like onto a potent drug, he like completely embraces it and wants it more. So Giesing came very try to get the coke away from Hitler. Hitler demanded more and more of these cocaine treatments because I could feel finally I can breathe again and I don't feel like injured anymore. And actually on cocaine, he developed the strategy of a second Ardennes offensive. We talked about the mountainous terrain of the Ardennes, Belgium in 1940. And Hitler wanted to do it again in late 1944, like a surprise attack. And like his generals, they couldn't believe it. It was a ridiculous idea because the Americans were already on the continent. Like there was no chance it could have worked out. It would just mean that a lot of people, a lot of young German soldiers are going to die. That's what it meant, the second Ardennes offensive. But he had it on cocaine. You can see very clearly, like Morel. And Morel didn't like this. He didn't like this other doctor coming in with the cocaine. Like the doctor started competing. It's called the doctor's war because one guy gives him cocaine and Morel gives him oxycodone, which is an opioid. So Hitler was kind of speedballing in August and September 1944 and made very crazy then decisions, very bad, very for the Nazi war effort, very bad decisions for the world. It was good that he was so fucked up. I actually spoke to a British historian who told me that he had investigated, Anthony Beaver is his name, a great colleague of mine. He had investigated the British intelligence's plan to assassinate Hitler, because obviously there were these plans. They had realized in 1944 that it's actually not good to assassinate Hitler, because he was already so off the rails that he weakened the German war effort. Let's say Hitler was assassinated, then let's say Himmler becomes the Führer or something. Like Himmler, he was also a total freak. Like he did 2 hours of yoga each morning because he thought the Aryan race is connected with ancient music. So he was into yoga. He was not into drugs. But let's just say they would have had an efficient leader, would have been more dangerous, basically. the Allies and keeping holy drug out Hitler.
So they wanted him to stay fucked up. So it was better.
They actually did not bomb pharmaceutical companies until like in December 1944, British bombers bombed the Merck company. And then Oikodal could not be made anymore. And actually Hitler then moves to the bunker and he doesn't have Oikodal anymore, which was his drug of choice. He received it every other day in a very high dosage, 20 milligrams intravenously of the most potent opioid. So he became a junkie, he became addicted to this. So then when he moves to the bunker in the end phase of the war, just before that the Merck production site had been bombed, who was supplying it, Morel doesn't have it anymore. And that creates quite a friction between patient A, as Morel called Hitler, and the doctor, because the doctor basically made a book on the substance, and suddenly it's like the one mistake of the dealer should make the client hooked, and then you can't supply anymore. Right. And also no one else could supply. Hitler couldn't go somewhere else. There's a report by Morel driving on a motorcycle to bombed out Berlin, like February, March 45, like going from pharmacy to pharmacy, asking, do you still have like a supply of Oikodal? Wow. So the situation became, Hitler lost World War II, which was not good for him, but he also was on with